Facing the beloved young maiden, you choose to decisively administer a potion, claiming her as your own, truly the mark of a genuine paragon of masculinity. Reward granted: innate talent. The aged servant, Qin Cheng, who was serving tea to the second young lady, found himself utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? The system has finally arrived, and it expects me to be a male deity. The problem is I am 70 years old. Furthermore, could you kindly elucidate what it means to administer a potion and claim someone as your own? Having traversed into the Great Qian world, at 70 years of age, I have yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities. Qin Cheng has fallen into a state of despair, serving as a menial servant in a prominent household merely to survive. Just as he had resigned himself to a life of failure, preparing for a quiet retirement, unexpectedly, the perfect male deity system finally awakens. However, this system appears to be rather unhinged. Observing the celestial beauty before him, the male deity within you stirs with determination, resolved to possess her at any cost. A holy maiden of the demonic sect? Good girls should not be overlooked, and bad girls should not be dismissed, even if she is a witch. As a broad-minded male deity, you shall not waste any beauty. An empress? Humph. For a male deity, she is merely an exhilarating potion to boost one's prowess. Swiftly claim her. Chapter 1. The 70-year-old elder and the system that commands me to be a male deity. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. In the back courtyard of the Su estate, the young maiden gasped for breath. Qin Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the maiden's exquisitely beautiful visage, her graceful height, slender legs, and delicate waist, inhaling the irresistible essence of youth that radiated from her. He could not help but sigh. Ah, youth is truly wonderful, Master Qin. The maiden's delicate, fair face flushed slightly, and with a sweet smile, she breathed out, I think you still appear quite youthful. How could you be old? Miss, your words are truly delightful, but I'm 70 years old. I cannot deny my age. Qin Cheng laughed heartily, filling a white porcelain cup with tea and offering it to the maiden clad in her training attire. Please have a drink. After practicing for so long, you ought to take a break. Thank you, Master Qin. The maiden accepted the cup, tilting her exquisitely long neck like a swan, drinking deeply. A satisfied smile spread across her lovely face as she exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, I feel revitalized. Master Qin, I will practice a bit longer. Please keep an eye on me. Setting the cup aside, the maiden resumed her martial training in the courtyard center. Who would have thought the second young lady had such a side? Watching her innocent and enchanting demeanor, Qin Cheng could not help but reflect. Who could have imagined that the second young lady of the Su family, Su Li, who always appeared reserved and proper in front of others, possessed such a lively and genuine spirit? In this world, perhaps only he, a 70-year-old elder, could truly comprehend the essence of this illegitimate daughter. What a pity in this ruthless world. Gazing at the pure and innocent Su Li, Qin Cheng felt a pang of sympathy. He recalled recent rumors. The matron intended to marry this second young lady to the third young master of the Wu family, one of the three prominent families in Qingshan City. The three great families of Qingshan City are the Su family, the Wu family, and the Zhou family. These families have enjoyed amicable relations for generations, often intermarrying typically for Su Li, an illegitimate daughter, to marry into the Wu family's legitimate line, as a principal wife is considered a favorable match. However, the issue lies in the fact that the third young master of the Wu family is already 50 years old. Meanwhile, the second young lady, Su Li, is merely 17, practically the age of his granddaughter in this world. The age gap is significant, but it could be understood to some extent. In Qin Cheng's previous life on launching, such age differences in marriages were not uncommon, let alone in this ancient feudal society. The problem is that the third young master of the Wu family is notoriously known for being a wife killer. It is said that he has married over a dozen legitimate wives, with countless concubines beyond counting. Each of his wives averages less than 2 years of life. In Qingshan City, which family with daughters does not shudder at the mention of the third young master Wu? How could the esteemed Su family, equally renowned as the Wu family, allow their second daughter to be wed to such a man? What scheme is the matron concocting? Everyone knows. Thus, even though Qin Cheng has gradually acclimated to this merciless ancient world, having long lost the youthful fervor of his earlier days, the thought of this innocent and enchanting maiden stepping into a den of iniquity stirs a renewed sense of compassion within him. Of course, were Qin Cheng a few years younger, even knowing the plight of the second young lady, he would never dare to meddle or show any sign of pity. He is a servant of the Su family in his youth. After a natural disaster struck his home, he had no choice but to sell himself to the Su family to survive. In this world, the lives of servants are entirely at the mercy of their masters. As a subordinate, even the slightest hint of disrespect could lead to a fate worse than death at the master's whim. Within the Su estate, who does not know that the matron has always disdained the second young lady, Su Li? Thus, among the servants, few dare to approach Su Li, fearing they might incur the matron's wrath and meet an unknown end. However, Qin Cheng has little time left to live at his age. He is beyond caring, he desires to live freely. After all, Qin Cheng was once a denizen of Lanqing, and despite having integrated into this rigidly hierarchical feudal world over the years, losing much of his youthful zeal. Deep down, he has never held any regard for the predatory rights of this society. Watching the maiden, who relentlessly practices martial arts, disregarding her fatigue and persevering through her exhaustion, Qin Cheng remains silent for a long while, and, eventually, a glimmer of resolve sparkled in his aged eyes. Rising quietly, he took up the teapot. He strode slowly towards a nearby room. From a cabinet, he retrieved a small paper packet, unwrapping it to reveal it was filled with powdered herbs. Carefully pouring the powder into the teapot, Qin Cheng added some hot water and swirled it gently. Ding! The system has detected the host actively triggering a male deity behavior, offering a special milk tea to the object of affection, and the male deity cultivation system has officially awakened. This system aims to assist the host, who is 18 years old and still single, in becoming the center of attention as a male deity. Each time the host successfully engages in male deity behavior, rewards from the system will be granted. A system? Qin Cheng's heart raced, and his pale, aged face became momentarily dazed. In that instant, Qin Cheng felt as if he were dreaming. 70 years. All these years, from childhood to now, Qin Cheng had been waiting for such a voice, hoping to obtain a system like those illustrious predecessors who traversed dimensions and suppressed all who defied them. Yet, as time passed and the system never appeared, Qin Cheng gradually forgot. Even the memory of being a denizen of Lanqing became hazy, leading him to believe that the peaceful world had merely been a dream of his youth. Who would have thought that at this age, close to being buried in the earth, the system would finally arrive? Calm down. Qin Cheng took a deep breath, patting his chest to steady his racing heart. He is of advanced age that, if he were to become overly excited, he might collapse right here, so he must not act recklessly. After a while, Qin Cheng finally regained his composure. His aged eyes, filled with delight, briefly flickered with a hint of confusion. Is this system perhaps a bit flawed? A male deity is typically a young man of wealth and talent, handsome and charming, the epitome of desirability. He is 70 years old, a mere servant of the Su estate. How could he possibly be a male deity? System, are you out of your mind? I am 70 years old, and you want me to be a male deity? Qin Cheng could not help but inquire. Ding! Please, host, do not jest. This system will only awaken when the host reaches 18 years of age, and there is no doubt that the host is 18, the most crucial age in a man's life. You old fool, did you arrive late? Qin Cheng gritted his teeth. He had a premonition that this confounded system should have awakened when he turned 18. Instead, it arrived so many years late, leaving him on the brink of demise. The system has not faltered, and the host's accusations are entirely unfounded. Forget it. Qin Cheng took a deep breath, deciding to see what benefits this system could bestow upon him before making any further judgments. Chapter 2. Innate Constitution, the second Mrs. Gratitude. Qin Cheng slowly settled onto the floor, his gaze fixed upon the graceful young woman practicing martial arts before him. His eyes wandered, and he tightly gripped the teapot, feeling warmth creep into his aged cheeks. The system's explanations left him utterly speechless. Despite his advanced age, he had never harbored inappropriate feelings for the youthful second miss. His well-meaning intention of adding a little something to her tea was purely out of kindness. Yet the system absurdly claimed he was infatuated with Su Li, which was preposterous. Family, who understands? A 70-year-old man. How could he possibly harbor feelings for a 17-year-old girl? Wasn't that simply a mockery of his age? With a sigh, Qin Cheng ultimately made up his mind. According to the system's instructions, as long as he successfully performed an action befitting a male deity, he would be rewarded. The infused tea he prepared for Su Li had already been recognized by the system as such an act. If only Su Li would drink the tea, rewards would be his. After all, Qin Cheng was a citizen of Blue Star. He refused to passively exist for so many years in this extraordinary world filled with martial arts, relegated to a mere servant's role. He understood that those who reached the innate realm could live to be 120 years old. There were even rumors of legendary cultivators who could achieve immortality and possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Though Qin Cheng had reached 70, with the system at his disposal, he still had ample opportunity in this world. Despite the system's dubious nature, it represented his only chance to turn his fortunes around. Regardless, Qin Cheng was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity and resolved to give it a try. Of course, he was not so shameless as to genuinely pursue the second miss. He had not descended to such depths. He merely intended to ascertain the extent of the system's rewards. The diligent Su Li remained blissfully unaware that the elderly man nearby had already set his sights on her. After completing a series of exercises, Su Li was thoroughly exhausted, realizing that continuing would be counterproductive. She paused to catch her breath, her clear eyes drifting towards Qin Di, who was refilling her teacup. A faint smile graced her delicate features. Having lost her mother at a young age and being disdained by her stepmother, the servants in the household dared not approach her for fear of retribution. Only Qin Di treated her differently, often preparing tea and snacks for her while keeping watch over her. For someone who had always felt isolated, Su Li could not help but feel a surge of gratitude towards him. She was acutely aware that, despite her status as the young mistress of the estate, her treatment was inferior to that of many servants. Qin Di's kindness towards her was fraught with risk. Unfortunately, she had no means to repay him. Reflecting on this, Su Li gently pressed her lips together, recalling the whispers within the household, her eyes filled with unspoken resentment. "Have some tea," second Mississippi unbeknownst to Qin Cheng, who remained oblivious to Su Li's thoughts. He felt a surge of anxiety as he noticed her practice had concluded. He slowly spoke, extending the teacup towards her. Su Li accepted the teacup without hesitation. Qin Cheng's heart raced as he witnessed her consume the infused tea. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have taken the first step towards becoming a male deity, expressing your feelings to the girl you secretly admire. Please continue to strive forward and boldly pursue the love that belongs to you. A true male deity would never relinquish the girl he loves. You have received the reward. Innate constitution. You will encounter no obstacles in cultivation until reaching the innate realm." In an instant, a wave of refreshing energy surged through his limbs. Years of accumulated ailments seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving him with an indescribable sense of lightness. His spirit soared with newfound vitality. "System, it's real." Feeling the transformation within his body, Qin Cheng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, all his worries dissipated. He realized that he had found a path to prosperity. After spending so many years as a servant, he finally had the chance to turn his life around. Although the system's explanations remained somewhat irreverent, Qin Cheng had no time to ponder such frivolities. What mattered was that the system proved useful. "Qin Di." Just as Qin Cheng was engulfed in excitement, he heard Su Li's astonished voice. He looked up to find her exquisite face filled with disbelief, clearly having sensed something amiss with the tea. "Second miss. This is merely a small token of my goodwill. There is no need for further words." Su Li's clear eyes reddened, nearly spilling over with tears. As a martial artist, she could discern the presence of Zhuang Ti San in the tea, a concoction that could aid martial practitioners in accelerating their training towards the refining skin realm. However, this remedy was expensive, and should the matron discover this, Qin Cheng, as an old servant, would surely face dire consequences. The thought of this elderly man, with whom she shared no familial ties, willing to sacrifice so much for her, stirred a profound sense of gratitude within Su Li. Throughout her life, aside from her deceased mother, she had never felt such warmth from anyone else. "Qin Lao, your kindness cannot be repaid with mere words." Suppressing her tears, Su Li took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes gazing sincerely at Qin Cheng. If I can escape this calamity, I vow to ensure your comfort in your old age. This girl, why would she curse herself so? Qin Cheng's lips twitched, but he refrained from saying anything further. In truth, having spent 70 years in this world, Qin Cheng had long abandoned the sense of justice he once held on Blue Star. He had become desensitized, able to observe the tragedies around him with indifference. It was only as he aged, realizing his time was limited, that he felt a pang of compassion for the second miss. He understood that Su Li's diligent training was aimed at quickly entering the refining skin realm to become a martial artist. Once she achieved that status, her position within the Su family would be unparalleled, and no matter how much the matron disliked her, she would have no authority over a martial artist's marriage. Qin Cheng had not anticipated that his single act of kindness would awaken the system, granting this old man an opportunity to alter his fate. What irked Qin Cheng was the system's irreverent nature. He had always viewed Su Li with compassion, never harboring any ulterior motives. The system's assertion that he was secretly in love with Su Li was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, for the sake of turning his fortunes, he was disinclined to quibble over such trivialities. His sole focus now was on how to alter his fate. I have now acquired an innate constitution before reaching innate mastery. My cultivation will be smooth and free from obstacles. With such favorable conditions, I must seek out a suitable martial art to practice. Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled with determination as he contemplated. Martial arts training was essential in this world. As a servant, his only means of rising was through cultivation. However, given his age, he could not engage in just any practice, for he would surely exhaust himself in a matter of days. Ah, I remember. Dr. Fong from Jishitang mentioned he had a set of Wu Qin Shi, which is perfect for someone of my age to train with. A sudden realization struck him as he recalled the words of his old friend, Dr. Fong Jimin from Jishitang. Chapter 3. Has the granddaughter of a brother become my childhood sweetheart? Early the next morning, Qin Cheng took a leave of absence and made his way to Jishitang in the outer city. There, he encountered an elderly gentleman in a blue robe who was busy preparing herbal medicines. Although the man's age appeared similar to Qin Cheng's, his vigorous spirit made him seem at least a decade younger. Qin Cheng's heart swelled with excitement, as he had a premonition that the Wu Qin Yang Shen Shi, or five-animal play, might indeed prove to be beneficial. He could not help but exclaim, "Old Fong, what you mentioned about teaching me the five-animal play still stands, right? Huh, weren't you just saying that you were getting on in years and ready to await death?" Dr. Fong chuckled. Having been friends for many years, Qin Cheng had served as a subordinate for quite some time, accumulating various ailments that plagued him. It was thanks to Dr. Fong that he had managed to live to this age. Is it not permissible for an old man to change his mind and wish to live a few more years? Qin Cheng retorted with a hint of annoyance. In truth, he had already surmised that Fong Jimin's five-animal play could indeed serve as a means to enhance one's health. However, Qin Cheng had no desire to remain a servant, wishing instead for an early death to transcend into the next life, and thus had been reluctant to invest effort into martial arts practice. Yet, now that he had acquired a system, the opportunity for a turnaround was at hand. Naturally, he had a change of heart. "Wait a moment. I will teach you shortly," Fong Jimin replied with a smile, choosing not to tease Qin Cheng further. At his age, he had few close friends and did not wish for Qin Cheng to depart too soon thus. He was more than willing to pass on the knowledge of the health-preserving technique. "Qin Lao, you have arrived," a melodious voice chimed from behind. Upon seeing Qin Cheng, a girl with a fair complexion revealed two dimples, smiling as she inquired. The young lady was Fong Xiaoxian, the granddaughter of Fong Jimin. With her charming appearance, she was unfortunately frail since childhood, standing just over 1.5 meters tall, yet possessing elegantly slender legs. In a world where the highest praise for women was their ability to bear children, Fong Xiaoxian's physique did not garner favor with matchmakers, which caused her grandfather much distress regarding her marriage prospects. "Things have been rather unsettled outside lately, so I cannot stay for long," Fong Xiaoxian said with a resigned smile, her large, expressive eyes fixed on Qin Cheng, filled with concern. "Qin Lao, you haven't encountered any health issues again, have you?" "No. I came to learn the five-animal play from your grandfather," Qin Cheng replied. I am more skilled at the five-animal play than my grandfather allowed me to teach you. Fang Xiaoxian's eyes lit up as she quickly offered, "Let Xiaoxian take the lead, as I have other matters to attend to," Dr. Fang interjected. "Very well," Qin Cheng acquiesced, seeing that Fang Jimin had spoken. Having watched Fang Xiaoxian grow up, he knew she was a dutiful and humble child. Her claim of being more adept than her grandfather could not be false. Thus, he followed Fang Xiaoxian to the backyard. "Qin Lao, please wait a moment," Fang Xiaoxian said as she set down a bamboo basket and spread the medicinal herbs on a bamboo mat. Qin Cheng took a seat nearby, surveying the familiar courtyard. The yard was adorned with various flowers and plants, while 6 bamboo sieves hung from a wooden rack filled with an assortment of medicinal materials. On the sunlit side of the courtyard, some garments were drying, including several colorful items that he cursed himself for being so inappropriate. Those were indeed the intimate garments of a young lady. What was he looking at? To his surprise, the system suddenly alerted him, indicating that his childhood sweetheart, Fang Xiaoxian, had blossomed into a graceful young lady, a perfect candidate for romance. That a male deity. How could he allow his charming childhood friend to be taken by another? The notification revealed that a new target had been added due to his male deity behavior. Fang Xiaoxian. Qin Cheng's expression stiffened, nearly cursing under his breath. How could the system trigger a notification for Fang Jimin's granddaughter? He had watched her grow up. There was no way he would ever entertain such thoughts about Xiaoxian. To do so would ruin him. Dr. Fang would undoubtedly sever ties with him after all these years of friendship. This task was simply unacceptable. He could not stoop to such a disgraceful act. However, this system prompt made Qin Cheng realize he could explore the system's functions. Male deity behavior was not something that could be triggered by just anyone. So far, only the second Miss, Su Li, and his old friend's granddaughter, Fang Xiaoxian, had appeared as potential triggers. Whenever an object capable of triggering male deity behavior emerged, the system would provide a prompt. This was indeed good news, saving Qin Cheng from wasting his thoughts on unnecessary pursuits. "Qin Lao, I am ready. We can begin now," Fang Xiaoxian called out, having prepared the herbs and tied her hair back, looking at Qin Cheng with a smile. "Thank you, Xiaoxian," he replied. Even though he had resolved not to trigger any male deity behavior with her, he still needed to learn the five-animal play. "Qin Lao, do not underestimate the five-animal play. While it may seem merely a method for health preservation, mastering it can prevent illnesses and extend one's lifespan," Fang Xiaoxian explained earnestly. "There are even elderly individuals with good aptitude who can become martial artists. Do not doubt me. My grandfather once taught a farmer who had never practiced martial arts, and he became a martial artist at over 60. As she demonstrated each movement, Fang Xiaoxian meticulously instructed Qin Cheng, her voice ringing with a sweet and delightful tone. Watching the energetic young girl and listening to her playful words lifted Qin Cheng's spirits, filling him with envy for the youthfulness he once had. "Qin Lao, how are you learning so quickly? Did my grandfather teach you before?" Fang Xiaoxian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief after an hour had passed. It was as if she were witnessing a miracle. Although the five-animal play was a rudimentary exercise, it was still a form of martial arts. While it could be mastered, it typically took longer for an average person to learn. Even Fang Xiaoxian herself had spent over half a month to grasp the basics. Yet Qin Cheng, at nearly 70, had succeeded in under an hour. It was simply absurd. "Ha, perhaps I'm a martial arts prodigy," Qin Cheng chuckled lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance, though inwardly he felt a tinge of pride. After all, innate talent was not a mere title. He possessed an extraordinary aptitude that allowed him to excel without any bottlenecks in the realm of martial arts. Mastering a third-rate martial art was child's play. A martial arts prodigy? Fang Xiaoxian paused, and her exquisitely delicate face brightened with admiration as she gazed at Qin Cheng, her eyes shimmering with envy and respect. "Qin Lao, perhaps you truly are a genius." Suddenly, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Qin Cheng twitched his lips in annoyance. He had never intended to trigger any male deity behavior with Xiaoxian. Chapter 4. Martial Training and Human Hearts. The entanglement did not last long. Soon, the joy in Qin Cheng's heart overshadowed his confusion. After all, rewards are indeed valuable. They would enable him to effortlessly master the art of healing and even modify prescriptions. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have been intertwined with this innate talent. Qin Cheng could save a significant amount of effort in his martial training. As for the slight pangs of conscience, he gradually came to terms with it. He was not truly harming Su Li and Feng Xiaoxian, his juniors, but merely utilizing them to garner rewards. The system's nonsensical remarks were nothing more than idle chatter. At over 90 years of age, accumulated from his past and present lives, Qin Cheng's fortitude was not so fragile as to be swayed by trifles, especially when weighed against the benefits he could attain. With this in mind, he felt that he could even be more proactive in discovering ways to acquire system rewards. Of course, for now, his priority was to focus on martial practice and to attain a certain level of strength. Only by possessing sufficient power could he dare to explore other rewards. Otherwise, even if he obtained a reward, he would have no opportunity to realize it, thus wasting his time. After practicing the Wuqin Shi a few more times and ensuring he had thoroughly mastered the skill, Qin Cheng bid farewell to Dr. Feng and borrowed a medical book from him. With a heart inclined towards the medical arts, he had no intention of squandering this gift. Upon returning to the Su residence, just a few steps in, he heard the furious voice of the matron ahead. Quickly, he dodged, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Su Li, pale and kneeling before the matron, being chastised relentlessly in front of the servants. Without a doubt, it was yet another excuse for the cruel matron to berate Su Li. Over the years, Qin Cheng had witnessed the matron seize many opportunities to reprimand her. Su Li, clever and sensible since childhood, was obedient and never sought to compete. He could not comprehend why the matron harbored such deep-seated animosity towards her. Although he felt considerable sympathy for Su Li as a servant, Qin Cheng was powerless to intervene in the matters of the household. He could only quietly depart to the account office to work. As a person from Blue Star, Qin Cheng's computational abilities naturally surpassed those of the accountants of this feudal era, who still relied on abacuses. Many years ago, he had been responsible for accounting. Due to his commendable abilities, his lack of ambition for power, and his relatively high seniority, he held a somewhat esteemed position within the Su residence. Old Qin, have you heard? The second young lady has been punished to kneel at the ancestral hall again. It is said that she secretly left the house without notification and was caught by the matron, remarked a middle-aged man with a portly build, approaching Qin Cheng with a jovial grin. House matters are not for me to gossip about, Steward Su, Qin Cheng replied, feigning disinterest while feeling a stir of concern within. Steward Su, being a collateral relative of the Su family, could afford to gossip freely, while Qin Cheng, an outsider, did not possess such privileges. Otherwise, he would find himself in trouble. You're getting on in years, and still so timid. Steward Su shook his head dismissively, then cast a knowing glance at Qin Cheng. But sometimes, even if you wish to avoid trouble, it may come seeking you. Qin Cheng's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean by that, Steward Su? Has news of my involvement with Su Li been discovered? Steward Su revealed a subtle smile and whispered a few days ago, I saw your disciple Jiang Han getting a bit too close to the steward of the second house. Qin Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then fell silent, bowing slightly to Steward Su. Thank you for the warning. It was a relief that the discovery did not pertain to Su Li. Yet the news from Steward Su left him feeling somewhat troubled. The second house of the Su family was also a legitimate line. The legitimate wife of the second master was from the Zhou family, one of the three prominent families. In recent times, the world had become increasingly unstable, with undercurrents swirling among the three great families of Qingshan City. The rivalry between the first and second houses could also be viewed as a conflict between the Wu and Zhou families. Initially, Qin Cheng believed that the struggles of these three families had little to do with him, a mere servant. However, he did not anticipate that he would become embroiled in this conflict. Jiang Han, that ungrateful wretch, dared to involve himself in the household's disputes behind his back. He had long suspected that he was a treacherous wolf. Qin Cheng's expression darkened. As a somewhat skilled accountant, he had taught many disciples over the years, and Jiang Han was one of his recent students. He had long discerned that Jiang Han was not a good character since entering the Su residence. The lad had harbored lofty ambitions and sought to ingratiate himself with those around him instead of diligently learning his craft. If he had the choice, Qin Cheng would have preferred not to take Jiang Han as a disciple. However, Such decisions were not his to make. Whom he took on as a student was determined by the household, and he had no authority to refuse. Of course, he would never impart all his true knowledge, for he understood well that teaching a disciple the means to outdo one's master was unwise. Thus, despite his age, Qin Cheng remained within the Su family, while others would have been expelled or assigned to other estates. It was rare for him to enjoy such comfort. Knowing that his disciple had caused him trouble left Qin Cheng in a foul mood throughout the morning. It was not until noon that he finally came to a realization. Never mind, a disciple grows beyond one's control. I shall focus on myself. Once he mastered the art and became a martial artist, his status and identity would greatly elevate, to the point where even the matron would not dare treat him lightly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Cheng's eyes. He recognized that overthinking was futile. The pressing matter was to diligently practice the Wu Qin Shi and become a martial artist in the refining skin realm. Even attaining the lowest level of a third-rate martial artist would significantly alter his status. As for Jiang Han, that treacherous wolf, he would eventually break his legs. With these thoughts settled, Qin Cheng devoted himself wholeheartedly to martial training. After finishing his work in the afternoon, he began to practice openly in the courtyard. "Oh, old Qin, are you practicing martial arts?" Steward Su exclaimed, astonished. The servants, witnessing the elderly Qin Cheng suddenly engaging in martial practice, were equally taken aback. And even the maids from the estate gathered to watch. "This is the Wu Qin Shi, taught by Dr. Fong from Jishitang. It promotes health and is quite suitable for someone of my age," Qin Cheng explained without reservation, smiling. "Wu Qin Shi? Such a leisurely exercise is of little use." Steward Su scoffed, though he was no longer surprised. However, if practiced regularly, it may indeed help one avoid illness and extend life by a few years. Wu Qin Shi was not a profound skill. Many elderly individuals practiced it, but very few could achieve any notable prowess. Yet, as a means to maintain health, it was indeed quite effective. "You are right, Steward Su. I merely wish to extend my life by a couple of years, to suffer less before I pass." Qin Cheng chuckled. Because so many elderly individuals practiced Wu Qin Shi, Qin Cheng was entirely unreserved and unafraid of being observed. Upon learning it was Wu Qin Shi, the curious servants quickly lost interest. They were well aware of the exercise's health benefits, but did not believe that Qin Cheng intended to become a martial artist through it. They assumed he was merely practicing for health's sake. Soon, the onlookers dispersed, but among the crowd, a youth with a sullen expression and cold eyes fixated on Qin Cheng. Gritting his teeth, "Old fool, if you wish to live 2 more years, how will I ascend if you do?" Chapter 5. The initial success of Wu Qin Shi and Su Li's despair half a month had swiftly passed. In his room, gazing into the mirror at the revitalized and evidently healthier version of himself, Qin Cheng could not help but smile. Truly, with innate talent, he had managed to achieve initial success in Wu Qin Shi in just half a month. In the past fortnight, Qin Cheng has made remarkable progress in his martial arts training. While an ordinary person might require 1 to 2 years to achieve minor proficiency in the Wu Qin Shi, Qin Cheng has accomplished this feat in merely half a month. Today, he finds himself not only significantly healthier than before, but also endowed with greatly increased strength. In a recent test, he effortlessly lifted a sack of rice weighing over 150 pounds with a single hand. Such strength would surely earn him a championship title in weightlifting on launching. Beyond mere physical prowess, his mental state, sensory perception, and bodily reaction speed have all seen substantial enhancement. Qin Cheng realizes that he is now far stronger than he was at his physical peak. Even when faced with several burly men, he can handle them with ease, which seems almost absurd. The martial arts of this world truly possess an extraordinary quality, he muses, marveling at how a mere minor accomplishment in a health-preserving technique enables a 70-year-old like him to effortlessly contend with several robust men. What kind of power would he wield if he were to attain full mastery? And what if he were to reach the stage of refining his skin, becoming a true martial artist? After this moment of joy, a somber expression crosses Qin Cheng's face. He contemplates his situation. Host, Qin Cheng. Remaining lifespan, 3 years. Skill, Wu Qin Yang Sheng Shi. Minor proficiency, 101000. To his astonishment, he discovers that he has only 3 years of lifespan left. This revelation dampens his spirits. This panel appeared only after he mastered the Wuqin Yang Shangxi, providing a glimpse into his current state. Initially, his lifespan was down to 1 year, but upon achieving minor proficiency in the Wuqin Yang Shangxi, increased by 2 years. Clearly, this health-preserving art has proven effective in promoting longevity. However, the reality of having only 3 years left fills Qin Cheng with dread. Having finally acquired the system, with a promising future ahead, he is reluctant to meet an untimely end. He must find a way to make better use of the system. He cannot help but think of the second young lady, Su Li, whom he has not seen for half a month. Initially, he felt a bit guilty about obtaining dubious system rewards from her, but now that he realizes his own lifespan is dwindling, those concerns have dissipated. With his life at stake, what moral dilemmas should he entertain? Casting his gaze outward, Qin Cheng begins to feel a sense of anticipation. After being scolded by the matriarch, Su Li has been confined, and thus he has not had another opportunity to acquire system rewards. As a servant, he lacks the freedom to venture outside, permitted only 1 or 2 excursions each month, further limiting his chances. However, today marks the end of Su Li's confinement, and it is likely she will return to practice her martial arts this evening. Qin Cheng ponders seizing this opportunity to be bolder. Sure enough, not long after, a familiar figure gracefully approaches. The slender and graceful silhouette is none other than Su Li. Yet, upon seeing her current appearance, Qin Cheng is taken aback. Her eyes are dull, her skin is pallid, and she exudes an aura of frailty. She seems like a different person compared to the Su Li of half a month ago. Has she become like Lin Mei? It appears she is suffering from severe depletion of vitality. During these days, Qin Cheng has not only focused on martial arts, but has also made significant strides in medicine, even surpassing his progress in martial training. He instantly recognizes that Su Li is exhibiting symptoms of overexertion in her training. Su Li's délicatesse revealed a faint, sorrowful smile. Forced by the matriarch, I have no choice but to disregard everything in order to become a martial artist. Qin Cheng finds himself at a loss for words of consolation. The second young lady is astute and gifted, ranking among the top of the Su family's second generation. She surely understands the principle of moderation. However, to suggest she cease her training, the outcome would be a marriage into the treacherous Wu family, leading to an even grimmer fate. With a flicker in his gaze, Qin Cheng takes a deep breath and resolves to act. Though it may seem somewhat underhanded, he understands that Su Li's predicament actually facilitates his acquisition of rewards. He has prepared extensively for this day, and now, seeing Su Li's condition, he realizes that his intentions to complete tasks are more likely to succeed. Second young lady, Qin Cheng addresses her, I possess a method of Tue Na that can invigorate the blood and dispel stagnation, which could aid in regulating your vitality. The Tue Na technique has been his most significant achievement in medicine over the past half-month. Thus his words are not mere deception. Is that true? A flicker of light returns to Su Li's dim eyes as she gazes at Qin Cheng, her despair momentarily dissipating, replaced with hope. Although she is the second young lady of the Su family, there are few within the household whom she can trust, and Qin Cheng is among them. So she has no reason to suspect ill intent. It should yield some effect, Qin Cheng affirms. His focus on the Tue Na technique primarily driven by his desire to explore the system. However, he realizes that the practice requires physical contact. Su Li pauses for a moment, a faint blush rising on her pale face as she recalls that Tue Na necessitates such interaction. Yet, she does not hesitate for long. Very well. Taking a deep breath, she suppresses her shyness, her eyes filled with determination. As long as she can become a martial artist as soon as possible, what does a little gender difference matter? Moreover, Qin Cheng is already over 70 years old enough to be her grandfather. Su Li is not inclined to be wary of him. If he were of a similar age, she might have thought twice. Then, please come to my room. Second young lady. Qin Cheng nods, his own heart racing with anticipation of what rewards may come from this endeavor. Su Li follows him into his room and lies back on a bamboo bed, facing away from him. I shall begin, second young lady. As Qin Cheng gazes at Su Li's flushed face, he feels a twinge of nervousness. After all, he is still a man, and seeing such a strikingly beautiful young woman lying before him is undeniably stimulating. In her embarrassment, Su Li buries her face even lower, her heart racing in the stillness of the room. Qin Cheng knows he cannot delay any longer, for it would only heighten the awkwardness. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he reaches out his hands. Chapter 6. Enlightenment of Tu Na, the bashful second young lady. Since the host expressed his feelings to the goddess of his affections, he has been free of concerns. Seizing the opportunity, while the goddess Su Li is vulnerable, he decisively extends a helping hand, planting a deeply memorable seed in her tender heart, which will eventually blossom into love. This action signifies a significant advancement on the path of the male deity, worthy of commendation. Reward acquired. Opportunity for chance guidance, X1. Additional reward. Enlightenment opportunity for Tu Na technique, X1. A surge of information suddenly floods Qin Cheng's mind. He is instantly exhilarated. His explorations have indeed borne fruit. He has discovered yet another method to acquire system rewards, filling him with immense joy. However, there is no time to examine the specifics of this newfound knowledge. Abruptly, Qin Cheng feels himself enveloped in a profound state of understanding, as a wealth of medicinal knowledge regarding Tu Na floods his consciousness. He realizes that his previous grasp of the technique was rather rudimentary, with ample room for improvement. Instinctively, he begins to experiment based on his newfound insights. However, lost in this moment of clarity, he forgets that his subject of experimentation is a living young woman. Su Li's face deepens in crimson. Initially, the embarrassment from Qin Cheng's Na had nearly overwhelmed her, but gradually, she begins to feel the vitality returning to her body, significantly improving her condition compared to before. Realizing the efficacy of Qin Cheng's massage techniques, she gradually suppressed her feelings of shame. In her determination to avoid marrying into the Wu family, she found herself unable to dwell on trivial concerns. However, just as Su Li's mood began to stabilize, she suddenly sensed a peculiar shift in Qin Cheng's massage. Her own vitality seemed to surge as a result of his techniques. To her delight, she discovered that, in this state, her strength began to manifest significant improvements, far surpassing her progress over the past half-month of training. Yet, amidst this advancement, she blurted out, "Qin Lao, please stop," her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing the girl's plea, Qin Cheng, lost in contemplation, was momentarily taken aback. As he emerged from his reverie, he noticed the flush on her neck, which added to the awkwardness of the situation. Qin Cheng felt a rush of embarrassment as he realized he may have overstepped a boundary. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the remarkable advancement of his massage skills. However, the recipient of such techniques might not necessarily withstand them. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Shao Jia, what do you think of my massage skills?" Yet, he was a man of considerable age, and his resilience to embarrassment had long since thickened. He feigned nonchalance, but the girl's cheeks betrayed her discomfort. As Qin Cheng finally ceased his ministrations, Su Li hurriedly propped herself up and, with a crimson face, murmured, "Qin Lao, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, she dashed out, disappearing from his sight in an instant. Perhaps I have gone a bit too far this time. Qin Cheng mused, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. He had not anticipated becoming so engrossed in contemplation that he inadvertently took advantage of the young girl. Yet he felt wronged, as it had not been his intention. Resolving to treat the incident as if it had never occurred, he soon shifted his focus elsewhere. With a thought, he turned his attention to his status panel. Skill, Tu Na, great accomplishment, 2301000. To his astonishment, a moment of enlightenment had elevated his massage technique to a level recognized by the system, achieving great accomplishment. This brought Qin Cheng immense joy. Even more thrilling was the realization of the technique's effects. A fully realized Tu Na could assist martial artists in stabilizing their realms, healing internal injuries, and even enhancing their strength. Such a skill was extraordinary. If word were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract numerous covetous eyes. Even the three great families would harbor greedy intentions to claim it for themselves. He pondered whether Su Li would keep this secret. Those martial factions would certainly seek to imprison Qin Cheng to exploit his talents. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing Su Li well enough to believe she was not the type to betray him. Unlike his disciple, who had proven to be ungrateful. In addition to the massage technique, there was another reward this time. Soon, Qin Cheng's thoughts shifted to the true reward he had received, the opportunity guided by fate. With a flicker of thought, a red dot appeared in his mind, indicating its location outside the Su residence. To his dismay, it seemed he would have to retrieve it himself. Finding himself somewhat speechless, he considered that this system reward had opened his eyes to new possibilities. As the day drew to a close, he realized he would not have the chance to retrieve it today and decided to seek an opportunity the following day. He resolved to take half a day off to venture out, for he was determined not to miss this fortuitous opportunity. The next morning, Qin Cheng rose early to request leave from the steward, Su. Before stepping out, he sought out his disciple, Jiang Han, to delegate tasks in his absence. "Master, your health regimen is indeed effective," Jiang Han remarked, feigning surprise while his heart sank. In just half a month, Qin Cheng seemed transformed, as if he had become an entirely different person. If this continued, he might indeed live for several more years. Damn it, if only time were on my side. I would have concocted a few potions for him, Jiang Han thought bitterly. Make some time to practice with me. Youth alone is not enough. Maintaining a healthy body is beneficial, Qin Cheng replied with a knowing smile, easily discerning the insincerity in Jiang Han's words. Yet, he had long since lost hope in this ungrateful disciple and chose not to engage further. Never mind, I lack the energy for that. Jiang Han replied with a hollow laugh. I must be on my way. With that, Qin Cheng departed without further ado. As he watched Qin Cheng's retreating figure, Jiang Han's gaze turned icy. He could not afford to delay any longer. The second steward had instructed him to secure that position promptly. Any further procrastination could lead to the loss of his opportunity. Without hesitation, Jiang Han set off in pursuit of Qin Cheng, a ruthless determination glinting in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Han disguised himself outside the Su residence, moving quickly while glancing around cautiously. He soon let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not strayed too far. Spotting Qin Cheng's leisurely silhouette in the distance, he stealthily drew a dagger from his pocket. With a cold glint in his eyes, Jiang Han thought, "Master, do not blame your disciple. If anyone is to be blamed, it is you for crossing my path." Chapter 7. Slaying the ungrateful wolf. Jiang Han silently followed behind Qin Cheng, keenly observing his surroundings. A crowded area would not be suitable for action, so he patiently awaited an opportunity in a more secluded location. To his delight, Qin Cheng soon turned into a dilapidated alleyway. Fortune smiles upon me, Jiang Han rejoiced, quickening his pace, gripping the dagger tightly. He was familiar with this old alley, knowing it was rarely frequented by anyone other than beggars. It was the ideal place to strike without being detected. As he watched Qin Cheng enter the alley, a savage expression overtook Jiang Han's face, and he unsheathed his dagger. Advancing swiftly, yet upon stepping into the alley, he was taken aback. Where is everyone? It's empty. Bewildered, he could not comprehend how Qin Cheng had seemingly vanished. Just then, a sudden pain shot through his lower back as a sharp object pierced him. Before he could utter a scream, his mouth was covered, and the artery in his neck was slashed. His body trembled, and the dagger slipped from his grasp as he was kicked away, tumbling to the ground. The ungrateful wolf had dared to betray his master. Qin Cheng's gaze was icy as he regarded the writhing Jiang Han on the ground. The dagger in his hand was stained with blood, gleaming coldly. Jiang Han, in his final moments of desperation, managed to turn over and met the cold, unyielding stare of his master. His eyes filled with disbelief, then morphed into terror and pleading, hoping for mercy based on their years of master-disciple bond. Yet, Qin Cheng remained indifferent, unmoving. Ultimately, Jiang Han's eyes filled with despair and resentment as he ceased his struggles, departing this world with unclosed eyes. Observing the lifeless body before him, Qin Cheng chuckled coldly. After achieving a certain level of mastery in his health regimen, not only had he grown strong physically, but his senses had also sharpened significantly. He had lured Jiang Han to this secluded and opportune location to dispose of the body without a trace. Yes, to destroy the evidence. Upon realizing that this treacherous wolf intended to eliminate him, Qin Cheng's feelings of camaraderie towards Jiang Han, which had always been tenuous, dissipated entirely. If Jiang Han sought to ascend by his demise, he should be prepared for his own downfall. Given Qin Cheng's capabilities, evading this assassination without bloodshed would be quite feasible. However, what would follow? With Jiang Han's duplicitous nature, he would undoubtedly retaliate with even greater ferocity. Naturally, Qin Cheng could not afford to harbor such a perilous threat. Moreover, consistent with his character, he had never believed in repaying malice with kindness. In Qin Cheng's heart, notions of hierarchy were non-existent. As a citizen of Lanqing, the principle of equality among all beings was ingrained in his very essence. Anyone who wished him harm must be ready to face the consequences. Witnessing Jiang Han's final breath, Qin Cheng stepped forward, effortlessly lifting Jiang Han's lifeless body, and proceeded onward. Before long, he arrived at an ancient, cobble-laden house. Familiar with the surroundings, he approached a dry well, removed the stone cover, and discarded Jiang Han's corpse within. He then replaced the well cover. Having lived in Qingshan City for 70 years, Qin Cheng was well acquainted with its geography. Finding a secluded spot to dispose of a body was a trivial task. Subsequently, he cleaned up the bloodstains and erased his footprints. Once everything was in order, Qin Cheng set off towards the direction indicated by his fortune. "Boss, how much for this book?" Qin Cheng inquired at an old bookstall, lifting a weathered volume. 21, replied the bookshop owner casually. Qin Cheng's expression shifted to one of urgency, and he hastily opened the old book. The fortune indicated by the system pointed directly to this very tome. Outside, he had dared not search for opportunities within its pages, but now, in the sanctuary of his residence, he felt emboldened to explore. After a brief perusal, he initially found nothing of note, merely an ordinary scholar's notes. However, soon he noticed something unusual about the cover, and, upon tearing it open, was pleasantly surprised to discover a hidden treasure within. The Shuaguang knife manual turned out to be an exceptional technique. Qin Cheng felt a surge of excitement. Having already practiced the 5 animals play, he was on the verge of attaining the 3rd-tier martial artist level. Yet, mastery of a technique without a means of protection rendered him merely the weakest among the 3rd tier. However, with this knife technique in hand, the threat he posed to his adversaries would multiply manifold. This exceptional knife technique could transform his combat capabilities. Nevertheless, he understood that now was not the time for practice. He would wait until he achieved the 3rd tier before delving into the intricacies of the knife art. Qin Cheng was not in a hurry. He needed to exercise caution while practicing the 5 animals play, fearful of overexerting his aging body. At 70, he was no longer a young man. As for the origins of this knife technique and why it was concealed within an old book, he had no inclination to ponder. In this world, advanced martial arts were monopolized by powerful families. As an elderly man, he was merely grateful for the rare opportunity to learn such profound skills. "There's no rush. Following my training pace, I will become a 3rd-tier martial artist in no more than 2 months. At that point, I can practice further." Qin Cheng's spirit soared. With a new technique at his disposal, his martial journey seemed to be on a path of prosperity. In that moment, he felt an invigorating hope for the future, wishing to indulge in a drink at Chunmanlu. Once he became a martial artist, even the lowest 3rd tier, he would be regarded as someone of significance in Qingshan City. The Su family would likely offer him favorable treatment, returning his indenture and freeing him from servitude. The mere thought of that day filled Qin Cheng with eager anticipation. Feeling invigorated, he stepped outside and began practicing the 5 animals play. Lost in his training, he remained unaware of the figures passing by in the distance. "Sister Xiao, I have conveyed your instructions. Our Su family will ensure full cooperation with the sect." A young man of noble bearing spoke obsequiously to the woman in white beside him. She was a breathtaking beauty, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, and skin as smooth as jade, adorned in a flowing white dress. Her exquisite appearance, combined with an aura of icy elegance, made her seem like a celestial being descended from the moon palace. Sister Xiao remained indifferent to the young man's flattery, her expression unchanging, as if she had not heard his words at all. Her clear gaze inadvertently fell upon the aged figure not far away, raising an eyebrow. "Su Xingjia, your servant practices the 5 animals play quite adeptly." Chapter 8. The Attention of the Elite Beauty. The Grandmaster Sister of Qishao Sword Sect. post momentarily. The five animals play? Does someone in his household practice this art? He instinctively glanced over, frowning. Who is this old man? However, he quickly shrugged off his curiosity, delighted that someone in the estate had finally captured Sister Zhao's interest. He had been struggling with how to curry favor with her, and this was a rare opportunity. With a broad smile, he commanded the chief steward beside him, "Go, bring that person over." "Yes, young master," the steward replied, eager to comply. "There's no need," Sister Zhao replied coolly. "I merely mentioned it in passing." "Su Shidi, please take me to see your ancestor. Matters concerning the sect are of utmost importance." "Of course, sister. Please follow me." Su Xingzhe chuckled awkwardly, signaling the steward with a glance, saying, "Reward him. Let that person practice well." Though Sister Zhao had only shown a fleeting interest in the servant, he was pleased to offer a token of appreciation. "Although you are merely a novice male deity, your charm has begun to radiate effortlessly, and exceptional individuals will always recognize your merits. You have attracted the attention of a mysterious elite beauty. This young lady will serve as a turning point in your journey as a male deity." Reward acquired. 30 minutes of enlightenment time. Startled by the sudden system notification, Qin Cheng's movements halted abruptly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. What on earth is this? Another opportunity to trigger a system reward? And a direct reward at that? This was indeed a delightful surprise. Just as he was trying to comprehend the situation, a voice laden with envy echoed from behind him. "Qin Cheng, you truly have stumbled upon a stroke of luck." Without a moment's thought, Qin Cheng turned around, instinctively displaying a fawning smile. "What are you saying, Chief Steward?" Chief Steward Su Dehai, the highest authority beneath the master, was responsible for managing all the servants. Despite being just a steward, his influence far surpassed that of most collateral branches of the Su family. "You old rascal. It seems your practice of the five animals play has indeed garnered the eye of the Grandmaster Sister of Qishao Sword Sect," he said, his tone rife with envy and jealousy. Not long ago, news of Qin Cheng practicing the five animals play had spread throughout the Su family, with many servants regarding it as a joke. At his age, they scoffed at the idea of wasting time on such frivolities. Who would have thought that he could attract the attention of such an esteemed figure through this practice? Although it was merely a casual remark, the words of a prominent individual could dramatically alter the fate of someone less significant. In an instant, Su Dehai felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he too might have taken up this five animals play. If he had been the one praised today, he felt his standing within the Su family would have greatly increased. Regrettably, this opportunity was squandered by my own actions. The elder sister of the Ch11 OG-NZ-ing. QNCH-ing was taken aback. The Ch11 OG-NZ-ing is the dominant power in QNGSHN City, a paramount force in YNGZHU, with innate experts overseeing it. Within the entire Qian dynasty, the Ch11 OG-NZ-ing stands as a foremost entity, capable of influencing the very succession of dynasties. The status and position of an elder sister from such a sect are beyond imagination. It is not only QNCH-ing. Even the combined families of the three great clans in QNGSHN City would find themselves dwarfed by her significance. How could such a distinguished figure appear in the S family? Simultaneously, QNCH-ing realized that, if his assumptions were correct, the individual who had recently bestowed rewards upon him was likely this elder sister. Despite sensing that she might not be far away, QNCH-ing dared not lift his gaze. Such an eminent personage, even the S family would not dare to offend. He could not afford to deliberately look at her, lest he commit a faux pas. The third young master was troubled about how to cultivate a relationship with Lord Xiao, not expecting that this esteemed individual would commend his WQNX, indicating that he performed admirably and brought some honor to the S family. SDHI, while speaking, went to the treasury to retrieve 10 taels of silver. The third young master instructed him to practice diligently, assuring that there would be rewards for improvement. "Thank you, third young master. Thank you, Chief Steward. This is a small token of my appreciation." QNCH-ing's smile immediately brightened as he hastily produced some loose silver, discreetly slipping it into SDHI's hand. Although he was still unclear about the situation, he consistently held a poor impression of the third young master, SSH-ing, who was known for his debauchery. However, a person who is willing to give money is certainly a good person. 10 taels of silver equates to 3 months' allowance for Qin Cheng, and given his recent expenditures on martial arts training, it was a timely supplement. He was indeed in need of funds. Despite maintaining a cheerful facade, Qin felt a chill in his heart. The attention from that elder sister likely stemmed from her discovery of his modest proficiency in WQNX. An elder sister from the Ch11 OG Nzing, a sect of innate lineage, is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. It is hardly surprising that she could discern Qin capabilities. Although this elder sister could grant him rewards, Qin was in no position to associate with her. The disparity was simply too vast. Engaging with such a distinguished personage could yield minimal benefits, but the potential risks were considerably greater. My frail physique cannot withstand any turbulence. Ultimately, I remained too weak. Qin inhaled deeply, feeling the frustration of being too feeble to seize opportunities even when they present themselves. This realization further fueled his desire to ascend beyond the third tier as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Xiao was in discussion with the ancestral elder of the S family, and Shng lacked the qualifications to overhear. Once he emerged, he hastily sought out his biological mother, the First Lady, WSH, with an anxious expression. "Mother, could you speak to my third uncle about giving me that YNQDN sooner, so I may advance to the third tier? Only by becoming a warrior can I attain a higher status in the sect and secure greater benefits from this mission." Shng understood the significance of this sect mission. Even a slight involvement could present him with a pivotal opportunity. Unfortunately, his current strength was too weak and his status within the sect was low. However, once he became a warrior, his standing would change dramatically, allowing him to partake in the distribution of benefits. Thus, he had to become a third-tier warrior as swiftly as possible. If there's blame, it lies with that little wretch who adamantly refuses to marry. "What good is your urging?" The First Lady scoffed. "Your third uncle said that he would only provide you with the elixir once SL marries him. Otherwise, do not even think about it. The YNQDN is incredibly precious, a resource that can transform ordinary individuals into warriors. Even your third uncle would not casually part with it." Why must the second sister be so obstinate? Hearing that the issue lay with Shng's expression soured. As the legitimate son of the S family, his future was tied to the entire clan's fate. How could a mere illegitimate daughter not consider his position? "I will speak with father. Marrying your third uncle is not a bad thing. The second sister, being an illegitimate daughter, will be elevating herself by marrying him. What is there to refuse? It indeed requires your father's intervention. Parental orders and matchmaker's words are paramount. What right does she, as an illegitimate daughter, have to oppose the family's arrangements?" A cold glimmer flashed in the First Lady's eyes. Chapter 9. The Power of Enlightenment and Comprehending the Blade Intent. Gaining the attention of such a significant figure undoubtedly unsettled Qin, who resolved to maintain a respectful distance. However, he need not worry about the rewards bestowed by the system. They should be utilized as needed. How should he allocate 30 minutes of enlightenment time? A glimmer sparked in Qin's eyes as he pondered. Currently, he had limited abilities upon which to apply the enlightenment time, WQNX, and medical skills. However, investing enlightenment time in these two areas felt somewhat wasteful, as he already possessed innate roots that allowed for a relatively swift cultivation of WQNX, complemented by his medical heart in the healing arts. Utilizing precious enlightenment time on these skills would only serve to embellish his existing capabilities. Instead, he decided to apply it to the blade techniques. Soon, Qin identified the most suitable application for this reward, the Oguing Diop he had recently acquired. The contents of this blade technique were profoundly intricate, enigmatic, and far from simple. Recognizing the challenges of mastering this blade technique, Qin had initially intended to wait until he became a warrior to dedicate time to practice. However, with the opportunity for enlightenment time, he could begin his training in swordsmanship ahead of schedule. The blade technique serves as a guardian of the path. Once perfected, Qin's lethality would see significant enhancement. Realizing the merit of this plan, Qin decisively retrieved the Shoguing Diop and directly utilized the system's reward. In an instant, the previously unfathomable contents of the blade technique became exceedingly simple in his mind. The Shoguing Diop consists of 3 layers. The first layer focuses on delivering a lethal strike, concentrating all one's strength into a single blow, which then unleashes a precise and ruthless attack capable of maximizing a warrior's destructive potential. The first layer alone is exceptionally advanced, undoubtedly representing a premier blade technique. Yet, this is merely the first layer. The second layer delves into the concept of cultivating blade momentum, utilizing this momentum against foes upon executing a strike. The enemy would be ensnared by the blade's force, rendered immobile, and left vulnerable to be slaughtered. The third layer, in Qin Cheng's view, transcended the realm of martial arts, enabling the practitioner to cultivate an essence known as blade intent. This blade intent can sever flesh and spirit alike. Those who master it can inflict dimensional strikes on those who have not attained it, slaying their souls from a distance. Upon first encountering this content, Qin Cheng thought it to be an exaggeration. How could martial prowess reach such heights? Perhaps in the realm of cultivation, that would be more plausible. However, once he employed the Enlightenment time, Qin Cheng swiftly grasped the 3 layers of the Shoguing Diop. To his astonishment, the claims of severing flesh and spirit were indeed true. As the 30 minutes concluded, Qin Cheng gradually opened his eyes. After a moment, he reopened them to reveal an aura emanating from him that was both captivating and intimidating. The rewards of enlightenment surpassed Qin Cheng's expectations. Previously ignorant of blade techniques, he now possessed an understanding that reached an unparalleled zenith, returning to the essence of martial arts. Regarding blade techniques, he could even be deemed a master. Blade intent requires a robust foundation to manifest. Once unleashed, if the body and spirit cannot withstand it, it may result in severe backlash. Such a concept is beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. It is likely that only second-tier and first-tier warriors, or even innate warriors, could grasp it. Qin Cheng narrowed his eyes, now more convinced than ever of the extraordinary nature of the Shoguing Diop he had acquired. He felt that if he wielded a blade now, even when confronting a true warrior, he might still triumph over strength with weakness, achieving the remarkable feat of slaying foes of higher rank. This confidence stemmed from his mastery of swordsmanship. However, the notion of striking beyond his means was perhaps best left to the fervent protagonists of tales. As a 70-year-old man, he had long since shed his youthful fervor. Stability outweighed all else for him. Crushing adversaries through sheer mastery of skill was the future he ought to pursue. With that thought, Qin Cheng shook his head, casting aside such impractical musings. After 70 years of life, he had only just unlocked his potential. He was not about to engage in reckless gambles akin to those of impetuous heroes. Qin Cheng greatly valued his own life. To him, prudence was paramount. In the face of peril, his approach was to maintain a respectful distance. Nothing could be deemed more important than his own existence. Having perfected the art of self-preservation, his next step was to become a proper warrior, primarily to extend his lifespan. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to devote all his thoughts to martial training. However, the winds of fate were unrelenting. Just a few days later, a troublesome figure sought him out. Qin Cheng, where has Jiang Han gone? A portly middle-aged man blocked his path, his expression menacing. Upon seeing the visitor, Qin Cheng's heart sank, yet he feigned helplessness, replying, "Second steward." How would I know Jiang Han's whereabouts? The man was Chun Xiangyang, the second steward. Qin Cheng had learned from the accountant, Su Guanshi, that this individual was entangled with Jiang Han. 2 days prior, Qin Cheng had reported Jiang Han's disappearance to Su Guanshi, as Jiang Han was his disciple, and it was his duty as a master to inform of such sudden vanishments. Aware of the Su family's treatment of their subordinates, Qin Cheng had dared to eliminate Jiang Han without a hint of worry about the consequences. In ancient society, a few deaths were mere trifles, especially for powerful families. To those in a household, servants were hardly regarded as human. Their worth was often less than that of livestock. He had assumed this matter was settled, only to be confronted by the second steward. "Humph, you claim ignorance?" Qin Xiangyang's icy gaze pierced Qin Cheng, his countenance darkening. Old man, did you cause Jiang Han's misfortune? Second steward, how can you slander me? Qin Cheng's expression turned sour. After all, Jiang Han was his disciple. Why would I wish him harm? Moreover, do you possess any evidence? He outwardly feigned fear, yet within, he remained remarkably composed. Without evidence, even the steward could do little to him. Furthermore, should Qin Cheng be pushed to his limits, what could the steward's authority possibly matter? However, Qin Cheng preferred to avoid conflict for the time being. After all, he was aged and frail, and could not afford to be embroiled in turmoil. In Qin Xiangyang's eyes, Jiang Han's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to this old man. Just as he was about to press Qin Cheng further, he caught sight of Su Guanshi's figure approaching. The accountant was a man of the master's favor. Instantly, Qin Xiangyang retracted his hostility, casting a deep glance at Qin Cheng. Old man, I underestimated you. Very well. With that, he turned and departed. Once a distance away, Qin Xiangyang's fury could no longer be concealed. You dog! Qin Cheng, how dare you thwart my plans? Elevating Jiang Han was a significant task entrusted to him by his master. Now, with Jiang Han missing, Qin Xiangyang understood he was in a precarious position. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qin Cheng, whom he considered a meddlesome old fool. After suffering such a great loss, how could he remain patient? Ding Qingkai, come here. Yes, master, what is your command? A burly servant promptly approached, wearing a sycophantic grin. There's an old dog who dares to be sharp-tongued in my presence. What should we do about him? Qin Xiangyang spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Ding Qingcai's grin vanished, replaced by a vicious expression. Rest assured, master, I will go and break that old dog's legs immediately. Excellent. Qin Xiangyang sneered. You've always wanted to study martial arts, haven't you? If you accomplish this, I shall recommend you to train under the guards. Thank you, master. Ding Qingcai exclaimed joyfully, quickly kneeling in gratitude. Chapter 10. An alternate method of reward. Seeking fortune and avoiding disaster. Old Qin, how is it that you seem to grow younger with age? One servant remarked. I must say, it appears that old Qin is destined to become a longevity star. Is the 5 animals play truly that miraculous? At noon, the servants gathered in the courtyard for a meal. Surrounding Qin Cheng, a gaggle of servants exchanged compliments with him. The health-preserving exercises had indeed proven somewhat beneficial. Qin Cheng chuckled, casually responding to those around him. He was acutely aware that his spirit had undergone a significant transformation in recent days. Yet, he was far from youthful. These praises arose from Jiang Han's disappearance, which had opened up a position for an apprentice in the accountant's office. A servant in the accountant's employ held a far superior status compared to others, engaging in less taxing intellectual work, unlike the grueling labor faced by other servants in the Su household. Who would not wish to become the next Jiang Han, the next disciple of Qin Cheng? However, these individuals were mistaken. The selection of disciples was not within Qin Cheng's purview. It depended on the master's arrangements. More importantly, he realized that soon he would become a warrior, at which point he would have no inclination to take on apprentices. Once I become a warrior, I shall buy my freedom. Qin Cheng had long contemplated this. He had signed a living contract with the Su family, allowing for redemption upon the completion of his term. Contracts were categorized into living contracts, which could be redeemed, and dead contracts, which bound one's life to the Su family without the possibility of redemption. Previously, remaining unreleased meant that as an ordinary person, venturing outside would only lead to a more dire fate. The authorities exploited the populace, while gangs extorted protection money. Common folk suffered far more than the Su family servants. Yet, once he became a warrior, Qin Cheng would no longer need to concern himself with such troubles. He had grown weary of the life of servitude and had never intended to remain a servant for eternity. Just as Qin Cheng was managing those around him while enjoying his meal, he suddenly noticed that the murmurs surrounding him had abruptly ceased. A quick glance revealed several fierce-looking servants approaching with an ominous air. At the forefront stood a burly man, glaring at him. Qin Cheng recognized him at once. Ding Qingcai, the steward's lackey, was coming for him. Old dog Qin, come here. Ding Qingcai shouted, his tone hostile. Upon witnessing this scene, the servants around Qin Cheng hurriedly dispersed. Their gazes shifted to him, now filled with sympathy. Ding Qingcai was the second steward's vicious dog. Whenever the steward dealt with someone, It was Ding Changkai who carried out the deed. Realizing that Ding Changkai had come to trouble Qin Cheng, the onlookers understood this was the steward's intent. In an instant, the voices that had earlier praised Qin Cheng fell silent, and none dared intervene, fearing they would draw danger upon themselves. Ding Changkai, mind your tongue. Do you not know the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Qin Cheng chuckled, though he had anticipated Chen Xiangyang might retaliate. He did not expect it to come so swiftly. You old fool, your tongue is quite sharp. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, indeed. Ding Changkai was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Qin Cheng to remain so composed in the face of his aggression. Yet, his expression quickly morphed into one of malice. The second steward had promised him that should he break Qin Cheng's legs, he would recommend him for martial training. He understood that no matter how well he served as a lackey, he would always be a servant. Only by learning martial arts and becoming a warrior could he truly rise above. Such an opportunity was one Ding Changkai was determined not to miss. Respect your elders, you say. With a furious curse, Ding Changkai lunged toward Qin Cheng, raising his foot to deliver a vicious kick. You seek death. Qin Cheng narrowed his eyes. Having achieved a modest proficiency in Wakingsi, Qin Cheng felt that Ding Changkai's movements were exceedingly sluggish. The latecomer triumphs. With a resounding thud, Ding Changkai crashed to the ground, tumbling like a rolling gourd. His eyes rolled back, and he ultimately lost consciousness. In an instant, the entire audience was stupefied. Ding Changkai's companions looked on in terror at Qin Cheng, unable to fathom how this elderly man had suddenly become so formidable. Even the towering and robust Ding Changkai had been knocked out with a single kick. The sycophants, who thrived on bullying the weak and fearing the strong, dare not make a move. The onlookers who had been avoiding the fray were equally astonished. Goodness, how had Qin Lao become so powerful? Had Wakingsi indeed honed his skills? Qin Lao, have you become a martial arts master? The servants gazed at Qin Cheng with fervent admiration, their demeanor now more obsequious than ever. They too had previously sought to avoid trouble. Ha! Everyone guessed correctly. I do possess some talent in Wakingsi. Qin Cheng chuckled. Even the eldest disciple of the Qishao sword sect praised my practice, and a third young master rewarded me for it. A seasoned Qin Cheng did not hold the earlier cowardice of these individuals against them. In this world, servants lived with trepidation daily. Not harming others was commendable, and standing up for others was beyond their station. Blaming them would yield no benefit, only sow resentment. Thus, Qin Cheng intentionally laughed it off, alleviating the awkwardness, and took this opportunity to mention his reward. With the steely vengeance of a second steward, Chen Xiangyang, Qin Cheng realized that to maintain some semblance of peace before becoming a martial artist, he must assert himself to intimidate his adversaries. What? The eldest disciple of the Qishao sword sect praised Qin Lao? Is that true? My goodness, Qin Lao is not one to boast. He certainly cannot be deceiving us. Upon hearing Qin Cheng's words, the surrounding servants were even more astonished. The eldest disciple of the Qishao sword sect was, to them, an unattainable figure. For such a person to commend Qin Cheng was a clear indicator that Qin Lao might indeed possess martial talent. In that moment, the crowd's gaze towards Qin Cheng transformed from mere flattery to genuine respect. Who could have imagined that someone of Qin Cheng's age would still harbor the potential for martial arts? The expressions of Ding Changkai's sycophants changed drastically upon hearing this news. This was no trivial matter. They needed to inform the second steward immediately. In a flurry, they lifted Ding Changkai and hastily departed. Chen Xiangyang, Ding Changkai. I shall remember this. Qin Cheng narrowed his eyes. While he feigned submission and refrained from overstepping, this incident would not simply fade away. Chen Xiangyang's actions were clearly aimed at his life. This grudge would inevitably be repaid, though not at this moment. Just then, a notification chimed, revealing that the path to becoming an idol was not solely about winning the hearts of the opposite sex, but also about shining brightly among one's peers, surpassing all rivals, and gaining renown to secure preferential choices in companionship. By vanquishing a notorious bully in plain sight, your good name shall be sung by those around you. Achievement unlocked. Initial fame 1. Reward obtained. Fortune-turning opportunity 1. Chapter 11. Displaying power and asserting authority. Is this truly a way to earn rewards? Qin Cheng was taken aback. His previous explorations of a system had led him to believe that the idol system could only accrue favor from the designated beauties. To discover that he could receive rewards even in the absence of a system target was unexpected. Indeed, an idol is not merely a charming rogue who can attract women. An idol embodies versatility, beauty, physique, ability, and fame, standing at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy among peers. Such a man is worthy of the title of idol. Therefore, gaining notoriety and receiving system rewards is not a peculiar occurrence. Qin Cheng recognized that his latest reward stemmed from publicly confronting the bully Ding Chengkai. The key was that it took place in full view of the crowd, allowing Qin Cheng's reputation to spread. Had no one witnessed it, even if he had eliminated Ding Chengkai, no reward would have followed. After all, he had previously slain Jiang Han without receiving any acknowledgement. Realizing this new avenue of rewards filled Qin Cheng with excitement. However, he did not intend to exploit this method for rewards just yet. Let us not forget that he was a servant, and a 70-year-old one at that. Given his status, relying on fame to gain rewards was a perilous endeavor. This channel would be best considered once he became a martial artist. After the initial thrill wore off, Qin Cheng did not overlook his reward. The fortune-turning opportunity was a valuable asset. His eyes brightened at the thought. This opportunity could not be activated at will. It would automatically engage when Qin Cheng faced peril, providing him with various options to evade danger. With a stroke of luck, he might not only avoid crisis, but also turn misfortune into fortune, leading to unexpected opportunities. This chance to avert calamity could prove life-saving at critical moments. Qin Cheng was exceedingly pleased with this reward and hoped for more such occurrences. As anticipated, when Qin Cheng recounted the praise he received from the eldest disciple of the Qishao sword sect in front of numerous servants, gossip quickly spread among them, eventually reaching the entirety of the Su residence. This old dog truly mastered Wukingxi and attracted the attention of a significant figure. Upon hearing this news, Chen Xiangyang's heart dropped, and he was thoroughly alarmed. The Qishao sword sect was a colossal entity that a mere second steward of the Su residence could not afford to offend. Such powerful figures demanded careful flattery, even from his master, let alone from him. Consequently, Chen Xiangyang abandoned any thoughts of revenge against Qin Cheng, forcing himself to suppress his fury. He even instructed Ding Chengkai to lay low for the time being. "Godfather, are we just going to let this slide?" Ding Chengcai's expression darkened. He had been humiliated in front of everyone, a disgrace that tarnished his reputation, turning him into a laughingstock within the Su residence. Given his previously arrogant nature, how could he endure such a profound humiliation? Patience. How long can a significant figure remain interested in this old dog? Eventually, they would depart, and there would be ample time to deal with Qin Cheng later. Chen Xiangyang's face grew cold. If Ding Chengkai could not tolerate this significant loss, Chen Xiangyang could endure it even less. He was the steward, overseeing hundreds of servants within the Su residence. A mere aging servant dared to show him disrespect. That was an affront too great to bear. If he did not eliminate Qin Cheng as an example, how would he command the respect of the hundreds of servants under his authority? Godfather is right. Once that significant figure leaves, I will make it my mission to eliminate that old fool, Qin Cheng. Ding Chengkai gritted his teeth, forced to bide his time. "Qin Lao, I hear you have mastered Wukingxi?" Several days later, one night, Su Li stealthily sought out Qin Cheng once more, her lovely face radiant with joy. Clearly, Qin Cheng's recent prominence had reached even her, the awkward second young mistress. Hearing that Qin Cheng had begun exercising, Su Li was in high spirits. She had long vowed to support Qin Cheng in his old age and naturally hoped for his longevity. It seems that his practice has indeed yielded progress. Qin Cheng observed Su Li, sensing her bright eyes and vigorous aura. Her movements carried an air of vitality and grace. The condition of depleting vital energy had seemingly vanished, replaced by remarkable progress. "Second miss, are you on the verge of becoming a martial artist?" Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled with realization. If Su Li were to become a martial artist, even if the head of the Su family disregarded her, it would be improbable for her to be easily betrothed to Wu Lao San. In such a scenario, Qin Cheng could finally redeem himself and leave the Su family without worry. Indeed, he owed much of her rapid advancement to the expertise of old Qin that night, as well as the therapeutic techniques he had previously provided her. The mention of this made Su Li recall the awkwardness of that evening, filling her with a sense of embarrassment. However, she quickly regained her composure and, with a blush adorning her delicate features, looked up at Qin Cheng and said, "Old Qin, could you assist me once more? I have a premonition that with 1 or 2 more sessions of that therapeutic treatment, I will surely have the confidence to cultivate the copper skin and become a third-rate martial artist, determined to escape the fate of being married into a den of darkness." Su Li cast aside her concerns regarding propriety between men and women. She resolutely declared, "Once I become a martial artist, I will certainly repay you, old Qin." At that moment, a hint of shame crossed her countenance. Yet, Su Li found herself in a predicament. Under the oppression of the First Lady, her resources were scarce, and all her funds were devoted to training in martial arts, rendering her poorer than Qin Cheng, a mere servant. Thus, even if she wished to express her gratitude, she had little to offer. She silently resolved to repay Qin Cheng once she ascended in status as a martial artist. Su Li was not one to forget kindness. She was acutely aware of those who treated her well. "Second miss, there is no need for such formality. It is but a trifling matter," Qin Cheng chuckled. Her request aligned perfectly with his intentions. Not only did Qin Cheng wish for Su Li to escape her dire circumstances, but he also sought the opportunity for further rewards. With that, Su Li, suppressing her embarrassment, once again entered Qin Cheng's chamber. After the treatment, she felt flushed and weak, nearly unable to rise. Despite her profound embarrassment, Su Li was delighted to discover that her vital energy had significantly increased once more. At this rate, she would soon become a martial artist. Old Qin was truly impressive. His therapeutic techniques were nothing short of miraculous. Amidst her surprise, Su Li felt a deep sense of gratitude and admiration for Qin Cheng's skills. She was not naive. The ability to facilitate such remarkable progress in martial arts through therapeutic techniques was unprecedented. If other martial artists were to learn of this, they would surely be envious. From Su Li's perspective, it was clear that Qin Cheng did not wish to expose his expertise in therapeutic techniques to the world. Otherwise, his status within the Su family would undoubtedly elevate. His decision to confide such a significant secret to her indicated that he held her in special regard. In that moment, Su Li's heart swelled with emotion, and she vowed to protect old Qin fiercely once she became a martial artist, ensuring that no one would dare to bully him. Chapter 12. New Rewards, Celestial Fortuity. Your selfless dedication has once again touched your goddess Su Li, leading her to develop a protective instinct towards you. The goddess secretly vows to become your shield, alleviating all your worries henceforth. Reward obtained. Talent. Mild domestication. Your affinity with small animals has increased, making it easier to train them. The talent for animal domestication is a remarkable boon. Qin Cheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had heard tales of certain sects within the martial world skilled in the art of taming beasts, utilizing them for assassination and intelligence gathering. A proficient beast tamer could instill fear and disdain among countless martial artists. Though Qin Cheng's talent was limited to small animals, their inconspicuous nature rendered them safe and unassuming. If utilized wisely, small animals could serve as invaluable allies in gathering intelligence, scouting dangers, or even executing covert missions. Consequently, Qin Cheng's days became increasingly hectic. In addition to practicing martial arts and medicine, he now pursued the art of animal domestication. Fortunately, having trained in martial arts, his health surpassed that of many young men in their prime. Otherwise, he would have struggled under the weight of so many responsibilities. Meanwhile, Su Li immersed herself in her training, resolutely striving to break through to the level of a martial artist. However, beneath the surface of the Su residence, dark currents were stirring. Useless. Did I not instruct you to place our people within the accounts department? You cannot even manage this simple task. In the second house, a stern-faced man with piercing eyes slammed his teacup onto the floor, berating the kneeling Chen Xiangyang. My lord, that old fellow Qin Cheng has garnered the favor of the senior sister from the Qi Shao sword sect. I dare not act rashly, Chen Xiangyang hastily explained. Trembling on the ground, the stern man, Su Yuankai, the master of the second house, scoffed. An old coot like him winning the favor of a senior sister from the Qishao sword sect? Do you truly believe such nonsense? Have you lost your wits? Su Yuankai's expression dripped with disdain. I have heard the same rumors, that esteemed figure from the Qishao sword sect merely praised that old fool. How could such a person hold any significance? He would have long been forgotten. Only someone as timid as you would hesitate in fear. You speak wisely, my lord. Qin Cheng replied, not daring to contradict him. Yet his heart soared with joy, for he realized that he no longer needed to fear that esteemed figure and could finally seek revenge against Qin Cheng without restraint. Nevertheless, Qin Xiangyang remained cautious and glanced carefully at Su Yuankai. My lord, while Qin Cheng is easy to deal with, even if we bring him down, the first house may not allow our people to intrude upon the accounts department. Qin Xiangyang had never regarded Qin Cheng as a significant threat. He understood that the true obstacle to the second house's ambitions lay with the first house. Unless the issues with the first house were resolved, eliminating Qin Cheng would only result in the emergence of another contender like Li Cheng or Fang Cheng. The accounts department was the heart of financial control. Even the slightest manipulation of the accounts could yield a substantial fortune, making it an area the first house would never relinquish to the second house. At last, you've shown some intelligence, Su Yuankai remarked coldly, fully aware of the intricacies involved. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. Previously, it would have been a challenge for us to intervene in the accounts department. However, a rare opportunity has now presented itself. Su Xingjia, that useless wretch, has been trying to marry off Su Li to Wu Lao San in exchange for a qi-nourishing pill. My elder brother has been hesitating. Tell me, if I were to assist Su Xingjia, would the First Lady agree to let us intervene in the accounts department? Qin Xiangyang's eyes brightened with realization. The First Lady values the third young master above all. If you're willing to assist, she would certainly acquiesce. However, concern creased Qin Xiangyang's brow as he continued. But should the third young master become a martial artist, might that not impact our standing within the second house? He was apprehensive about nurturing a potential threat. Requiring a pill just to become a third-rate martial artist? Such a waste. Even if he were to join the Qishao sword sect, his future would be bleak. Su Yuankai dismissed scornfully. As a second-rate martial artist himself, he understood well that those who relied on pills were often ineffectual, able only to bully the average person. Regardless of how formidable the faction they joined, such incompetence was of little use. Clutching the ring on his hand, Su Yuankai's eyes glinted with determination. It's settled then. You go speak with Su Dahai. The second house must have a foothold in the accounts department. At once, Qin Xiangyang replied eagerly. Will the second uncle truly persuade my father? In the first house, Su Xingjia was taken aback by the news the steward relayed, questioning if he had misheard. His second uncle, when did he become so benevolent as to assist his nephew? It seems like the sun has risen from the west. Young master, the second elder has also stipulated a condition. We must replace Qin Cheng in the accounting room with one of their own. Su Dahai cast a conflicted glance at Su Xingjia and the madam beside him. The accounting room manages the finances, a crucial area. Placing the second elder's person there would mean conceding a portion of the first house's interests. As the steward of the first house, it is only natural to feel a bit reluctant. The madam furrowed her brows, fully aware of the implications of this matter. Mother, please agree to uncle's request. However, Su Xingjia noticed his mother's dilemma and grew anxious, quickly signaling to Su Dahai, the chief steward, to step outside. Yes. Su Dahai recognized that the young master had something significant to discuss with the madam and respectfully exited. Only then did Su Xingjia cautiously turn to his mother and say, the recent movements of the sect pertain to the legendary celestial destiny. Celestial destiny? The madam's expression changed, fixing her gaze on Su Xingjia, realizing that her son was concealing something. Why did you not mention such a significant matter earlier? Celestial destiny is of immense importance, tied to the fabled immortals. Throughout history, how many nobles have gone mad in pursuit of celestial destiny? Once this information spreads, not only in the small locale of Qingshan City, but even in the imperial capital of the Qian dynasty, those aristocrats would be envious. At that time, countless top-tier forces would surge forth, the mere Su family. Even if united with the three prominent families of Qingshan City, would be but a trivial entity in the face of those grand powers. The sect has warned us against sharing this with anyone. Su Xingjie felt a twinge of guilt. He initially refrained from speaking, but becoming a martial artist was of utmost importance to him. Fearing his mother would hesitate, he mustered the courage to divulge the information. The madam, evidently more astute than her son, recognized that he had not intentionally concealed the truth. Moreover, given the gravity of celestial destiny, it was only natural for her son to be cautious. Since it pertains to celestial destiny, what does the position in the accounting room matter? The madam's breathing quickened, her eyes gleaming. If her son could attain celestial destiny, what was the accounting room worth? With that thought, she no longer hesitated and called for Su Dahai. Inform the second house that I consent to this matter. As for Qin Cheng's fate, neither the madam nor the third young master, Su Xingjie, had ever truly cared. He was but a servant, hardly worth their attention. His sacrifice was inconsequential. Chapter 13. The Abandoned Child? Redemption. In the backyard, Qin Cheng's forehead was veined with tension as he held a seemingly heavy, grinding stone, straining with all his might. Suddenly, the 1,000-pound stone lifted from the ground as Qin Cheng raised it. Once he sensed it was sufficient, he carefully set the stone down, exhaling deeply. A smile crept onto his aged face. With a strength of 1,000 pounds, in just about a week, I shall become a third-rate martial artist. Qin Cheng beamed with joy. Although not yet a martial artist, he had spent many years engaging with the martial guardians of the Su family, gaining a fair understanding of martial prowess. He realized that his raw strength already rivaled that of newly ascended third-rate martial artists. He had not anticipated such benefits from his innate constitution. Qin Cheng recognized that his innate roots not only accelerated his training, but also endowed him with greater strength compared to ordinary martial artists of the same realm. Feeling the shift in his strength, Qin Cheng was filled with elation. In recent days, free from the oppression of Chun Xiangyang, life had been remarkably pleasant. After finishing the tasks in the accounting room, he filled his leisure hours with martial training, studying medicine, and even taming small animals. Each day was fulfilling, filled with promise. Qin Cheng hoped these days would continue until he ascended to third-rate martial artist and could redeem himself. However, unexpectedly, fate seemed reluctant to allow him such peace in his training. Early in the morning, Qin Cheng rushed to the accounting room, prepared to work. To his surprise, upon entering, he found several individuals already waiting inside. Chief Steward Su Dahai, Second Steward Chun Xiangyang, and the accountant Su Guanshi, along with several other workers from the accounting room, stood silently. Su Dahai wore a stoic expression, while Chun Xiangyang had an unsettling smile, appearing quite pleased. Su Guanshi's face bore an unflattering expression, and the surrounding workers were tense, each holding their breath. Something was amiss. Qin Cheng immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The next moment, his premonition came to fruition. "Old Qin, you've arrived." Upon seeing Qin Cheng, Su Guanshi wore a sympathetic expression and greeted him. "Greetings to the chief steward, to his second steward, and Su Guanshi." Qin Cheng cupped his hands, already suspecting that these individuals were here for him. Indeed, Su Dahai nodded expressionlessly. "Second steward, please explain the situation to Qin Cheng." Chun Xiangyang cast a malevolent glance at Qin Cheng and gleefully stated, "Qin Cheng, the madam, considering your advanced age, has decided to hand your responsibilities in the accounting room over to a younger individual. From now on, you will only be responsible for cleaning the backyard. The madam has your best interests at heart, showing compassion for your frailty, so you should be grateful, Qin Cheng." "Old Qin, this is the situation." Su Guanshi sighed, aware that the madam's decision was somewhat unjust to Qin Cheng. The work in the accounting room was light with good pay, considered one of the best positions among the Su family servants. In contrast, sweeping the yard was not as easy as Chun Xiangyang suggested. The vast expanse of the Su estate meant that every servant would be busy sweeping from dawn until dusk. Not to mention, the pay was the lowest. Qin Cheng had performed exceptionally well in his duties at the accounting room, saving Su Guanshi countless troubles, which is why Su Guanshi had always treated him well. Now, witnessing the madam's arrangement for Qin Cheng, he felt disheartened. However, he dared not speak up on Qin Cheng's behalf, as he was merely a steward and could not afford to offend the madam. "I understand." Upon hearing this outcome and seeing the second steward's expression, Qin Cheng surmised that the first house had likely made some deal with the second house, selling him off. He was uncertain what benefits the second house had provided to the madam to warrant such a significant position in the accounting room being handed over. Nevertheless, Qin Cheng had no time to dwell on such matters. Initially, he had intended to redeem himself after becoming a martial artist, but given the current situation, he realized that remaining in the Su family might subject him to further oppression from Qin Cheng. While he was not intimidated, there was no need to endure such nonsense. He was on the verge of becoming a martial artist. He had no time for petty intrigues with such individuals. In the eyes of the Su family, he was merely a servant, easily disposed of. Qin Cheng chuckled to himself, grateful that he did not share the same blind loyalty to the Su family as other old servants. Otherwise, facing such an arrangement today, he would have surely lamented and protested his injustice. Qin Cheng, you old dog, just wait and see how I deal with you. Qin Xianyang grinned at Qin Cheng, already plotting how to ruin him. Without the status of the accounting room, Qin Cheng would hold no value in the eyes of the masters, and no one would speak up for him, regardless of how Qin Xianyang mistreated him. Qin Cheng, you may proceed to the miscellaneous office. I have spoken to Manager Ma, and he will assign you a new task. Su Dahai blandly instructed Qin Cheng about his new placement. He showed no regard for Qin Cheng's feelings. As a servant, whatever task the masters assigned, there was no need to consider the servant's sentiments. Just when everyone thought the matter had come to a close, unexpectedly, the chief steward announced that there was no need for further arrangements. I wish to inform you and the madam that I intend to redeem myself. In an abrupt and astonishing declaration, Qin Cheng uttered a statement that left everyone present in utter disbelief. Redeem oneself. Su Dahai's composed demeanor suddenly froze. Even the gloating Qin Xianyang was taken aback, staring incredulously at Qin Cheng. Old Qin, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Guanshi's expression shifted to one of alarm. He found it utterly incomprehensible. You are 70 years old. What do you need to redeem yourself for? The surrounding servants wore expressions of disbelief. While it was not uncommon for servants to redeem themselves, it was exceedingly rare for someone of Qin Cheng's advanced age to do so. Young servants could establish families and support themselves after redemption. But for Qin Cheng, at his age, the prospect of self-sufficiency was a distant dream, let alone planning for retirement. The notion that Qin Cheng would even consider redemption led everyone to believe he had lost his senses. Do you really think the madam has mistreated you? Su Dahai's face darkened. He considered Qin Cheng's proposal to be a moment of rashness. No rational person would contemplate redemption at his age. After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Xianyang's smile became laced with amusement. He too perceived Qin Cheng's words as mere bluster. However, such bluster was advantageous, for it might quell any lingering guilt the main house felt toward him. Having spoken his mind, Qin Cheng had effectively severed ties with the chief steward, making it all the easier for Qin Xianyang to deal with him in the future. In truth, the old servant had long contemplated redemption, but had merely awaited the right moment. With someone else now handling the duties, it was the perfect opportunity for him to withdraw. Qin Cheng smiled gently, refraining from provoking the chief steward. Instead, he spoke earnestly, aware that the Su family would be more than happy to relieve him of the burden of his care, as supporting him in his old age would incur considerable expense. By proposing redemption, he anticipated no significant issues, yet he understood that if the Su family, acting out of a moment's displeasure, chose to delay the process, he would find himself in a troublesome situation. Therefore, it was unnecessary to court trouble over such a trivial matter. This is what you said, Qin Cheng. Do not regret it. I shall go to inform the madam right now. With those words, Su Dahai snorted coldly before turning to leave. Chapter 14. No longer a servant. Encountering Sister Xiao, again redemption. Upon hearing Su Dahai's message, the madam's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on him. You did not miss here, did you? A 70-year-old servant seeking redemption. The madam did not believe that Qin Cheng genuinely wished to redeem himself. Rather, she interpreted it as a veiled expression of dissatisfaction toward her. It was an audacious act for a servant to voice discontent against her, verging on insubordination. My lady, he indeed stated such, Su Dahai replied cautiously, lifting his gaze. Utterly outrageous. The madam's eyes gleamed with frost. Did this old fool believe he could leverage his age to intimidate her? Did he think he could throw a tantrum to coerce her? If he could not endure this minor grievance, he must think himself a master in the Su household. Mother, that old curmudgeon likely does not truly wish to redeem himself. He merely seeks to extort some benefits, Su Xingjie interjected, unable to stifle a derisive laugh. He found it hard to believe that Qin Cheng genuinely desired redemption. The life of an ordinary servant in the Su household was far more comfortable than that of an average citizen outside. Assuming he had discerned Qin Cheng's intentions, Su Xingjie felt a tinge of irritation. Previously, he had appreciated Qin Cheng for salvaging some of his face, but now that fleeting fondness evaporated. He could not be bothered to voice his thoughts on the madam's approval of the redemption. After all, he was merely a servant. The 70-year-old man leaving the Su family, he would soon find himself destitute on the streets, regretting his actions when hunger struck. I am well aware of that old fool's thoughts. However, this precedent cannot be set. The madam scoffed, for governing a household was akin to ruling a nation. A leader's softness would only breed ungrateful subordinates. Mother, I understand. You are of noble birth. Why trouble yourself over that despicable old man? It is not worth jeopardizing your health. I know, the madam replied with a cold snort. No one saw him off. Qin Cheng, burdened with his neatly packed belongings, tucked away the document for the release of his servitude. As he left the Su residence, the servants avoided him like the plague, steering clear at the sight of him. Old Qin has truly lost his mind. At his age, why seek redemption? They whispered amongst themselves. It is foolish. The world is in chaos, with battles raging everywhere. Ordinary families struggle to survive, let alone an elderly man. I tell you, do not follow old Qin's example. He must be tired of living. As they watched Qin Cheng walk alone toward the exit, the servants could not comprehend his shocking and unconventional decision. In truth, Qin Cheng had spent nearly 40 years in the Su residence and was familiar with many. Under normal circumstances, his departure would not have been met with such chilliness. However, having offended the second steward was common knowledge, and now, with the madam having stripped him of his duties, his act of redemption was perceived as a blatant expression of discontent toward her. This was tantamount to offending the main house. The management of the Su family rested with both the main and second houses, and by antagonizing both, Qin Cheng had effectively alienated himself. The servants, concerned for their own welfare, dared not approach him. While Qin Cheng's departure was inconsequential, they would continue to live under the watchful eyes of both the main and second houses. Qin Cheng felt no sorrow. After years of life, he understood the fickleness of human relationships better than anyone. Had he not awakened his system or learned martial arts, he would have been like the other servants in the Su residence, ultimately resigning to his fate as a servant, too fearful to defy the protagonists. In this world, failing to adhere to the rules could lead to death. Fortunately, Qin Cheng had acquired the opportunity to alter his destiny and no longer needed to live in the same obsequious manner as before. Upon stepping through the gates of the Su residence and gazing upon the bustling streets beyond, Qin Cheng felt a profound sense of liberation. He resolved to find a place to stay. Taking a deep breath, he understood that his immediate priority was to secure accommodation. With enough savings to support himself, Qin Cheng decided to postpone all other matters until he had ascended to the rank of a martial artist. Once he achieved that status, his options would multiply. Whether to join a faction or align himself with the court would become a trivial choice. In any world, opportunities abound for the strong. Upon becoming a martial artist, he would join the ranks of the powerful. As Qin Cheng strolled through the streets, an authoritative voice suddenly rang out ahead. The voice of the master. Startled, Qin Cheng instinctively bent forward to bow. But then he realized he was no longer a servant of the Su family. Lifting his gaze, he saw a stern-faced, tall middle-aged man with white eyebrows, surrounded by a group of people, frowning at him. This man was Su Yuanxi, the current head of the Su family, and the father of Su Xingjie and Su Li. As the patriarch, Su Yuanxi wielded immense power, his authority within the Su residence akin to that of an emperor. In the past, Qin Cheng had never dared to look him in the eye. However, now, he could meet his gaze with confidence. I have met the master, Qin Cheng said with a slight bow. Despite having redeemed himself, he did not regard Su Yuanxi with disdain. Even though he was no longer a servant of the Su family, this master was not someone Qin Cheng could easily offend. He patiently explained, I have redeemed myself, and am now seeking accommodation. You have redeemed yourself? Su Yuanxi noticed a distinct change in Qin Cheng's demeanor. The respect he once commanded seemed diminished, prompting him to furrow his brow. Qin Cheng's words caught him off guard, stirring a wellspring of confusion within him. However, despite the multitude of questions swirling within him, he did not betray any emotion on his face. After all, he was merely a servant, as the master of the Su family. He had no time to concern himself with the affairs of a subordinate. Now, he had the honor of receiving esteemed guests. With that in mind, he spoke to himself. "Take care of yourself." Su Yuanxi uttered these words and lost interest in further conversation with Qin Cheng. "Farewell," Qin Cheng said with a faint smile. Su Yuanxi, engrossed in his own thoughts, was not inclined to engage, and thus Qin Cheng seized the opportunity to depart. Unexpectedly, an elderly voice called out, "Please stay." A familiar, cool voice suddenly resonated through the air. Qin Cheng paused momentarily, as did Su Yuanxi and those around them. Soon the crowd reacted, their expressions filled with reverence as they bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to Xiao Mengzhu." A graceful figure had appeared before them, a maiden whose ethereal beauty resembled that of a celestial being from the Moon Palace. Ignoring the reverence of those around her, her clear eyes fell upon Qin Cheng, revealing a hint of surprise as she spoke softly. "You are brimming with vitality, and your spirit is robust. Sir, it seems you are on the verge of successfully refining your skin and becoming a third-rate warrior." Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had just bowed, displayed expressions of astonishment as they turned to look at Qin Cheng. Some gazed at Su Yuanxi with confusion, for they had seemingly heard that Qin Cheng was originally a servant of the Su family. What did the Su family become so extravagant as to disregard even a third-rate warrior? The expression on Su Yuanxi's face, however, was one of unparalleled intensity. Chapter 15. The invitation from Xiao Qingxue, Qi-Xiao Alliance. Su Yuanxi's eyes were filled with a mixture of astonishment and fury. Qin Cheng was on the verge of ascending to the ranks of a warrior? How could this be possible? This old fellow was already 70 years old. At such an age, how could he achieve the refinement of his skin? Yet, these words were spoken by the senior sister of the Qi-Xiao sword sect. Despite her youth, akin to that of his own son, her martial prowess was profound. And Su Yuanxi did not believe she would jest about such matters in front of a crowd. Realizing that Qin Cheng had indeed become a warrior, an immediate wave of anger surged within Su Yuanxi. Warriors are considered top-tier talents by any faction. Even the lowest-ranking third-rate warriors are in high demand among the three prominent families. Qin Cheng, a former servant of the Su family, should have been a source of unexpected joy for the family. Yet now, he had redeemed himself. It left Su Yuanxi feeling as though a cooked duck had suddenly flown away. What infuriated him further was that he, as the head of the family, had been completely oblivious to this matter. What had transpired in the household? Why was such a talent redeeming himself without his knowledge? In that instant, Su Yuanxi felt a growing dissatisfaction towards his first wife, who was in charge of the major affairs of the household. Qin Cheng's redemption was undoubtedly linked to her. Sensing the gloating gazes of those around him, Su Yuanxi realized they were reveling in his embarrassment, and his mood soured significantly. Yet, as the head of the family, he maintained a deep composure, concealing his emotions, as he was still unaware of what had transpired with Qin Cheng at home. While Su Yuanxi's feelings were conflicted, Qin Cheng looked in astonishment at the cool woman who had spoken. It was her again. Upon hearing that voice, Qin Cheng felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, he had deduced that this was indeed the senior sister of the Qi-Xiao sword sect from that day. He had not seen her clearly then, but now he realized her beauty was extraordinary, transcending that of ordinary mortals. However, the aura she exuded and the reverence others showed her reminded Qin Cheng that her status was exceptional, and he dared not gaze at her too long. "You possess remarkable insight, my good sir. Might you have a matter to discuss with this old man?" Qin Cheng spoke cautiously, his heart filled with vigilance. Since he began his martial training, this was the first person who could discern his modest achievements. This only underscored her extraordinary nature. Qin Cheng was uncertain why she had called him, but he knew he must proceed with caution. Although he could potentially benefit from her attention, he was well aware that such a prominent figure could bring more trouble than advantage at this stage. He also pondered why she was referred to as Xiao Mengzhu by those around her, if she was indeed the senior sister of the Qi-Xiao sword sect. Nevertheless, He decided that this matter was not of his concern and that he would simply navigate it for the time being. Sir, you are on the cusp of becoming a warrior. Might you have a destination in mind? Xiao Shiji said with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with contemplation. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to sense something, and their gazes toward Qin Cheng grew more fervent. Meanwhile, Su Yuanqi's expression grew grim. This old man merely seeks a place to retire. I have yet to consider my next steps. Qin Cheng responded nonchalantly, avoiding revealing his true intentions. Retirement, you say? Xiao Shiji regarded him thoughtfully before glancing at a nearby maid. The maid promptly approached with a plate, upon which rested a bronze token. Our Qi Xiao alliance also provides a place for retirement. Should you have no suitable destination, I invite you to join our Qi Xiao alliance. Xiao Shiji smiled faintly, explaining that the Qi Xiao alliance was an organization for warriors established under imperial decree, welcoming any warrior who was not a traitor or rebel. The Qi Xiao alliance? What sort of faction is this? Qin Cheng was taken aback, realizing that Xiao Shiji had called him forth to extend an invitation to join this Qi Xiao alliance. With no knowledge of this so-called alliance, he was not inclined to join without further consideration. However, her words piqued his interest. Having departed from the Su family, he needed to contemplate a new means of livelihood. After all, martial training is not inexpensive, and currently he possessed only the Wuqin Shi, which would only allow him to reach the third-rate realm. To continue his training, he would need to seek out second-rate martial arts or even superior techniques. While third-rate techniques might still be somewhat accessible to ordinary individuals, second-rate techniques were a different matter entirely. Such advanced methods were predominantly monopolized by various factions and strictly prohibited from dissemination. Even the most gifted commoners would have no opportunity to learn second-rate techniques without aligning themselves with those factions. For the sake of his training and acquiring better martial arts, Qin Cheng indeed had to consider joining a martial faction in the future. However, for now, he had not made up his mind about which faction to join. Given that the Qi Xiao alliance bore the name Qi Xiao, it was evidently connected to the Qi Xiao sword sect and was established under imperial orders, suggesting a degree of involvement from the court. Perhaps it truly was a favorable opportunity. A flicker of determination shone in Qin Cheng's eyes. Although he felt tempted, he was not yet ready to make a decision. As for Xiao Shiji, he resolved to gather further information before proceeding. Thank you, Xiao Mengzhu, for your consideration. I will certainly deliberate on this matter with care, Qin Cheng said, bowing politely as he accepted the token. You possess the exceptional potential of a male deity, discovered by the esteemed Bai Fu Mei Xiao Qingxiu, who, moved by your impoverished plight, has decided to grant you an opportunity for advancement. You have chosen to seize this opportunity. This insight has led you to grasp a profound truth. The flower language of the steel wool ball signifies wealth and endurance. Reward obtained, talent, innate strong digestion. Your ability to digest consumable medicinal items has been enhanced, allowing you to absorb 90% of their potency without developing resistance. What a splendid reward! Qin Cheng felt immense joy in his heart, disregarding the ever-predictable complaints regarding the system's instructions. This time the reward truly appears to be a remarkable boon. It is widely acknowledged that ordinary individuals consuming medicinal potions often only manage to harness a fraction of their potency, leading to a substantial wastage of the remaining efficacy. Moreover, excessive consumption can result in the body developing a resistance to the medicine, diminishing its effectiveness over time. However, with the advent of this new talent, a single pill can be nearly entirely absorbed by Qin Cheng, alleviating concerns over resistance. With such a talent, one can only imagine the rapidity of Qin Cheng's future cultivation. Chapter 16. The stir at the Su family. Within the grand hall of the Su family, the principal figures had all gathered. Elders, their spouses, youthful descendants, and various stewards congregated in anticipation. The family head had been away for half a month, and now that he had returned, it was customary for all to come and pay their respects. The head of the Su family was a figure of formidable authority, and every member tread carefully in his presence, wary of overstepping their bounds. Consequently, both elders and younger kin alike wore expressions of anxiety, fearful of incurring the family head's displeasure. Amidst the crowd, Su Xingjie appeared rather self-satisfied, entirely devoid of any tension. Seizing the opportunity, He leaned towards his uncle, Su Yuankai, and whispered, "Uncle, do not forget what you previously promised." "Rest assured, nephew, I am not one to renege on my word," Su Yuankai replied with a faint smile, casting a sidelong glance at Su Xingjie, where a flicker of disdain briefly glimmered in his eyes, though his demeanor remained that of a kindly elder. "That is reassuring." Su Xingjie's smile brightened further as he subtly directed his gaze towards the corner of the room where his elder sister, Su Li, stood, her expression inscrutable. A playful thought crossed his mind. "Dear sister, do not blame me. Paving the way for me is your rightful duty." At that moment, Su Yuankai arrived, albeit fashionably late. Upon seeing the family head, everyone bowed in unison. Observant eyes noted that Su Yuankai's mood seemed particularly foul today. To everyone's astonishment, his first utterance was a chilling, "Everyone is stunned." Su Xingjie felt a flicker of confusion. Why would his father concern himself with a mere servant's redemption? He was eager for his mother to broach the subject of Su Li's marriage and had little patience for trivial matters concerning a servant. The matriarch furrowed her brow. Though she could not comprehend Su Yuankai's interest in Qin Cheng's affairs, she nonetheless spoke up, "My lord, that Qin Cheng is ungrateful. I merely removed him from his duties in the accounts department, and he, filled with discontent, directly requested his release. Such an ungrateful person does not deserve to remain." Su Yuankai's expression darkened. As the family head, he was not easily fooled. The accounts department was one of the Su family's most crucial sectors, and a sudden change was evidently not a trivial matter. It dawned on him that the real reason behind Qin Cheng's redemption likely lay with his wife. Casting a cold glance at the matriarch, he nearly laughed in frustration. Why keep him? Do you not realize that Qin Cheng is on the verge of becoming a martial artist? What? At this revelation, all present were left in shock, questioning whether they had misheard. How could this be possible? That old man, nearing his end, practiced only the rudimentary techniques of Wu Qin Shi. How could he possibly become a martial artist? Su Xingjie was the first to object vehemently. As the legitimate son of the Su family, nurtured with rare resources and tutored by esteemed masters, he had even joined the Qishao sword sect. Despite such investments, he had not yet achieved the status of a martial artist. How could a decrepit old man, with none of his advantages, possibly surpass him? "You a waste. Still have the audacity to speak." Su Xingjie's words incited Su Yuanqi's ire, who angrily seized a teacup from the table and smashed it at Su Xingjie's feet, shattering it to pieces. "This was confirmed by your own master sister. She personally invited Qin Cheng to join the Qishao alliance. Look at you. Despite all the resources invested in you, you cannot even become a mere skin refinement martial artist. You are less competent than a 70-year-old man. You have truly disgraced yourself." Su Yuanqi's ire was also a reflection of his anger towards Su Xingjie. The humiliation he faced in public stemmed from Su Xingjie's master sister, exposing Qin Cheng's true capabilities. With resentment towards Xiao Qingxue, but unable to confront her, he redirected his frustration towards his son. How can this be possible? Su Xingjie's face darkened. Initially skeptical, he now found it hard to doubt, especially upon hearing it from his master's sister herself. An old man on the brink of death was about to become a martial artist. The notion seemed utterly fantastical. Su Xingjie was acutely aware of his own stagnation in advancing even to the third tier. How could that old fool possibly progress more swiftly than he? At this moment, the matriarch and the head steward's expressions also turned grim. They too found it incredulous that Qin Cheng could attain martial artist status. Yet, the truth of the matter began to dawn upon them. They had committed a grave error in dismissing a martial artist from the Su family. The realization brought them a profound sense of regret. How could this be? The matriarch murmured, suddenly filled with remorse. After all, Qin Cheng had originally belonged to her faction. The second steward, Chun Xiangyang, wore an especially grim expression. Others merely forced Qin Cheng out, but he had clashed with him significantly. The thought of having offended a martial artist filled him with regret. How could that old man actually become a martial artist? Alongside regret, Chun Xiangyang felt an overwhelming shock and an inexplicable jealousy. After all, he was a martial artist. As the atmosphere in the room grew tense, Su Yuankai, the second elder, dismissively smiled and remarked, "Brother, even if Qin Cheng truly becomes a martial artist, he won't live for many more years. Let him go." Why concern ourselves over a lowly wretch? Upon hearing this, Su Yuanqi's anger subsided significantly. He had long anticipated such a conclusion. Even if Qin Cheng became a martial artist, his existence posed little threat to the Su family. After all, at 70 years of age, even if he attained martial status, he would not last long. Realizing this, Su Yuanqi's true anger diminished. Otherwise, he would not have merely been slightly annoyed. His fury stemmed more from his public humiliation than from concern over Qin Cheng, a third-rate martial artist on the verge of death, whom he had never truly regarded seriously. The matriarch, Su Shengjie, and others felt their expressions lighten upon hearing this. Indeed, what did it matter if Qin Cheng became a martial artist? He was merely an old man destined to die soon. Let him go, they echoed. Su Shengjie looked hopefully at his uncle, wishing he would honor his promise regarding Su Li's marriage. Just then, Su Li, who had always been relatively inconspicuous in the Su family and rarely voiced her opinions, unexpectedly spoke up. "Father, I have something to report." The matriarch and Su Shengjie exchanged bewildered glances. Su Yuankai was equally taken aback. They had been planning to arrange matters for Su Li, yet none expected her to speak at this moment. Did she somehow discern their intentions? The matriarch and Su Shengjie shared a knowing glance. But soon their hearts were filled with scorn. Even if she knew, what could she do? "What is it?" Su Yuanqi asked, his expression as impassive as ever, directing his gaze toward his illegitimate daughter. Chapter 17. Su Shengjie completely shattered. Qin Cheng ultimately becomes a martial artist. "My daughter has become a martial artist. Please, father, verify," Su Li stated calmly. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Within the grand hall, an extraordinary silence enveloped the air. Su Shengjie appeared pale and haggard, as an uncontrollable surge of blood rushed to his chest. The matriarch, Su Yuankai, also wore an expression of disbelief. The devastating impact of this revelation far surpassed the news of Qin Cheng's impending rise as a martial artist. The rest of the Su family gazed at Su Li with incredulity, momentarily questioning whether they had misheard. The third young master, nurtured by esteemed mentors and countless resources, had not attained martial prowess. Yet this inconspicuous and neglected illegitimate daughter had silently achieved it. Su Yuanqi was stunned, instinctively reaching out to grasp Su Li's pulse. In the next moment, the gloom that had shrouded his face dissipated entirely. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Su Yuanqi's gaze turned toward Su Li, astonished that a phoenix had emerged from their family. He had never invested thought into this illegitimate daughter, and yet here she was, unexpectedly transforming into a martial artist without a word. To become a third-tier martial artist at 17 is indeed remarkable within noble families. This was truly an unexpected delight. He immediately commanded the head steward, instructing that from this day forth, Su Li would receive all the privileges accorded to a family martial artist. Having attained martial status, her treatment would undoubtedly differ, and even outsiders would enjoy enhanced benefits, let alone Su Li, who bore the bloodline of the Su family and was the daughter of Su Yuanqi. She had truly become a martial artist. At this moment, the matriarch and Su Shengjie wore expressions of utmost dismay. They realized that their plans had completely unraveled. Not only had they relinquished control of the family finances to the second branch, losing Qin Cheng, a future martial artist, but their intention to marry Su Li off to the third son of the Wu family in exchange for elixirs had also become impossible. They felt as if they had suffered a double loss. The matriarch and Su Shengjie were nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by their frustration. Little did they expect that this seemingly unremarkable news could stir such a significant upheaval. Su Yuankai cast a profound glance at Su Li, his expression laden with meaning. The rest of the Su family regarded her with complex emotions, knowing that she would no longer be the bullied and overlooked illegitimate daughter. She was poised to become the new star of the Su family, a figure of renown among the younger generation of Qinshan City. Under the scrutiny of all, Su Li maintained her stoic demeanor. No one could fathom her thoughts at this moment. "Old Qin, I never anticipated that during my seclusion, you would endure such humiliation. But rest assured, I shall not let those who have wronged you escape unscathed." Su Li lowered her head, fearful of revealing the hatred in her eyes. Upon becoming a martial artist, her first instinct was to share the joyous news with Qin Cheng. However, To her dismay, she discovered that he had long departed. It was then that she learned of Qin Cheng's predicament from his servants. The hatred she harbored for the main branch transformed into boundless resentment towards the matriarch, Su Xingjia. In the second branch, Su Li silently etched their names into her memory, vowing to seek vengeance upon each one of them. The years of oppression, the expulsion of old Qin, the accumulated hatred, she would never regard them as if they had never occurred. Yet, she understood that, even as a martial artist, she was merely a newly ascended third-tier warrior. She was still far from being able to act recklessly, especially with the presence of second-tier experts in the Su family. Thus, she would have to proceed cautiously, starting with Deng Changkai. Her gaze turned icy. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng remained oblivious to the happenings within the Su family. Since that day he acquired the token of the Qi-Shao alliance, he had sought a place to reside, dedicating himself to rigorous training. Days passed, and he finally attained the refinement skin realm. Standing bare-chested in the courtyard, Qin Cheng gazed with excitement at his calloused hands, observing his skin that seemed to faintly radiate a bronze hue, feeling the ceaseless power coursing within him. Qin Cheng knew he had finally become a third-tier refinement skin martial artist. Host, Qin Cheng, lifespan, 8 years, realm, refinement skin martial artist, skills, 5 animal play, great accomplishment 100, 002, 0000, Shua Guang blade technique perfected, talent, innate root bone, heart of medicine, naturally strong stomach. His lifespan had increased by 5 years. Qin Cheng felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, practicing the 5 animal play was a wise choice, having already granted him 7 additional years of life. However, upon seeing his total remaining lifespan of merely 8 years, his excitement quickly diminished. 8 years was still far too little. Qin Cheng was not satisfied. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. With the system at his disposal, he had long ceased to be content with merely living a long life. His current aspiration was to attain innate status, and should the opportunity arise, to seek out legendary cultivators, for eternal life might not be beyond reach. With the system, how could he dare to dream? That would render the system futile. Joining the Qi-Shao alliance was indeed a viable option. Having finally become a martial artist, Qin Cheng needed to strategize for the future. His savings had nearly been exhausted. Without finding ways to replenish his resources, he would be unable to train and risk starvation. In recent days, Qin Cheng had also inquired about the Qi-Shao alliance. He learned that this faction was spearheaded by the Qi-Shao sword sect and the royal family, having been established not long ago. Yet, it had rapidly gained prominence, with numerous branches opening across the entirety of Yongzhou. The stated purpose of this alliance was to unify local martial forces and counteract enemy spies, insurgents, and malevolent cults. In this chaotic world, the lurking forces were indeed numerous and varied. If the court did not actively recruit the martial artists in the wild, these warriors would inevitably be absorbed by opposing factions. The establishment of the Qi-Shao alliance could effectively draw a significant number of martial artists to the side of the court. Qin Cheng was not particularly concerned about these specifics. His primary interest in the Qi-Shao alliance lay in the advanced martial techniques that would be accessible to its members. Yes, the availability of martial techniques. The reason the Qi-Shao alliance could expand so rapidly across Yongzhou upon its establishment was due to the opportunity it provided to learn advanced techniques. Historically, most martial arts have been monopolized by powerful factions, leaving ordinary martial artists without connections or backgrounds with no chance to learn these profound techniques. However, now the opportunity had arisen. Anyone who joined the Qi-Shao alliance would have the chance to learn techniques previously deemed unattainable. Qin Cheng had been troubled about where to learn second-tier techniques. Now that this opportunity had presented itself, he could not afford to let it slip away. Chapter 18. The disdain of the miscellaneous disciples in a grand and imposing hall bustling with activity. The Qi-Shao alliance's branch came alive with commotion. A group of young men and women clad in standard gray robes were diligently attending to their duties. Suddenly, a young man in black robes entered, his expression peculiar as he cast a sidelong glance at one of the elegantly poised youths, slowly speaking. Another third-tier martial artist has arrived. Who is responsible for receiving this individual? Presently, he handed over a dossier to the group. Finally, a newcomer has arrived. Brother Su, How capable is this person? Is there any potential? As for capability, as long as they meet the basic requirements, that suffices. Most who wish to join our Qi Xiao alliance are common martial artists. How many experts could there be? Indeed, we cannot compare our disciples to the muddy-footed martial artists from outside. The gray-robed youths gathered around, eagerly perusing the dossier. Their voices overlapping. What? A 70-year-old third-tier martial artist? Practicing the 5-animal play? Is this person here to retire? One of the youths cast a fleeting glance at the document and immediately donned a look of displeasure, tossing it to the next person. I refuse to take responsibility for this elder. Each of us has only 3 slots, and using one is already one too many. Is this true? 70 years old and still practicing Wu Qin Shi? Su Xiong, did you not see correctly? Upon hearing this, several individuals around displayed expressions of incredulity, finding the situation rather absurd and difficult to believe. They all turned their gazes towards the document, only to find themselves wearing looks of disdain. Wu Qin Shi is a rudimentary form of physical exercise, and the chances of someone becoming a martial artist through such a practice are exceedingly rare. Even if one were to succeed, their combat capability would be minuscule, rendering them the weakest among those of the same rank. However, one elegantly poised youth did not approach to examine the document. Instead, his expression darkened. He had previously been puzzled by why senior brother had regarded him with such a gaze, but now he began to understand. That old man had truly joined the Qi Xiao alliance. Su Xingjia's countenance turned grim, his mood exceedingly foul. Indeed, this youth was Su Xingjia, and he had deduced who Wu Xiong was referring to. An ominous premonition washed over him, further souring his spirits. Sure enough, the other disciples began to chatter excitedly, as if they had stumbled upon a major scoop, each casting peculiar looks towards Su Xingjia. Su Xiong, who would have thought this talent hails from your Su family? A servant's background, yet still able to become a martial artist. The Su family truly possesses remarkable talents, remarked one youth with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Why not let Su Xiong take responsibility for him? This individual had severed ties with the Su family and bore no connection to them. Why should he be responsible? Su Xingjia sneered. Furthermore, I have already chosen my 3 candidates, so there is no need for your goodwill. Zhang Xiong. The gray-robed youths present were all mere errand disciples of the Qi Xiao sword sect, lacking martial prowess. Their primary role in the Qi Xiao alliance was to liaise with the martial artists, akin to receptionists, each time a member of the Qi Xiao alliance undertook a task. These errand disciples would receive corresponding rewards from a sect. Such duties, while easy and devoid of danger, also allowed them to earn resources. However, these benefits were not without limitations. Each errand disciple could only handle tasks for up to 3 martial artists. Every errand disciple aspired to allocate their slots to those of formidable strength and profound potential. Upon seeing that the newly arrived martial artist was a 70-year-old man practicing a lowly martial art like Wu Qin Shi, all interest dissipated. It was evident that taking responsibility for this martial artist would yield no benefits and would merely squander one's slot. Since Su Xingjia already had his candidates, the responsibility should be passed to others. Su Xiong, the black-robed youth, cast his gaze towards the others. Regardless of the situation, someone had to take charge of this individual. Su Xingjia was a local powerhouse, and Su Xiong would need to rely on him in future endeavors. Thus, he was reluctant to press Su Xingjia too hard and hoped that others would volunteer. However, those whom his gaze fell upon recoiled as if they had encountered a plague, fearing that Su Xiong might call their names. Su Xiong frowned. He understood their reaction. Were he in their position, he too would be unwilling to expend a slot on this old man. Yet, according to the regulations of the Qi Xiao alliance, someone had to be responsible for the handover. The errand disciples could not simply select whom they wished. Zhao Gui, you have not used any of your 3 slots, so you shall take responsibility for this Qin Cheng. Ultimately, Su Xiong's gaze settled upon an unremarkable youth with a somewhat timid demeanor. Choosing anyone would offend someone. Thus, it was better to select the easiest target. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd sighed in relief, quickly turning their gazes towards Zhao Gui with a sense of schadenfreude. Zhao Gui's face immediately soured, but he dared not protest, responding, "As you command, Su Xiong." Su Xingjia shot a glance at Zhao Gui, sneering. as he believed Su Xiong truly had an eye for talent. He knew Zhao Gui also hailed from a rural background, a country bumpkin. It was only fitting that a country bumpkin be assigned to another. Over the past few days, he had contemplated this matter thoroughly and directly brought the token given by Sister Xiao to the Qi-Xiao alliance. Unfortunately for Qin Cheng, Sister Xiao had long since departed from Qingshan City, and the responsibility for this branch now lay with another. One of the reasons Qin Cheng sought to join the Qi-Xiao alliance was due to the prospect of receiving system rewards from Sister Xiao. Now that she was absent, his hopes for system rewards were dashed, leaving him quite disappointed. Nevertheless, even without the immediate prospect of meeting Sister Xiao, the Qi-Xiao alliance was still a commendable place. And thus Qin Cheng had no thoughts of changing his mind. He remained determined to join. After waiting for a considerable time, his keen hearing picked up the sound of approaching footsteps, and Qin Cheng abruptly opened his eyes. He beheld an unremarkable young man with dark skin and an average build approaching him. "You must be Elder Qin. I am Zhao Gui, an errand disciple of the Qi-Xiao sword sect, and I will be the one responsible for liaising with you in the future." Zhao Gui forced a smile as he spoke to Qin Cheng. He was keenly aware that this elder had been assigned to him because he was perceived as easy to manipulate. While he harbored some resentment, it was directed at Su Xiong and the other disciples, rather than the elder before him. Well, if I must waste a slot, so be it. Unlike Su Xingjia, who is a local, I do not wish to engage in flattery to fill my 3 slots. Taking responsibility for this elder Qin might still yield some resources. Zhao Gui consoled himself with this thought, resolving to treat the seemingly unpromising martial artist with due diligence. "Greetings, I'm a few years your senior. May I call you Little Zhao from now on?" Qin Cheng smiled gently as he rose, discreetly appraising Zhao Gui. His discerning eye quickly recognized Zhao Gui as a simpleton, not one to stir trouble. He found himself somewhat pleased. He preferred not to work alongside someone as inept and disdainful as Su Xingjia. "Elder Qin, you may feel at ease." Zhao Gui chuckled warmly, and then retrieved a contract and a token from the side. "Elder Qin, this is the contract document of our Qi-Xiao alliance. Please take a careful look. If you agree, kindly sign here. Henceforth, you shall be considered a formal member of our Qi-Xiao alliance. Please wait a moment." Qin Cheng accepted the contract and began to read it with a serious expression. Upon seeing the welfare benefits, his eyes brightened. 100 taels of silver and a Qi blood pill each month. Chapter 19, Astonishing Treatment for Martial Artists. Activation of fortuitous events. Although Qin Cheng was aware that the treatment for martial artists far surpassed that of ordinary citizens, he had not anticipated such a considerable disparity. 100 taels of silver per month was an extraordinary salary. It is worth noting that Qin Cheng's previous compensation at the Su residence had already been considered above average. Among the common folk in Qingshan City, it was deemed a high salary. Even so, his annual earnings amounted to just over 30 taels. Now, as a martial artist, he would receive 100 taels monthly without any effort, equivalent to his income over the past 3 years. This was merely the financial aspect. In addition, there was the Qi blood pill. The Qi blood pill was a medicinal item suitable for third-rate martial artists, far surpassing the value of the Zhuang Tisan. Unlike Zhuang Tisan, which could be purchased by ordinary individuals, the Qi blood pill was largely monopolized by major forces, rendering it hard to obtain even for martial artists. Truly, the Qi-Xiao alliance was remarkable for offering Qi blood pills as welfare. Qin Cheng felt a surge of excitement. The benefits offered by the Qi-Xiao alliance exceeded his expectations, making him eager to sign immediately. However, he managed to suppress his impatience and continued to peruse the document. Soon, he finished reading its contents. Afterward, Qin Cheng fell into contemplation. The contract not only delineated the benefits, but also outlined the obligations he would incur upon joining the Qi-Xiao alliance. Naturally, the alliance would not grant benefits without expecting something in return. Every member was required to undertake various tasks. For each completed task, depending on its difficulty, formal members would receive a reward known as merit points. These merit points could be exchanged for martial arts techniques, cultivation resources, divine weapons, and other invaluable resources that ordinary martial artists seldom encounter. Of course, these tasks were generally not mandatory. The more one worked, the more one earned. But every member was required to complete at least one task every 3 months. Clearly, The Qishao alliance would not allow Qin Cheng to enjoy free benefits. This arrangement was, after all, quite fair. After pondering for a while, Qin Cheng concluded that the treatment offered by the Qishao alliance was indeed commendable. He never entertained the notion of merely seeking a leisurely retirement. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Satisfied that the contract held no hidden traps, Qin Cheng solemnly signed the document. Here is your identity token, and this is your stipend for the first month, Qin Lao. Please keep it well. Zhao Gui received the document and soon disbursed Qin Cheng's first month's benefits on the spot. A banknote emblazoned with the words Qishao Bank and a white porcelain vial were presented, along with a bronze token. The front bore the 3 characters Qishao Alliance, while the reverse displayed Qin Cheng's name and identity. After completing the handover and receiving his benefits, Qin Cheng began to inquire about tasks. Recently, he had nearly depleted his savings for training and was naturally eager to find ways to replenish his resources. Furthermore, as a third-rate martial artist, he needed to obtain a second-rate technique to advance his standing, necessitating early preparation. Qin Lao, are you planning to take on a task already? Zhao Gui asked, somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that Qin Cheng was there to retire, and completing the mandatory task once every 3 months would be quite an achievement. To his surprise, Qin Cheng was so proactive on his first day in the Qishao alliance. This unexpected enthusiasm delighted Zhao Gui, who felt a premonition that Qin Lao was not the kind of martial artist who would squander his opportunity. For Zhao Gui, this could be a fortunate turn of events. Qin Lao, please be mindful. Tasks within the alliance can sometimes be perilous. You must consider this carefully. Despite his happiness at Qin Cheng's eagerness to undertake tasks, Zhao Gui cautiously advised him to exercise caution. Of course, he was pleased if Qin Cheng completed more tasks, as it would also yield rewards for Zhao Gui. But he did not wish for the elder to encounter danger. Deep down, he felt a sense of compassion for Qin Cheng and preferred to sacrifice some resources rather than see the elder perish. Rest assured, young Zhao, I would never gamble with my life, Qin Cheng replied, casting an appreciative glance at Zhao Gui. The young man was commendable. If circumstances allowed in the future, Qin Cheng might consider extending some benefits to him. His motivation for accepting a task was not to risk his life. He merely wished to assess the specific difficulties of the tasks within the Qishao alliance and determine if any were suitable for him. Any task that posed a potential threat to his life would certainly be disregarded. After all, he possessed a system, and his future held limitless possibilities. He could not recklessly risk his life for a meager reward from the Qishao alliance. That's good to hear. Zhao Gui felt relieved upon hearing Qin Cheng's words. Please follow me. Qin Cheng nodded and followed Zhao Gui into the depths of the Qishao alliance. In a short while, they arrived at a grand hall. The walls were adorned with wooden plaques, each inscribed with task details, their difficulties, and rewards. Travel to the Chengwang Temple in the west of the city to apprehend the notorious thief Bai Junyu, a third-rate martial artist with commendable agility and average other abilities. Reward, 500 merit points. Guard the library for a month, 200 merit points. Naturally, Qin Cheng's gaze was drawn to the tasks he felt capable of completing. Within the realm of third-rate martial artists, he was confident enough to confront the vast majority of opponents, especially with his mastery of the exceptional Shuangguang knife technique. Even second-rate experts could fall to him if they were not careful. It was this confidence that allowed him to peruse the tasks without trepidation. He was solely focused on rapidly gathering resources to enhance his strength, with no time to squander. The task at Yinzi Forest is quite appealing. Qin Cheng's eyes lit up as he discovered that among the tasks, the one at Yinzi Forest appeared to be the simplest. After all, the assailant had no martial prowess and relied on poison to commit murder, making him the weakest target compared to others in the tasks. Moreover, despite the low difficulty, the reward was substantial. Clearly, the severity of the assailant's crimes warranted a high bounty, even though he was of limited strength. Just as Qin Cheng was contemplating accepting the task at Yinzi Forest, an enigmatic voice echoed in his mind. Medium-high fortune. Auspicious. Guard the library on the night of the full moon while perusing the Xiangshan poetry collection under the moonlight to gain a great opportunity. Medium fortune. Neutral. Head to the Chengwang Temple in the west of the city, where you will coincidentally encounter Bai Junyu while attempting to capture him. However, Bai Junyu's agility allows him to escape easily, resulting in no gains or losses for you. Medium-low fortune. Great misfortune. You head to Yinzi Forest, believing the assailant to be easily captured, only for an unexpected turn of events to ensue, plunging you into unprecedented peril with a tenfold risk of death. Qin Cheng was taken aback, utterly astonished that his long-unused opportunity for fortune and misfortune had activated at this moment. Chapter 20, targeted by Su Xingju. Qin Cheng was somewhat flabbergasted. The reward for fortune and misfortune had always been regarded as his trump card for survival. He had originally intended to rely on this reward to navigate a crisis, but never expected it to activate at such an inopportune time. Regrettably, he felt a pang of helplessness. After all, this reward was passive and could not be actively invoked. Faced with such circumstances, Qin Cheng could only lament the loss of his trump card. His attention shifted to the choices presented by the fortune and misfortune. Clearly, the medium-high fortune offered an opportunity, while the medium fortune implied no gains, but also no danger. However, the medium-low fortune would entail a tenfold risk of death. Qin Cheng began to understand why the opportunity for fortune and misfortune had activated at this moment. The seemingly simplest task concealed such peril. His expression grew serious. He had initially planned to select the task of apprehending the seemingly unarmed murderer Qi Huang. Yet now it appeared that this unassuming coachman Qi Huang was far from simple. With my current strength, I could retreat unscathed even against a second-rate martial artist. If I were to attempt to capture this Qi Huang, only to find myself facing a tenfold risk of death, then his hidden capabilities must be extraordinary. Qin Cheng felt a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Thankfully, he possessed an opportunity for fortune and misfortune. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Initially, he intended to accumulate resources through continuous tasks, but now he hesitated. Without the fortune and misfortune opportunity, should he encounter another task with erroneous intelligence, the consequences could be fatal. Never mind, I will address future matters later. I cannot afford to squander this chance for fortune and misfortune. Qin Cheng took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts. Since the auspicious signs had pointed him in this direction, he shifted his gaze to another task. Guarding the Tsangshugu on the night of the full moon, while perusing a tome entitled Xiangshan Shiji, would yield great opportunities. It must be said that without such fortune, the cost-effectiveness of this task was rather meager. In contrast, other tasks merely required the extermination or capture of a target to earn 500 to 600 merit points, while this task of guarding the library only offered a mere 200 points over the span of a month. Under ordinary circumstances, no martial artist would willingly undertake such a task. After all, the objectives of other missions rarely involved confronting martial artists, making those tasks less perilous and time-consuming. With such high-value options available, who would squander their time on a library for just 200 merit points over several months? Were it not for the auspicious signs indicating an opportunity within this task, Qin Cheng would have declined it outright. He had come to the Qi-Shao alliance to acquire resources, not to retire. Old Qin, the task concerning Qi Huang is quite suitable for you. I suggest you take it, Zhao Gei, oblivious to the dangers of the task. Enthusiastically recommended. Just as Qin Cheng was about to shake his head in refusal, a large hand suddenly snatched the wooden plaque inscribed with the Qi Huang task. The individual who took it was a short, robust, middle-aged man, who cast a knowing glance at Qin Cheng before turning to register. Wait a moment. That task. Zhao Gui's expression soured. He had been the one to recommend it to Qin Cheng first. How could this man act so brazenly? Never mind, Zhao. Qin Cheng reassured, patting Zhao Gui's shoulder. I will take this task. As he spoke, he accepted the plaque for guarding the Tsangshugu. Simultaneously, he cast a penetrating gaze at the short, middle-aged man, who had clearly intended to snatch the Qi Huang task for himself, evidently targeting Qin Cheng. Although he did not understand the reason behind the man's animosity, Qin Cheng was pleased. The Qi Huang task was extraordinarily perilous, and he had no intention of accepting it anyway. Qin Cheng had no desire to warn the man, considering the hostility directed at him. He had no habit of repaying malice with kindness. Old Qin, are you really taking this task? It seems rather beneath your capabilities, Zhao Gui remarked. Somewhat speechless upon seeing Qin Cheng accept the task, He had initially thought Qin Cheng would surprise him with a bold undertaking, only to see him opt for a mundane task instead. Was this elder truly seeking a leisurely retirement at the Qishao alliance? Zhao Gui felt a wave of disappointment. It appeared he could no longer rely on Qin Cheng for rewards. According to the regulations of the Qishao alliance, the more lucrative the tasks undertaken by martial artists, the greater the rewards for those who facilitated the assignments. Such a task, yielding only 200 merit points over a month, offered Zhao Gui little in terms of commission. Just register me for this task, Qin Cheng stated nonchalantly, before quietly inquiring, Zhao, who was that man just now? Feeling inexplicably targeted, Qin Cheng needed to understand the reason behind it. Seeing Qin Cheng's insistence, Zhao Gui hesitated before casting a peculiar glance at him. His name is Sun Rong, a martial artist responsible for task assignments under Su Xingjie. He is said to be somewhat renowned in Qingshan City and possesses considerable strength. Su Xingjie leveraged the power of the Su family to bring him into the Qishao alliance. At this point, Zhao Gui felt a twinge of envy. Su Xingjie was indeed influential, effortlessly recruiting a formidable martial artist and maximizing the effectiveness of his 3 quotas. Meanwhile, he lacked the qualifications to select tasks himself and could only opt for those that others rejected. That Su Xingjie really is rather petty, Qin Cheng remarked, suppressing a smile as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. It was evident that Sun Rong's actions were not directed at him personally. Although Qin Cheng had no intention of entangling himself with the Su family beyond Su Li, it seemed the family had other ideas. That useless Su Xingjie truly believes I am still the same subordinate as before? Qin Cheng chuckled, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Su Xingjie is indeed somewhat like that. Zhao Gui awkwardly agreed, having deduced Sun Rong's motive for snatching the task. However, there was little he could do, as neither Su Xingjie nor Sun Rong were individuals he could afford to offend at his current status as a mere novice in martial arts. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked again, Old Qin, are you truly not considering a different task? This one will suffice, Qin Cheng replied, unwilling to elaborate. Very well, Zhao Gui sighed. On a nearby pavilion, Su Xingjie was engrossed in his training. Young Master Su, I took your advice and accepted that task, Sun Rong entered with a smile. By chance, the old fellow you instructed me to deal with was also considering that task, almost snatching it from me. Fortunately, I arrived just in time to seize it. That dog slave is already looking to undertake tasks after just joining the Qishao alliance? Su Xingjie paused, astonished, then scoffed. He truly knows no bounds. A mere waste of a martial artist practicing the 5-animal play, he is outmatched by any of his peers. Does he really think he can turn his fortunes around just by becoming a martial artist? Ultimately, he remains a clueless country bumpkin. Clearly, both Qin Cheng and Zhao Gui had misunderstood the situation. Sun Rong's appropriation of Qin Cheng's task was not a personal attack, but rather an assignment given by Su Xingjie. However, Su Xingjie had also instructed Sun Rong to deal with Qin Cheng, as Qin Cheng had caused Su Xingjie to be reprimanded by the head of the Su family. Naturally, Su Xingjie would not allow Qin Cheng to have an easy time in the Qishao alliance. Thus, their misunderstanding stemmed from a misinterpretation of intentions rather than the actions themselves. In the future, I shall find another opportunity to assist young Master Su in dealing with that old fellow. Zhao Gui smiled faintly, making a nonchalant promise. His eyes then glinted as he inquired, Young Master, what makes this task so special that a mere groom, without any martial prowess, warrants such importance? Do not underestimate this task. Su Xingjie's expression turned grave. Qi Huang, that traitorous groom, must be captured alive. The woman he murdered was the sister of a true disciple of our Qishao sword sect. Capturing Qi Huang will allow me to cultivate a relationship with the true disciples of the Qishao sword sect. Understood. You can rest assured. Sun Rong's eyes sparkled. The true disciples of the Qishao sword sect were elite martial artists, and such individuals were the pinnacle of power wherever they appeared. If he could establish rapport with them, Su Xingjie, the scion of the Su family, would no longer seem so essential. Despite appearing sycophantic towards Su Xingjie, Sun Rong had never truly respected this frivolous heir. He merely sought to gain benefits from the Su family. Now that a better opportunity for alliance had presented itself, he would not hesitate to take it. With these thoughts in mind, Sun Rong maintained a facade of indifference. Chapter 21. The Peculiarities of the Zhongshu Gu, the incident with Elder Feng Xiaozhao. Why does the Zhongshu Gu require martial artists for its protection? After accepting the task, Qin Cheng followed Zhao Guwei toward the Zhongshu Gu of the Qi-Xiao alliance, pondering aloud. According to Zhao Guwei, the library housed no martial arts manuals but merely a collection of ordinary books, miscellaneous notes, and local chronicles from Qingshan City, all of little value to martial artists. The only noteworthy aspect was the age of these texts, but they hardly qualified as valuable antiques. Although the system had indicated that there was an opportunity hidden within one of the books, Qin Cheng remained keenly aware of the unusual aspects surrounding the library. The Qi-Xiao Alliance is a martial arts organization, comprised predominantly of robust individuals. What purpose do they have in gathering these items? I am uncertain. Zhao Guwei shook his head, unable to suppress his murmurs, expressing his bewilderment. It is indeed peculiar that whenever the sect establishes a branch of the Qi-Xiao Alliance in a new location, their first course of action is to dispatch individuals to collect these seemingly useless books, alongside arranging for martial artists to guard them. In Zhao Guwei's view, these worthless tomes hold little monetary value. It would suffice to have a few ordinary people keep watch, thus employing martial artists for this task seems excessively wasteful. He harbored a vague suspicion that the Qi-Xiao Alliance's keen interest in these books might indicate they are in search of something significant. However, given his lowly status, he could hardly fathom the true intentions of the sect, and thus could only respond with casual indifference. Is that so? Qin Cheng pondered, knowing that the Qi-Xiao Alliance would never engage in futile endeavors. The items that could prompt such a formidable entity as the Qi-Xiao Sword Sect to gather them must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Nevertheless, he soon cast these speculations aside, recognizing that whatever the Qi-Xiao Sword Sect's objectives might be, it was hardly within the purview of a third-rate martial artist like himself to meddle. Before long, Qin Cheng arrived at a library. The structure spanned 3 stories and occupied an area of approximately 200 square meters. The head of the library, a scholar by the surname Chun, exuded an air of poverty, completely absorbed in his reading at the entrance, indifferent to the world around him. Mr. Chun, Zhao Guwei called out. Yet, the scholar remained engrossed in his book, offering no response to Zhao Guwei's call, as if he had not heard. Apologies, Qin Lao. This Chun Xiukai is utterly devoted to his studies. Calling him does no good while he is reading. Zhao Guwei glanced at Qin Cheng with a hint of embarrassment. Despite his appearance, this man possessed considerable talent, having even garnered praise from the senior sister of their sect. Not to worry, I have heard of him. Qin Cheng replied with a dismissive smile. This Chun Xiukai was indeed a well-known figure in Qingshan City, and being a local, Qin Cheng was naturally aware of his reputation. The scholar was known for his insatiable thirst for knowledge, yet he had repeatedly failed the imperial examinations, and at nearly 50 years of age, he had only managed to attain the status of a Xiucai. It was said that in his pursuit of scholarly success, he had tragically allowed his wife and children to starve, making him a well-known joke in the city. Qin Cheng, however, was not one to follow the crowd blindly. He believed that the true nature of Chun Xiukai could only be discerned through personal interaction. Seeing that Chun Xiukai was uninterested in engaging with anyone, Zhao Guwei had no choice but to summon another responsible individual to attend to Qin Cheng and relay the pertinent information regarding the library's operations. Qin Cheng quickly grasped his responsibilities. In truth, his duties as the guardian of the library were minimal. The mundane tasks would be handled by the ordinary staff under Chun Xiukai's supervision, leaving Qin Cheng to focus solely on preventing thieves who posed a threat to the library. Overall, this assignment was as Qin Cheng had anticipated, although it offered little opportunity to accrue merit points. It bore no difficulty whatsoever and could even be described as a rather leisurely endeavor. Leisurely pursuits were welcome, as they allowed him to dedicate time to his training. The auspicious opportunities that the Tsushi Bixiong promised could only be obtained on a full moon night, and during this interim, Qin Cheng was unwilling to squander time. Seizing the opportunity, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to practicing the Wikingxi, channeling all his resources into enhancing his strength. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this period, Qin Cheng's strength surged remarkably. His experience with the Wekingsi had increased by 2,000, leaving him only 8,000 away from perfection. At that juncture, he would be poised to prepare for advancing to the bone refinement stage. Such a rate of improvement was astonishing. While most martial artists would require several years to make even modest progress, Qin Cheng had advanced 1/5 of his strength in merely 10 days. If such speed were to be known among other martial artists, it would undoubtedly incite envy. The reason for Qin Cheng's extraordinary advancement was not without foundation. Firstly, he possessed innate martial arts talent, and secondly, he had invested significantly in resources. However, his funds were rapidly depleting. Qin Cheng found himself astonished. Such remarkable progress had come at the expense of substantial financial investment. Blood qi pills and his monthly salary of 100 taels had vanished in an instant, and even his personal savings were nearly exhausted. The cost of martial training was exorbitant, making it nearly impossible to progress without sufficient funds. It seemed he would need to devise a means to generate income. A glimmer of determination sparked in Qin Cheng's eyes. Initially, he had intended to earn resources by undertaking tasks for the Qi Shao Alliance, but with a task already assigned, he could not accept another until the month had passed. Yet, with 20 days remaining in the month, he could not afford to wait until the next month to resume earning and training. Qin Cheng was determined not to impede his training pace. Luckily, he had already formulated a plan to generate income. I have modified the Zhuangdi San. Its price is merely 2/3 of the original, yet its efficacy has improved significantly. I can profit by selling this enhanced Zhuangdi San. Qin Cheng narrowed his eyes, confident that his improved version would be in high demand, and this venture would undoubtedly yield profit. Resolute in his decision, Qin Cheng wasted no time in requesting leave and set off for Jishitang. He intended to procure medicinal materials, specifically seeking his old friend, Dr. Fong. Moreover, having not triggered any system rewards for several days, Qin Cheng was eager to see if he could garner some rewards through Dr. Fong's granddaughter, Fong Shaoxian. However, upon arriving at Jishitang, Qin Cheng quickly sensed that something was amiss. The entrance of Jishitang was thronged with local residents. Two menacing figures wielding knives stood at the entrance, glaring menacingly at the gathered crowd. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Cheng's expression darkened instantly. Something had happened to old Fong. What predicament had Dr. Fong encountered that had drawn the attention of the Blood Wolf gang? How could the Fong family hope for good fortune at the hands of such a notorious group? Whispers filled the air as onlookers gazed apprehensively at the chaos unfolding inside Jishitang, where members of the Blood Wolf gang were wreaking havoc. Despite feeling sympathy for the Fong family's plight, no one dared to approach, intimidated by the menacing presence of the gang members. The Blood Wolf gang was infamous for their ruthlessness outside Qingshan City. Ordinary people would scarcely dare to cross them. In the back courtyard of Jishitang, Dr. Fong was tied to a wooden post, his body battered and bruised as he endured torment at the hands of several Blood Wolf gang members. "Stop! Let my grandfather go, you ruffians!" came the anguished voice of Fong Shaoxian from within the locked storage room. She pounded on the door, desperately attempting to break free to rescue him. But the door had long been secured by Dr. Fong, rendering her efforts futile. All she could do was endure the heart-wrenching sounds of her grandfather's suffering. "Shaoxian, you must flee at once," Dr. Fong shouted in despair. Having locked his granddaughter in the storeroom to ensure her safety, he could not have anticipated that she would remain so foolishly steadfast in her desire to save him. "Ha! Dr. Fong, your granddaughter is indeed quite devoted. Knowing she cannot save you, she still refuses to escape." A middle-aged man with a scarred face, wielding a golden knife, lounged leisurely at a stone table, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he observed Dr. Fong, surrounded by several intimidating henchmen. "Left Vice Leader, I swear that your leader's death has nothing to do with me. If you truly wish to hold someone accountable, please spare Shaoxian." Dr. Fong's face was filled with despair as he repeatedly attempted to explain. He could not fathom why these individuals would attribute the death of their leader to him. Yet, in the next moment, Dr. Fong's expression shifted dramatically. "Ha! Dr. Fong, I know full well that your leader's death is not your doing, for it was I who orchestrated it." The left vice leader spoke nonchalantly, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Why?" Dr. Fong coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock as he glared at the left vice leader. At that moment, he understood all too well that this left vice leader seemed to have set his sights on him. Dr. Fong, it is indeed your lack of discernment that has led to this predicament. The Wu family was willing to pay a hefty price for your ancestral mountain, yet you audaciously rejected their esteemed representatives. The vice leader of the left sneered as he cast a contemptuous glance at Dr. Fong, finally revealing the root of the issue, the Wu family. Dr. Fong's eyes instantly reddened with blood, realizing that the true culprit behind this turmoil was none other than the Wu family, one of the three great clans. However, it was too late for him to comprehend this, as his pupils constricted with fear. How could the Wu family possibly know the secrets of his ancestral mountain? Dr. Fong found this hard to believe, but soon recognized that the situation had escalated to its most dire state. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. If it were merely the Blood Wolf gang, Fong Xiaoxian might still have a chance to survive in Qingshan City. The strongest members of the Blood Wolf gang are merely third-rate warriors. With caution, Fong Xiaoxian could entirely evade their pursuit. Yet, being targeted by the Wu family, a young woman like her has no hope of survival. Moreover, the secrets of his mountain are of immense significance. Even if he were to sell it to the Wu family, they would not spare Fong Xiaoxian. No, Grandpa, I refuse to leave, Fong Xiaoxian cried, her eyes swollen with tears, filled with despair and fury. Her only relative was Dr. Fong. Losing him meant facing a life of solitude, rendering existence meaningless. Little girl from the Fong family, it is wise of you not to flee. The exit of your family's tunnel has long been discovered by our Blood Wolf gang. Attempting to escape would be futile. The vice leader of the left smirked, a devilish grin spreading across his face. He relished extinguishing the hopes of his adversaries when they mistakenly believed they had a chance. The Wu family and the Blood Wolf gang, you have gone too far. Dr. Fong's eyes burned with despair and resentment. He could never have imagined that after a lifetime of saving lives as a doctor, he would face such calamity in his old age. What does it matter if you bully me? The vice leader of the left scoffed, and, just as his words fell, a series of agonized screams erupted from outside. Who goes there? Bang, bang, bang. Several cries of agony rang out in succession. The expression of the vice leader of the left changed slightly as he recognized the voices of his subordinates, causing him to grip his knife tightly, his gaze turning icy as he looked towards the entrance. Before long, an elderly figure, wielding a bloodied long knife, approached with a stoic expression. You are that health-conscious warrior from the Qishao Alliance, Qin Cheng. The vice leader of the left narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing him. Qin Cheng had been reclusive these days, remaining within the Qishao Alliance, yet his reputation had spread to the various factions in Qingshan City. To most, regardless of how feeble Qin Cheng might seem, he was still a warrior and a member of the Qishao Alliance, a status that most factions would prefer not to offend. Thus, the vice leader of the left quickly identified him. What Qin Cheng? Old Qin. Dr. Fong, barely conscious and nearly unrecognizable, gazed at the newcomer in disbelief. He could not fathom that Old Qin would appear here, and according to the vice leader of the left, Old Qin had become a warrior. Old Qin, I beg you, save Xiaoxian. Despite his disbelief, Dr. Fong could only place all his hopes on his old friend at this moment. Qin Lao, please save my grandfather, I implore you. Inside the humble abode, Fong Xiaoxian, peering through the crack of the door and witnessing Qin Cheng's arrival, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her tear-stained eyes. Qin Cheng, this is a private matter of the Blood Wolf gang. I advise you not to meddle. Observing the knife in Qin Cheng's hand, evidently seized from his subordinates, the vice leader's expression turned cold. He discerned that this health-conscious warrior seemed to have a connection with the Fong grandfather and granddaughter. As the vice leader of the Blood Wolf gang, forged from the blood and shadows of countless battles, he would not regard a practitioner of the five-animal play, a mere health enthusiast, with any respect. However, since Qin Cheng belonged to the Qishao Alliance, the vice leader hoped he would recognize the gravity of the situation and refrain from interfering. As for the deaths of a few subordinates, the vice leader was not about to provoke the Qishao Alliance over such trivial losses. Enough of your nonsense. Let them go. Qin Cheng glared darkly at the vice leader of the left. Witnessing the dire state of Old Fong ignited an unquenchable rage within him. Old Fong was one of his few old friends, and it was thanks to Dr. Fong's teachings that Qin Cheng had become a warrior. Now, seeing Old Fong in such a wretched condition, Qin Cheng could no longer remain passive. His fury reached a boiling point, and his gaze was filled with murderous intent. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? The vice leader of the left's expression turned frigid, and he chuckled coldly. I have offered you a chance at life. But since you are so oblivious, I shall dispose of you. The vice leader had never regarded Qin Cheng as a threat. He simply wished to avoid conflict with the Qi-Shao alliance. Now, witnessing Qin Cheng's audacity, he decided to cut to the chase. Raising the long knife in his hand, un malvol aura surgi fort. He looked down upon Qin Cheng with an air of disdain, the contempt evident in his demeanor. With a sinister laugh, the vice leader swung the long knife. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a chilling glimmer as it aimed directly for Qin Cheng's head. Although he did not consider Qin Cheng a worthy opponent, the vice leader unleashed his most potent killing move without reservation. The vice leader, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, was not one to hold back due to underestimating an adversary. Either he did not attack, or when he did, it was with lethal intent. It was precisely this mentality that allowed the vice leader to survive thus far. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago amidst numerous bloodbaths. As the vice leader of the left struck with his knife, the onlookers from the Blood Wolf gang perceived Qin Cheng as nothing more than a corpse. The vice leader had established a notorious reputation in the martial world for his ruthless knife techniques, having claimed numerous lives over the years. Many of the third-rate warriors who fell to his blade were not without strength or renown, yet they could not withstand the vice leader's strikes. How could an old man in his twilight years, practicing a mere health regimen, possibly defend against such prowess? However, in the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Qin Cheng. Instantly, the vice leader's expression froze, an unnameable fear welling up within him, causing his actions to falter. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a flash of icy light darted forth, cutting through the air with lethal precision. As the glimmer faded, the vice leader's body became rigid, his hands still poised to strike. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, a straight line of blood appeared, extending from the center of his forehead, cleaving downwards. The blade's force. The vice leader stared at Qin Cheng, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. The blade's force. How could it be a blade's force? In the martial world, any individual who comprehended the blade's force was considered a top-tier talent, revered even among factions with innate powerhouses. Who would have anticipated that a frail, old man, practicing merely health arts, could grasp what countless masters of the blade had failed to comprehend? In that moment, the vice leader was overwhelmed with regret. Had he known of Qin Cheng's remarkable talent, he would never have dared to act so arrogantly. But now, it was far too late for remorse. With a sickening sound, the bloodline tore open completely, and the vice leader's body was severed in two. The surrounding members of the Blood Wolf gang stood frozen, their faces etched with terror. Impossible! The deputy leader, run! Some were stunned into silence, while others instinctively recognized the gravity of the situation and attempted to flee. Leave them to me. With a single stroke, Qin Cheng had slain the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang, and he would not allow anyone else to escape. His blade flashed like a tempest, striking down one after another with merciless efficiency. Even the left deputy leader, a skilled martial artist, proved no match for Qin Cheng. Those mere lackeys who lacked martial prowess stood no chance against him. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched them all. Old Fong, are you all right? Qin Cheng hastily cut the ropes, binding Dr. Fong, gently laying him down. Just then, he heard Fong Xiaoxian calling from the storage room. With a swift motion, he shattered the heavy iron chains as if they were mere tofu. Grandpa! Fong Xiaoxian rushed out, her eyes filled with tears as she beheld her grandfather's grievous condition. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly crouched beside him to administer first aid. Don't waste your effort. I'm beyond saving, Dr. Fong uttered weakly, his body marred beyond recognition. The fact that he still clung to life was a testament to his diligent self-care. No, Grandpa, you must be all right. I will fetch the healing medicine right away. Fong Xiaoxian wept, struggling to stand despite her despair. Don't go. Listen to me. Dr. Fong mustered his strength to grasp Fong Xiaoxian's hand tightly, his gaze shifting to Qin Cheng, revealing a hint of pleading. Old Qin, my dear brother, I have one request concerning Xiaoxian. Rest assured, old Fong, I will take good care of Xiaoxian, Qin Cheng replied, his heart heavy upon witnessing old Fong's dire state. Regret surged within him, even without the system's influence. The years of friendship with old Fong compelled him to protect Fong Xiaoxian. Moreover, she was indeed a target of the system. Thank you. Dr. Fong attempted to express his gratitude, but lacked the strength for any further gestures. He could only cast a helpless glance at Qin Cheng before looking at his granddaughter with compassion, his voice faltering as he said, Xiaoxian, remember that our family's medicinal mountain holds great secrets. Should you ascend to a higher level one day, you may go to the mountain. Dr. Fong, with great difficulty, shared the secrets of the Fong family, unmasked before Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng's expression remained stoic. The revelation that a family of physicians concealed such secrets, only to be inherited by a successor of exceptional skill, astonished him. He had never anticipated that his old friend had hidden such depths. Simultaneously, he realized that the Wu family had likely targeted old Fong due to their knowledge of these secrets. Prior to entering, Qin Cheng had overheard the conversation between old Fong and the left deputy leader, thus uncovering that the Wu family was the true orchestrator behind it all. He surmised that the secret which intrigued the Wu family was undoubtedly significant. Of course, even with this knowledge, Qin Cheng had no intention of coveting old Fong's secrets. Although he did not consider himself a virtuous man, he possessed a moral compass that prevented him from desiring his friend's possessions. Grandpa, please don't leave. As she witnessed her grandfather's last moments, Fong Xiaoxian nearly shattered, collapsing against Dr. Fong's chest in tears. Old Fong, you can rest easy, whether it be the Blood Wolf gang or the Wu family. I will ensure they accompany you soon enough. Qin Cheng felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. Old Fong was one of his few remaining friends in this world. Now, with his old friend's demise, Qin Cheng felt a profound fury welling within him. The thought of the treacherous Blood Wolf gang and the Wu family ignited a burning desire for vengeance. Yet, he also understood that the Wu family currently represented a formidable force he could not confront. Thus, he vowed that one day he would eradicate the Blood Wolf gang and the Wu family. With the system at his disposal, he was confident that it would not be long before he could disregard the Wu family's threats. The immediate priority was to escort Fong Xiaoxian to the Qi-Xiao alliance. Though the Wu family was powerful, as long as Qin Cheng remained within the alliance, they could do him no harm. At that moment, he received a message. Your childhood friend Fong Xiaoxian is in dire straits. You arrived just in time to save her, leaving a profound impression in her heart. The act of heroically saving a damsel in distress has always been the hallmark of a true hero. The host has begun to grasp the essence of heroism, which is commendable. Reward received. Acceleration Point 1 allows a third-rate martial art to be directly perfected without future repercussions. Chapter 24 Acceleration Point. The conspiracy resurfaces. Qin Cheng was momentarily taken aback. The reward was astonishing. This point could instantly elevate a third-rate martial art to perfection, which meant that a person with no martial skills could, with this single point, achieve the pinnacle of third-rate prowess, merely a step away from second-rate mastery. Even Qin Cheng found himself rattled by the implications of this reward. Should he use it immediately? With determination, he nearly succumbed to the temptation of utilizing the acceleration point. If he did so, his Wukingxi could reach perfection, attaining the highest tier of third-rate martial arts. With such strength, combined with the Shuoguang blade technique, he felt confident even against second-rate masters. With that level of power, he would no longer need to fear the Wu family. However, he quickly suppressed the urge and refrained from using the acceleration point. I've already mastered Wukingxi to a high degree. Employing this point now would be somewhat wasteful. His eyes flickered with insight. Rather than applying the acceleration point to Wukingxi, it would be wiser to seek out another third-rate martial art to perfect. He could learn internal martial arts. A glimmer of clarity illuminated Qin Cheng's thoughts. Training in internal martial arts is considerably more complex than external techniques. It requires not only innate talent, but also years of dedicated practice to accumulate internal energy. This is a well-known truth in the martial world. Yet, with the acceleration point, he could directly refine an internal martial art to perfection. At that point, Qin Cheng would embody a top-tier, third-rate martial artist proficient in both internal and external arts, which would offer far greater value than merely perfecting Wukingxi. After all, he had already achieved a high level with Wukingxi. Even if he perfected it, the overall enhancement would be minimal. Conversely, acquiring a perfectly refined internal martial art would represent a substantial upgrade for him. Thus, he resolved to reserve the acceleration point for now. However, the pressing matter still lay in addressing the Fong family's predicament. While Fong Shaoxian was deeply sorrowful, she was a sensible child who understood that remaining in this place under the Wu family's watchful eye would lead to her demise. Therefore, suppressing her grief, she gathered some belongings and followed Qin Cheng to the Qishao alliance. Qin Cheng had rented a place outside, but there was also a courtyard within the alliance, making it feasible for Fong Shaoxian to stay without issue. As they departed, the news of the left deputy leader's death finally reached the ears of those in the Fong family's courtyard. A somewhat frivolous-looking man in a purple robe surveyed the left deputy leader's corpse with cold eyes. One strike to the heart. Whoever did this possesses a mastery of blade technique that is extraordinary. Are you certain the killer is that old servant from the Su family? Nearby, a hawk-nosed man, his brow furrowed, nodded gravely. Master Wu San, everyone nearby witnessed it. That fellow named Qin brazenly seized our Blood Wolf gang's blade and charged in. He added, I never anticipated that this Qin would conceal his talents so deeply. By the heavens, his blade technique is indeed formidable. Left brother was renowned for his swordsmanship, yet he met his end by another's hand. Upon witnessing the demise of the left deputy leader, the man with the hooked nose felt an icy chill in his heart. He pondered that even he would find it challenging to slay this deputy leader. The Su family has indeed become a formidable force lately, which is quite displeasing. Wu Laosan's gaze turned frosty. The woman who had slipped from his grasp was one matter. But now even a servant of the Su family had thwarted his plans, causing his mood to sour considerably. Clearly, this individual was none other than the Wu family's third master, who sought to marry Su Li. Wu Sanyi, that old wretch, had taken refuge with the Fong family's woman in the Qishao alliance. What a predicament this created. The man with the hooked nose wore a grim expression. Although Qin Cheng's swordsmanship was formidable, he considered him merely a third-rate warrior, someone whom the Blood Wolf gang could easily handle, especially with Wu Sanyi present. The crux of the matter was that Qin Cheng was currently hiding within the Qishao alliance, which posed a significant problem. No matter how arrogant he was, he would not dare to invade the alliance. Although hiding within the Qishao alliance posed some difficulties, it would not perplex me. Wu Laosan's eyes flickered with intent. It seemed necessary to pay another visit to my worthless nephew. Contemplating that inept nephew, a hint of amusement sparkled in Wu Laosan's eyes. Previously, he had lost interest in that useless nephew due to the situation with Su Li, but now he suddenly realized that the wretched nephew might still possess some utility. Qin Lauren, you have slain Zhua Xintu. Inside the Qishao alliance, Zhao Gui regarded Qin Cheng with a gaze akin to that of one observing a monster, utterly astonished. Zhua Xintu was indeed the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang, a name so infamous that even Zhao Gui had heard whispers of it. He knew that even Sun Rong, in terms of reputation and strength, was far inferior to Zhua Xintu. Hence, it was shocking to learn that such a fearsome figure had met his end at the hands of Qin Cheng, a practitioner of health-oriented martial arts. When Zhao Gui first heard this news, he nearly dismissed it as a coincidence of names, but upon further confirmation, he realized the slayer was indeed this Qin Lauren. At this moment, Zhao Gui could hardly fathom the depths of Qin Lauren's concealed prowess. He felt he had stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Was it Zhua Xintu? He was merely mediocre. Qin Cheng responded nonchalantly. He often maintained a low profile, but that did not equate to being a coward. Qin Cheng understood well that for martial artists, excessive modesty could invite bullying. At times, it was necessary to reveal a formidable side to secure one's interests. Merely mediocre? Zhao Gui swallowed hard, sensing that Qin Cheng's bravado was rather audacious. Yet, considering Zhua Xintu's demise at Qin Cheng's hands, Zhao Gui found it somewhat acceptable. Regardless, Qin Lauren, you have certainly made a name for yourself this time. You cannot imagine how his son Shengjia's expression soured upon hearing this news, as if he had just consumed something foul. Zhao Gui then excitedly continued, Moreover, do you recall Sun Rong? The task he undertook last time turned out to be a trap. The location concealed by Qi Huang was actually the territory of the Huangtian sect, where several second-rate warriors were stationed. Sun Rong did not escape and lost his life on the spot. Zhao Gui recounted this alarming revelation, which surprised even Qin Cheng. The Huangtian sect. How could such a force appear in Qinshan City? Qin Cheng's expression shifted slightly. The Huangtian sect was one of the most notorious demonic factions in the world, known to rise in rebellion during the twilight of dynasties, causing chaos and distress to successive royal families. Such a formidable organization should not have a presence in Qinshan City, especially with second-rate warriors dispatched. Although the world was in turmoil, with disturbances primarily in the northern territories far from Qinshan City, it was still inconceivable for the Huangtian sect to manifest in this locale. Zhao Gui, seemingly unconcerned, remarked that other factions feared the Huangtian sect, yet the Qishao sword sect was bolstered by innate warriors and was not overly apprehensive. Very well, Qin Cheng replied, feigning nonchalance, though his mood grew grave. He sensed that the Huangtian sect's emergence in Qinshan City was likely more complex than it appeared. The sword sect senior sister had personally come to this small place known as Qinshan City. Qin Cheng always found it peculiar. Ostensibly, the Qishao alliance in Qinshan City was merely a small branch, with hundreds of branches scattered throughout Yongzhou. As the Grand Master of the alliance, the senior sister should have no need to visit this insignificant outpost personally. The Huangtian sect's concealment in Qinshan City and establishment of a branch was also rather strange. Concurrently, a recent matter further unsettled Qin Cheng. The secret concerning the Fong family that old Fong spoke of before his death required a member of the Fong lineage to possess a first-rate realm to access. These three incidents seemed unrelated, yet they all revolved around Qinshan City, intensifying Qin Cheng's feeling that this city harbored a monumental secret, a sense of impending storm. However, the information was too scant. Despite his unease, Qin Cheng struggled to ascertain the truth. The only thing he could comprehend was that, regardless of the external dangers, his singular focus must be on enhancing his own strength. This way, no matter how perilous the world outside became, he would possess the capability to safeguard himself. He needed to expedite his mastery of inner energy, and with the full moon approaching, he hoped the opportunities presented would grant him some surprises. With a serious expression, Qin Cheng felt a sense of urgency. Suddenly, he turned to Zhao Gui and inquired, Zhao, do you have any idea how many merit points are required for the third-rate inner martial arts within the Qishao Alliance? The immediate priority was to acquire inner strength. Although Qin Cheng was currently executing a task and had no opportunity to obtain inner energy, it did not hinder him from making inquiries in advance. Third-rate inner martial arts? Zhao Gui's eyes flickered as he could not help but ask, Qin Lauren, are you planning to cultivate inner energy? Indeed, I am preparing to cultivate inner energy, as breaking through in external techniques is a daunting task at the moment. To enhance my strength, I must delve into inner practices. Qin Cheng nodded, revealing his intentions without reservation. Upon hearing that it would only require 500 to 600 merit points to exchange for a third-rate inner martial art, Qin Cheng's heart soared with delight. Although his current task reward was merely 200 merit points, completing any other task would suffice to meet the requirements for such an exchange. It appeared that acquiring a third-rate inner martial art would not be particularly challenging. What surprised Qin Cheng was that upon hearing his plans, Zhao Gui's expression shifted. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Qin Lauren, if you wish to cultivate inner energy, I can lend you merit points in advance. It must be noted that Qin Cheng's slaying of the deputy leader, Zhua, had far-reaching ramifications beyond what he had anticipated. This news had spread throughout Qinshan City, and even within the Qishao alliance, many members from the Qishao sword sect began to regard Qin Cheng with greater respect. Zhao Gui realized that by becoming Qin Cheng's intermediary, he had indeed stumbled upon a considerable advantage. Thus, he was eager to maintain a cordial relationship with Qin Cheng, lest another intermediary seize the opportunity to win over Qin Cheng. Within the Qishao alliance, it was permissible for warriors to switch intermediaries. Hence, he proposed to lend merit points to Qin Cheng, as even as a miscellaneous disciple of the Qishao sword sect, he possessed some merit points. Can merit points be lent? Qin Cheng gazed at Zhao Gui in astonishment. Exchanges for third-rate techniques and similar resources are permitted within the Qishao alliance, but higher-level resource exchanges are not allowed. Zhao Gui explained. Very well, Xiao Zhao, I appreciate your assistance in this matter. After I complete this month's task of guarding the library pavilion, I will promptly return the merit points to you. Qin Cheng clasped his hands in gratitude and glanced appreciatively at Zhao Gui. He refrained from any pretense. Since the opportunity to cultivate his internal energy had presented itself, he was eager to seize the moment. After all, he had nearly 20 days to complete his current task, and the sooner he could master his internal skills, the better. No worries with your prowess, Qin Lao. This modest accumulation of merit points is hardly significant, Zhao Gui replied, his heart swelling with joy upon hearing Qin Cheng's words, realizing he had successfully forged a closer bond. Qin Lao, allow me to accompany you to the Sanjing Pavilion. I have delved into some of the lesser martial arts there and can offer you some valuable insights. Thank you, Xiao Zhao. Qin Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. As they approached the entrance, Qin Cheng's heart jolted upon spotting the gatekeeper seated at the door. An inexplicable sense of pressure emanated from this seemingly ordinary old man. He realized that this was undoubtedly a second-rate warrior, and a particularly formidable one at that. An average second-rate fighter would not instill such a potent sense of oppression in him. Wan Zhonglao, Zhao Gui cautiously greeted the gatekeeper, then leaned closer to Qin Cheng and whispered, Qin Lao, this esteemed individual is an intersect elder of our Qishao sword sect, a first-rate master. First-rate. Qin Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. He had initially thought this elder was merely a strong figure among second-rate warriors, but to his astonishment, he discovered that the man was indeed a first-rate expert. In the entirety of Qingshan City, he had never heard of any force possessing a first-rate master. To think that within this inconspicuous branch of the Qishao alliance, such a powerful figure lay hidden. In an instant, Qin Cheng felt a deepening sense of foreboding. Qingshan City must harbor significant secrets, for how else could a first-rate master exist? Despite his heavy heart, he maintained a calm facade and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, Greetings. Wan Zhonglao. The elder replied with an indifferent expression, his right hand absently perusing a chess manual, while his left hand gently swayed a teacup. Casting not a single glance at Qin Cheng or Zhao Gui. Let us proceed inside, Qin Lao, Zhao Gui suggested, without further comment, leading Qin Cheng into the Sanjing Pavilion. Chapter 26, the Xiantian I Qigong, theoretically capable of advancing one's internal energy to the Xiantian realm. A first-rate master, Qin Cheng outwardly appeared unfazed, yet internally he was profoundly shaken. A first-rate warrior was considered a formidable figure within the entire Qian dynasty, someone capable of establishing their own sect. He had thought such power was far beyond his reach, yet here, within the modest confines of the Qishao alliance, lurked a first-rate master. After becoming a third-rate warrior and defeating the left deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang, he had felt a sense of superiority, believing himself to be formidable. However, this illusion was swiftly dispelled. He realized once more that even third-rate warriors remained weak, especially in the turbulent waters of Qingshan City, where his current strength was woefully inadequate. At the same time, Qin Cheng pondered the implications of first-rate master hidden within the Qishao alliance. What are the three great families of Qingshan City? Although they claimed that their strongest members were merely second-rate, if there might truly only reach such a level, why would Xiao Qingxue, the senior sister of the Qishao alliance, need to personally visit the Su family? Clearly, the three great families were not to be underestimated. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Cheng had previously relied on his understanding of the Dao intent from the Shuangwang sword manual, believing he could escape unscathed even against the Wu family. After all, if he exerted his full strength, even a second-rate master could be slain. Yet now, with the realization that the three great families were more formidable than he had imagined, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Putting aside his enmity with Su Shengjie, the useless scion, and his deep-seated hatred for the Wu family, Qin Cheng felt an urgent need to elevate his strength. He was increasingly focused on the internal cultivation that lay ahead. Following Zhao Gui, the two soon arrived at a bookshelf. Qin Lao. This shelf contains various third-rate internal skills that our Qishao sword sect has collected over the years, some of which were once practiced by forces that rivaled our own. Zhao Gui enthusiastically introduced the internal techniques on the shelf. Qingshu Gong, Lian Jinggong, Tuo Fan Jingqi, Hupa Shan Gong. Qin Cheng's gaze swept over the titles, his expression somewhat peculiar. He noted that while the names of these internal skills sounded grandiose, had he not known they were merely third-rate techniques, he might have mistaken them for legendary martial arts. Lacking extensive knowledge of internal techniques, Qin Cheng found it challenging to discern which methods were superior. He decided not to waste time and directly inquired, "Xiao Zhao, which of these internal skills do you believe is superior, leading to greater strength and potential?" After all, Qin Cheng was a novice in the realm of internal cultivation, and his understanding could not compare to that of a disciple from the Qishao sword sect. Moreover, since Zhao Gui was willing to lend him merit points, he would likely not hesitate to offer him a bit of goodwill as well. "Qin Lao, you have indeed asked the right person." Zhao Gui's eyes sparkled with excitement. As Qin Cheng had surmised, he was contemplating how to extend his goodwill toward Qin Cheng, and thus generously elaborated. "Most of these internal skills are rather ordinary, with a limit of third-rate proficiency. Beyond that, there is little to no path forward. However, some do possess advanced techniques with higher realms of content." Zhao Gui directly addressed the point of interest for Qin Cheng, mentioning, for instance, the Qingshu Gong, whose complete content could allow one to cultivate to the second-rate realm. However, only the third-rate content was available here, while the more advanced material could be found on the second floor of the Sanjing Pavilion, requiring more merit points for redemption. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Cheng's heart leapt with delight, thinking himself astute. Compared to the internal skills limited to third-rate proficiency, those with higher potential were precisely what he sought. After all, he did not intend to remain in the third-rate realm for life. He aspired to reach even greater heights. "Xiao Zhao, which techniques contain the content for higher realms?" Qin Cheng promptly inquired. This entire level, Zhao Gui pointed to the top shelf of the bookshelf, where a few tomes were located, can allow one to cultivate to the first-rate realm. Just first-rate? Qin Cheng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped these techniques might enable cultivation to the Xiantian realm. However, he quickly chuckled to himself, realizing he was indulging in wishful thinking. First-rate warriors could be considered national-level figures, akin to nuclear weapons in his previous life on Blue Star. It was unlikely that the Qishao sword sect would easily allow outsiders access to techniques capable of facilitating advancement to the Xiantian realm. In fact, providing techniques that could lead to the first-rate realm was already a somewhat excessive generosity on the part of the Qishao sword sect. Any technique that could enable cultivation to the first-rate realm would incite fierce competition in the martial world, drawing countless contenders. Yet within the Qishao alliance, even ordinary martial artists could access such extraordinary techniques. No matter how Qin Cheng viewed it, he felt that the Qishao sword sect was exceedingly generous. Regardless, whether the Qishao sword sect was genuinely generous or not, what he could do now was to swiftly enhance his strength. Qin Cheng's gaze landed on the tomes on the top shelf, and he began to peruse their descriptions. Xiao Gong, characterized by a balanced and harmonious internal energy that flows ceaselessly. It allows cultivation without the risk of deviation, though its power is rather mediocre. Tianlong Chan Xianju, a Buddhist technique, also avoids deviation while wielding formidable power. However, cultivating this method requires a vegetarian diet and a vow of celibacy. This notion requires no further contemplation. Directly invoking the Zhan Sheng Zhu Mo Ju is an immensely powerful endeavor, rendering one nearly invincible within the same realm. However, the drawback lies in the reduction of lifespan. Upon encountering this detail, Qin Cheng was momentarily intrigued, but was soon taken aback and hastily returned the manual to its rightful place. With only a few years of life remaining, he dared not cultivate such a technique. There remained but one final volume. Qin Cheng felt a modicum of dissatisfaction with the preceding ones, and the sole technique that seemed suitable for him was the Xiao Su Gong. The issue was that the Xiao Su Gong possessed feeble prowess, even upon mastery. Its effectiveness was limited. Currently, Qin Cheng felt an acute lack of security and was reluctant to practice such a meager technique. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the last manual, the Xiantian I Chi Gong. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Cheng noted that the name alone suggested something extraordinary. It even bore the term Xintian. Did Zhao Gui not state that all techniques here were of first-class caliber? Instantly, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. prompting him to reach for the manual to peruse its contents. Qin Lao, there is no need to squander time on this technique. Observing Qin Cheng's intent to examine this manual, Zhao Gui's lips twitched as he quickly interjected. What? Qin Cheng looked at Zhao Gui, puzzled. This technique is essentially experimental in nature, conceived by an extraordinary individual of Xiantian to facilitate ordinary martial artists in their breakthrough to the Xiantian realm. Zhao Gui explained with an unusual expression. What? This technique can enable a breakthrough to Xiantian? Qin Cheng was momentarily taken aback, only for his expression to brighten with delight as he exclaimed, Did you not say that this place only allows breakthroughs to first class? Theoretically, this technique could indeed facilitate a breakthrough to Xiantian. Zhao Gui was not surprised by Qin Cheng's reaction. Every outsider who had previously learned this secret had exhibited a similar response. He then resignedly elaborated, however, that is merely theoretical. Once mastered, the internal energy quality of the Xiantian I Qi Gong is undoubtedly among the finest in its realm. In a certain sense, if one possesses the complete technique and cultivates it to its utmost, a genuine ascension to the Xiantian realm is indeed feasible. At this juncture, Zhao Gui turned his gaze to Qin Cheng and smiled. Now, Qin Lao, do you still intend to examine this technique? Chapter 27. Exchange for Xiantian I Qi Gong. The decline of Su Shengji, even for a martial arts prodigy, ascending from the third-tier realm to a minor completion typically requires 2 to 3 decades. Such a technique, no matter how precious or high its potential, Zhao Gui believed, would find few who could dedicate the requisite time to its cultivation. After all, how many individuals possess 2 or 3 decades? With that time, they could cultivate other techniques and have long since risen to the second tier, or even the first tier for those exceptionally gifted. It is precisely for this reason that this theoretically advantageous technique is so brazenly displayed on the shelves of the Qishao sword sect, available for anyone to practice. Even within the sect, few pay heed to this theory of a potential breakthrough to the Xiantian realm, lest they genuinely believe the Qishao sword sect to be so generous. Zhao Gui assumed that after revealing these insights, Qin Lao would certainly lose interest in this technique. Yet, unexpectedly, upon hearing these revelations, Qin Cheng's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, he was intrigued. To others, the Xiantian I Qi Ju appeared to be a mere, trivial technique, with its quality akin to Xiantian techniques, yet possessing a painfully slow cultivation speed. No rational individual would choose to pursue such a method. Had Qin Cheng encountered this technique earlier, he would have undoubtedly dismissed it despite its lofty potential. However, the crux of the matter was that he now possessed a fast-track point, allowing him to elevate a technique directly to third-tier perfection. This effectively meant that Qin Cheng could disregard its shortcomings and reap the maximum benefits from the Xiantian I Qi Ju. Certainly, above the third tier lie the second and first tiers, and the technique's flaws remain evident. Yet, Qin Cheng was fervently eager to enhance his strength. As for the deficiencies associated with higher realms, he believed that in the future, he might acquire more fast-track points, which would enable him to overlook these flaws. Moreover, should circumstances dictate, he could always switch to another internal technique once he had resolved his current predicaments. Thus, the urgent priority was to swiftly bolster his capabilities. Zhao, I find the Xiantian I Qi Ju quite suitable for me. Please select this one for me, Qin Cheng stated decisively. Zhao Gui was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of alarm. Wait, Qin Lao, you have not heard my explanation. This technique is merely a triviality. Why would you still choose it? He had presumed that after all his explanations, Qin Cheng would surely reject the Xiantian I Qi Ju, yet he was astonished to find Qin Cheng so resolute. Even the young individuals with lengthy lifespans would hesitate to select the Xiantian I Qi Ju. Zhao Gui doubted whether Qin Cheng could live long enough to cultivate it to minor completion. As one ages, one must harbor certain aspirations. Qin Cheng chuckled heartily, providing no further explanation. Do not counsel me. My decision is made. I shall select the Xiantian I Qi Ju. Zhao Gui cast a resigned glance at Qin Cheng, unable to suppress a wry smile. He never anticipated that, at such an advanced age, Qin Lao would still entertain ambitions of reaching the Xiantian realm. In truth, Zhao Gui was aware of numerous individuals like Qin Cheng. Many martial artists have fallen prey to the pitfalls of the Xiantian I Chi Gong, believing themselves to be exceptional, that they could cultivate the internal technique that others could not. However, the outcome was invariably the same. Those who had once been overly ambitious and chosen the Xiantian I Chi Gong found themselves beleaguered and suffering greatly. In Zhao Gui's view, it was only a matter of time before Qin Cheng would become one of these cautionary tales. Yet, he felt it unwise to voice his concerns further. Over the days, Zhao Gui had discerned that Qin Cheng was a person of considerable conviction, and once he had set his mind on this technique, he would not waver. Sighing, Zhao Gui conceded, "Very well, since you have made your decision, allow me to assist you in the registration." In Zhao Gui's eyes, even if Qin Cheng's pursuit of the Xiantian I Chi Ju was akin to chasing a mirage, his martial prowess was undeniably that of a solid third tier, making him a formidable presence regardless of his internal energy. Thus, he was willing to lend his support without reservation. The reputation of the Xiantian I Chi Ju exceeded Qin Cheng's expectations. When he registered for the technique, the individual responsible for documentation displayed an expression that suggested yet another dreamer had arrived. Even Elder Wan, who had been quietly engrossed in reading, lifted his gaze to regard Qin Cheng. Unfazed, Qin Cheng continued undeterred, while Zhao Gui, feeling the weight of embarrassment, wished to distance himself from the situation. At last, having acquired the technique, Qin Cheng wasted no time in retreating to cultivate. However, as Zhao Gui had warned, the cultivation process proved excruciatingly slow. Even achieving the preliminary stage was no simple task. Although Qin Cheng possessed a fast-track point that could elevate the internal technique to third-tier perfection, there was a prerequisite. He must first learn the technique and reach at least the entry level for it to appear as a skill option in the system panel, thereby allowing the utilization of the fast-track point. Consequently, for the time being, Qin Cheng could only seclude himself in his chamber to practice, as reaching the entry level would not consume excessive time. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Xingjie found himself in an extreme state of frustration. The mountain villa, which generated the highest income under his name, had been allocated to Su Li. Upon learning of the situation, Su Xingjie was nearly driven to the brink of fury, unable to fathom the reality before him. His eyes, ablaze with a crimson hue, cast a ghastly glare at his mother. "Mother, how could you transfer my villa to that wretched Su Li? Stripped of this income, what means would he have to cultivate in the future? Under no circumstances could he acquiesce to this decision. This was the resolution of our ancestors. Even your husband lacks the authority to intervene." Madame Wu's countenance was equally grim, her expression one of exasperation as she regarded her son. "If only you had become a martial artist sooner, that despicable girl would not have garnered the esteem of our forebear." She had previously spared no effort in opposing Su Li. Yet now that Su Li was on the rise, could she expect any favorable outcome? In that moment, Madame Wu was filled with regret, realizing that had she known this would transpire, she should have gone to any lengths to eliminate that little wretch. Damn it! Why is it that I toil so diligently, yet remain unable to become a martial artist, while that insufferable girl and that old dog Qin managed to succeed? Su Xingjie was overwhelmed by jealousy and resentment. Why was it that those two insignificant characters could attain martial prowess while he remained stagnant, unable to break through to become a true martial artist? Now, not only had he been humiliated by Qin Cheng within the Qi Shao alliance, but even within his own family, his standing had been undermined by Su Li. At that moment, Su Xingjie felt an unprecedented urgency to become a martial artist. He knew that he must ascend to this status swiftly, otherwise his future position would only deteriorate further. He gazed intently at his mother, pleading earnestly. He realized that if he wished to become a martial artist quickly, he must obtain that precious elixir from his third uncle. Chapter 28. The Changes in the Su Residence. A mother and son conspiracy. Upon hearing this, Madame Wu's expression darkened. "Do you think I haven't mentioned it? Your third uncle is a man who only rises with profit. How could he readily part with such a precious yuan qi pill?" Not long ago, after learning of the hidden opportunities from Su Xingjie, Madame Wu had rushed to the Wu family, desperately seeking to negotiate with Wu Laosan. However, upon realizing he could not marry Su Li, Wu Laosan's demeanor toward Madame Wu grew cold, and despite her pleas, he refused to entertain the matter. This infuriated Madame Wu. What? I never expected my third uncle to be such a person. Su Xingjia's expression darkened. He had always believed his third uncle to be benevolent, only to discover it was merely an illusion. His uncle had feigned friendliness when he was in need of their assistance. Realizing this, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction toward his third uncle, yet the thought of the Yuan Qi pill made him hesitate to sever ties. Su Xingjia had an inkling that his innate talent was not particularly exceptional. Without the Yuan Qi pill, it would be nearly impossible for him to become a martial artist in the foreseeable future. After all, the path to becoming a martial artist was fraught with challenges. Even the mightiest martial artists were but ants before celestial beings. With this realization, Su Xingjia clenched his teeth and suddenly proposed, "Mother, why not disclose the matter of the celestial opportunity to my third uncle? Given his avarice, he would surely alter his attitude upon learning I have a chance to ascend to the heavens." Su Xingjia believed that the mere prospect of him potentially becoming a celestial being would outweigh the value of a single Yuan Qi pill. Although he was far from attaining celestial status, he had already begun to envision his future. Yet, Madame Wu hesitated. She was not as optimistic as her son. The secrets surrounding the celestial opportunity were of utmost importance, and such a revelation should not be lightly disclosed, even to family. Madame Wu could not guarantee the consequences of revealing this secret to her opportunistic third brother. Just as Madame Wu wrestled with her decision, a voice from outside interrupted. "Madam, a message from the third master has arrived for young master." "What? A letter from my third uncle?" Su Shengjia's eyes brightened at this news. It was indeed fortuitous timing, as he had been pondering how to contact Wu Laosan. He quickly urged, "Come in, Su Guanjia." Moments later, Su Dahai entered, his right arm bandaged, struggling to maintain his composure as he walked into the room. He had been busy with matters in the Qi Shao alliance and was unaware of the turmoil at home. With a pained expression, Su Dahai recounted, "I apologize for making young master worry. A few days ago, while I was discussing the accounts with Qin Cheng at the horse ranch, the horses suddenly went wild and charged at us. I was fortunate to only break an arm, but Qin Cheng was trampled beyond recognition." Su Dahai spoke with a sense of melancholy. Previously, he had found Qin Cheng to be an eyesore, yet recalling the latter's recent misfortunes sent a chill down his spine. It seemed as if misfortune had befallen Qin Cheng, with his adopted son suddenly falling ill and dying in agony, only to be followed by his own tragic demise at the hooves of a frenzied herd. "Is that so? Enough of that. Bring forth the letter from my third uncle." Su Xingjia raised an eyebrow, only half listening to the steward's lamentations. In his eyes, the steward was merely a servant, and even less so as a member of the second house. All he desired was to see what his third uncle had written. Su Dahai hastily presented the letter to Su Xingjia, who immediately tore it open. After reading just a few lines, his face flushed with excitement, and he sprang to his feet, eyes alight with fervor. "Huh! Fortune smiles upon me. I have greatly misjudged my third uncle. What does the letter say?" Madame Wu furrowed her brow and leaned in to read the envelope. After perusing its contents, her expression turned incredulous. "As long as you can bring Qin Cheng out of the Qi Shao alliance, he will give you the Yuan Qi pill." For a moment, Madame Wu could hardly believe her ears. Qin Cheng, the servant she had previously regarded with disdain, had suddenly become a valuable asset worthy of a Yuan Qi pill. "I heard that a few days ago, Qin Cheng killed the vice leader of the Blood Wolf gang, which is affiliated with my third uncle." "Huh! My third uncle likely wants me to provoke Qin Cheng, so he can deal with him himself." Su Shengjie sneered, quickly piecing together the events, a cunning smile forming on his lips. Qin Cheng is oblivious to his own mortality. He thinks he is impressive as a martial artist. Yet he remains a mere commoner in Qingshan City. Even if he were a third-rate martial artist, he is still nothing more than a lowly insect. The mere thought of Qin Cheng irritated him. Just days ago, he had anticipated reveling in Qin Cheng's misfortunes. Yet now it was Qin Cheng who had slain a formidable foe, shocking the entire Qingshan City. However, Su Xingjie was already aware that the Blood Wolf gang was under his third uncle's influence. Despite Qin Cheng's current success, he would ultimately face dire consequences for provoking the Wu family. "Ah, I see. Upon hearing Su Shengjia's words, Madame Wu's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, Qin Cheng has relied on our Su family for everything. Yet now that he's become a martial artist, he seeks to redeem himself without a shred of gratitude. He is nothing but a thankless wretch. To exchange the life of such a dog for a yuan qi pill is quite a fair deal. Madame Wu had been infuriated since learning of Qin Cheng's ascension to martial status, having always regarded him as an ungrateful ingrate. Upon encountering her third brother's intention to deal with Qin Cheng, she readily prepared to agree, for not only could she rid herself of that ungrateful wretch, but she could also secure a precious elixir for her son, a most fortuitous arrangement indeed. As her mother aptly remarked, Su Xingjia's eyes glinted with coldness upon receiving Wu Laosan's letter, and without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to accept the transaction. Chapter 29. Mastery of Internal Energy. A corner dog barks, desperately unbeknownst to Qin Cheng. External conspiracies were brewing. For the past few days, he had devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of Xiantian Yikigong. Finally, on the eve of the full moon, he succeeded in sensing a hint of energy within himself. Skill: Xiantian Yikigong, Level 1, Entry 120. 000. Gazing at the skill panel where the option for the technique had finally appeared, Qin Cheng could not help but exclaim in wonder, "At last, I have entered the threshold of this art, which is not something the average person can cultivate." Blessed with innate talent, Qin Cheng's aptitude among martial artists was undoubtedly exceptional. Even so, it had taken him several arduous days to merely grasp the fundamentals of this technique. This attests to the formidable difficulty of mastering Xiantian Yikigong. It is no wonder that the Qishao sword sect boldly announced this top-tier technique, theoretically capable of elevating one to the Xiantian realm. Qin Cheng harbored serious doubts about who in this world could truly master such an art. Resolute, Qin Cheng inhaled deeply, refusing to squander any more time. He directed his thoughts to allocate his training points. In an instant, a protracted vision unfolded within his mind. He saw himself, year after year, sequestered in solitary training of Xiantian Yikigong. Time passed, spring gave way to autumn, and day in and day out, he engaged in nothing but eating and sleeping, dedicating every moment to the cultivation of this technique. After a full decade, possessing such exceptional innate talent, Qin Cheng finally achieved complete mastery of the first level of Xiantian Yikigong, his internal energy reaching an extraordinary pinnacle. As the vision concluded, Qin Cheng felt an unparalleled purity of internal power circulating within his limbs. This energy, immensely strong and boundless, reached an astonishing level of potency. It was as if he had trained in this internal discipline for a decade, becoming intimately familiar with its intricacies and reaching the zenith of comprehension. Realizing the magnitude of his gains, joy illuminated Qin Cheng's countenance. He recognized that the training points not only elevated his internal energy to perfection, but also endowed him with the complete memory of having personally practiced this technique. This was an immense boon. For most individuals, a sudden surge in strength necessitates prolonged adaptation to their newfound abilities. Yet, with the cultivation memories at his disposal, Qin Cheng need not invest further time and energy in mastering the technique. Xiantian Yikigong was not only immensely powerful, but also exhibited remarkable restorative properties for the body. Upon achieving mastery, Qin Cheng felt many hidden afflictions accumulated over the years within his aging body miraculously heal. To his astonishment, the system indicated an increase in his lifespan by an entire 6 years, bringing his total lifespan to 17 years. This was indeed a most unexpected delight. Choosing to pursue Xiantian Yikigong was undeniably the wisest decision. In high spirits, Qin Cheng understood that the value of an extended lifespan far outweighed any gains in strength or status. After all, it was longevity he desperately sought. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. "Qin Lao, do you have a moment?" A soft, low voice called out. "Xiaoxian, what is it?" Qin Cheng inquired, raising an eyebrow as he hastily opened the door. Before him stood a delicate young girl clad in mourning attire, her form petite and graceful, her complexion pale, and her eyes dimmed, a poignant sight indeed. It was Feng Xiaoxian, who was currently keeping vigil for Dr. Feng. Seeing her in such a state tugged at Qin Cheng's heartstrings. Yet, The loss of her only kin was a sorrow that no words could alleviate. Qin Lao, the people from Qishao Alliance have sent you an invitation, Fang Xiaoxian said cautiously, extending a beautifully packaged invitation to Qin Cheng. Let me see, Qin Cheng replied, arching an eyebrow as he took the invitation. A cold smile crept across his face. How amusing that Su Xingjie, who looked down upon everyone else, had taken the trouble to invite him. The tone of the invitation was exceedingly humble, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Qin Cheng felt as though the sun had risen in the west. He was well acquainted with Su Xingjie's character. This proud individual had always regarded him with disdain. The sudden shift to humility sparked a thought in Qin Cheng's mind. Flattery without cause is either deceit or malice. Remembering that the late matriarch had been intent on marrying Su Li to Wu Laosan, Qin Cheng squinted, suddenly realizing a possibility. Could Su Xingjie be colluding with Wu Laosan? Otherwise, he could hardly believe that Su Xingjie would extend such a cordial invitation. With this realization, Qin Cheng lost all interest in the invitation and tore it up on the spot. Knowing that the other party harbored ulterior motives, he would be a fool to accept their invitation. Nevertheless, he made a mental note of this incident. Su Xingjie, that foolish scion, had repeatedly plotted against him. This grudge would not go unaddressed. Given the opportunity, Qin Cheng would ensure that this man learned the consequences of his schemes. However, at this moment, Qin Cheng lacked the confidence to confront the Su family, and despite harboring murderous intent towards Su Xingjie, he dared not act recklessly. Instead, he turned his attention to the delicate Fang Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, in a few days, once your vigil concludes, I shall personally guide you in your cultivation. Instructing Fang Xiaoxian in her training served a dual purpose, fulfilling a friend's last wish and seizing the chance to earn rewards. Aware of the precariousness of his own situation, Qin Cheng sought to bolster his own strength as swiftly as possible. Fang Xiaoxian replied, her fists clenched tightly, and a flicker of unwavering resolve and resentment appeared in her dim eyes. Deep within, she silently vowed that one day, she would ensure that the Bloodwolf gang and the Wu family paid in blood for their transgressions. As night fell, at the renowned Chunxiang building outside Qingshan City, in a private room on the top floor, Wu Laosan, fiddling with the ring on his thumb, wore a half-smile as he regarded the visibly distressed Su Xingjie. It seems your influence does not carry much weight. That Qin Cheng has yet to arrive at such a late hour, indicating he has no intention of honoring you with his presence. Wu Laosan had initially thought Su Xingjie was already a sufficient fool, but he was taken aback to discover that this man was even more inept than he had imagined, unable to even invite a former servant to dine with him. As the legitimate son of the Su family, how could he fail at such a trivial task? In an instant, Wu Laosan found himself at a loss for words. Damn it! Su Xingjie seethed with rage, heat flooding his face. He had not anticipated that Qin Cheng, that old dog, would show him such disdain, completely disregarding him. The former young master. That treacherous, ungrateful wretch. I will not let you go unpunished. Su Xingjie ground his teeth, harboring boundless animosity and murderous intent towards Qin Cheng. He knew that if only Qin Cheng had agreed to meet, he could have secured the elixir, yet even this simple request was met with refusal. At this moment, Su Xingjie's hatred for Qin Cheng ran deep within his bones. Little did Qin Cheng know that Su Xingjie remained determined to pursue that elixir. His position was increasingly precarious. If he did not become a martial artist quickly, all would be lost. He couldn't help but fix his gaze intently on Wu Laosan. Uncle San, there is indeed another way to lure that old dog out. As long as I become a martial artist, I can attain the status of a steward in the Qishao Alliance. At that point, I could secretly assign Qin Laogo a compulsory task, compelling him to leave the Qishao Alliance. Wu Laosan raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by these words. Uncle San, I implore you. Su Xingjie pleaded desperately. How about this? You first give me the elixir, and in return, I will assist you within the Qishao Alliance by providing intelligence and performing 3 tasks for you free of charge. Excluding the matter with that ingrate. In his quest for the elixir and to become a martial artist, Su Xingjie was utterly humbled at that moment. Upon hearing this, Wu Laosan's eyes sparkled with insight, a smile gracing his lips as he finally nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. The full moon and the arrival of opportunity on the day of the full moon, before dusk fell. Qin Cheng had already taken out the Xiangshan poetry collection and found an open area, waiting for the moment when the full moon would ascend. He wondered what secrets were concealed within this collection that required the moonlight to reveal them. Curiosity and anticipation swelled within him as he gazed at the seemingly unremarkable black-covered ancient book. Qin Cheng had already inquired about the origins of the Xiangshan poetry collection. It was said to be the work of a retired official from the late Dali dynasty. The poetry itself was rather ordinary, but the calligraphy was exquisite, and beyond that, it bore no other remarkable traits. Qin Cheng could hardly fathom what kind of opportunity this book might hold. He had spent an entire month guarding the library for the sake of this book, and if the opportunity proved worthless, it would be a tremendous loss for him. However, a faint premonition in his heart told him that this opportunity would indeed be extraordinary. What secrets could be hidden within it that were anything but ordinary? As he patiently awaited the moonrise, Qin Cheng also felt the growth of his own strength. To his delight, since reaching the perfection of the Xiantian I Qigong, his progress in the Wukingxi had surged remarkably, accumulating 500 experience points in just a single day. This was equivalent to 3 days of training in the past. If this pace continued, by the end of the month, he would be able to cultivate the Wukingxi to perfection, at which point both his internal and external skills would reach the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, leading to a qualitative leap in his power. Truly, the Xiantian potential of his internal cultivation was evident. Qin Cheng's spirits soared. The sensation of rapid growth and strength was exhilarating, and he wished it could persist indefinitely. While this swift advancement was indeed thrilling, it also made Qin Cheng acutely aware that he needed to prepare for a breakthrough to the 2nd tier. Both the Wukingxi and the first layer of the Xiantian I Qigong only permitted him to cultivate to the ultimate 3rd tier. To break through to the 2nd tier, he would first need to acquire 2nd tier cultivation techniques. It seemed that after this month concluded, he would need to take on numerous tasks. A flicker of determination shone in Qin Cheng's eyes. He was ready to roll up his sleeves once his duty guarding the library came to an end. Otherwise, how would he obtain 2nd tier techniques? As Qin Cheng contemplated his future plans, the sky gradually darkened. In the night sky, a full moon began to rise. Soft moonlight bathed the earth, illuminating the open space in the garden outside the library. The Xiangshan poetry collection in Qin Cheng's hands was also enveloped in this moonlight. Suddenly, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Qin Cheng was astonished to see that the once ordinary poetry collection had transformed into something akin to a luminous pearl, radiating a soft, crystal-like white glow beneath the moonlight. At the same time, the previously yellowed pages rejuvenated, and the poetic verses inscribed upon them abruptly vanished, replaced by an array of tiny characters and peculiar insect illustrations. Qin Cheng quickly examined the contents with great care. After reading, his eyes widened in ecstatic disbelief. This was, astonishingly, a secret technique for cultivating goo. What a fortune! Although Qin Cheng had anticipated that this opportunity might be extraordinary, he never expected the rewards to far exceed his imagination. The text that appeared on the pages described events that left him utterly shocked. During the final years of the Dali dynasty, the emperor became infatuated with Taoist arts, exhausting national resources in a frenzied quest for any information related to immortals. Ultimately, the emperor, having learned of a past occurrence of immortals in the southern region of the 10,000 Great Mountains, dispatched a 1,000,000-strong army to invade, waging war against local tribes in search of celestial fortunes. Whether or not they found such fortunes remains unknown. But it was clear that this endeavor led to mutual destruction between the Dali dynasty and the foreign tribes inhabiting the mountains. The army, ill-suited for the harsh environment, fell victim to disease and suffered countless casualties, laying the groundwork for the dynasty's eventual downfall. The foreign tribes were also decimated by the Dali forces, suffering massive losses. The author of this manuscript was an official who had accompanied the Dali army in their quest for celestial fortune in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Although he did not find such fortune, he obtained a treasure passed down from a prominent clan within the mountains. This treasure was the very technique of gu cultivation. The techniques described included Qian gu, Dali gu, and Nixing gu. As Qin Cheng gazed upon the various types of goo recorded, his eyes sparkled with wonder. Each one seemed more astonishing than the last, evoking an almost technological marvel. For instance, the Qian goo could secretly eavesdrop on conversations, recording sounds like a listening device. The Dali goo was even more remarkable. Once perfected, an ordinary person could possess the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. This was an unfathomable concept. Even a first-tier martial artist would scarce possess such overwhelming power. One can only imagine the immense value of such goo. Once mastered, it would be akin to wielding the power to confront first-tier martial artists directly. The manuscript recorded over a dozen bizarre goo, each more extraordinary than the last. The goo techniques were, without doubt, astonishing. Could it be that the emperor of the past mistook these for celestial fortunes? Yet, Qin Cheng quickly regained his composure, finding such a notion unlikely. While the Dali goo could grant one the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, legendary Xiantian masters were said to possess abilities that defied humanity, capable of crossing rivers on a reed or cleaving mountains with a single strike. In the face of such non-human existence, what did the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers amount to? However, Qin Cheng was acutely aware that he was not in a position to dream of such things, compared to the legendary celestial fortunes. Martial prowess and this goo technique were far more pressing concerns. Most of the goo recorded were beyond his current capabilities to cultivate. Yet the Nixing goo was something he could realistically achieve in a short time. Qin Cheng's gaze flickered as he examined the contents detailing the goo techniques. Many of the extraordinary goo required extremely stringent conditions for cultivation, far beyond the means of an average person. For example, the Dali goo required the flesh of exotic beasts, numerous precious herbs, and some rare insect from the 10,000 Great Mountains to be cultivated. Most goo insects shared similarly demanding requirements, but there were a few that were relatively simpler to produce, particularly one that suited Qin Cheng perfectly, the Nixing goo. The Nixing goo could enable a martial artist to conceal their strength, diminishing their aura and presence, making it exceedingly difficult for adversaries of a higher realm to detect them. Should he successfully cultivate the Nixing goo, Qin Cheng would be able to maximize his concealment, ensuring his safety even in dire situations. More importantly, this goo is not difficult to cultivate, making it exceedingly suitable for Qin Cheng. Chapter 31. Compulsory Task. Attacking the Huangtian sect branch plans often change rapidly. Cheng had only received the secret art of refining goo for a few days when a piece of news abruptly disrupted his plans. Qin Lao and Su Xingjie had unexpectedly become martial artists and had been promoted to the position of steward. One day, Zhao Gui, with a grim expression, approached Qin Cheng, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "That fellow just took office and is already flaunting his power in front of me. It is utterly detestable." This was hard to believe. The last time Qin Cheng had seen him, he had distinctly felt that Su Xingjie's cultivation was still far from adequate. A sense of confusion settled over him. He recalled that when he had previously encountered Su Xingjie, the latter was evidently still a long way from becoming a third-tier martial artist. How could he have achieved such a transformation in just a few days? This was clearly abnormal. "I find it strange as well," Zhao Gui replied. "However, I heard from Su Shixiang that he seems to possess a volatile aura, suggesting that he did not cultivate this power through his own efforts, but rather has utilized some sort of rare treasure." Zhao Gui's tone was infused with indignation, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of envy and resentment. Even if Su Xingjie had relied on external resources to become a martial artist, he was still a martial artist nonetheless, and his status had irrevocably shifted. Qin Cheng's eyes glimmered with surprise. It dawned on him that the foundations of the 3 great families were more profound than he had initially imagined, capable of nurturing martial artists through external means. However, he quickly realized that such resources could not be easily obtained. Otherwise, the families would have already amassed a legion of martial artists, leaving no survival space for commoners like them. Simultaneously, a sense of caution arose within Qin Cheng. He had not forgotten that Su Xingjie had repeatedly targeted him. Previously, when Su Xingjie had not yet reached the status of a martial artist, his position within the Qishao alliance had been mediocre, and he had been unable to contend with Qin Cheng. However, now that Su Xingjie had just become a martial artist and had been promoted to steward, he was in a position to pose a threat to Qin Cheng. This was undoubtedly troubling news. As expected, Qin Cheng's ominous premonition soon came to fruition. Qin Lao, I have also heard bad news. After Su Xingjie was promoted to steward, he proposed to gather numerous martial artists to attack the Huangtian sect's branch, Zhao Gui said, his expression darkening. If his proposal comes to fruition, you may also have to partake in this mission. Qin Cheng furrowed his brow. The Huangtian sect's branch was evidently the one discovered by Sun Rong when he had snatched a task from Qin Cheng. According to the Qishao Alliance's contract, under normal circumstances, he was required to undertake a mission every 3 months, and beyond that, he had no obligations. Logically, having already accepted one mission, he could disregard others. However, the contract clearly stated that this was applicable under normal circumstances. In special situations, there were certain compulsory missions that no martial artist could refuse. For instance, tasks aimed at confronting rebel forces like the Huangtian sect were certainly non-negotiable. Isn't there a plethora of second-tier experts stationed at the Huangtian sect's branch? Su Xingjie is merely a newly promoted third-tier martial artist. How could he possibly arrange for second-tier martial artists to execute this task? Qin Cheng queried, perplexed as he gazed at Zhao Gui. The issue is that Su Xingjie's proposal has received a nod from the head of our Qinshan branch. Zhao Gui sighed. The Huangtian sect is ultimately a grave threat to our Daqian dynasty. Ignorance of their existence might have been acceptable, but now that we are aware of their location, our branch cannot afford to turn a blind eye. We must eliminate the Huangtian sect's branch. Otherwise, neither the court nor our sect will have a satisfactory explanation. That makes sense, Qin Cheng acknowledged. Indeed, confronting a malevolent sect like the Huangtian sect was an obligation of the Qishao Alliance. Now that they were aware of the existence of the branch, the alliance had every reason to take action. Yet, Qin Cheng harbored a subtle feeling that this mission would not be so straightforward. Su Xingjie had just become a third-tier martial artist and had proposed such a perilous task. Qin Cheng could not shake the feeling that this was rather coincidental. Could it be aimed at me? Qin Cheng speculated inwardly. If that were indeed the case, a flicker of murderous intent arose within him. Initially, he had refrained from confronting Su Xingjie due to the latter's formidable family. But if Su Xingjie was determined to target him, he would have no choice but to retaliate, even if it meant opposing the Su family. Qin Cheng could not allow someone intent on his demise to go unchallenged. Su Xingjie, I hope you possess some self-awareness. Qin Cheng narrowed his eyes. He merely wished to cultivate discreetly, but was not genuinely afraid of the Su family. If provoked, he would not hesitate to confront them, nor would he shy away from the Qishao sword sect. However, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to act recklessly, as he was still too weak. Realizing the potential crisis ahead, Qin Cheng dared not delay any longer and immediately focused all his thoughts on refining the concealment goo. Days passed, and the worst of scenarios unfolded. Qin Lao, the steward has issued an order to set aside your current task. The Alliance is now summoning all second-tier and third-tier martial artists from Qingshan City. Zhao Gui, with an anxious expression, rushed to the library to relay the message. What I mentioned to you earlier has indeed come to pass. You must exercise caution. So it has finally arrived. Qin Cheng inhaled deeply, feeling the bottle in his possession. Ever since he'd learned the news, he had been diligently refining the concealment goo. Fortunately, he had successfully crafted it in time. With his current strength, coupled with the goo insect, even if he faced a second-tier martial artist, he could easily extricate himself or even seize an opportunity to strike. A glimmer of determination shone in Qin Cheng's eyes. Initially, he had felt some unease upon receiving this news. But now he suddenly realized that this compulsory mission might not pose any danger to him. In fact, it could be a considerable opportunity for profit. His internal cultivation had reached the pinnacle of third-tier prowess, and with the concealment goo at his disposal, he could very well find an opportunity to eliminate even a second-tier expert. Thus, the upcoming mission did not seem as perilous as it initially appeared. Moreover, given the number of participants in this task, chaos was expected, and it would not be unusual for a few to perish amidst the turmoil. Reflecting on the persistent provocateur, Qin Cheng's eyes flashed with coldness. He was not the type to simply endure without retaliation. After making his preparations, Qin Cheng accompanied Zhao Gui directly to the assembly point of the Qishao Alliance. For the past few days, he had remained in the library, oblivious to the other members of the alliance and the extent of its numbers. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by what he saw. In the Grand Hall, there were over 30 martial artists, their powerful auras palpable, a mix of men and women, old and young, gathered together. Qin Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. While he had anticipated a considerable number of martial artists within the Qishao alliance, more than 30 was beyond his expectations. It was important to note that even the lowest-tier, third-tier martial artists were significant figures in Qingshan City. For example, the Blood Wolf Gang, which roamed the outer city, had only 2 or 3 third-tier martial artists, yet they were enough to amass a large group of thugs, oppressing countless innocent citizens and instilling fear among the common folk. One could imagine the weight a third-tier martial artist carried. Before Qin Cheng stood over 30 martial artists, and he estimated that this assembly alone was sufficient to deter various factions in Qingshan City from acting recklessly. Even the 3 great families would think twice before provoking so many martial artists. It seemed that the number of martial artists among the common people was greater than he had previously imagined. A flicker of intrigue danced in Qin Cheng's eyes as he observed the assembly in the Grand Hall. In the Grand Hall, numerous martial artists who had already arrived noticed the arrival of Qin Cheng. Despite his frail appearance, they did not exhibit any signs of disdain. Instead, several of them displayed a hint of apprehension. Could this be the Qin Cheng who had slain the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Gang? At such an advanced age, he still possesses formidable strength. Such a person should not be provoked lightly. Although Qin Cheng had been hiding in the library, the tale of his triumph over the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Gang had spread throughout Qingshan City. After all, the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Gang was notorious, having terrorized the outer city without anyone daring to confront him. The fact that such a fearsome individual met his end at Qin Cheng's hand speaks volumes about Qin Cheng's extraordinary prowess. With no grievances or enmities, none were willing to recklessly become enemies of Qin Cheng. Many present even offered friendly smiles, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Esteemed sir, you must be the renowned Qin Laoxian, the one who vanquished the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. Your name is indeed well known to me, said a young martial artist who approached Qin Cheng, accompanied by a delicate-looking young lady. The young man smiled as he introduced himself. I am Qin Cheng, and this is my younger sister, Shun Mingyue. It is an honor to meet you, Qin Laoxian. The young lady, with her exquisite features and graceful figure, stood shyly behind her brother, her curious eyes cautiously studying Qin Cheng. Ah, so you are the celebrated Shun siblings who defeated the 13 fiends of Panshan. I have indeed heard of your illustrious names. You are truly the pride of the martial world, Qin Cheng responded, acknowledging their reputation. The Shen siblings had garnered immense fame in Qingshan City over the past 2 years, both excelling in swordsmanship and displaying valor. They had once single-handedly eradicated the infamous bandits of Panshan, earning widespread acclaim. Even before Qin Cheng became a martial artist, he had heard tales of this brother-sister duo and felt a certain admiration for their willingness to champion the weak. Shun Qing smiled slightly as he articulated his intention, suggesting an alliance. Qin Cheng quickly grasped the underlying motive for the approach and considered it a commendable proposal. He had no intention of waging war alone. Despite his formidable strength, the unknown dangers lurking within the Yellow Sky sect branch warranted caution. The siblings were indeed capable and qualified to join forces with him. Additionally, he was aware that potential threats might lurk in the shadows, and having allies would ease the burden of confronting such dangers. Excellent. With your esteemed presence, I believe this mission will pose little risk to us, Shun Qing remarked, his eyes gleaming with delight. Shun Mingyue, standing beside him, also displayed a hint of a smile, evidently pleased at the prospect of collaborating with Qin Cheng. At that moment, not only were Qin Cheng and the Shun siblings forming an alliance, but other martial artists were also engaging in discussions, forming small groups. Given the scale of this mission, the inherent dangers were evidently significant. Even the most confident individuals understood that risking their lives alone was unwise. Collaborating to confront adversaries was the most prudent strategy. As discussions unfolded, several more martial artists arrived, totaling 7 or 8 individuals. Among them was a middle-aged man with a scarred face clad in the uniform of the local constabulary. while the others wore the attire of the Qishao sword sect, unmistakably members of that faction. Su Xingjie was among them, positioned at the rear of the group. Upon spotting Su Xingjie, Qin Cheng narrowed his eyes but chose to feign ignorance, redirecting his attention to the two figures at the forefront. One was a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a long beard, while the other was the scarred-faced constable. The mere presence of these two exuded an inexplicable aura of pressure. As they entered the hall, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Qin Cheng's eyes flickered. He quickly discerned that these two were undoubtedly second-rate martial artists. In Qingshan City, second-rate martial artists represented the pinnacle of strength. Although Qin Cheng believed himself capable of facing them without fear, he remained cautious, fully aware of the formidable nature of such opponents. Second-rate martial artists were powerful enough to establish long-lasting legacies, and none of them were to be underestimated. I am Liao Yongyuan, the leader of the Qingshan branch of the Qishao Alliance. The middle-aged man with the long beard began, introducing the scarred constable beside him. This is Fan Shanhe, the constable of the county office. In our endeavor to strike against the Yellow Sky Sect branch, the Qishao Alliance has joined forces with the court, which has dispatched Constable Fan along with 100 constables to search the mountains and seas, jointly attacking the Yellow Sky Sect. Upon hearing Liao Yongyuan's announcement, the martial artists present brightened with excitement, revealing expressions of joy. This was truly good news. The court's involvement made the assault on the Yellow Sky Sect all the more promising. Qin Cheng smiled subtly, glancing at the Shun's siblings beside him. However, he found it peculiar that Shun Qing did not appear particularly thrilled by this news. Instead, he forced a faint smile only upon meeting Qin Cheng's gaze, saying, "Indeed, this is certainly good news." Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow, puzzled. With so many additional allies, one would expect it to be a cause for celebration. Why did Shun Qing exhibit such a reaction? In contrast, Shun Mingyue, seemingly delicate and timid, appeared genuinely delighted, mirroring the sentiments of the other martial artists. This discrepancy made Qin Cheng wary. He quickly realized that the Shun siblings might not be as trustworthy as they appeared. Nonetheless, he maintained a calm facade, pretending not to notice anything amiss, while internally resolving to be cautious around them. Everyone, for participating in the assault on the Yellow Sky Sect branch. Each participant will receive 500 merit points. Additionally, for every Yellow Sky Sect follower slain, there will be a reward of 100 merit points. And for every third-rate martial artist killed, a reward of 1,000 merit points. If one can slay a second-rate martial artist, the reward will be 3,000 merit points. Liao Yongyuan proclaimed, announcing the generous rewards for the mission. Upon hearing this, the martial artists present felt their breaths quicken. Although this mission was fraught with danger, the rewards were indeed extraordinary. A third-rate martial artist is worth 1,000 merit points. If I can slay 3, I will have enough to exchange for a second-rate martial technique, Qin Cheng thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had learned from Zhao Gui that the price for a second-rate technique hovered around 3,000 merit points. Typically, accumulating such points required arduous tasks and numerous challenges. But this time, if fortune smiled upon him, he could earn enough merit points for a second-rate technique in one fell swoop. Given his displayed strength, even if he earned an impressive 3,000 merit points from a single mission, he need not worry about others coveting his rewards. He was confident in safeguarding what he obtained. Resolutely, he decided he could not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, it would take an inordinate amount of time to amass such rewards in the future. After briefly announcing further details, Liao Yongyuan instructed everyone to set off directly towards the location of the Yellow Sky Sect branch in Yinzi Forest. Given the nature of the assault, it was prudent to avoid large-scale movements to prevent alerting the Yellow Sky Sect spies in advance. Rather, it is necessary to conceal traces and regroup upon arrival. Thus, Liao Yongyuan revealed the meeting place and instructed everyone to hide their whereabouts, to convene at a certain location outside Yinzilin. Consequently, Qin Cheng bid a temporary farewell to the Shun siblings, agreeing to meet again at the designated spot. Shun Qing, you worthless fool, you have just exposed a flaw. That person named Qin has likely noticed you. In a deserted alley of Qingshan City, the seemingly frail Shun Mingyue now wore a displeased expression. her gaze directed unhappily at her nominal elder brother. Saintess, I apologize. I did not anticipate that the court would send someone. Qin Cheng's complexion turned pale as he cautiously regarded his nominal sister. Do you think the Qishao sword sect might have discovered the secret of Yinzilin? Otherwise, why would they suddenly bring so many people? So what if they discovered it? Shen Mingyue scoffed dismissively. That place is the ancestral ground of my Wuxing sect. Neither the Qishao sword sect nor the Huangtian sect can uncover the legacy of my Wuxing sect without my Wuxing Sacred Heart Lotus. In fact, the arrival of so many from the court is a positive development. The more people there are, the better it is for me to fish in troubled waters. With a cold glint in her eyes, Shen Mingyue's demeanor shifted as she licked her lips, her previously innocent aura dissipating, replaced by an inexplicable charm. You must keep a close watch on that Qin Cheng. I have discovered through secret arts that he possesses innate roots, and intriguingly, he is brimming with vitality. His yuan yang intact, a perfect cauldron. If I can cultivate with him and drain his yuan yang, my Wuxing heart method will smoothly break through, allowing me to ascend to a first-rate realm, or even grasp the legendary Wuxing realm through dual cultivation, experiencing the wonders of innate existence. This must be the supreme opportunity that Wuxing Laomu has prepared for me, to assist me in ascending to the innate realm before the celestial fate descends. Only then can I seize the celestial opportunity and bring glory to my Wuxing sect. What? Innate roots. Shen Qing's expression changed drastically. His eyes suddenly filled with blood-red envy and resentment. The legendary constitution that allows one to advance to the innate realm without any bottlenecks. How could that lowly servant possess such an unparalleled physique? He was bewildered as to why the Saintess would want him to recruit an unremarkable old man as a companion when their mission prohibited teaming up with outsiders. Now he understood that to her, that individual was a priceless treasure. How could this be? Gazing at the Saintess's mesmerizing beauty, a surge of blood rose in Shen Qing's throat, his face alternating between green and white. What do you, a useless fool, understand? The secret arts I discovered cannot be false. Who could it be? Shen Mingyue was about to explain when her expression suddenly sharpened, scanning the surroundings. Who? Shen Qing's countenance shifted as he immediately turned to glare at the vicinity, his right hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. Meow. At that moment, a startled wild cat leapt from the rooftop, darting away into the shadows. It was merely a wild cat. How it startled me. Shen Qing exhaled, the tension on his face dissipating. Their identities were not meant to be revealed. Should they be discovered, it would spell disaster. Shen Mingyue furrowed her brows slightly, but did not relax her vigilance, her gaze continuing to survey the empty streets. After a thorough search and finding nothing, she finally ceased her scrutiny. Let's go. Remember my words. That Qin Cheng must not be allowed to slip away. Shen Mingyue, abandoning the search for others, spoke sternly to Shen Qing, asserting that if necessary, they could even forsake the sect's legacy to cultivate a good relationship with him. As they spoke, the two resumed their journey, swiftly vanishing into the alley. The once empty and desolate corner of the alley remained quiet for some time before a figure quietly emerged. With a bewildered expression etched on his aged face, he muttered, I must be seeing things. I never expected that at my age. Someone would still have designs on my body. This person could only be Qin Cheng. Chapter 34. The Enchantress. Kang Sitong, what he had just overheard, left Qin Cheng utterly astonished. He had sensed something amiss with the siblings and had employed the concealment technique to stealthily follow them, hoping to uncover their true identities. He did not anticipate uncovering such a monumental secret. This pair was not merely siblings. They were members of the Wuxing sect, with the seemingly delicate Shen Mingyue being none other than the saintess of the Wuxing sect. Qin Cheng had heard of the Wuxing sect, a faction renowned for its rebellious pursuits, once rivaling the Huangtian sect and having toppled countless dynasties throughout history. However, during the decline of the last dynasty, the Dali dynasty, the Wuxing sect suffered a devastating blow, leading to its current diminished power compared to the Huangtian sect. Nevertheless, the status of a sect saintess was beyond Qin Cheng's imagination. Moreover, What shocked Qin Cheng even more was that their conversation hinted at the Huangtian sect's branch concealing a celestial opportunity. Celestial opportunity. Qin Cheng's breath quickened with excitement. Such a legendary prospect, coveted even by emperors of bygone eras, was tantalizingly close. If he could attain it, would he not become a cultivator, free from the burden of lifespan concerns? Thus, upon hearing this news, Qin Cheng had been so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly revealed his presence. It was at that moment that Shen Mingyue came perilously close to discovering him. Otherwise, with the extraordinary concealment technique, how could she have detected Qin Cheng? Calm down. Regardless of whether the celestial opportunity is real, it seems beyond my reach at present. Qin Cheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He was acutely aware that even if he were to obtain the celestial opportunity now, he would not be able to safeguard it. Moreover, with so many formidable individuals dispatched, the Qishao sword sect, the court, the Huangtian sect, and even the saintess of the Wuxing sect herself, how could a mere third-rate warrior like him hope to seize the celestial opportunity under their watchful eyes? More troubling than the celestial opportunity was the revelation of his innate roots. My innate roots have been discovered. Qin Cheng's expression flickered between uncertainty and dread. The innate roots were his most significant secret, aside from the system, and their discovery would undoubtedly spell trouble. After all, such a constitution could allow one to cultivate to the innate realm without any bottleneck. Should this information leak, countless factions would go mad with desire. In a world where the existence of immortals remained a mere rumor, innate experts were the acknowledged strongest, capable of stabilizing a nation. It is not hard to imagine that no faction would stand idly by while an innate expert emerged to compete for their interests. Once Qin Cheng's secret was revealed, he would face two fates: be captured and used as a pawn, or be eliminated before he could pose a threat. Any hopes of discreetly developing his strength had become impossible, though he had suspected that someone might possess the ability to discern his roots. He never anticipated being discovered so soon. This was truly bad news. Fortunately, Qin Cheng found himself in a rather comical predicament, as his lifelong obsession with cleanliness had allowed him to maintain his Chu Nan identity, temporarily shielding him from the risk of exposure. The fact that the enchantress of the Wuxing sect had set her sights on him was the most absurd situation for Qin Cheng. In this world, escaping the clutches of a novice was indeed simple, as brothels were a legal industry. Despite his somewhat fastidious nature, was reluctant to frequent establishments like brothels. As for marrying and having children, he had once been a servant, too apathetic to even redeem his own freedom. So how could he possibly consider marrying and raising a child destined to continue as a servant? Thus, even at the age of 70, Qin Cheng's vitality remained intact. Interestingly, for those female practitioners who engaged in dual cultivation techniques, a warrior like Qin Cheng was indeed a rare treasure. Recognizing this, he no longer feared that Shen Mingyue would divulge his secret. However, this did not imply that he was devoid of danger. The saintess of the Wuxing sect, Shen Mingyue, had become his greatest threat. As a male deity, by an improbable stroke of fortune, you have successfully uncovered the schemes of the enchantress. You are aware that she covets your physique and will not rest until she has manipulated you into various forms. As a man of integrity, you must exercise utmost caution. Of course, for a truly formidable male deity, one should not overlook good women, while ensuring that the bad ones do not escape. Engaging in a battle of wits with wicked women, feigning compliance, and leaving them with nothing but regret is sometimes a necessary lesson for any male deity. Ding! You have triggered a new achievement. The path to conquering wicked women. 1. Reward received. Kangsa. This I can discern truth from falsehood, distinguish right from wrong, and identify weaknesses. What a revelation! It seems that wicked women can also serve as targets for rewards. Qin Cheng could not help but smile wryly upon seeing the new system notification. Being targeted by a wicked woman felt akin to trouble arriving unexpectedly while one was at home. Yet, the fact that this enchantress from the Wuxing sect was recognized by the system as a source of rewards, bringing Qin Cheng a benefit, could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Kangsa, capable of discerning truth from falsehood and identifying weaknesses, brought Qin Cheng joy. Such a miraculous eye, if utilized properly, could yield tremendous advantages, especially with the impending assault on the Huangtian sect S branch. This reward arrived just in time. In his delight, Qin Cheng began to contemplate the implications of Shun Mingyue's presence, weighing the pros and cons. Although this enchantress sought to exploit him, attempting to use him as a furnace for her own gain, during this mission, she would inadvertently become his ally. He could exploit this opportunity to ensure his survival while garnering additional rewards from her. Qin Cheng's eyes flickered as he realized that Shun Mingyue's appearance might indeed be beneficial to his current situation. Of course, once this mission concluded, the dynamics could shift, but he had already resolved to maximize his rewards during this endeavor. Once the task was completed, he would strive to break through to the second-tier realm, at which point this enchantress would find it challenging to contend with him. After all, the information she had revealed indicated that her strength was also only at the second-tier level. Against an opponent of equal standing, Qin Cheng harbored no fear. After all, he had cultivated both internal and external strengths, and had comprehended the essence of the blade. If he could not even surpass someone of the same realm, it might as well not exist. With this thought in mind, Qin Cheng cast aside his hesitation and made his way to the Yinzi Forest, where he would rendezvous with the warriors of the Qishao Alliance. Chapter 35. The war is imminent. Yinzi Forest lies to the west of Qingshan City. This expansive forest stretches from the city into the mountains, teeming with wild beasts, and ordinary folk would not dare to enter. The assembly point for the group was a dilapidated Buddhist temple on the western outskirts of the city. Outside the crumbling walls, over 100 fully armed constables had already gathered, listening attentively as Captain Fan Shanha laid out the plan. In the distance, dozens of warriors from the Qishao Alliance were also engaged in discussions within their respective groups. They appear to be anything but the constables of Qingshan City. Their disciplined demeanor suggested they were more akin to elite soldiers. Qin Cheng quietly observed the officers from afar, feigning surprise as he spoke to Shen Qing. His words were not only meant to indirectly prod Shen Qing, but were also rooted in genuine astonishment. He was certain that those constables were not what they seemed. They resembled elite troops of the court. Indeed, the constables of Qingshan City were notorious for their cowardice. How could they exude such a martial aura? Shen Qing's expression was tumultuous. He had already discerned the irregularities among the officers. The Qian dynasty had long been in decline, with governance crumbling to a point where even the constables were ineffective, let alone the military. It was rare to muster 100 elite soldiers. Such a force surely stemmed from a top-tier power. His certainty grew that the secrets of the Huangtian sect S branch had been uncovered. Otherwise, such a grand display would not be necessary. With this realization, Shen Qing's mood grew heavy. Mr. Qin, the assault on the Huangtian sect will likely not be straightforward. We must remain vigilant once we enter. At that moment, Shun Mingyue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, cautioning Qin Cheng for his own good. I understand. Qin Cheng replied with a faint smile. Before long, it appeared that the higher-ups had concluded their discussions. The sect leader, Liao Yongyuan, stepped forward, his gaze cold as he addressed the assembly. Everyone, the Huangtian sect, is a malignant tumor within our Qian dynasty. Where they tread, devastation follows, causing untold suffering. Therefore, in our assault on the Huangtian sect S branch, no mercy should be shown. Any members of the Huangtian sect should be eradicated without leaving any survivors. Having stated his intentions, he urged everyone to remain cautious as they set out. With a swift command, the over 100 officers divided into 4 teams, swiftly advancing in different directions into the depths of Yinzi Forest. Observing their speed and coordination, Qin Cheng was further convinced that these individuals were anything but mere constables. Their agility in navigating the forest was remarkable, maintaining formation without faltering. Such elite forces were more than capable of surrounding and eliminating warriors, far beyond the capabilities of the usual inept constables. Realizing the depth of the mission against the Huangtian sect, Qin Cheng became increasingly vigilant. He aligned with the Shun siblings, quickly selecting a detachment of officers to follow closely behind. The Qishao Alliance appeared well prepared, having located the Huangtian sect S branch well in advance. Before long, they stormed into a village situated deep within Yinzi Forest. In that village, numerous followers of the Huangtian sect, dressed in yellow garments and adorned with yellow headbands, were present. These adherents seemed to be engaged in some construction work, and when the group arrived, they were caught off guard. Kill. From a distance, the officers readied their bows and arrows, unleashing a volley that immediately felled several followers. Not good. The officials have come. Within the village, the followers of the Huangtian sect were filled with rage and fear. Those of lesser strength scattered, fleeing deeper into the village. Simultaneously, a group of Huangtian sect warriors, armed with steel blades and exuding a fierce aura, surged forth. These warriors bore a striking resemblance to the elite officers, neither being fully fledged martial artists but nonetheless well-trained and brimming with murderous intent. They excelled in coordinated strikes and were likely the cream of the crop within the Huangtian sect, capable of matching the elite officers. The heavens are dead. The Huangtian shall rise. Kill. An even greater number of Huangtian sect warriors surged from all directions, their faces fierce as they charged toward the warriors of the Qishao alliance. Be careful, Mr. Qin, Shun Qin cautioned, swiftly drawing his long sword to engage the enemy. Qin Cheng, already prepared, unsheathed his blade and plunged into the fray. With a swift motion, he beheaded a towering Huangtian sect warrior, sending a spray of blood into the air. These Huangdianjiao martial soldiers are indeed formidable individuals. They immediately recognize that Qin Cheng is a significant adversary and promptly form a 5-member team to execute a combined assault, encircling him from all directions with a flurry of blades and swords, effectively sealing off all his escape routes. The combined attack tactics of these soldiers are evidently tailored to counter-martial artists, exhibiting a ruthless ferocity that cannot be deemed weak. Had it been any other third-rate martial artist facing such elite coordination, they would likely find themselves in utter disarray, potentially even falling victim to these soldiers. Yet, Qin Cheng remains expressionless, unfazed. His footwork faints, transforming his form into an afterimage, deftly evading the lethal strikes. Simultaneously, his rare eyes, endowed with exceptional perception, reveal the vulnerabilities within the team's tactics. Seeking death, Qin Cheng's gaze turns icy as he feigns a strike, and with the swiftness of thunder, he lunges at one of the spearmen, severing the spear and bisecting the soldier in one swift motion. With the spearman's demise, the formation of the 5-member team collapses. Unable to regroup, the once impassive soldiers now find themselves in a state of panic, but Qin Cheng shows no hesitation. He unleashes a flurry of precise strikes, each blade finding its mark, swiftly dispatching the remaining 4 members of the team. What exceptional swordsmanship! Observing Qin Cheng's rapid counterattack against the enemy, Liao Yongyuan, the master of Qinshan City, cannot suppress a shout of admiration. This is indeed the same Qin Cheng who had slain the vice-master of the Blood Wolf gang, showcasing undeniable prowess worthy of significant cultivation. As a second-rate martial artist, Liao Yongyuan feels no danger on the battlefield, even taking the leisure to observe the capabilities of the various members of the Qishao alliance. Unlike Qin Cheng's swift retribution against his foes elsewhere on the battlefield, martial artists are caught off guard by the elite soldiers of Huangdianjiao. Aside from a few exceptionally strong individuals, most are left in disarray, some even falling to the blades of the soldiers. Liao Yongyuan's dissatisfaction grows as he witnesses the ineptitude of many martial artists, but his spirits lift somewhat upon seeing Qin Cheng's rapid dispatch of enemies, leading him to contemplate his plans. His intent in this operation extends beyond merely attacking Huangdianjiao. He also aims to train troops and identify promising talents among the martial artists in the alliance. It appears he has already pinpointed a worthy candidate for cultivation. While Liao Yongyuan leisurely surveys the battlefield, chaos erupts elsewhere. Damn it, these ants are stronger than expected. In the midst of the turmoil, Su Shengjia, pale-faced and filled with panic, realizes that as a martial artist who ascended through elixirs, he is perilously exposed in this melee, nearly falling victim to a group of Huangdianjiao soldiers who are not even true martial artists. Had it not been for the timely assistance of his fellow disciple, he might have met a grim fate. Reflecting on the danger he narrowly escaped, fear and regret fill his heart. Had he known the mission would be so perilous, he would have refrained from participating. This is merely the beginning. The soldiers of Huang Tianjiu have yet to arrive in full force, and when the situation escalates, will he not be in grave danger? Cursed be his third uncle, who promised to protect him from the shadows, had he not made such assurances. Su Xingjie would not have ventured into this perilous situation. Liao Yongyuan, do you truly seek death? Is one thing that Huang Tianjiu has not troubled your Qishao alliance. But how dare you provoke us? This place is my stronghold, not something you and your few men can assault. Just then, a thunderous roar, echoing like a howling wind, reverberates through the Yinzi forest. Simultaneously, a vast expanse of yellow mist surges toward the battlefield. Upon witnessing the encroaching mist, the martial artists, aside from the followers of Huang Tianjiu, are filled with dread. Be cautious, it's the toxic smoke of Huang Tianjiu. Shun Mingyue flashes towards Qin Cheng, her expression grave as she warns him. The surrounding individuals are engulfed in panic. The dense terrain of the forest, combined with the obscuring smoke, threatens to fragment the formation of the Qishao alliance, making it difficult to locate one another. In such circumstances, the position of the Qishao alliance members could become exceedingly perilous. However, unlike the anxiety of those around him, Qin Cheng feels a surge of excitement, a splendid opportunity. This fog-laden environment might obscure the vision of others, but for him, it is the perfect setting. He possesses the Quan Shu Tong, rendering him immune to the mist's effects. Moreover, he carries the concealment goo, which is difficult to use amidst a crowd. Yet in the midst of the fog, it would allow him to become invisible amidst the chaos. At that moment, who could threaten Qin Cheng? What a splendid chance! He is determined to take advantage of this situation to claim more heads from Huang Tianjiu, thus earning merit points. A glint of determination shines in his eyes as he tightens his grip on his long knife. As the mist envelopes the battlefield, despite the efforts of the numerous martial artists of the Qishao alliance to converge, the prior chaos has scattered them far and wide, making it impossible to regroup swiftly. Kill! Qishao alliance scoundrels, come forth! To make matters worse, a storm of arrows rains down from the village toward them. Beware! Cursed be the Huang Tianjiu rogues! What skill is there in ambushing from the shadows? The members of the Qishao alliance, filled with fury, desperately evade the deluge of arrows, only to be further scattered. At this moment, the mist completely envelopes the battlefield, rendering any hope of regrouping futile. Where's that Qin Cheng? Shun Mingyue, who has just slain 2 Huang Tianjiu rogues, turns around only to find that Qin Cheng has mysteriously vanished. She never anticipated that in such a short time, he would slip away from her side. Damn it, I warned that fool not to stray. Shun Mingyue, frustrated, grits her teeth and prepares to seek out Shun Qing first. Huh, little girl, you wish to keep an eye on me? First, you must survive. Perched atop a large tree, a figure observes the unfolding chaos. Qin Cheng perched upon a robust tree branch, gazing at the flustered Shun Mingyue, a playful smile creeping across his face. The reason for his intentional separation from Shun Mingyue was quite evident. In such an environment, evading someone was remarkably straightforward. Nevertheless, Qin Cheng harbored no genuine concern for Shun Mingyue's safety. Keeping a respectful distance from this enchanting woman was undoubtedly the wisest course of action, for he dared not risk his own safety by lingering near her. His thoughts shifted as he pondered the whereabouts of the solitary Huang Tianjiu bandits. Casting aside thoughts of the enchanting woman, he began to seek out members of Huang Tianjiu. The massive tree concealing him towered over 10 meters high, providing him with a sweeping view of the surroundings. It didn't take long for him to spot a group of over a dozen formidable Huang Tianjiu warriors, who had emerged from the depths of Yinzi Lin, leading a contingent of Huang Tianjiu soldiers, charging towards the warriors of Qishao Meng. Among them, 2 figures exuded a powerful aura reminiscent of Liao Yongyuan and Fan Shanhe. Clearly, these 2 were second-rate warriors. The number of elite fighters within Huang Tianjiu was comparable to that of Qishao Meng, though they possessed fewer third-rate warriors. Yet in this scenario, the situation for Qishao Meng had deteriorated significantly. As Shun Mingyue had noted, the pervasive mist had no detrimental effect on the members of Huang Tianjiu. Upon their arrival, they headed straight for the warriors of Qishao Meng. Conversely, the latter found themselves utterly disoriented by the mist, their panic escalating as they struggled to discern their surroundings, wary of ambushes. However, while the mist obscured their vision, the Huangtian Jiao warriors navigated without a hint of trepidation regarding potential ambushes. The outcome was predictable, and soon, several Qi Xiaomeng warriors fell victim to brutal assaults. Cries of despair echoed throughout Yanzi Lin, further amplifying the chaos among the already panicked warriors of Qi Xiaomeng. Qin Cheng narrowed his eyes. The more dire the situation became, the cooler he remained. No matter how dire the circumstances elsewhere, they would not affect him. Thus, his focus was not on the troubles of others, but on leveraging his advantages to confront the Huangtian Jiao warriors. Finally, after a tense wait, Qin Cheng's eyes brightened as he spotted two blood-soaked Huangtian Jiao warriors making their way toward him, their gazes sharp and strides swift, evidently heading to assist their comrades engaged in battle. The mist granted the Huangtian Jiao warriors immense advantage, allowing them to move without concern for ambushes. Little did they know, lurking above was a patient predator. Two of them. Qin Cheng squinted. Although the enemy outnumbered him, he felt no hesitation. With the enemy in clear view and himself concealed, Qin Cheng's strength was nearly on par with second-rate warriors. In this scenario, facing two opponents did not present a significant threat. He resolved to act. In an instant, he leaped from the towering tree, descending upon the stronger of the two with a deadly strike. The force of his descent was formidable, akin to a bolt of lightning from the heavens, unstoppable. In a heartbeat, the Huangtian Jiao warrior targeted by Qin Cheng had his skull cleaved open. The other warrior's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated an ambush during such tumultuous times. Panic overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, Qin Cheng would not falter in this critical moment. After dispatching one warrior, he swiftly executed another move with his blade. The terrifying momentum of his attack instantly immobilized the Huangtian Jiao warrior, and in the next moment, his head soared into the air. From start to finish, the two third-rate warriors were caught off guard by Qin Cheng's ambush, failing to retaliate even once, meeting their grim fate with utter injustice. 2,000 merit points secured. A smile spread across Qin Cheng's face as he deftly severed the right ears of both men, stowing them away as trophies in accordance with the regulations of Qi Xiaomeng. Simultaneously, a sense of vigilance surged within Qin Cheng. The commotion had been substantial, and he needed to relocate swiftly. The impact of his leap from such a height would not go unnoticed. Anyone with their wits about them would surely recognize that a battle had occurred and would be drawn to investigate. This was not Qin Cheng's intent. Indeed, just as he contemplated his next move, a familiar panicked voice rang out nearby. "Help me, senior." Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow, his expression turning icy as he recognized the voice. Su Xingjie. Emerging through the mist was a figure he knew all too well, desperately fleeing toward him, pursued by a powerful warrior, none other than Su Xingjie himself. "Qin Cheng, it's you." Su Xingjie, initially frantic from being hunted, felt a surge of relief upon seeing a familiar face. "Oh, splendid. Truly, heaven has aided me. I am safe now, cornered by the Huangtian Jiao warriors." Su Xingjie had believed his demise was imminent. Yet, he never anticipated that while fleeing, he would encounter Qin Cheng, a former servant of the Su family. Despite having plotted against Qin Cheng, even attempting to eliminate him, Su Xingjie felt no trepidation of retribution. After all, what he had done was unbeknownst to Qin Cheng. Moreover, even if Qin Cheng were aware, what of it? He was the legitimate son of the Su family and an outer disciple of Qi Shao Jianzong. Upon becoming a warrior, his status within the sect had also ascended. Did Qin Cheng truly dare to retaliate against him? Thus, upon seeing Qin Cheng, his initial panic transformed into a smile as he instinctively adopted a commanding tone, ordering Qin Cheng, quickly. "I command you to block this Huangtian Jiao scoundrel. Let us join forces against this villain." In the midst of his escape, Su Xingjie had no intention of explaining anything to Qin Cheng. Upon hearing Su Xingjie's command, Qin Cheng was momentarily taken aback before smiling. However, there was not a trace of warmth in his gaze. This despicable wretch, who had repeatedly sought to undermine him, truly believed he remained oblivious. Now, he spoke as if he still held dominion over Qin Cheng, as though he had not yet redeemed himself. What sort of arrogance was this? Qin Cheng found it laughable, his face betraying none of his inner thoughts, maintaining a simple, honest smile. Of course, young Master Su. Come this way. I shall assist you momentarily. As he spoke, his grip on the hilt of his blade tightened discreetly. Indeed, this vile old dog remains oblivious to my intentions. Seeing Qin Cheng's expression, Su Shengjie felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without hesitation, he hastened toward Qin Cheng, yet he had no plans to slow down, resolutely preparing to accelerate his escape in the direction behind Qin Cheng. His original intent was to use Qin Cheng as a shield, never intending to ally with him. After all, the Huang Tianjiao warrior pursuing him was immensely powerful, nearly a second-rate warrior. Su Shengjie believed that even if he and Qin Cheng joined forces, they would still be no match for this foe. Just as Su Shengjie pondered this, he suddenly perceived a blinding light filling his vision. In the next moment, he felt himself soaring high into the air, yet he could see a familiar figure, dressed in the same attire, remaining on the ground. That was my body. Su Shengjie's pupils constricted as he finally grasped the truth. Yet at this moment, it was already too late. Qin Cheng, with a single stroke of his blade, ended Su Shengjie's life, his heart brimming with a sense of profound vindication. Su Shengjie had presumed that his extensive connections and bright prospects would deter Qin Cheng, unaware that in Qin Cheng's eyes, anyone who sought to take his life would never escape unscathed. Life is singular, and having prepared to take Qin Cheng's, Su Shengjie was not exempt from the repercussions of his ambitions. On the path of a true hero, one encounters not only flowers and applause, but also the envy and malice of the inept. Every successful hero must inevitably confront adversaries. Thus, learning how to deal with foes is a requisite lesson. Of course, not every envious soul qualifies as an enemy. Only those of noble stature, profound backgrounds, and who pose a significant threat earn the right to enter one's sight as a target. In this moment, you have successfully eliminated a foe who met such qualifications. Achievement unlocked. The hero's path is paved with the bones of enemies. 1. Reward acquired. Inferior spirit seed. It is said that in an era rich with spiritual energy, every mortal possesses a spiritual root. However, as this energy waned, the roots withered and eventually vanished. Yet, a few mortals retain traces of their spiritual roots, which are known as spirit seeds. Spirit seed. Qin Cheng's eyelids twitched violently, and suddenly, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He had never anticipated that by eliminating a frivolous wastrel he deemed insignificant, he would receive such a precious reward. Although spirit seeds are remnants of spiritual roots, they are indeed tied to the realm of cultivators. Thus, it was revealed to him that cultivators truly exist in this world, and spiritual roots are real. At that moment, Qin Cheng's mind blanked, and he was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. While he had heard whispers of immortals, and even learned of celestial fates from the saintess of Wushenzhou, he had always held a skeptical view of such tales. As a man nearing the end of his life, Qin Cheng yearned for the existence of cultivators, for without them, even with a system at his disposal, how long could he truly endure? Yet, without witnessing it firsthand, how could he ascertain the reality of immortals? This uncertainty had haunted him, fearing that perhaps such beings did not exist. However, today he finally acquired a reward linked to cultivators, the spirit seed. His worries dissipated, replaced by boundless confidence. As long as there are immortals in this world, even with little time left, Qin Cheng firmly believed that with the system in hand, he could embark on the path of cultivation. Oh, Su Shengjie, how I misjudged you. I never imagined you would turn out to be a benefactor, granting me such a boon even in your final moments. Casting a glance at Su Shengjie's decapitated body, Qin Cheng could not help but smile with unrestrained delight. In light of your generosity, I shall avenge you, ensuring that you do not linger in the afterlife, he murmured, casting a knowing glance at the martial artist from Huang Tianjiao across from him. The fact that Su Shengjie had met his demise at his hands was known only to him and this martial artist. Therefore, Qin Cheng knew he could not allow the latter to leave alive. You dare to turn against your own. The man before him, a rugged middle-aged martial artist with a thick mane of hair, wore a look of shock. Initially concerned about the alliance between Su Shengjie and Qin Cheng, he was astounded to witness such a thrilling spectacle. Qin Cheng dispatching Su Shengjie with ease, the two engaging in mutual destruction before his very eyes. "Enough of your prattle," Qin Cheng sneered, his foot striking the ground as he surged forward like an arrow, his blade gleaming with lethal intent. Chapter 38. The Marvel of the Spirit Seed and the Surge of Power. "You dare not flee upon seeing me." The middle-aged martial artist, momentarily stunned by Qin Cheng's audacity, soon revealed a malevolent grin. As a martial artist of third-tier prowess, he had few rivals in his realm. Otherwise, he would not have effortlessly hunted down Su Shengjie, who had foolishly used Qin Cheng as bait to escape, disregarding any notion of teamwork. Blood Jade energy. Facing Qin Cheng's lethal move, the middle-aged warrior displayed no fear. His skin flushed a deep crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as a terrifying aura erupted from him, transforming his fists into a storm of blood shadows, shattering the air before him. Impassive, Qin Cheng instinctively unleashed his blade intent. Yet in that instant, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the blade intent he had previously struggled to manifest was now at his command. Although he had comprehended the essence of blade intent, he had been unable to wield it. Qin Cheng speculated that there must have been a certain limitation requiring him to reach a particular level of strength. Thus, he had always relied on blade momentum in combat. However, at this moment, he sensed that limitation loosening, allowing him to wield blade intent. Engaged in battle, he had no time to ponder the reasons behind this newfound ability, as he sensed that using blade intent would undoubtedly exact a significant toll on him. In this situation, a mere third-tier martial artist hardly warranted such a cost. Even without employing blade intent, Qin Cheng pushed his blade momentum to its utmost limit, unleashing a devastating strike. To his astonishment, he discovered that the power of his blade momentum had increased significantly. With a swift slice, the middle-aged warrior's punch froze mid-motion. His expression one of horror and rigidity, veins prominently visible as he struggled against the overwhelming blade momentum that left him utterly immobilized, ultimately cleaving him in two. The formidable blade energy erupted, effortlessly slicing through the ground as if it were mere tofu, extending several meters and severing the trees behind the martial artist. Impressive. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Cheng was taken aback. Even without blade intent, he felt capable of easily dispatching most second-tier martial artists. What could have caused such a sudden surge in strength? This question gnawed at him. It must be related to the spirit seed I just acquired. A glimmer of realization sparked in Qin Cheng's eyes as he quickly identified the source of this transformation. It was undoubtedly the spirit seed that had granted him such power, enabling him to manifest blade intent and amplify its potency. After all, he had not been this formidable prior to obtaining the spirit seed, nor could he have wielded blade intent. Truly, it is remarkable how something linked to cultivators could yield such extraordinary results. Qin Cheng mused, considering that cultivators possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas, their existence akin to that of gods in the eyes of mortals. Anything associated with cultivators is bound to be extraordinary. This spirit seed must possess other mystical attributes, yet now is not the time to ponder such matters. Qin Cheng quickly regained his composure, aware that while the spirit seed surely offered further benefits, he was currently in the midst of battle and had no time to dwell on trifles. His immediate priority was to survive this encounter. He swiftly severed the ear of the middle-aged warrior and immediately relocated. Before long, he found himself atop a towering tree that stood several dozen meters high. It was an excellent vantage point, allowing him to observe the battlefield below with clarity. Perched on a branch, Qin Cheng leisurely surveyed the scene. From a distance, he noticed two secondary-tier warriors from Huang Tianjiao engaged in a fierce battle with Liao Yongyuan and Fan Shana, the outcome of which was far from certain. The battlefield of secondary-tier combatants was utterly terrifying, resembling a bulldozer's path as it crushed trees and boulders with ease, leaving a radius of several hundred meters shrouded in dust and destruction. Such a battleground was beyond the reach of ordinary tertiary-tier warriors. While Qin Cheng possessed the strength to intervene, he had no intention of doing so. To engage in such a conflict would expose his true capabilities. attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. After all, he had only recently ascended to the rank of tertiary tier warrior, and few were unaware of his identity. The mere fact that he had slain the vice leader in such a short time was already astonishing, barely acceptable to others. However, should Qin Cheng exhibit prowess comparable to that of a secondary tier warrior, even a fool would recognize that he harbored a monumental secret. He was unwilling to risk exposing his hidden truths for the meager benefits offered by Qi Xiaoming. The rewards he received from them were negligible, and he had no desire to sacrifice his life for such paltry gains. Qin Cheng shook his head inwardly. His involvement with Qi Xiaoming was merely to acquire resources and techniques, not to fight for them. Moreover, he had already slain 3 tertiary tier warriors on their behalf, which he felt was sufficient contribution. He believed he could afford to remain idle for the remainder of the mission. He was confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Qi Xiaoming would emerge victorious from this conflict. Despite the successful ambush by Huang Tianjiao, Qi Xiaoming ultimately had more powerful warriors. Furthermore, with Qin Cheng's opportunistic slaying of 3 tertiary tier warriors, the loss of such numbers would undeniably impact the ensuing situation. Indeed, Qin Cheng had unwittingly accomplished a significant feat. Soon enough, he observed that the initial advantage of Huang Tianjiao's surprise attack was gradually dissipating. As he contemplated remaining inconspicuous until the conclusion of the task, he suddenly caught sight of a blood-soaked, masked figure in gray bursting forth from a village belonging to Huang Tianjiao. A throng of Huang Tianjiao's followers charged after him, attempting to surround and eliminate the gray-clad individual. Yet, the figure's strength was astonishingly formidable, effortlessly carving a bloody path through the crowd. Without hesitation, he proceeded deeper into the forest. Another expert, Qin Cheng, was taken aback, immediately recognizing that the gray figure was undoubtedly a secondary tier warrior, and one of the most elite among them, surpassing even Liao Yongyuan and Fan Shanhe on this battlefield. He had never anticipated that, besides Shun Mingyue, the saintess of Wu Shangjiao, there would be other powerful individuals lurking amidst the chaos, particularly such a top-tier secondary warrior. While Qin Cheng was still pondering the identity of this figure, he caught sight of Shun Mingyue, who was currently disguised and strategizing against members of Huang Tianjiao. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and her gaze locked onto the direction of the gray figure. This is bad. The heirloom has been taken. How could this be? The legacy of Wu Shangjiao cannot be stolen by outsiders. This is impossible, unless it is the remnants of another faction. Shun Mingyue's face darkened significantly, and as she contemplated something, a torrent of murderous intent ignited in her eyes. Who dares to take advantage of my pursuit? In a swift motion, Shun Mingyue produced a seemingly ordinary yellow talisman from within her robe. Suddenly, with a deft gesture of her fingers, the talisman emitted a radiant blue light that enveloped her entirely. In an instant, Shun Mingyue propelled herself forward with extraordinary speed, resembling an arrow shot from a bow, and disappeared into the mist. Watching this unfold from the treetop, Qin Cheng could no longer remain seated. He sprang up, wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Xian Xian Shu." Chapter 39. The forbidden art of spirit cultivation. Qin Cheng was utterly stunned, unable to believe his eyes as he watched Shun Mingyue, like a bolt of lightning, hasten towards the gray figure. Her speed was unfathomably swift, far surpassing that of secondary tier warrior. Qin Cheng even doubted whether a primary tier warrior could match such velocity. Breathless and overwhelmed, he was struck by a profound sense of astonishment. He had once believed that martial arts were already wondrous. A tertiary tier warrior in Blue Star was akin to a minor superhero, possessing strength to lift great weights and speed exceeding that of a cheetah. A tertiary tier warrior could easily defeat 100 robust men, leaping from heights of over 10 meters without sustaining any harm. Yet, in the face of the celestial path, what significance did martial prowess hold? Even at its pinnacle, martial arts would likely be viewed as nothing more than an ant in the eyes of those transcendent beings. Qin Cheng, who had felt a sense of pride due to his rapid advancement in martial arts, now found that sense of elation completely evaporating. However, he did not allow this to lead him into self-deprecation. He was determined to pursue the celestial path himself one day. For now, it was prudent to focus on steadily honing his martial skills. Observing the direction in which Shen Mingyue had pursued, Qin Cheng contemplated. That gray figure seemed to have stolen something from within the ranks of Huang Tianjiao, and that object was undoubtedly related to Shen Mingyue, which explained her reckless pursuit. Should he follow to investigate? He recalled that the witch possessed extensive secrets regarding the celestial path, and the item the gray figure had seized might also pertain to it. Given his current strength, perhaps he could play the role of a cunning observer and seize an opportunity. Although both the witch and the gray figure were secondary-tier warriors, Qin Cheng was confident in his ability to intervene in their confrontation. Furthermore, with the advantage of being concealed and the protective properties of his hidden insect, he was well equipped to safeguard himself from detection. All things considered, if he were to rush over, there was a chance to benefit. There was even the possibility of gaining access to invaluable secrets of the celestial path. This might be the closest I have ever come to the esoteric truths of the celestial path in my life. Qin Cheng fixated on the direction of the witch and the gray figure, torn by indecision. If they possessed other types of talismans, he could find himself in peril. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. With a system in hand, what is destined to come will eventually arrive. Why risk himself unnecessarily? What opportunity could rival the benefits of the system? With such thoughts, Qin Cheng dismissed the idea of seizing an opportunity and resolved to continue his plan of remaining inconspicuous. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Mingyue had already exited the misty realm, reaching the depths of the forest, where the trees grew dense and the light dimmed. Ahead, the gray figure seemed to sense her approach, standing in an open area, hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently in her direction. His tone was playful as he remarked, "Why does the saintess pursue me so fervently? Do you perhaps find yourself enamored with me? You heretical remnants, not only do you cower in the shadows, awaiting your demise, but you also dare to appear before me, attempting to seize my sex legacy." Shen Mingyue's gaze was frigid as she tightly gripped a precious sword in her right hand, while her left hand withdrew a blue talisman. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she fixed her stare on the figure clad in gray. "Hand over the item, and I may spare your life, otherwise death awaits you." "Ah, indeed, you are the holy maiden of our sect. Your words resonate with grandeur and righteousness." The gray-clad figure let out a derisive chuckle, lamenting, "Alas, holy maiden, have you forgotten that the legacy of the Wuxing Jiao is not solely in your possession?" As he spoke, he produced a talisman before Shen Mingyue, the amusement in his eyes growing more pronounced. Witnessing this scene, Shen Mingyue's expression darkened to a profound extent. She realized that her intention to use the talisman against him would not be as easily accomplished as she had hoped. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the gray figure. "Even if you have obtained the item, what of it? Without a spirit seed, even if you possess it, you cannot access the legacy within. You claim to be one of my sect. Do you truly wish to jeopardize the future of Wuxing Jiao? A spirit seed, you say?" The amusement in the gray figure's eyes deepened, and upon hearing her words, he appeared emboldened. "Holy maiden, you may not be aware that I shall soon possess such a thing. Impossible. The spirit seed is innate. If you have never had one, you shall never possess it in this lifetime." Shen Mingyue declared with unwavering conviction, preparing to mock him, but suddenly a realization struck her, her expression shifting dramatically as she stared intently at the gray figure. "Are you contemplating the use of the spirit-absorbing forbidden technique, you madman? Do you intend to seize the spirit seeds of the descendants of these cultivators for yourself?" The spirit-absorbing forbidden technique is a nefarious and cruel secret art that can strip others of their spirit seeds, allowing even ordinary mortals to cultivate one. However, this method is exceedingly cruel. Once employed, the casualties would not be limited to one or two, but would encompass countless lives. Indeed, you are the holy maiden. Your knowledge of our sect's secret arts is impressive, deducing my intentions so swiftly. The gray figure smirked, unabashedly admitting, "Indeed, one must act in their own interests, lest they be annihilated. To be frank with you, holy maiden, I have already commenced the implementation of the spirit-absorbing forbidden technique. Even now that you are aware, it is far too late." Shen Mingyue's face darkened as she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her gaze wearily fixed on the gray figure. "Why are you revealing these secrets to me? Holy maiden, my reason for sharing so much with you is to invite you to collaborate, the gray figure said, his eyes ablaze with fervor, a hint of greed glimmering within. The spirit-absorbing forbidden technique not only enables mortals to cultivate spirit seeds, but also enhances their quality. Holy Maiden, the day of celestial descent is near. Do you not wish to seize the opportunity to elevate your own spirit seed? Do not forget, for cultivators, no matter how proficient your martial skills, they pale in comparison to the value of a superior spirit seed. Chapter 40. The True Legacy of Qi Xiao. Do you take me for a fool, believing I would trust someone like you? Shun Mingyue scoffed, looking disdainfully at the gray figure. He was not only a remnant of heretical teachings, but had also recklessly employed the spirit-absorbing, forbidden technique for his own selfish desires. Collaborating with such a person would be akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. As a formidable woman of the sect, Shun Mingyue was acutely aware of the nature of such individuals. No matter how sweet their words, they were unworthy of trust. She then spoke coldly, her tone laced with menace. I recall you were known as Changqingzi within the sect. Changqingzi, I warn you once more, surrender the item. You should know that I can sense the location of the legacy. If you do not wish to be pursued for eternity, return it to me now. I will take the item and leave immediately. What you do afterward is of no concern to me. Oh, really? The gray figure scoffed. Those who walk divergent paths do not conspire together. If you have the capability, Holy Maiden, then come and take it. I, Changqingzi, await you. As he spoke, the talisman in his hand suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged forth. Cursed be it. Shun Mingyue's expression changed dramatically. Blinded by the dazzling light, she instinctively activated her talisman in a panic. Buzz! A thick golden shield of light enveloped Shun Mingyue in an instant. Assuming the gray figure had launched an attack, she unwittingly expended her precious protective talisman. After a moment of waiting, however, no attack came. When she finally opened her eyes again, Shun Mingyue was nearly furious. The figure of Changqingzi had vanished. That scoundrel, he was deceiving me. In that moment, Shun Mingyue had not yet comprehended the situation. She hurriedly employed her sensing technique. To her shock, the trace of the legacy had long since departed. Poised to disappear from her detection range, gritting her teeth, she ultimately abandoned the pursuit. After all, even if she were to chase after him, she could not contend with him for the time being. She would have to devise a long-term strategy in the future. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as Qin Cheng had anticipated, the situation gradually tilted in favor of the Qi alliance. Observing that the battlefield was not as perilous as before, Qin Cheng quietly re-entered, seeking out relatively safer skirmishes to harvest some isolated soldiers. Though the merit points from these small fry were few, they accumulated to a considerable sum. As for the martial artists, Qin Cheng refrained from further harvesting. Having already claimed 3 heads, his accomplishments were sufficiently noteworthy. More might not necessarily bring about favorable outcomes. Brother, we cannot continue like this. We must retreat. The 2 second-tier experts of the Huangtian Jiao recognized the dire situation on the battlefield. 1. A burly man with a dark crimson bald head shouted fervently, his blood surging. We cannot remain here. Otherwise, the Law King will not spare us. The other, a slender figure clad in yellow, appeared conflicted. He wished to flee, fearing that further combat would lead to disaster. Yet this was a crucial location esteemed by the higher-ups of Huangtian Jiao. But could they still win this battle if they remained? Just as the yellow-clad man wrestled with his thoughts, a sudden sound of howling winds echoed from the horizon. Oh no! The expressions of the yellow-clad man and the burly giant shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, Liao Yongyuan and Fan Shanhe, engaged in combat with the 2 brothers, wore expressions of elation, their eyes sharpening as their assault intensified. Qin Cheng widened his eyes in surprise, perplexed by the unfolding situation. What was happening? A tempest swept in, dispersing the mystifying dance of the Yanzi forest. The once chaotic battlefield became starkly visible. The vast forest was littered with severed limbs and lifeless bodies, both from the Qi alliance and the Huangtian Jiao, with casualties on both sides. Yet at this moment, the yellow-clad man and the burly giant had no mind to concern themselves with other matters. Sensing the abnormal winds, the 2 brothers recognized the gravity of the situation and dared not linger. They unleashed their ultimate techniques to repel their opponents before making a desperate bid for escape. But at that moment, a voice, ethereal and youthful, echoed, Song Wu, Song Wu, can you truly escape? Accompanying the voice was a white figure that darted forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing in on the two brothers. In the blink of an eye, the white figure appeared before them, revealing a young man of noble bearing and striking presence. Clad in a flowing white robe, he radiated an otherworldly aura, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. With a graceful motion, he raised his hands, enveloping the heads of the two brothers in a downward strike. The brothers, who had been fleeing in opposite directions, were now separated by several meters. However, at the moment the youth struck, it was as if he were ensnared by some terrifying force, compelling him to rush toward the young man uncontrollably, almost as if he were offering his head directly into the youth's hands. With two resounding thuds, the two second-rate masters simultaneously experienced a tremendous dull sound emanating from their crowns before their figures were sent flying backward, collapsing onto the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Astonishingly, these two second-rate masters exhibited not the slightest resistance, succumbing to the young man's might. Qin Cheng was left utterly astounded. All present, whether members of Huang Tianjiao or Qi Xiaoming, were equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were second-rate masters, and to witness two of them being mercilessly slain without even a fight was utterly shocking. Who exactly was this youth? With the death of the two protectors, how could this be possible? It was simply inconceivable. Haha, it's over. Flee, quickly flee. Amidst the crowd's shock, the members of Huang Tianjiao were the first to regain their wits. Witnessing their strongest being killed, the fervent followers of Huang Tianjiao immediately fell into chaos, frantically scrambling in all directions to escape. Kill! The members of Qi Xiaoming responded swiftly, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they regarded the fleeing individuals. These wretches had abandoned their will to fight and were now living points of merit. If they did not seize this opportunity to slay them, when would they? However, the two second-rate masters from Qi Xiaoming refrained from joining the pursuit of the remnants. Instead, they approached the youth with utmost reverence. Qi Zhenchuan, Liao Yongyuan, and Fan Shanhe spoke in unison, bowing respectfully. Senior brother Qi, what brings you here? Unlike Fan Shanhe's surprise and awe, Liao Yongyuan's smile appeared somewhat strained. Despite the arrival of this individual who had assisted him greatly, Liao Yongyuan did not seem particularly pleased. Rather, he harbored an ominous premonition. Wasn't Qin Shancheng under the purview of Xiao Zhenchuan? Why had Qi Zhenchuan appeared here? Liao Yongyuan's gaze flickered as he sensed something amiss. Chapter 41. The true identity of the gray-clad man, the master sister, has been in seclusion recently, with no time to attend to the matters of Qi Xiaoming. The sect leader has tasked me with overseeing the significant affairs in Qin Shancheng. Senior brother Qi cast a detached glance at Liao Yongyuan, vaguely outlining a few details before losing interest in further explanations. He commanded, have your people pursue the remnants. No one is to enter that village until I return. With that, he turned and began heading toward the village. Liao Yongyuan's expression was conflicted, yet he dared not defy the command of senior brother Qi. After all, he was a true disciple. Within Qi Xiao Jianzong, only first-rate masters were eligible to become true disciples, and each true disciple was a renowned prodigy. Feared throughout the Qin dynasty, Liao Yongyuan, as a second-rate master, had no authority to oppose him. By the way, at that moment, senior brother Qi paused, casually adding, I heard that sister, Xiao, has personally recruited several martial artists here in Qin Shancheng. After issuing this directive, senior brother Qi did not wait for Liao Yongyuan's response and continued toward the village. Yes, Liao Yongyuan could only lower his head in agreement, but upon raising it, his expression was filled with uncertainty. Why would senior brother Qi inquire about sister Zhao's recruitment list? Deep within, Liao Yongyuan sensed that whatever senior brother Qi intended to do might not bode well for Xiao Qingxue. As the opportunity for immortality approached, even within the ranks of Qi Xiao Jianzong, there were undercurrents at play, with various true disciples not sharing a common purpose. However, he decided not to dwell on such matters for too long. As a minor character, he had no right to resist the struggles of the higher-ups. On the battlefield, The fight was nearing its conclusion. Most martial artists were engaged in hunting down the remnants of Huang Tianjiao to accrue merit points, having already gathered ample rewards. Qin Cheng was disinterested in pursuing further kills. Instead, he was curious about the identity of the youth, the eerie wind preceding his arrival, his ability to dispatch two second-rate masters with ease, and Liao Yongyuan's respectful demeanor toward him all indicated that his origins were anything but ordinary. That individual was the fifth true disciple of Qi Shao Jianzong, Qi Xianyong. Just as Qin Cheng pondered the identity of this individual, a soft voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Turning to look, he was surprised to see Shen Mingwei. Upon realizing that Qin Cheng was unharmed, Shen Mingwei breathed a sigh of relief. The sacred artifact had been stolen. If the furnace she had set her sights on had also met with misfortune, it would have been an unmitigated disaster for her. "Miss Shen, do you know this person?" Qin Cheng asked, astonished to discover that the youth, like Xiao Qingxue, was also a true disciple of Qi Shao Jianzong. "I encountered him previously while traveling the rivers and lakes," Shen Mingwei replied, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Cheng. "Qin Lao, you should exercise caution regarding this person. I have heard that Qi Xianyong does not have a favorable relationship with Xiao Qingxue." Qin Cheng was somewhat puzzled, wondering how this was relevant to him. Although Xiao Qingxue was one of the targets recognized by the system, no one else was privy to this matter besides him. To outsiders, it appeared that Qin Cheng had little connection to the prominent figure of Xiao Qingxue. Their interactions had only occurred twice, with fewer than 10 words exchanged. Even if Qi Xianyong bore a grudge against Xiao Qingxue, there was no reason for him to trouble Qin Cheng. Shen Mingwei smiled, but offered no further explanation. Yet in her heart, she had already concluded that Qin Cheng had undoubtedly caught Xiao Qingxue's attention. As the current top true disciple of the prestigious Qi Shao Jianzong, how could Xiao Qingxue possibly overlook Qin Cheng's innate talents? This explained why she had personally invited him to join Qi Xiaoming. Qin Cheng believed that Xiao Qingxue's personal invitation was merely a routine matter. Little did he know that those who received such personal invitations were few and far between. Only those of exceptional merit warranted the direct attention of a true disciple master like Xiao Qingxue. Externally, Qin Cheng maintained a facade of indifference, treating her words as mere jest, yet internally, he grew increasingly vigilant. After all, Shen Mingwei was the holy maiden of Wu Shangjiao, undoubtedly possessing deeper insights into the affairs of Qi Shao Jianzong than Qin Cheng did, and she would not speak without reason. With a grave expression, Qin Cheng considered that once he broke through to the second-rate level, the power of his strongest killing move, the Shuo Guangdao Yi, would be fully unleashed. At that point, even first-rate masters would be within his threat range. Nevertheless, he was not entirely intimidated by Shen Mingwei's words, for in the eyes of outsiders, it was improbable that he would form any substantial connection with Xiao Qingxue. Throughout their interactions, there had only been one notable incident, her personal invitation for him to join Qi Xiaoming. Yet, that was merely a standard recruitment, and Qin Cheng did not believe that such a trivial matter would lead Qi Xianyong to perceive him as an ally of Xiao Qingxue. Unless, of course, he were utterly deranged. Sensing a looming threat, Qin Cheng resolved to adopt an even more understated demeanor moving forward. Within the inner city of Qin Cheng, deep within the Wu family estate, a dimly lit secret chamber housed an individual. The gray-clad figure who had engaged Shen Mingwei now appeared in this very location. He slowly walked through the corridor of the secret chamber, unveiling the masked cloth. Had Su Xingjie been alive and present, he would have been utterly astonished upon seeing this face, for the individual was none other than Wu Laosan. While he had been tasked with confronting Qin Cheng alongside Su Xingjie, Wu Laosan had not shown himself at all. Instead, he had taken advantage of the chaos to become a hidden player, reaping immense benefits. I never anticipated that my meticulous scheming to incite a conflict between Qi Xiaoming and Huang Tianjiao would inadvertently attract the remnants of Wu Shengjiao. Wu Laosan reminisced about recent events and couldn't help but exclaim his relief that he had managed to acquire the items he sought. He then produced a dark red ring, his gaze igniting with fervor. The next step was to disseminate the Yunling disease, transforming the entirety of Qinshan City into a sanctuary for nurturing spirits. In doing so, he would obtain the true spirit seed and inherit the authentic legacy of his Wushengjiao, ascending to the realm of a genuine cultivator. Following this, he merely needed to seize the territory of the Fong family and patiently await his victory. His eyes glimmered as he muttered to himself. If Su Xingjie were to overhear his intentions, he would surely depart this world in dismay. The reality was that Wu Laosan's true objective in seeking Su Xingjie was never to confront Qin Cheng. Rather, confronting Qin Cheng was merely a pretext. Wu Laosan's genuine aim was to instigate an assault by the Qishao alliance on the Huangtian sect's branch. Throughout the entire scheme, Su Xingjie was merely a tool in Wu Laosan's hands. Of course, Wu Laosan would ultimately deal with Qin Cheng, but every matter has its order of precedence. Clearly, in Wu Laosan's eyes, the legacy of Wushengjiao held far greater importance than a third-rate expert like Qin Cheng, who was not long for this world. As for Qin Cheng, Wu Laosan had never regarded him as a threat. To him, Qin Cheng was merely a trifling pawn, easily dispatched given the opportunity. Today presented an excellent chance. Should he miss it, such an opportunity would not come again. Chapter 42. An unavoidable display of prominence as dusk approached. The Qishao alliance was bustling with activity before the merit hall. After completing their tasks, numerous martial artists eagerly rushed to the hall to exchange their spoils for merit points. Frustration brewed among them. Had it not been for the ominous toxic fog, they could have dispatched several members of the Huangtian sect during this battle. Yet, after a day had passed, they had only managed to slay a single warrior. What a waste of such a splendid opportunity. Many martial artists boasted to one another, as if they had displayed unparalleled prowess in the conflict. It was merely the influence of the Huangtian sect's mist that had diminished their glory. Qin Cheng lingered at the back of the crowd, silently observing their bravado, laughing inwardly at their absurdity. Had he not witnessed their panicked reactions amid the toxic fog, he might have been inclined to believe their exaggerated tales. Martial artists are, after all, human. Faced with such perilous circumstances, they too experience fear. Old Qin, today was indeed perilous. We are fortunate to have come through unscathed, remarked Qin, her expression betraying her lingering dread as she struck up a conversation with Qin Cheng. Her fear was not feigned. The numerous unexpected events during the battle had genuinely unsettled her as an undercover agent of Wushengjiao. Indeed, it was a perilous affair, and it would be wise to avoid such dangerous missions in the future. Qin Cheng nodded, aware that Sun Qing and her brother had been intentionally seeking his company to foster a closer rapport. The three had grown quite familiar with one another. While Qin Cheng was fully aware of their ulterior motives, he willingly engaged in their charade. After all, Shen Mingyue could facilitate his acquisition of rewards, and as long as he did not provide them with the opportunity to use him as a pawn, he was content to pretend to be amicable. Esteemed guests, please present your spoils, so I may record your achievements, announced a group of stewards from the Qishao alliance. The martial artists surged forward, eagerly offering up bloodied ears as proof of their conquests. The stewards inspected the ears, although they were all ears. There was a stark difference between the ears of martial artists and those of ordinary folk. The skin of martial artists is significantly thicker, and those who have honed their external skills to great heights have developed skin impervious to blades and spears, making it impossible for anyone to easily misrepresent a commoner's ears as their own. 1,000 merit points for this ear. 2,000. 1,600 merit points. Qin Cheng stood at the end of the line, frowning as he overheard the returns of those ahead of him. He noticed that the vast majority of martial artists had only managed to collect 1,000 or 2,000 points, with some barely reaching 1,000. His own achievement of directly slaying 3 third-rate warriors and a host of ordinary soldiers was truly exceptional. Presenting such an impressive haul would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. His expression fluctuated. He had intended to remain discreet in this skirmish, yet revealing such a bounty would obliterate any semblance of low profile. Concealing his gains and blending in with the crowd? As this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head, discarding the notion. He had not forgotten his precarious circumstances. Shen Mingyue, that enigmatic woman, along with the elusive Wu Laosan, and perhaps even Qi Xianyong, who might have set his sights on him, all posed significant threats. With these three harboring ill intentions, Qin Cheng must seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Otherwise, he would find no security. Therefore, this time, He was determined to acquire a second-tier technique and achieve elevation to the second tier. For this, he would require at least 3,000 merit points. Very well. If I must be ostentatious, then so be it. I've already attracted attention. What does it matter if I remain inconspicuous? After all, strength is paramount. I cannot sacrifice my growth merely for the sake of subtlety. Resolute, Qin Cheng's gaze hardened. It was not that he wished to act recklessly. The current situation demanded he stand out. So what if he was being watched? Once he ascended to the second tier and wielded the Shuo Guang Dao intent, he would not be without the capacity to resist even first-rate experts. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. He was no soft target. Once he reached the second tier, who would dare consider him an easy mark? He was more than willing to demonstrate what true surprise entailed. With this resolve, Qin Cheng no longer hesitated. His expression remained impassive as he laid forth all his spoils. Having chosen to be audacious, he would not conceal even a fraction of his gains. Soon it was his turn, as he dropped a collection of bloodied ears onto the table. Along with 3 distinctly firmer ears set aside, a hush fell over the stewards, their collective gaze fixed on Qin Cheng, astonished. What is this? They gasped in unison. Meanwhile, the martial artists in the back, who had been fervently discussing their own spoils, fell silent, their expressions incredulous as they turned to Qin Cheng. How could there be so many? How is it possible? We only killed a handful. How could old Qin have slain so many? Those 3 ears, could they belong to martial artists? Impossible. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Some were shocked, while others burned with jealousy. After all, compared to their meager hauls, Qin Cheng's bounty was staggering, several times greater than theirs. Why him? Many self-proclaimed equals of Qin Cheng glared with envy. He must have had extraordinary luck. In the fog, who knows if he actually killed anyone? Perhaps he merely scavenged the spoils of others. Indeed, he must have capitalized on someone else's fortune, perhaps even that of the sect leader or that of the renowned Fan Shinbu. They muttered, unable to fathom that he could have personally dispatched 3 warriors. As these envious voices proliferated, the stewards and other martial artists began to regard Qin Cheng with a peculiar glint in their eyes. They too began to entertain the notion that Qin Cheng might have merely benefited from another's efforts. After all, his spoils were undeniably abundant. Without scavenging, how could he possibly have achieved such a feat? For 1,200 merit points. Ultimately, amidst the scrutiny of the crowd, the stewards confirmed the results and announced Qin Cheng's remarkable bounty. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes directed at Qin Cheng, nearly devouring him with their intensity. It was unexpected. Although Qin Lao appeared rather unassuming, he had silently orchestrated a grand spectacle. Shun Qing also regarded Qin Cheng's distant silhouette with surprise, sensing that he had suddenly become quite ostentatious, a stark contrast to his previously composed demeanor. After all, it was a matter of innate aptitude. Unlike Shun Qing's astonishment, Shun Mingyue's eyes sparkled with keen insight. She understood that possessing innate aptitude meant, at the same level, one's strength far exceeded that of others. While others found it perplexing that Qin Cheng could eliminate so many, Shun Mingyue felt no such confusion. Contemplating this, her gaze towards Qin Cheng grew increasingly fervent, as if she wished to consume him on the spot. Indeed, he had become excessively conspicuous. Qin Cheng, wearing an impassive expression, recognized that this newfound prominence might lead to considerable trouble. However, having made up his mind, he harbored no regrets about his decision. After receiving the slip from the steward, Qin Cheng proceeded directly to the Songjing Pavilion, intending first to exchange for martial arts techniques. Yet, after only a few steps, a figure abruptly blocked his path. A robust man in splendid attire, exuding a fierce aura, gazed at Qin Cheng with fervor, akin to a predator eyeing its prey, a hint of malice gracing his smile. Qin Lao, since you've amassed such a bounty, might you lend me 2,000 merit points? My external skills are nearly perfected. I merely require a second-tier technique to ascend to the second-tier realm. If you agree to lend me the merit points, once I attain the second-tier status, I shall repay you handsomely. Nearby, several martial artists who harbored similar intentions observed this scene with dismay. How infuriating that Jean Bupo had snatched the opportunity first. Who has the audacity to rival him? Silence. Jin Bupo has achieved great success in his external skills, mastering his marksmanship to an extraordinary degree among the third-tier practitioners. He is among the elite. If he overhears even a whisper of disdain, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. The martial artists regarded the man in splendid attire with apprehension. They had initially intended to approach Qin Cheng for merit points, but witnessing Jin Bupo, notorious for his fierce reputation, block him, they hesitated, quickly abandoning their plans. Many turned their gazes towards Qin Cheng, their expressions tinged with schadenfreude, reveling in the unfolding drama. With Jin Bupo confronting him, this old man was likely to pay a hefty price. Jin Bupo wore a confident grin, allowing the murmurs of the surrounding warriors to wash over him. He regarded Qin Cheng as if he were a delectable morsel, convinced that as an aspiring second-tier warrior, this old man would not dare to deny him respect. Qin Cheng furrowed his brow, realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. Being overly ostentatious would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. And so, trouble had arrived with alarming swiftness. Nevertheless, he was mentally prepared for such occurrences. A faint smile graced his lips. You wish to ascend to the second tier and seek to borrow 2,000 merit points from me? How about this? I too aspire to reach the first tier. Why not lend me 10,000 merit points instead? Upon hearing this, Jin Bupo's expression darkened. Yet he suppressed his fury, reminding himself of his goal. Qin Cheng, I am not jesting. It will not be long before I become a second-tier powerhouse. If you lend me the merit points now, I will owe you a significant favor. A favor from second-tier expert, Qin Lao. You should consider this carefully. As he spoke, a hint of menace glimmered in his gaze. It was clear he implied that if Qin Cheng declined to lend him merit points, it would not simply be a matter of favors, but rather enmity. Qin Cheng cast a dismissive glance at Jin Bupo, a scoff escaping his lips. With a discerning eye, he could see that Jin Bupo was far from ready to break through to the second tier. Jin Bupo's external skills were comparable to Qin Cheng's, indeed a skilled warrior. Yet Qin Cheng deemed his threats unworthy of concern. With little interest in Jin Bupo, he turned to leave. Old man you. Jin Bupo ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes narrowing as he bore down on Qin Cheng's retreating figure, a flash of malice igniting within him, stepping directly into Qin Cheng's path. What, Jin Bupo? Do you wish to resort to violence? At that moment, Shen Qing and Shun Mingwei stepped in front of Jin Bupo. The siblings had long sought an opportunity to draw closer to Qin Cheng, and upon this fortuitous occasion, they wasted no time in positioning themselves protectively. Upon witnessing the duo, Jin Bupo's expression shifted, a hint of trepidation creeping in. He had heard of the formidable reputation of this brother-sister pair, and more importantly, they had both reaped substantial rewards in this battle, each garnering nearly 3,000 merit points. Unlike Qin Cheng, who was suspected of merely reaping benefits, the Shen siblings were well respected in their own right, their prowess beyond question. Old man, you best remain in the shadows for the rest of your life. Not daring to confront the siblings directly, Jin Bupo shot a glare at Qin Cheng, delivering a gritted teeth threat before turning on his heel and departing. Qin Lao, are you unharmed? It is best to avoid engaging with such scoundrels. Shun Mingyue expressed concern, her delicate features radiating empathy as her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Qin Cheng, embodying genuine sincerity. Had any other man been the object of such attention from a beauty, he would likely be overwhelmed by emotion, perhaps even misinterpreting her intentions. Yet, Qin Cheng was well aware of her motives and remained unaffected, offering a faint smile as he feigned gratitude. No harm done. Thank you both for your assistance. Internally, he lamented the missed opportunity. Had Jin Bupo truly initiated a confrontation, he would have relished the chance to teach him a lesson, sending a clear message to others that he was not to be trifled with. However, such opportunities, while regrettable, were ultimately inconsequential. After all, Jin Bupo was merely a third-tier warrior, not worth his concern. Not far off, the onlooking martial artists were taken aback by the spectacle. No one had anticipated that Qin Cheng would show such disregard for a skilled fighter like Jin Bupo, displaying remarkable fortitude. Furthermore, even the Shun siblings, renowned in their own right, had willingly intervened on Qin Cheng's behalf. This was a clear indication that Qin Cheng was not as easily bullied as many had presumed. Several who had eyed him as an easy target felt a chill of apprehension, promptly abandoning their previous intentions. Yet, some others exchanged furtive glances. Cognizant that this matter would not conclude swiftly, Jean Bupo was notoriously petty, and given Qin Cheng's blatant disrespect, would he truly let it rest? Qin Cheng, however, paid no heed to the speculations of outsiders. After bidding farewell to the Shun siblings, he made his way directly to the Sanjing Pavilion. Without hesitation, he ascended to the second floor, securing the second level of the Xiantian Ichigong. Having perfected the first level, upon acquiring the second level's content, he would be poised to break through tonight and ascend to the second-tier realm. Additionally, he selected a light body technique known as Yulong Bu. With a staggering expenditure of 3,500 merit points, he was left with merely 700. After returning the remainder to Zhao Gui, he would still possess 200 merit points. Qin Cheng was mindful of the merit points he had borrowed from Zhao Gui. Tonight, he would break through to the second tier, and once he ascended, he would no longer be regarded as an inconsequential low-level warrior in Qinshan City. The second-tier realm, within the context of the Qin dynasty's martial world, represented a true backbone of strength, even within the ranks of a prestigious sect like the Qi Shao Jianzong. Second-tier experts held significant standing. As Qin Cheng attained the status of a second-tier warrior, he found that the prevailing crises could be effortlessly resolved, allowing him to cast aside the incessant anxiety of being targeted. However, upon arriving outside his residence, an unsettling sensation gripped him, as if someone had been covertly observing him for quite some time. Cursed be it! A sudden jolt of fear surged through Qin Cheng's heart as he recalled Fang Xiaoxian, who was still inside his dwelling, keeping vigil for the late old Fang. Chapter 44. The reward from Xiaoxian. The mere thought of Xiaoxian within the confines of the house filled Qin Cheng with unease. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to panic. After all, he was within the ranks of the Qi Shao alliance, where no one would dare intrude upon his abode. With that thought, Qin Cheng's gaze darkened. Yet he maintained an outward calmness, pretending as if nothing was amiss, and quietly approached the door. He knocked gently. "Is it old Qin?" A quivering voice, tinged with nervousness, emanated from within. "Xiaoxian, it's me. Are you all right?" Hearing the tremor in her voice, Qin Cheng's expression shifted. Could it be that someone truly had the audacity to intrude upon his home in his absence? If that were the case, how could he ever face old Fang again? Fortunately, the door creaked open slightly, revealing Fang Xiaoxian's pale yet lovely visage. Upon seeing Qin Cheng, her clear eyes lit up with relief. However, she quickly lowered her voice. "Old Qin, when I stepped out earlier, I felt as though someone was watching this place. It couldn't be those from the Wu family, could it?" At the mere mention of the Wu family, an undeniable hatred surged within her beautiful gaze. "I am not yet certain. Do not raise an alarm," Qin Cheng instructed, signaling her to keep quiet. Upon entering the room, he promptly activated the concealment goo. "Ah!" Fang Xiaoxian's eyes widened with surprise. Although Qin Cheng stood right before her, she felt as though his presence had diminished significantly. Exhibiting your talents unwittingly before your beloved childhood friend has sparked a deeper curiosity within her. As the saying goes, the curiosity of the opposite sex often serves as the genesis of love. It is evident that you are increasingly resembling a true male deity. Achievement unlocked. Gold will shine regardless. Reward acquired. Enlightenment time, 1 hour. Qin Cheng paused momentarily, then a flicker of joy ignited in his eyes. This unexpected reward was indeed a delightful surprise. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Regaining his composure after employing the concealment goo, Qin Cheng quietly closed the door and stealthily exited through the back. He circled the perimeter of the house, concealing himself in the shadows as he sought the individual who had been keeping watch. Regardless of their identity, the audacity to spy on him, and more importantly, to disturb Xiaoxian could not go unpunished. It did not take long for Qin Cheng to uncover the hidden individual, thanks to his rare ocular prowess, the Kanshu Tong. He followed the trail with silence, and soon spotted a familiar figure lurking around the corner. It was him. Upon seeing this person, Qin Cheng's expression darkened to the extreme, a surge of murderous intent erupting from within. Jean Bupo, you are courting death. The figure in the shadows was none other than Jean Bupo. Although Qin Cheng had previously clashed with him, he had not anticipated such a bold move, directly stalking him. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Qin Cheng's gaze turned icy. He had initially intended to meet force with force, but now he realized the danger and audacity of this individual. Allowing him to live even a day longer posed a risk to Qin Cheng and, by extension, to Fang Xiaoxian. With that thought, Qin Cheng held his breath and approached silently, his resolve hardening. This old fool had indeed hidden that woman here, at his age, still engaging in clandestine affairs. Jean Bupo's gaze was fixed on Qin Cheng's residence, unaware that the one he was tailing was already behind him. Oof. You old fool, daring to publicly reject me and deny me face. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I shall inform the Blood Wolf Gang's leader. Using this as a declaration of allegiance, Jean Bupo smirked, muttering to himself, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang wishes to recruit me and is even willing to offer a bone-forging technique. If you had lent me some merit points earlier, I might have hesitated, but now, you can only blame yourself. With that, he seemed to have made a decision and stealthily turned to leave. What? This scoundrel's fixation on me is tied to the Blood Wolf Gang. A spark of realization ignited in Qin Cheng's eyes. How could such an audacious person exist? Merely because of a refusal to lend merit points, he had resorted to stalking with malicious intent? It seemed that from the outset, his interest in Qin Cheng, even under the pretense of borrowing merit points, was driven by ulterior motives. The Blood Wolf Gang was affiliated with the Wu family, a fact that Qin Cheng had not forgotten. Qin Cheng found himself puzzled about why Wu Laosan had not made an appearance this time. Compared to Su Xingjie, Wu Laosan, lurking in the shadows like a poisonous serpent, instilled far more trepidation in Qin Cheng. Observing Jean Bupo's intention to seek out the Blood Wolf Gang, Qin Cheng resolved to follow him for a while, to discern Wu Laosan's actual plans. As the Blood Wolf Gang acted as Wu Laosan's henchmen, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang would undoubtedly be among the first to learn of any movements made by Wu Laosan. With the concealment goo at his disposal, Qin Cheng trailed Jean Bupo without leaving a trace. It was not until Jean Bupo reached the bustling outer city, entering a raucous gambling den teeming with gamblers, that Qin Cheng sensed the presence of others observing the surroundings. However, those stationed nearby were merely ordinary thugs, incapable of discovering his presence. Thus, his actions remained unaffected. Before long, he followed Jean Bupo into the interior of the gambling den, where he concealed himself within a reasonably spacious hall. Jean Bupo, you finally arrived. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a hawkish nose emerged, his gaze filled with amusement as he regarded Jean Bupo. Now you must understand that the Qishao Alliance is not as accommodating as you imagined. If you wish to acquire a martial art technique, you must be willing to risk your life. You will be better off collaborating with us. As long as you agree, everything you desire can be yours. Master Chun, your words are sweeter than song. You claim you can provide me with a technique and even allow me to swiftly become a top-tier warrior, with prospects for elite and even innate status. How can I trust the words of a mere third-tier warrior like you? Jean Bupo scoffed, regarding the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang with an expression of derision. He was not the type to be swayed by empty promises, without tangible proof. How could he place his trust in the other? Furthermore, Master Chen's boasts were utterly outrageous. Even Jean Bupo, aware of Wu Laosan standing behind Master Chen, found it hard to believe that Wu Laosan possessed such capabilities. After all, Wu Laosan himself was merely a second-tier warrior. What qualifications did he have to elevate someone to elite status? Hidden in the shadows, a glimmer of insight flashed in Qin Cheng's eyes. Jean Bupo's current astuteness was a stark contrast to his previous reckless behavior in confronting Qin Cheng. It was clear that his earlier bravado had been a mere facade. Chapter 45. Rapid Advancement for Warriors, Tiger's Bone Forging Technique. When did elite and innate statuses become as common as cabbages, easily cultivated at will? Hearing this, Qin Cheng could not help but find it absurd. Was this Master Chen truly that foolish? Just as he pondered this, his expression suddenly shifted, astonished by what he beheld beside Master Chen. Emerging behind him were a group of fierce-looking, imposing men, each exuding a potent aura. There were 10 of them, each a warrior in their own right. This is impossible. Jean Bupo stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open as he scrutinized the faces of those around him. How could this be? Just a few days prior, when he had encountered these individuals, they were hardly even martial artists. How could this be possible? Qin Cheng was equally astonished. 10 third-rate martial artists. Was the status of martial artists now akin to that of cabbages? This was utterly absurd. Qin Cheng almost believed he had mistakenly entered the ranks of the Qishao Alliance instead of the Bloodwolf Gang, a gang that could only bully ordinary citizens in the outer city, with a mere 2 or 3 third-rate martial artists in their ranks. Suddenly boasting 10 of them seemed far too peculiar. No, wait. Suddenly, Qin Cheng discerned something amiss with these individuals. Through his Quan Su Tong, he could easily see the truth behind their appearances. They were indeed martial artists, radiating an aura of vitality and strength. However, beneath the surface, they were mere pretenders. Their vigor severely depleted, their life essence almost entirely exhausted. These martial artists could last at most a month. A flicker of insight crossed Qin Cheng's mind as he quickly deduced their fate. Yet, recalling the earlier conversation between Jean Bupo and Chief Chun, he remained somewhat astonished. Despite their imminent demise, these were still genuine martial artists. Even if they could only survive a month, they were still martial artists nonetheless. How had the Bloodwolf gang managed this? Jean Bupo was conflicted. Clearly, witnessing such an astonishing sight had caused him to doubt Chief Chen's words, which he had previously accepted unconditionally, dismissing them as mere bluster. Even if they had become martial artists, they were still merely third-rate. After a moment of contemplation, Jean Bupo slowly spoke. Chief Chun chuckled, having detected that while Jean Bupo maintained a facade of defiance, he was inwardly conceding. However, the other party was the type to not reveal their hand without assurance, so this bravado was merely a bargaining tactic. Jean Bupo, after seeing this skill, how will you decide? As he spoke, Chief Chun produced a book from his sleeve and tossed it directly to Jean Bupo. Jean Bupo, with a look of skepticism, opened the tome before Chief Chun, and suddenly his expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy. It was the Hu Pa Duan Gu Gong. This external technique was the pinnacle of second-rate external arts from the once glorious Wuxing sect, reputed to bestow the ability to unleash a thunderous strike capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. How did you acquire this technique? Are you perhaps affiliated with the Wuxing sect? After his initial thrill, Jean Bupo fixed his gaze sternly on Chief Chun. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng was taken aback. How could this be the Wuxing sect? Was Wu Laosan and Shun Mingwei still in the same faction? He never imagined that following Jean Bupo would lead him to such a secret. The technique presented by Chief Chun could only have originated from the enigmatic Wu Laosan. After all, a third-rate martial artist possessing such a top-tier technique was akin to a child parading gold in the market, innocent in intent, yet inviting disaster. If this technique truly belonged to Chief Chun, he would never dare to so casually produce it. Thus, Qin Cheng was convinced that the Duan Gu Gong could solely have come from Wu Laosan. However, this realization left him feeling somewhat powerless. If Wu Laosan was indeed affiliated with the Wuxing sect, would Shun Mingwei, that enchanting woman, assist Wu Laosan against him? No, wait. Qin Cheng suddenly shook his head, recalling that the enchantress had already set her sights on him. Even without Wu Laosan, she would likely still pursue him. Realizing this, Qin Cheng took a deep breath. As for the matter with the enchantress, he was still playing along, uncertain of how to navigate her intentions. However, learning of Wu Laosan's secret was ultimately a boon for Qin Cheng. Knowing his enemy was essential for victory in battle. The superior Duan Gu Gong, setting aside his distractions, Qin Cheng's gaze was firmly fixed on the technique manual in Jean Bupo's hands. His initial intent in trailing Jean Bupo was to eliminate a potential threat. Yet he had unexpectedly stumbled upon this delightful surprise. He was in dire need of a Duan Gu Gong, and until now, he had no idea where to find one. Yet, unexpectedly, that very technique had found its way into Jean Bupo's possession. Dare to take my technique? You have sealed your own fate, Qin Cheng thought, a slight smile creeping onto his lips as he suppressed his excitement and continued to remain hidden. Although both Chief Chun and Jean Bupo were individuals Qin Cheng deemed worthy of elimination, The sheer number of martial artists present made him hesitant to act. He would wait until Jin Bupo departed before striking from the shadows. Jin Bupo, the more you know, the less advantageous it will be for you. At that moment, Chief Qin casually interjected, "You work for us, and we will reward you. Our relationship is straightforward and uncomplicated. So what say you?" "It's time for your response." Jin Bupo tightly gripped the manual, aware that Chief Chun was issuing an ultimatum. Undoubtedly, he could not refuse such a top-tier Duan Gugong. After a brief internal struggle, Jin Bupo smiled and clasped his hands. "Chief Chun, from this day forth, I shall rely on your guidance." "Jin Bupo, you shall not regret your decision today," Chief Chun exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face. To execute the master's plan, relying on those expendable martial artists was futile. The true assets were elite martial artists like Jin Bupo. Chapter 46, A Sudden Kill. "Chief Chun, rest assured, I, old Jin, am a man of my word. Having pledged my allegiance to you, I will certainly uphold my promise," Jin Bupo assured, patting his chest. He then revealed a hint of a smile. "Weren't you the one who asked me to monitor that Qin Cheng? Today, I made it a point to approach that old fellow." As he spoke, a cold smile emerged on his face. "That old coot left the woman you mentioned in his room. Chief Chun, just say the word, and within 3 days, I will present you with that old man's head and bring the woman to you." In the shadows, upon hearing this, Qin Cheng's expression turned icy. He silently rejoiced at having discovered this individual in advance. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. In the martial world, there were countless examples of skilled practitioners falling victim to such underhanded schemes, even first-rate experts meeting their demise at the hands of ordinary people. Qin Cheng would never underestimate anyone, especially when that individual was an adversary. Brother Jin, you are indeed straightforward. However, there is no need to go as far as beheading that fellow. His strength is not to be underestimated. One of my subordinates was slain by him with a single stroke. While you are certainly much stronger than my subordinate, it is not worth the risk of injury," Chief Qin remarked, a smile on his face as he praised Jin Bupo's prowess, clearly concerned that both Jin Bupo and Qin Cheng might end up mutually destructive. After all, he had invested considerable effort to recruit Jin Bupo and did not wish for him to meet the same fate as his deputy at the hands of Qin Cheng. "There is no need for Brother Jin to take action against this person," Chief Chun explained as he produced a bulging paper pouch from his bosom, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Brother Jin, tonight, discreetly sprinkle the powder inside this pouch into that old fellow's room. This powder, once the pouch is opened, will disperse into the air within moments, and anyone who inhales it is guaranteed to meet their demise. Such a deadly poison exists in the world." Jin Bupo gasped in astonishment, accepting the pouch, yet his expression turned skeptical. "Wait a moment, Chief Chun. If this poison is as potent as you claim, capable of killing even martial artists, won't the woman also perish?" "Brother Jin, you are unaware. This poison only affects martial artists. It has little to no effect on ordinary people," Chief Chun replied with a knowing smile. "Thus, Jin Xiong need not worry about the remnants of the Fong family. Rather, you must exercise caution and refrain from the temptation to tear open the medicine pouch on the road." Upon hearing these words, Jin Bupo's expression shifted slightly as he promptly examined the paper pouch, relieved to find its material still firm. He then patted his chest and reassured Zhang Bangzhu, "Rest assured, tomorrow morning you shall await my good news." "Very well, Jin Xiong, I shall anticipate your good tidings. After this matter is settled, I have a substantial reward for you that will surely please." Zhang Bangzhu unhesitatingly declared that he would not allow Jin Bupo to toil in vain. "All right, tomorrow it is." Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone in this world, even those whom he had previously looked down upon. The ability to dominate the outer city with a band of miscreants, or even a martial artist from such a background, suffices to label them as a formidable figure. However, this was undeniably the territory of another, and Qin Cheng had no opportunity to strike against Zhang Bangzhu, merely biding his time for a future chance. Yet throughout the day, Qin Cheng coldly observed Jin Bupo boasting with Zhang Bangzhu, his murderous intent barely concealed. Suppressing his revulsion, Qin Cheng listened as the two continued their flattery until Jin Bupo finally took his leave. At that moment, Qin Cheng stealthily slipped out of the Bloodwolf gang. following closely behind Jinbu. As the crowd thinned, they passed through a seldom-traveled alley in the city. Qin Cheng's murderous intent was no longer masked. With a martial arts technique in hand and the support of Wu Sanyi, Jinbu, am finally on the path to greatness. Jinbu, oblivious to the imminent danger, beamed with joy, brimming with confidence after acquiring the technique and aligning himself with such a powerful figure. He was well aware that his true benefactor was Wu Lao San, viewing Zhang Bangzhu merely as his lackey. Had he not known this, he would never have regarded Zhang Bangzhu with any respect, as the latter's strength was inferior to his own. That miserly old fellow, how dare he humiliate me publicly today? Just wait until tonight when I make him pay. Jinbu sneered, considering Qin Cheng already a dead man, convinced he would not survive the night. As he contemplated how to eliminate Qin Cheng, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura rapidly approaching from behind. Who is it? Jinbu's complexion changed dramatically as he quickly turned around. In the next moment, a massive fist obscured his vision, growing larger by the second. With a resounding crash, Jinbu's body was propelled like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters before crashing into a wall, which crumbled under the impact, dust swirling around him. How could this be? Jinbu lay amidst the rubble, half of his face caved in, a pitiful sight. Yet, even in such a state, he clung to life. With wide eyes, he stared at the figure approaching him, the one who had ambushed him. Jinbu could hardly believe that, just as he had acquired a supreme martial arts technique and was on the verge of becoming a top-tier powerhouse, he would be ambushed at the pinnacle of his ascent. What filled him with despair was the realization that his assailant was an exceptionally powerful expert, capable of approaching him undetected until it was nearly too late to react, a testament to their terrifying prowess. The killer, undeniably formidable, had still chosen to ambush him. Was this even human? Jinbu, defying the urge to succumb to death, wished to see who was capable of such cruelty. However, upon seeing the approaching figure, his pupils constricted in horror, filled with boundless despair and disbelief. How could it be him? Chapter 47. The Girl's Emotion. Special reward. Guardian of the flower vile creature, you dared to attempt my life. Now witness who has met their end. Qin Cheng sneered as he looked down at the lifeless Jinbu. The moment Jinbu laid eyes on Qin Cheng, he breathed his last, his eyes wide open, filled with shock and anger, unfazed by the vengeful gaze of the dead. Qin Cheng confirmed his demise and immediately squatted down to search Jinbu's body. I have obtained the Hu Duan Gu Gong, a superior external martial arts technique. With the technique in hand, Qin Cheng was overjoyed. In addition to the technique, he discovered the pouch rumored to possess a poison capable of slaying martial artists, along with a stack of silver notes totaling around 1,000 taels. This was indeed a bountiful harvest, and Qin Cheng couldn't help but smile, feeling as though Jinbu could almost be considered a benefactor. Alongside the wealth and martial arts, Qin Cheng had no intention of discarding the intriguing poison. His recent studies in medicine had led him to explore various toxins, and this particular poison was one he had never encountered, strange yet powerful. He was eager to investigate it further, perhaps gaining some inspiration, knowing that he had committed murder. Qin Cheng understood the necessity of leaving the scene promptly. He hefted Jinbu's corpse and swiftly made his way to the nearest river, unceremoniously discarding the body into the water. At home, Fang Xiaoxian sat anxiously in the main hall. Having been absent for so long, she feared that Qin Cheng might have encountered another mishap. After all, since her grandfather's passing, Qin Cheng had become her sole pillar of support. Should anything happen to him, she was at a loss as to how she would navigate her future. Xiaoxian, there is no need to worry. Jinbu will no longer return. Just stay at home and be at ease. Qin Cheng gently ruffled Fang Xiaoxian's hair, delivering the news meant to ease her troubled mind, though she remained restless. Yes. Qin Lao, it is all my fault for being so useless, bringing you so much danger. The girl was not one to lack understanding. She recognized that Qin Cheng, now a martial artist, could have easily risen above the common folk, free from worries of livelihood and care. Yet, he had unhesitatingly provoked the formidable Wu family for her sake. This kindness moved her deeply, yet she felt utterly helpless in repaying him. After all, she was but an orphan, too afraid to step outside to escape the Wu family's vengeance, unable to offer Qin Cheng anything in return. Xiao Xian, do you regard me as a stranger? Qin Cheng playfully tapped her on the head. I promised your grandfather I would look after you. Unless I am dead, I would never forgive myself if you were to come harm. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiao Xian's eyes instantly welled with tears, her voice choked with emotion. All right. I am getting old and cannot bear to see this. Qin Cheng sighed, observing the once vibrant girl, now dulled by despair. It pained him greatly to witness her in such a state. Xiao Xian, I plan to enter seclusion for the next few days to practice. Do not disturb me. Simply leave meals at my door. Once I emerge, I will teach you how to cultivate. Rest assured, I possess a skill that will allow your progress to surpass others. As he spoke, Qin Cheng felt a twinge of conflict within. The skill he referred to was, of course, the art of massage. He had not intended to employ this skill again, especially not on Fang Xiao Xian, as it felt inappropriate given her esteemed status as old Fang's granddaughter. However, he could not disregard the urgency of her situation. Fang Xiao Xian's predicament was arguably more perilous than his own. If she did not become a martial artist soon, would she remain confined to her room indefinitely? Such a fate would only lead to despair. Determined to help Fang Xiao Xian rise from her burdens, Qin Cheng resolved to set aside his hesitations. Yes, Qin Lao, I will heed your words. Indeed, upon hearing the words of Qin Cheng, a flicker of light suddenly appeared in Fang Xiao Xian's dim and bright eyes, filled with gratitude as she gazed at him. The debt of life-saving grace, the protection he offered, and now the impartation of skills. It became increasingly evident to Fang Xiao Xian that she owed Qin Lao an immeasurable amount. She silently vowed that if she were to survive the oppression from the Wu family in the future, she would repay Qin Lao generously. In a moment of her utmost helplessness and despair, he had made a promise to protect her for eternity. Undoubtedly, this was a rather cliché technique for courting a woman, yet it remained one of the most practical methods in existence. The more exceptional a woman is, the less she tends to believe in a man's sweet words. However, when she realizes that he possesses the ability and determination to protect her, even the most intelligent woman can find herself ensnared by love, indistinguishable from those foolishly infatuated. Clearly, you have grasped the true essence of being a male deity. Achievement unlocked, the promise of protection. Reward acquired, special talent. Hua Hua Run. When you protect her system-designated target, the effectiveness of your training will be enhanced by 10%. Qin Cheng nearly let slip a curse. He had just begun to feel relieved at the improvement in the young woman's condition when he unexpectedly received a system notification. The atmosphere, once filled with emotion, was abruptly disrupted by the system's irreverent description. Even though Qin Cheng had long grown accustomed to the system's abnormality, his face flushed with embarrassment, cursing internally that this wretched system was utterly insensitive to the mood. What does it mean to be a Hua Hua Ren? The old man simply felt pity for the girl and acted out of kindness. However, he could not deny that upon seeing the content of the reward, his initial irritation dissipated, replaced by elation. The system's rewards never failed to astonish. An increase of 10% in training effectiveness while protecting others was truly remarkable. Qin Cheng's heart raced. Although it was merely a 10% increase, this special talent came with no restrictions. It implied that the training of martial arts would experience this enhancement, but so would the cultivation of other techniques, such as the legendary methods of immortality. In light of this, the potential of this talent was indeed terrifying. The stronger one became, the more formidable its effect. This reward was undoubtedly the most substantial Qin Cheng had received to date. Chapter 48. Creating the second layer of Wu Qingxi? Before entering seclusion, receiving a reward so suddenly was indeed a good omen for Qin Cheng. Seizing this opportunity, he wasted no time and directly entered his room, preparing thoroughly for his breakthrough. The internal cultivation breakthrough differs from external skills. It requires mental cultivation and absolute focus, waiting for the opportune moment to make a decisive leap. This moment may be felt in the blink of an eye, or it may take several days. Qin Cheng was fully prepared to devote himself to a week of intensive practice to await this moment. As for the task concerning the library, he had already taken leave, so there was no need to worry about it. Should he utilize the time for enlightenment? Just as Qin Cheng sat in his room, preparing for seclusion, a sudden inspiration struck him. He recalled the reward he had yet to use, an hour of enlightenment time. The effect of this enlightenment time, granted by the system, was extraordinarily powerful. The last time he used it, he directly comprehended the meaning of Shuo Guang Dao, which had become his greatest trump card, enabling him to triumph over stronger opponents. That previous enlightenment time was only half an hour, yet it brought Qin Cheng such significant gains. This time, however, the reward was double that duration, leading him to believe that using it would yield even greater results. This thought ignited a fervent idea within him. He remembered the initial cultivation technique he had practiced, Wuqin Yang Shengxi. Although this technique appeared to be merely a rudimentary one, it had significantly extended his lifespan, surpassing the longevity effects of other methods, rivaling even the quality of innate qigong. If merely a third-rate method could provide such profound benefits, then what if he were to cultivate it to a higher level? Of course, Wuqin Yang Shengxi did not encompass the realm of bone forging. Otherwise, it would not be so commonplace. In the past, Qin Cheng would not have entertained the notion of achieving a second-rate level through Wuqin Yang Shengxi. However, with the precious reward of enlightenment time at hand, he suddenly conceived the idea that perhaps he could utilize this time to create the second layer of Yang Shengxi. Once this thought emerged, Qin Cheng could no longer suppress his excitement. The first layer of Yang Shengxi alone could add a whole decade to his lifespan. If he could cultivate it to the bone-forging realm, how much longer could he live? For Qin Cheng, the allure of longevity surpassed all else. After all, his age was considerable, and he felt the specter of death looming closer with each passing moment. Unlike the youth who need not concern themselves with the passage of time, he decided to give it a try. With that thought in mind, Qin Cheng could no longer restrain himself and took out the Huohuo bone forging technique he obtained from Jin Bupo. To deduce a technique, one requires extensive martial knowledge to complement and enhance one another. No matter how formidable the enlightenment time was, it could not conjure bone-forging techniques from thin air. Thus, the superior Huohuo bone-forging technique arrived at the perfect moment. Qin Cheng meticulously studied the contents of the Huohuo bone-forging technique and then unhesitatingly activated his enlightenment time. In an instant, he fell into a state of profound insight, his thoughts racing, a deluge of inspiration erupting from his mind. The essence of the Huohuo bone forging technique was swiftly comprehended by Qin Cheng. If he were to practice this technique, he would face no obstacles, and his progress would surpass that of anyone else training in it. However, Qin Cheng's purpose in utilizing the enlightenment time was to create the second layer of Wuqin Yang Shengxi, not merely to comprehend the Huohuo bone forging technique. Soon, he focused his thoughts on how to establish the next level of Yang Shengxi. A wealth of knowledge surged through Qin Cheng's mind, revealing the quintessence of Wuqin Yang Shengxi, the bone-forging elements from the Huohuo bone-forging technique, and even the true secrets of the innate qigong, along with insights into the Shuo Guang Dao's concepts, all emerged at this moment. The second layer of Wuqin Yang Shengxi would not be inferior to the first. The longevity it promised would surpass that of the first layer. Clearly, the difficulty in creating such a technique was immense. It could be said that without the second layer, Wuqin Yang Shengxi remained merely an ordinary, even low-tier martial art. However, once the second layer is established, its value would eclipse all other martial arts in the realm, drawing countless admirers. For the promise of extended life is a temptation that even emperors throughout history could not resist. It was evident that bringing the second layer into existence would not be a simple task. Granting longevity to mortals was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, Qin Cheng did not believe he was being overly ambitious. As a torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind, he began to find his direction. He felt a premonition that creating the second layer of Wuqin Yang Shengxi was indeed possible. However, even with this hopeful realization, Qin Cheng encountered obstacles. The content of the bone-forging realm within Wuqin Yang Shengxi could indeed be created, but relying solely on the knowledge of the Huohuo bone-forging technique was insufficient for him to achieve this. In the state of enlightenment, Qin Cheng's rationality soared. He recognized that creating a bone-forging technique for Wuqin Yang Shengxi was far from simple. The methods required to extend a mortal's life were too extraordinary and demanded an extensive foundation of martial knowledge as well as medical understanding. At present, possesses a rather limited understanding of martial arts. Thus far, he has only mastered a few techniques, and such scant accumulation is insufficient to deduce an extraordinary skill capable of extending the lifespan of mortals. Regrettably, he acknowledges this limitation with a sigh, deciding to cease his contemplative endeavors. Although only 5 minutes remain of his 1-hour meditation, he does not consider this time wasted. More significantly, he has confirmed the potential for the Wu Qin Yang Sheng Shi to be cultivated to its second level, a glimmer of hope that surpasses all other gains. Though he could not achieve it this time, he resolves to conduct further deductions once he acquires additional techniques, ultimately creating the second level of Wu Qin Yang Sheng Gong. A spark of determination ignites in Qin Cheng's eyes as a prominent goal crystallizes in his mind. Henceforth, he will spare no effort in gathering an extensive array of martial arts techniques to enrich his own martial foundation. With ample knowledge, he believes that during his next moment of enlightenment, he will surely be able to create the second level of Wu Qin Yang Sheng Shi. He senses that once he accomplishes such a feat, he will no longer need to fret over matters of longevity. With this thought, he prepares to break through. Letting out a sigh, he casts aside the distractions swirling in his mind, closing his eyes to focus entirely on his internal breakthrough. In the following days, Qin Cheng remains ensconced in his retreat, showing no signs of emerging. Meanwhile, outside, tumultuous currents brew, heralding an impending storm. Within the main hall of the Qin Shan branch of the Qi Xiao Alliance, the senior members gather, their expressions heavy with concern. Report to Qi Zhenchuan, Branch Master Liao. One member speaks cautiously. The plague outside has escalated alarmingly, causing countless casualties among the common folk. The authorities have sealed off the inner city, leaving the outer city's residents to fend for themselves. Worse still, many villages surrounding Qinshan City have suddenly succumbed to the plague, and a deluge of refugees is converging upon the city. He glances at the impassive Qi Xianyong above him, then at the visibly distressed Liao Yongyuan, his heart sinking further. The situation in Qinshan City has never been stable, and the sudden outbreak of the plague has exacerbated the turmoil. Amidst this crisis, the emergence of two decision-makers within the Qi Xiao Alliance is decidedly ominous. Although Liao Yongyuan is nominally in charge, Qi Xianyong, a first-rate powerhouse and true disciple of the Qi Xiao sword sect, casts a long shadow over him. Brother Qi, Liao Yongyuan ventures, this plague seems rather peculiar, and the officials are struggling to cope. According to our agreement with the court, the Qi Xiao Alliance has an obligation to assist. He studies Qi Xianyong, noting his indifferent demeanor, which deepens his unease. As the head of the Qin Shan branch, he is keen to help the court address this strange plague. Yet he senses that Qi Xianyong appears unconcerned. Indeed, Qi Xianyong replies dismissively, "The world is rife with conflict, and plagues occasionally arise. What is there to be alarmed about? Moreover, we martial artists are robust and fear not the plague, no matter how fierce it may be. It cannot affect the Qi Xiao Alliance. As for our agreement with the authorities," his tone conveys utter disregard. What trouble could they possibly have? It is merely a rabble of troublesome citizens, and suppressing them is the government's forte. There is no need for our intervention. At this juncture, he shifts his gaze with palpable hostility towards Liao Yongyuan. By the way, Branch Master Liao, where's the list I requested? Why has it not been submitted yet? Liao Yongyuan's heart ignites with fury at this condescending remark, confirming his earlier premonition upon Qi Xianyong's arrival. The true purpose of Qi Xianyong's visit to Qinshan City is not out of goodwill. Rather, it is to confront Xiao Zhenchuan and vie for celestial opportunities. I have already submitted the list. Liao Yongyuan grits his teeth, suppressing his rage. What do you take me for? Qi Xianyong scoffs, an ominous aura emanating from him, enveloping Liao Yongyuan with an overwhelming pressure. What a terrifying force! Liao Yongyuan's complexion pales as he feels an indescribable dread assaulting his spirit, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding members of the Qi Xiao Alliance also shift uneasily, their gazes towards Qi Xianyong increasingly filled with trepidation. This is the essence of power. Any martial artist who masters it is regarded as a top-tier genius, holding a decisive advantage over those of the same realm who have yet to grasp it. However, Such mastery is exceedingly rare, even among first-rate experts. Under Qi Xianyang's oppressive presence, Liao Yongyuan wavers, nearly losing his footing, his heart shaken. Such a formidable force. Qi Xianyang is perilously close to comprehending intention. Should he attain that level, he will ascend to the innate realm. What an extraordinary individual. If Qin Cheng were to learn of Liao Yongyuan's thoughts, he would be utterly astonished, believing that only first-rate masters could grasp the realm of intention. In reality, it is a mastery reserved for those of innate caliber. Individuals like Qin Cheng, who comprehend intention at a third-rate level, are not only rare but possibly unique in the annals of martial history. It can only be said that Qin Cheng remains woefully ignorant of martial arts, unaware that his foundation is far more formidable than he perceives. At that moment, Qi Xianyang coldly regards Liao Yongyuan, suddenly uttering a name with a tone of derision. This individual possesses exceptional talent, having rapidly attained such power. If he were 20 years younger, perhaps I would have believed you had not deceived me. But at this juncture, do you think I would accept that Shaoqing Shui would regard a decrepit old man as a seed of innate potential? You truly take me for a fool. With icy disdain, Qi Xianyang makes his intentions painfully clear to Liao Yongyuan. His purpose in Qingshan City is to contend with Shaoqing Shui. As a true disciple of the Qi Shao sword sect, a first-rate powerhouse on the brink of the innate realm, he is far too proud to engage in subterfuge with a mere second-rate martial artist. Branch Master Liao, I am aware that your submitted list conceals several names. Individuals who are the true seeds of innate potential prized by Shaoqing Shui. Hand over that list to me, or I assure you, you shall not leave this room alive. Qi Xianyang, how dare you be so audacious? I am an elder of the Qi Shao sword sect. Liao Yongyuan can scarcely believe his ears, incredulous at Qi Xianyang's reckless audacity, threatening even an elder of the Qi Shao sword sect. Yet, before he can finish his protest, his vision is entirely obscured by a flawless white jade hand. The hands of his opponent seem to possess boundless magic, instilling fear in Liao Yongyuan, rendering him unable to avert his gaze, his body frozen in place, until with a resounding thud, Qi Xianyang struck his forehead, causing blood to gush from his orifices, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, entirely devoid of breath. Liao Yongyuan, to his dying moment, could hardly believe that Qi Xianyang was even more deranged than he had imagined, acting without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Qi Shao sword sect present, who had been dispatched as part of the same faction, feigned ignorance, treating the death of their former superior as if it had gone unnoticed. Beneath this facade, however, they were chilled to the bone, relieved that they had already aligned themselves with Qi Xianyang. Otherwise, given his madness, Liao Yongyuan's fate would have been theirs as well. Find the list that Liao Yongyuan hid and unearth his innate seeds, he spoke coolly. Yes, the anxious high-ranking members of the Qi Shao alliance hurriedly responded. As for those individuals on the previous list, Qi Xianyang's gaze shifted, recalling the one he perceived as Liao Yongyuan's tool, Qin Cheng. Deep down, he could not fathom that this decrepit old man could possibly be the innate seed chosen by Shaoqing Shui. Nevertheless, he was still one of her subordinates, and anyone connected to that woman, regardless of their worth, could not be spared. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Qi Xianyang plotted. The authorities wish for our Qi Shao alliance's assistance, do they not? Let's assign those useless individuals from the previous list to undertake the most perilous tasks. Indeed, there were several names on the list that Liao Yongyuan had provided, yet Qi Xianyang perceived them as equally inept as Qin Cheng, unworthy of Shaoqing Shui's regard. Even so, he had no intention of allowing these eyesores to remain. Chapter 50. The Enchantress Prepares for Action. What? Qi Xianyang has directly eliminated Liao Yongyuan and plans to eliminate Qin Cheng and his associates as well. This madman, a mere second-tier master, acts without fear of retribution from the Qi Shao sword sect? Shun Qing's expression darkened. After all, a second-tier master is a core figure in any faction. He was certain that if the upper echelons of the Qi Shao sword sect were to learn of this, they would be utterly enraged and would undoubtedly punish Qi Xianyang severely. The loss of a second-tier powerhouse would cause significant distress to the sect. Who could have anticipated such madness? What do the reproaches of mere sex matter in pursuit of immortality? Although Shan Mingyue's countenance was grim, she found the situation not entirely astonishing. Her eyes flickered as she discerned the unfolding reality. It seemed that the internal strife within the Qi Shao sword sect for the sake of immortality had escalated to a deadly conflict. Though Liao Yongyuan was affiliated with Shao Qingxue, he was nonetheless a core member of the Qi Shao sword sect. Qi Xinqiang's brazen elimination of him clearly indicated that he and Shao Qingxue were engaged in a life-or-death struggle for the sake of immortality. Indeed, it was about immortality. Sun Qing also realized the gravity of the situation, his expression turning increasingly complex. Historically, in the pursuit of immortality, it was not uncommon for even kin to turn against each other. Countless tales of betrayal between fathers and sons, or husbands and wives abound. Which mortal could resist the allure of eternal life and transcendence? Unlike my own sect, the Qi Shao sword sect possesses an orthodox lineage within the cultivation world. To attain immortality, one must cultivate innate seeds to gain status. With her teeth clenched, Shen Mingyue swiftly grasped the motivation behind Qi Xinqiang's actions, her expression darkening considerably. It was evident that Qi Xinqiang had surmised that Shao Qingxue had already discovered the innate seed within Qingshan City and was intent on claiming it for himself. For Qi Xinqiang, too, required an innate seed to secure his own immortality. However, this fool had made a grave error. Both he and the blind Liao Yongyuan had assumed that the innate seed chosen by Shao Qingxue was someone else, oblivious to the fact that the overlooked Qin Cheng was the true innate seed. Qin Cheng possessed innate roots, and though he lacked the potential to vie for immortality, becoming an innate being was within his grasp, far simpler than for anyone else. Qi Xinqiang, ignorant of this fact, was prepared to eliminate Qin Cheng without hesitation. Had he known that Qin Cheng was the genuine innate seed, he would have sought to claim him for himself rather than dismiss him so carelessly. Upon contemplating this, Shen Mingyue felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. If Qin Cheng were to be eliminated so easily, her plans would be in ruins. Saintus, what shall we do now? Should we inform Qi Xinqiang of Qin Cheng's innate roots? Upon hearing Shen Mingyue's analysis, Shen Qing's complexion changed drastically. Realizing the dire implications and frantically attempting to devise a plan. Surely, if Qi Xinqiang learned that Qin Cheng was the one he sought, he would be deterred. You foolish man, alerting Qi Xinqiang means I can no longer scheme to acquire Qin Cheng. Shen Mingyue shot a cold glare at Shen Qing, silently cursing his naivety and ludicrous ideas. Once Qi Xinqiang became aware of Qin Cheng's qualifications, he would undoubtedly hide him away. And in such a scenario, how could Shen Mingyue possibly wrest him from the hands of first-tier master? Such thoughts were utterly inconceivable. The saintess chastised her subordinate for his foolishness, and Shen Qing awkwardly admitted his blunder. Clearly, there was no time for further hesitation. While Qi Xinqiang had yet to take action, she needed to secure Qin Cheng as swiftly as possible. Shen Mingyue exhaled a cold breath, her tone resolute, even as her beautiful eyes reflected deep inner conflict. Although she had long since resolved to engage in dual cultivation with Qin Cheng, thoroughly absorbing the essence of his 70 years of vitality to break through her own realm, she remained a maiden at heart. The thought of engaging in such intimate relations with an older man was unsettling for any woman. Despite knowing the immense benefits Qin Cheng offered, providing her with the means to ascend to the first tier and possibly even grasp the essence of enlightenment, she hesitated to act. However, the conflict in Shen Mingyue's gaze quickly dissipated, replaced by an unwavering determination. Benevolence, righteousness, and shame are merely the moral constructs of mortals. I am viewed as an enchantress by the world. How can I be bound by such absurdities? Moreover, if I can become an immortal, what do the laws of this mundane world matter? At this juncture, Shen Mingyue understood that she could no longer afford to delay. Suddenly, a plague erupted in Qingshan City. While others might assume it to be an ordinary epidemic, Shen Mingyue was acutely aware that this plague was indeed the work of the traitor, Changqingzi, and was undoubtedly linked to the forbidden techniques he had employed. The more intense the outbreak, the closer Changqingzi's scheme approached success. Soon, his power would soar, elevating him to the first tier with the potential to become innate. In such circumstances, if she did not break through promptly, she would soon find herself not seeking revenge on Chen Qingzi, but living in constant fear of his impending visit. Unwilling to remain passive and driven by her desire for immortality, Shen Mingyue recognized that for both emotional and rational reasons, she could no longer hesitate. Very well. Since I was the one who harbored ill intentions first, granting my body to this person is not too much of a loss. Shen Mingyue sighed softly, then rose and swiftly vanished from the hall, making her way directly to the Qishao alliance. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng, still in seclusion, remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. At this moment, he was wholly absorbed in his breakthrough, having sunk deep into a state of tranquility for several consecutive days. Finally, he had mitigated the repercussions of his previous failed attempts at cultivation. Just moments ago, he felt an overwhelming surge of inner strength bubbling within him, clamoring to be unleashed. Now is the time. In Qin Cheng's eyes, a brilliant light burst forth as he resolutely activated his innate qigong. A thunderous sound reverberated, and, at that moment, he felt as though something within him had been unblocked. A refreshing aura surged from his dantian, flooding his limbs and bones, exponentially enhancing both the quality and quantity of his internal energy. At that instant, Qin Cheng felt that with a mere exertion of his internal force, he could effortlessly shatter the skull of a full-grown bull. His strength, explosive speed, reflexes, and jumping ability, all aspects of his physical prowess, had been greatly amplified. Now, he felt capable of effortlessly defeating 10 of his former self, marking a significant leap in his combat prowess. At last, he had reached the second tier. As he basked in the terrifying intensity of his newfound internal energy, a radiant smile spread across Qin Cheng's face. Though he had only just broken through to the second tier, his cultivation of the innate qigong, a martial art of supreme quality, ensured that even as a recent initiate, he ranked among the foremost strong individuals within this tier. However, at that moment, Qin Cheng was not preoccupied with reveling in his newfound strength. Instead, he eagerly widened his eyes to gaze at the number displayed in the lifespan section of his status panel. With the breakthrough to the second tier, how much would his lifespan increase? Remaining lifespan, 23 years. His lifespan had only increased by 6 years. Qin Cheng was momentarily stunned, and the exhilaration that had filled him was abruptly doused with cold water. He had anticipated that ascending to the second tier would at least grant him a more substantial increase in lifespan compared to his previous advancement to the third tier. Yet, he never expected that the effect of this increase would be inferior to the latter, equaling only the 6 years added when he perfected the first layer of innate qigong. Alas, it was not a health cultivation method like Wu Qin Shi. Thus, the benefits to longevity were limited. Sighing, Qin Cheng realized that he should have anticipated this. Martial arts ultimately have their limits. The reason they can prolong life is that through practice, one's physique becomes robust and healthy. Nonetheless, regardless of how proficient one becomes in martial arts, they remain fundamentally mortal. Mortals, no matter how long they live, typically only reach a little over 100 years. Even innate masters can expect to live only a few decades longer. It seemed essential for him to expedite the progression of his second layer of Wu Qin Shi, but more importantly, he needed to encounter the legendary celestial opportunities. A glimmer shone in Qin Cheng's eyes. Living for another 23 years was comparatively favorable for a man of 70, as he would still be in his 90s upon his passing, a considerable age in Lanxing. However, the issue was that after acquiring the system, his ambitions had soared, and he yearned to pursue immortality. Would 23 years be sufficient for him to cultivate to a level that would allow him to enhance his capabilities? Qin Cheng felt a sense of unease. He had a premonition that even with the opportunity to pursue immortality, the journey would require a lengthy period, and 23 years seemed far too brief. Thus, prolonging his life as much as possible before achieving mastery became his most pressing concern. Regardless, Qin Cheng soon regained his composure. Attaining the second tier was ultimately a piece of good news. This signified that from now on, he could walk the martial world with newfound confidence, daring to undertake ventures he previously would have avoided. It was time to emerge from seclusion. After spending several days in his room, Fang Xiaoxian must have been worried. Taking a deep breath, Qin Cheng slowly rose, changed his attire, and opened the door. As he did so, a peculiar fragrance wafted toward him. How delightful! Qin Lao, you have emerged from seclusion? As if sensing Qin Cheng's movements, Fang Xiaoxian stepped out from her room. Upon seeing him, her bright eyes shimmered with an indescribable shyness, and a faint blush colored her fair face. Yes, my strength has progressed. Noticing Qin Cheng's approach, Fang Xiaoxian's delicate figure trembled slightly, and she managed to muster a forced smile. Just as she was about to speak, her demeanor shifted abruptly. The warm expression on Qin Cheng's face transformed into one of fierce intent, exuding a terrifying aura that pressed down upon her. In an instant, the seemingly gentle Qin Cheng reached out with lightning speed, grasping Fang Xiaoxian's throat before she could react, his eyes filled with rage. Shen Mingwei, tell me, where is Xiaoxian? Indeed, the individual before him was not Fang Xiaoxian at all, but Shen Mingwei. The moment Qin Cheng laid eyes on her, his discerning gaze penetrated her guise. It must be said that Shen Mingwei's disguise technique was nearly flawless. Yet no matter how adept, it could not escape the scrutiny of his keen eye. However, Qin Cheng, possessing a seasoned temperament, did not reveal his awareness of her true identity immediately. Instead, he feigned ignorance, gradually approaching her before suddenly launching his attack and successfully subduing her. Even though Shen Mingwei was also a second-tier expert with unfathomable strength, how could she possibly react in time to a full-force ambush from another second-tier master at such close proximity? Observing Shen Mingwei's face turning purple from his grip, nearly choking her, Qin Cheng eased his hold slightly. Cough you! Shen Mingwei's face turned pale as she coughed. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock as if she had seen a ghost. You ascended to the second tier and even comprehended the essence. It is impossible. How could this be? Moreover, you were able to see through my disguise. Your innate talent is beyond comprehension. Qin Cheng's emergence as a newly promoted second-tier master capable of such feats was astonishing, even for someone with innate talent. I have no time for idle chatter. Speak, or face death. A chilling murderous intent surged in Qin Cheng's eyes. He had not anticipated that merely a few days of seclusion would allow someone to approach him. What infuriated him further was the possibility that Xiaoxian had been harmed. Even if Shen Mingwei could offer him rewards, should this enchantress pose a threat to him or Xiaoxian, Qin Cheng would not hesitate to take decisive action. He was acutely aware that he was not the so-called male deity described by the system, but rather a man who had lived for 70 years, cunning and experienced. There was no way he would easily let go of someone who posed a genuine threat to his safety. Feeling Qin Cheng's terrifying aura, which seemed almost tangible, Shen Mingwei's mind went blank, her beautiful eyes betraying a flicker of fear. She realized that this seemingly kind-hearted elder was genuinely intent on killing her. Qin Cheng, do not act recklessly. I have not harmed that woman. I have hidden her in the wardrobe. Without a shred of compassion, Qin Cheng tightened his grip on Shen Mingwei's throat and dragged her toward the wardrobe, casually opening it. Wait! Shen Mingwei's expression changed dramatically as she realized something. Do not open it. Qin Cheng disregarded her pleas and opened the wardrobe without hesitation. Inside, he found Fang Xiaoxian bound and gagged, her delicate eyes brimming with tears and worry. Upon seeing Qin Cheng, her eyes lit up with surprise. But Shen Mingwei's face fell in despair. It's over. This woman will also fall victim to the seduction incense. Qin Cheng will not spare me. The seduction incense was precisely the alluring fragrance he had detected earlier. Its true purpose was to induce overwhelming desire, one that even martial artists could not resist. Once affected by this peculiar scent, one must engage in intimate relations swiftly, or face a dire fate. Qin Cheng hurriedly removed the claw from Xiaoxian's mouth and untied her bonds. Cough, cough, Qin Lao. Fang Xiaoxian's relentless coughing nearly brought her to tears, and she soon cast a resentful glare at Shen Mingwei. Are you also a dog of the Wu family? I never expected someone so beautiful to be as venomous as a viper. Instinctively, Fang Xiaoxian mistook Shen Mingwei for one of the Wu clan. The thought of the Wu family repeatedly targeting her within just a few days intensified her animosity toward them. In her fury, Fang Xiaoxian was oblivious to the subtle flush that had crept onto her exquisite face, a reaction she failed to notice amidst her agitation. Xiaoxian, this person is not from the Wu family. She is here for me. Qin Cheng glanced at Fang Xiaoxian with a hint of guilt, feeling compelled to clarify, lest she blame herself and consider herself a calamity. He understood Fang Xiaoxian all too well. She was a girl of delicate appearance yet strong spirit, never taking his assistance for granted. Repeatedly bringing trouble to Qin Cheng, she already felt immense shame. Were it not for the grave danger she faced, she would have likely distanced herself from him long ago. Here for you? Fang Xiaoxian paused, realizing her misunderstanding, and let out a sigh of relief. If Shen Mingyue had truly come for her, she would not have known how to face Qin Cheng. Despite this, her gaze towards Shen Mingyue remained filled with indignation. For someone like Fang Xiaoxian, who held Qin Cheng in the highest regard, the act of targeting him was utterly unforgivable, even more so than if it had been directed at her. Shen Mingyue, I never anticipated your audacity to act against me within the Qishao alliance. Qin Cheng then glared angrily at Shen Mingyue. Previously, he had only engaged her with feigned courtesy, considering the rewards at stake, and had not harbored any murderous intent. However, now that she posed a threat to his life and to Fang Xiaoxian, there was no way he could easily forgive her, regardless of her beauty or status as a target designated by the system. Yet, Qin Cheng found it peculiar that Shen Mingyue's demeanor was exceedingly unnatural, revealing a hint of fear as she glanced at Fang Xiaoxian, seemingly uninterested in offering explanations to him. What is that expression? Qin Cheng frowned, growing impatient, when he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation within his body. Wait, the fragrance. Qin Cheng's expression changed drastically as he realized something and tightened his grip on Shen Mingyue's neck. He recalled her panic call to him when he had opened the wooden cabinet. Panic surged through him as he quickly turned to Fang Xiaoxian. At that moment, Fang Xiaoxian's delicate face had turned an intense shade of red, her beautiful eyes appearing dazed. The usually pure and adorable Xiaoxian now exuded an inexplicable allure that left Qin Cheng feeling uncomfortable. To his dismay, he found himself shamefully stirred by her enticing appearance. A martial artist's abundant vitality naturally led to heightened desires beyond that of ordinary individuals. Although Qin Cheng was 70 years old, he should have long since lost such thoughts. However, since becoming a martial artist, his physique surpassed that of robust adult men, possessing all the attributes of a normal male. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Cheng understood all too well that the fragrance was indeed an aphrodisiac, meant to incapacitate him and compel him to submit to Shen Mingyue's desires. Fang Xiaoxian, confined within the wooden cabinet, would not have been affected by the aphrodisiac had Qin Cheng not opened it, resulting in this dire predicament. In truth, Qin Cheng bore at least half the responsibility for Fang Xiaoxian's current state. Qin Lao. At that moment, Fang Xiaoxian finally sensed something amiss in her body. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured softly. Suddenly, she felt an inexplicable charm emanating from Qin Lao, drawing her closer. Witnessing this, Qin Cheng was filled with urgent concern. His expression darkened, revealing a deadly intent. What have you done? Hand over the antidote. The only recourse now was to compel the witch to produce the antidote. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without the antidote, this aphrodisiac, crafted through secret methods, would force any afflicted person, regardless of gender, to engage in such acts to dispel the toxicity, or else their vital energy would surge uncontrollably until it ruptured their meridians, leading to death. Shen Mingyue managed a strained smile, her gaze darting nervously to Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng, I never intended to harm this woman. You heard me. I tried to dissuade you, but you did not heed my words. However, should any harm befall the woman beside Qin Cheng, this elderly man would not show her mercy, and she feared he would act with ruthless decisiveness. Thus, the immediate priority was to absolve herself of any responsibility for Fang Xiaoxian's condition. Do you take me for a fool? If there is no antidote, why are you unharmed? Qin Cheng's skepticism was palpable. Although he did not consider himself a good man, he maintained certain principles. Even with the system binding him to Fang Xiaoxian, he had never contemplated any illicit actions toward her, having always regarded her as a younger sister. How could he possibly engage in such despicable acts. Feeling Qin Cheng's grip tighten, Shen Minghua panicked further. As a woman with ambitions for immortality, she could not afford to perish here. No antidote, is it? Then you shall die. Qin Cheng's expression turned cold, his face devoid of emotion, as if he were about to crush Shen Minghua on the spot. I truly have no antidote. Qin Cheng, you cannot kill me. I never harbored any intention to harm you. I merely sought to cultivate with you to elevate myself. Shen Minghua's face turned pale as she shouted in desperation. Qin Cheng's expression darkened tremendously upon hearing this, his desire to end Shen Minghua's life intensifying. At this point, he could not dismiss the possibility that there truly was no antidote. After all, a woman like Shen Minghua, who valued her life, would not dare to lie at such a critical moment. In that instant, he felt the blood within him surging, a powerful yearning erupting from his core. To his dismay, Fang Xiaoxian was already uncontrollably pressing against him. Qinlao, Chapter 53, a moment of passion, bearing responsibility, proposing marriage. Xiaoxian. Qin Cheng's expression fluctuated, his heart heavy with turmoil. He dared not look at Fang Xiaoxian in her current state. Despite his attempts to uphold his principles, he was still a man, and facing the innocent and enchanting visage of Fang Xiaoxian in such a manner elicited an uncontrollable surge of hormones within him. Moreover, Qin Cheng himself was now under the influence of the aphrodisiac. Qin Cheng, we can no longer delay. Shen Minghua's voice trembled, urging him that if they did not act soon, as a martial artist, he could endure for a while longer. But this girl was merely an ordinary person and could perish at any moment. As she spoke, Shen Minghua's heart ached, nearly causing her to spit blood. Qin Cheng was the furnace she had set her sights on, yet she was compelled to let him bestow his invaluable self upon another woman. However, she knew that if Fang Xiaoxian were to die, Qin Cheng would undoubtedly seek vengeance against her. Therefore, she had to prompt him to save Fang Xiaoxian without delay. It is all your fault, which? Qin Cheng glared at Shen Minghua with fiery eyes, wishing he could slay her on the spot. Yet, feeling Fang Xiaoxian's transformation and his own uncontrollable body, he finally recognized that he could hesitate no longer. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to Fang Xiaoxian, he would bear the weight of eternal regret. Shen Minghua indeed deserved death. Yet Qin Cheng wrestled with his conscience for a considerable time before ultimately relinquishing the notion of terminating the life of this treacherous enchantress. Regardless of the circumstances, this demoness still held significant utility for Qin Cheng. Now that she had fallen into his grasp, she was merely a source of considerable trouble. How could he endure without extracting every ounce of benefit from her? With this thought in mind, Qin Cheng retrieved a pill from his bosom and unhesitatingly forced it into the demoness' mouth. Coughing violently, Shen Minghua shot an incredulous and furious glance at Qin Cheng, demanding to know what he had made her consume. Your poison is peculiar, but my specially crafted toxin is no less formidable, Qin Cheng replied coldly, casting a disdainful look at Shen Minghua. This cunning demoness was exceptionally devious. Without employing poison to control her, who could ascertain whether she might inflict greater harm upon him? Shen Minghua's expression shifted abruptly, but before she could utter a word, Qin Cheng had already struck her unconscious with a swift blow. He then swiftly bound her with rope. After completing these actions, Qin Cheng felt as if his mind was clouding. His body could no longer be restrained, and the young woman nearby was in a similar plight. Observing her graceful and alluring figure, Qin Cheng inhaled deeply, feeling a mixture of guilt and an uncontrollable fervor stirring within him. Xiaoxian, I apologize, he murmured, realizing that this was not the time for hesitation. Ultimately, he steeled himself with a heavy heart. To dither at such a moment would only lead to mutual harm. With that thought, Qin Cheng reached out, cradling the girl in his arms and making his way toward his bedroom. Time in such a fleeting spring night was precious. As the night passed, Qin Cheng looked at the notifications swirling in his mind with a complex expression. After enduring trials and tribulations, you have finally reached this day with your childhood companion, tasting the forbidden fruit. Undoubtedly, you have succeeded in becoming a male deity, capturing the heart and body of the young woman. A pinnacle achievement for a male deity, unmatched by any other. Reward acquired. Pure, yang spirit seed, this spirit seed, although not as potent as the pure yang physique once revered in the realm of cultivation, is nonetheless a superior spirit seed. When cultivated alongside a female, it often yields remarkable results. The reward was undeniably generous, a superior spirit seed linked to the esteemed physiques of the cultivation world, far surpassing the inferior spirit seed Qin Cheng had received previously. The most apparent distinction was that the moment he acquired this spirit seed, Qin Cheng felt an immense transformation in his constitution, as if his power had nearly doubled overnight. He sensed that his mastery over the blade intent was now almost limitless, its power far exceeding that of before. In his current state, Qin Cheng felt capable of confronting even the most formidable opponents head-on, possibly even dispatching them on the spot. Such was the efficacy of a top-tier spirit seed. Under ordinary circumstances, receiving such a reward would fill Qin Cheng with elation. Yet now, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, the price for this reward had been exceedingly steep. Gazing at the fatigued, slumbering young woman beside him, Qin Cheng sighed. He had never envisioned that he would one day engage in such an act with Fang Xiaoxian. However, what was done, and it was time to accept the reality of the situation. He was not a man prone to indecision. Having taken the young woman's body, he was prepared to shoulder the responsibility that came with it. Gently stroking her silky hair, Qin Cheng's gaze was filled with resolve as he murmured, "Xiaoxian, it was not my intention to harm you, but the deed is done. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall take responsibility for you from this day forth. You are now my woman. Though I may be advanced in years, I have heard tales of cultivators who can rejuvenate themselves. Rest assured, before long, I shall become a cultivator, reversing the effects of time. At that point, age shall pose no barrier for us." Just then, Fang Xiaoxian's voice rang out unexpectedly. "You need not blame yourself, Qin Cheng. I bear you no ill will." Qin Cheng turned to see her awake, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of complexity and shyness. In truth, she had been awake for some time, but had chosen to feign sleep. Initially, upon realizing what had transpired between her and Qin Cheng, she had felt a surge of humiliation and rage, coupled with a profound sense of sorrow. No matter how grateful she was to Qin Cheng, the age gap between them was indeed substantial. How could any young woman accept such a situation? Yet, Fang Xiaoxian was inherently gentle. She understood that Qin Cheng had acted out of necessity to save her. Ultimately, his actions had been for her sake. Moreover, Qin Cheng had done so much for her in the past that she could hardly harbor any resentment toward him. "Xiaoxian," Qin Cheng began, wishing to explain himself now that she was awake. However, he soon realized that further explanations would be futile. With unwavering determination, he looked into her eyes and said, "Let's marry." Having taken her virtue, he could not shirk his responsibilities. Naturally, if Fang Xiaoxian was unwilling to marry him, he would not force her. Yet, in this era of feudal customs, to take the virtue of a maiden without proposing would be nothing short of scandalous. Given Fang Xiaoxian's character, if he remained silent, she might assume he intended to abandon her. Indeed, upon hearing his words, she paused in astonishment, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of shyness. Relieved, she nodded in agreement without hesitation. Having crossed such a threshold, the only option that Fang Xiaoxian could contemplate was to marry Qin Cheng. In a secret chamber, interrogating the demoness, Qin Cheng approached Shen Mingwei, who appeared pallid and cold. "Demoness, how do you wish to die?" he asked icily. "Qin Cheng, spare me, and I shall reveal a monumental secret," Shen Mingwei replied, biting her lip and gazing at him with defiance. She understood that Qin Cheng had lost his pure yang body, which meant he was no longer of value to her. A once pristine furnace had been lost, causing her heart to bleed. She realized that she could never find another such perfect vessel. Even if she did, it would be too late, since Qin Cheng was no longer her ideal furnace. Shen Mingwei resolved to seek another means of collaboration with him. Though he was no longer the perfect vessel, his ascension to the second tier and mastery of intent would still be of great assistance to her. A secret? It wouldn't happen to be related to celestial destiny. Would it, Saintess of Wushan? Qin Cheng remarked coldly, directly revealing her identity. "How do you know?" Shen Mingwei exclaimed in shock, her stammering gaze locked onto Qin Cheng, unable to fathom how he could be aware of her greatest secret. Qin Cheng let out a cold laugh, knowing that this demoness would be taken aback. He deliberately revealed the identity of the other party to severely intimidate this enchanting woman. How to deal with her left Qin Cheng in a state of inner turmoil. She intended to use him as a furnace, which was indeed a treacherous scheme, and killing her would not be unjustified. However, upon calming down, Qin Cheng ultimately abandoned this thought. The targets bound to the system are few, and he was reluctant to lose even one. While her intentions were undoubtedly wicked, she did not initially harbor thoughts of killing him. To simply kill her was something Qin Cheng could not bring himself to do. Of course, while she may escape death, she cannot evade the consequences of her actions. This enchanting woman is not a compliant character. If she cannot deal with Qin Cheng, how could she possibly contend with Fang Xiaoxian? Let's not forget that Fang Xiaoxian had recently fallen victim to treachery. Thus, Qin Cheng ultimately decided to make this enchanting woman serve him, to thoroughly control her to do his bidding. As the holy maiden of the Wuxing Jiao, she possesses countless secrets and is a formidable second-tier expert. If she is willing to work for Qin Cheng, she could spare him countless troubles. However, controlling such an enchanting woman is no simple matter. The carrot and stick approach is merely the most basic method. Enchantress, how I came to know this is irrelevant. You need only understand one thing. Your life is now in my hands. Qin Cheng certainly would not explain himself to her. He gazed at the enchanting woman with a playful glint in his eyes. If you wish to survive, it is best to start contemplating what you can offer to save your life. Shun Mingyue bit her lip tightly, her gaze filled with suspicion as she looked at Qin Cheng. Initially, she thought this old man was merely fortunate to possess innate talent, but nothing more. Yet now, with every secret he revealed, she realized that this elderly figure was far more mysterious and inscrutable than she had imagined. In an instant, a sense of indescribable fear arose within Shun Mingyue towards Qin Cheng. However, inexplicably, beneath this fear, her heart raced with an unexplainable thrill. She was puzzled by this feeling but soon dismissed it, gazing at Qin Cheng with a profound expression. Qin Cheng, having fallen into your hands is due to my own inadequacies. Please, just tell me how you wish to let me go. I know you would not easily spare me. Very well, you are indeed clever. Qin Cheng regarded Shun Mingyue with admiration before stating without hesitation, it's quite simple. I cannot trust someone like you. The only way I would consider sparing you is if you become my dog. Upon hearing this, Shun Mingyue's delicate face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes filled with humiliation, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She, the esteemed holy maiden of the Wuxing Jiao, revered by countless followers. How could this despicable mortal dare to ask such a thing of her? The thought of being reduced to a lowly dog before this old man was utterly outrageous. The image of herself, a being as pure as she, groveling like a dog before him, sent shivers through her. With her face flushed and lips pressed tightly together. After a long moment, she finally stammered, Qin Cheng, I am the holy maiden of the Wuxing Jiao. Though my sect has fallen, I still have countless followers. Are you certain you want me to be your dog? Qin Cheng snorted coldly. 3 years. If you are willing to be my dog for 3 years, I will grant you your freedom. That is my minimum requirement. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to kill you. And do not think I fear any retaliation from your Wuxing Jiao. I do not believe that your sect can muster many powerful figures now. 3 years from now, Qin Cheng was confident that he would have achieved innate mastery, perhaps even becoming a legendary cultivator. By then, this enchanting woman would pose no threat to him. Even if he chose to release her at that time, it would not be an issue. Ultimately, she still begrudgingly lowered her head and grit her teeth, saying, all right, I agree. Do not act as if you were forced into this. Qin Cheng scoffed, dismissing her theatrical performance. He understood that she was merely pretending to be helpless in front of him, but once she escaped this situation, the first thing she would likely do is seek a way to detoxify herself. I'm not pretending, Shun Mingyue replied, her lips pressed tightly together, her expression one of humiliation. Enough with the nonsense. If you have the ability to remove my poison, then you may be formidable. Should you seek revenge later, I will accept it all. Qin Cheng saw through her intentions. Realizing it was pointless to continue pretending, Shun Mingyue's expression of humiliation vanished in an instant, replaced by a faint smile. Very well then, old Qin. May I now learn of your intentions? After all, I am now your dog, and whatever you desire. I cannot resist." As she spoke, Shen Mingyue cast a seductive glance at Qin Cheng, her cherry lips deliberately parting to let out a playful bark. If she were to be a dog, she must learn to bark like one. Chapter 55. The Arrival of Immortals. Secrets of Qin Cheng Mountain. This shameless, enchanting woman made Qin Cheng's face flush with embarrassment. Although he knew she was trying to tempt him, he could not deny that her alluring demeanor stirred something within him. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that he must not easily trust the enchanting woman's outward displays. Enchantresses are known for their cunning and deceit. "Do not play these games with me," Qin Cheng warned, releasing a hint of his sword intent, pressing down upon her. Having acquired the pure yang spirit seed, his control over the sword intent had reached a level where every nuance was at his command. In an instant, the enchanting woman felt as though a sharp blade had inadvertently sliced through her mind, the terrifying edge seemingly cleaving her thoughts apart. Shen Mingyue's countenance turned ashen. The previous allure evaporated, and her gaze towards Qin Cheng became filled with trepidation. Sensing the formidable nature of Qin Cheng's sword intent, she realized he was not to be trifled with, and promptly became entirely submissive. No longer daring to tempt him, she respectfully lowered her head and said, "Old Qin, please forgive my previous transgressions. Feel free to inquire as you wish. I ask you, what does the term immortal fate mean?" Qin Cheng feigned disinterest while meticulously observing every subtle expression on Shen Mingyue's face. The concept of immortal fate was evidently what he was most eager to learn about from her. Having previously been unaware of it, he was determined to seize this rare opportunity to extract the information from the enchanting woman. "Immortal fate," Shen Mingyue replied, unperturbed by Qin Cheng's query. After all, how many people in this world had heard of it and could resist the curiosity? In essence, immortal fate refers to the opportunity presented to mortals when cultivators descend upon our realm, offering a chance to embark on the path of cultivation. Those with exceptional fortune and innate talent may gain the qualification to become cultivators during this opportunity. As Shen Mingyue elaborated, Qin Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, increasingly astounded. So, this world indeed had cultivators, and their wonder surpassed mere mortal comprehension. However, even with the knowledge of cultivators existing, the Qian dynasty, where they resided, was unable to cultivate. This was due to the absence of spiritual energy, as the Qian dynasty lay in an area devoid of it. Here, no matter how extraordinary one's talent, being born in this barren land meant losing the opportunity to become a cultivator. For those born in the Qian dynasty, the only chance to become a cultivator came once every century, when a select few cultivators from a spirit-abundant region would personally descend upon the Qian dynasty to choose mortals with potential for cultivation. In the realm of the Qian dynasty, mortals aspiring to become cultivators must seize the opportunity presented on the day of celestial descent, striving for the recognition of the immortals who may select them to enter the world of cultivation. Should they miss this chance, they would have to wait another century to encounter such beings again. For Qin Cheng, it is evident that even if he were to attain innate prowess, he could not possibly live for another 100 years. Thus, he must grasp this opportunity during the celestial descent to be chosen by a cultivator and transported to the realm of cultivation. To be selected by a cultivator, one must possess the requisite qualities, which you refer to as the essence of cultivator. Could it be the spiritual roots? A glimmer flickered in Qin Cheng's eyes as he recalled the information mentioned by the system when he last acquired spiritual seeds. The current spiritual seeds are remnants of the spiritual roots from long ago. Spiritual roots? Shen Mingyue cast a curious glance at Qin Cheng. What spiritual roots? Where did you hear such rumors, Qin Lao? The cultivator's qualities refer to the spiritual seeds. Qin Cheng glanced at Shen Mingyue, feeling a sense of relief mixed with amusement. It appeared she too had a limited understanding of cultivators, not even knowing about spiritual roots. It seemed that the Wuxing sect was not as enigmatic as he had thought, and their knowledge of cultivators was also quite restricted. This could be considered good news. How does one obtain a spiritual seed? Qin Cheng inquired, turning his gaze toward Shen Mingyue. He indeed possessed a spiritual seed, yet he was already planning to wed Xiao Xian. If he were to pursue cultivation and enter the cultivator's realm, He could not leave Xiao Xian behind. Although he was unaware if Xiao Xian had a spiritual seed, it was prudent to prepare in advance for acquiring one. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyue's expression darkened, and she coldly snorted, "Spiritual seeds are innate. If you do not possess one, it signifies that you will never cultivate in this lifetime. It would be best for you to abandon this hope early." She recalled the recent plague that had begun to ravage the land. Her mood further soured. For the sake of spiritual seeds, disregarding the plague and endangering the entire Qingshan city, she truly wished not to see another like Changqingzi. Clearly, Shen Mingyue did not believe Qin Cheng could possess a spiritual seed. Those who have spiritual seeds are exceedingly rare in the realm of absolute spiritual void. Even among a million, one might not emerge. The probability of possessing a spiritual seed is so minuscule that it is implausible for Qin Cheng, who already has innate roots, to also possess a spiritual seed. Even the most extraordinary individuals could not reach such heights. Thus, Shen Mingyue worried that if Qin Cheng were to learn he lacked spiritual roots, he might react like Changqingzi, prompting her to issue a stern warning. Is that so? Qin Cheng discerned that Shen Mingyue's demeanor was somewhat off, prompting him to frown. It seemed this individual harbored secrets. Yet her evident resistance suggested that no amount of pressing would yield her cooperation. In light of this, he decided to seek other information. Before long, Qin Cheng gleaned numerous secrets from Shen Mingyue, including the mysteries surrounding Qingshan City, why this city was coveted by both the Qishao Alliance and her as a saintess of the Wuxing sect, as well as the secrets of the three great families. Qingshan City was esteemed because it was once the stronghold of a top-tier power during the era of spiritual prosperity thousands of years ago. Consequently, every century, cultivators arriving in the Qian dynasty would make a special visit to Qingshan City. The origins of the three great families elicited a chuckle from Qin Cheng. Each time the celestial descent occurred, the visiting cultivators were invariably showered with beautiful women by local dignitaries. The ancestors of the three great families were merely descendants of those women who had been favored by the cultivators during the last celestial descent. It was amusing to think that the offspring of women who had enjoyed a fleeting romance could ascend to become the foremost families in a city within a century. The nobility and power of cultivators only deepened Qin Cheng's yearning. How long until the next celestial descent? He could not help but ask the pivotal question. In 5 years. Shen Mingyue replied candidly, revealing that the next celestial descent was recorded to occur in 5 years, during which cultivators would undoubtedly arrive in Qingshan City. She did not conceal this from Qin Cheng, as this secret was well known among many influential factions. However, Shen Mingyue withheld certain details, such as the fact that the celestial descent site was not limited to Qingshan City. Thus, in the eyes of many seeking the path of cultivation, Qingshan City was not as significant as it appeared. There were unique aspects to the location, known only to a select few, and such secrets were not something Shen Mingyue would divulge. 5 years is sufficient time. Qin Cheng mused, his eyes shimmering with determination. He had only recently begun his martial cultivation, yet had already achieved a second-tier strength. In 5 years, he was confident he would ascend to innate status. And with his prowess, competing for the opportunity of cultivation should pose no significant challenge. After all, he possessed both a pure yang spiritual seed and an inferior spiritual seed. Such qualifications surely warranted selection by cultivator. Having clarified the matter of celestial opportunities, Qin Cheng turned his attention to Shen Mingyue. Demoness, as the saintess of the Wuxing sect, you must possess numerous cultivation techniques. Qin Cheng sought to reach the realm following the Yangshan Gong, but lacked the requisite techniques. Shen Mingyue's presence was timely, and he was reluctant to let her depart without extracting all her benefits. Upon hearing his words, Shen Mingyue's frustration mounted, her teeth gritting in annoyance. She increasingly perceived Qin Cheng as a cunning and opportunistic vampire. Not only did he demand her to act as a servant, but he also sought to extract her techniques. The Wuxing sect has long since declined, and many of our techniques have been lost. The most formidable technique I possess only allows me to reach first-tier status, and that is our sect's closely guarded secret, she retorted, casting an irked glance at Qin Cheng. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and a smirk graced her lips. If you wish to learn, you may do so, provided you are willing to bow before the statue of the Wuxing matriarch 3,000 times and vow to join the Wuxing sect. With your qualifications, should you choose to join us, I would reveal all our secrets without reservation. Demonis, do you think I would simply yield to your whims? Qin Cheng's gaze turned icy. This cunning woman seemed to forget that her life was in his hands. To join the Wuxing sect, a faction without much promise, and to bow before the Wuxing matriarch 3,000 times was out of the question. He had no intention of degrading himself. Shen Mingyue's expression stiffened before she retorted. I speak the truth. The heart technique of our sect was transmitted by the Wuxing matriarch and possesses unique qualities. If anyone outside our sect attempts to learn it, they will undoubtedly face dire consequences and perish immediately. The founding ancestor of the Qian dynasty attempted to forcibly cultivate our heart technique and met a tragic end that very night. Otherwise, how could the Qian dynasty have declined so rapidly? It was due to that ancestor's untimely demise. What? The early death of the Qian ancestor was due to practicing your Wuxing sect techniques? Qin Cheng was taken aback. He had recently read extensively in the library and learned that the Qian ancestor did indeed pass away at a young age, barely in his 40s. As the first formidable figure of the Qian dynasty, any innate strongman, regardless of their weakness, could live to be over 120 years old. The fact that the Qian ancestor only lived for 40 years was indeed peculiar, and upon realizing the truth, Qin Cheng began to believe Shen Mingyue's words. That heart technique must be fraught with danger, only suitable for those within the Wuxing sect. This world is one where cultivators exist, and in such a realm, the most bizarre occurrences can manifest. It is entirely possible that the Wuxing matriarch is indeed a genuine entity. Upon contemplating this, Qin Cheng promptly abandoned the thought of practicing the Wu Sheng Jiao's techniques. After all, if the revered Wu Sheng Lao Mu were indeed a genuine deity, swearing an oath before such an entity was no trivial matter. Qin Cheng dared not risk his own safety. Alas, it would not be too late to seek alternative channels for first-rate techniques. Frowning slightly, he resolved to instruct this individual to search for other methods. Surely, there must be some second or third-rate techniques in your possession. Kindly transcribe them for me. Once this task is completed, you may take your leave for the time being. Upon hearing Qin Cheng's authoritative tone, Shen Mingyue felt a surge of indignation. However, under the current circumstances, she refrained from causing a scene, letting out a cold huff. Understood. The matter of second or third-rate techniques did not weigh heavily on her heart. She was willing to part with such knowledge for the sake of her freedom. Soon enough, Qin Cheng acquired several techniques from Shen Mingyue, including 2 bone-forging methods, one of which was the Hupa bone-forging technique that he had practiced before. Among these techniques was another that brought him considerable delight, the Yi Gu Gong, which allowed for facial alteration and even physical transformation. Shen Mingyue had utilized this very technique to disguise herself as Feng Shaoxian and infiltrate Qin Cheng's vicinity. In truth, had it not been for Qin Cheng's keen perception, he might not have discovered her guise. This underscored the extraordinary nature of the Yi Gu Gong. With the techniques in hand, Qin Cheng did not immediately commence his training, but chose to honor his promise by severing the ropes binding Shen Mingyue. Enchantress, henceforth, I expect you to diligently gather various martial arts techniques for me. For each one you procure, I shall proportionately reduce your servitude period. Qin Cheng was acutely aware that even with Shen Mingyue's life in his grasp, he could not genuinely compel her to act against her will. To motivate her, he needed to offer some form of incentive, and lessening her servitude seemed most appropriate, without requiring any financial expenditure on his part. This is your word. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyue's eyes sparkled. The prospect of gaining freedom sooner was undoubtedly enticing. Qin Cheng wasted no time. You may leave. He was unconcerned that Shen Mingyue might change her mind upon departing. He had utmost confidence in the poison he had concocted, with the aid of his medical knowledge. Mastering both healing and toxicology came effortlessly to him. However, just as Shen Mingyue turned to exit, an unexpected notification from the system appeared. As a male deity, you possess your own principles. Do not overlook good women, nor let bad women slip away. You have successfully trained a captivating enchantress and assigned her a task. Splendid. You have embarked on a unique path as a male deity. Achievement unlocked. Master S task. Reward received. One opportunity to avert disaster. Chapter 57. The Qishao Alliance is not suitable for long-term residence. What on earth is the Master S task? Qin Cheng's lips twitched as the troublesome system amused itself again. Yet, upon seeing the rewards, he chose to remain silent. As the opportunity to avert disaster was indeed a life-saving chance he could hardly wish away. Knock, knock. Shortly after Shun Mingyue's departure, a knock resounded at the door. Qin Cheng furrowed his brows, puzzled as to why Shun Mingyue had not seized the moment to escape. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find not Shun Mingyue, but Zhao Gui. Master Qin, Zhao Gui exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the sight of Qin Cheng, though he quickly wore a wry smile. Why have you personally come here, Xiao Zhao? Qin Cheng inquired, regarding this disciple of the Qishao sword sect with a certain fondness. Yet, despite his admiration, Qin Cheng refrained from revealing the news of his recent breakthrough, as he preferred to keep his progress under wraps from outsiders. It's like this, Master Qin. Recently, an unknown plague has erupted in Qingshan City, leading to widespread panic among the populace. The authorities had no choice but to seek assistance from our Qishao alliance, requesting our martial artists to quell the unrest caused by the rogues. Zhao Gui's expression grew grave as he continued. Senior Brother Qi has ordered some of our martial artists to assist the officials, and you, Master Qin, have been selected among them. Wait, a plague has erupted in Qingshan City? Qin Cheng was taken aback. Such occurrences were far from trivial. Recalling Shun Mingyue's earlier reticence, his expression darkened. This enchantress was certainly not trustworthy, withholding information of such significance. Indeed, this plague is rather peculiar. I have heard that those afflicted exhibit terrifying powers. Even ordinary individuals gaining the strength to contend with martial artists temporarily, Zhao Gui stated, his tone heavy with concern. I have personally witnessed a farmer who had never practiced martial arts suddenly unleash a force comparable to that of a third-rate martial artist. However, after a single outburst, he perished, as those afflicted seemed to trade their lives for such power. What? A farmer who has never practiced martial arts, suddenly exhibiting the strength of a third-rate martial artist? Qin Cheng's expression shifted. When had martial artists become so devalued? As this thought emerged, he felt an odd sensation, as if he had entertained a similar notion before. After a moment of reflection, his countenance changed drastically. Suddenly, he recalled that day within the Bloodwolf gang, when their leader had produced 10 martial artists in a shocking display. At that moment, Qin Cheng had been thoroughly astonished by how the leader could elevate these lowly thugs into martial artists. However, now upon hearing about the plague, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. Perhaps this outbreak was somehow linked to that leader of the Bloodwolf gang, or perhaps to the enigmatic Wu Lao San behind him. As Qin Cheng pondered these revelations, Zhao Gui spoke in a subdued tone. Master Qin, you have been selected for this task. Senior Brother Qi has ordered all selected martial artists to promptly report to the officials, particularly to Captain Song. We are uncertain when you will be able to take action. In truth, Zhao Gui did not wish for Qin Cheng to partake in this strange mission. But the urgency from above left him with no choice but to cautiously persuade Qin Cheng to depart promptly. Wait, I have already completed my mandatory task, have I not? Qin Cheng furrowed his brows. It had only been a few days, yet the Qishao Alliance had arranged another mandatory task for him. To be frank, this was a violation of the contract he had initially signed. He had no desire to participate, especially upon learning that this plague might be quite serious. He was even less inclined to put himself in danger. Just as he prepared to refuse, unexpectedly, the reward he had recently acquired for averting disaster activated at that very moment. You have been discreetly cultivating within the Qishao Alliance. The wind does not cease even when the trees wish for tranquility. Senior Brother Qi intends to cleanse the talents left behind by Xiao Qingxue, thus issuing mandatory tasks to her associates. Your choices are as follows. Option A, Great Fortune. Agree on the surface, and while the Qishao Alliance's higher-ups are lax. Escape with Feng Xiaoxian, seeking a place to hide and cultivate, albeit becoming hunted by the Qishao Alliance, yet with opportunities for great fortune. Option B, Great Misfortune. Decline the mandatory task on the grounds of the contract. while the Qi-Shao alliance appears powerless against you. However, several powerful individuals will ambush you under the cover of night days later, leading to a perilous situation. What? Declining the task leads to a perilous fate. Qin Cheng's complexion changed dramatically as he grasped the information revealed by the system. He suddenly realized that the Qi-Shao alliance had become decidedly less secure. The fact that Qi Xianyong intended to eliminate Xiao Qingxue supporters was utterly insane. Qin Cheng's expression darkened. He had joined the Qi-Shao alliance solely to acquire resources and align himself with powerful allies. Who could have anticipated that without any wrongdoing on his part, he would become embroiled in the power struggles of the upper echelon of the Qi-Shao sword sect, with his very life now at stake? It was absurd. His gaze lingered on several options before he sighed. He had come to understand that the Qi-Shao alliance was no longer a bastion of safety. As someone viewed as a remnant of Xiao Qingxue, his situation was precarious. Well then, since I have just achieved the second tier of cultivation, it is unlikely I will make further breakthroughs anytime soon. Perhaps it is best to leave. Upon seeing the options provided by the system, Qin Cheng hesitated no longer and resolved to depart. If the Qi-Shao alliance could not accommodate him, should he remain and await his demise? Moreover, this was a fortuitous opportunity, and Qin Cheng was eager to see what blessings it might bestow upon him. Xiao Zhao, since this is a command from Qi Zhenchuan, I shall of course comply. Just inform me when we shall set off, Qin Cheng said with an air of nonchalance, though a smile played upon his lips. Zhao Gui breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Qin Cheng might refuse to undertake the mandatory mission under the pretext of his contract. Thankfully, such a scenario did not materialize. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a considerable predicament. Rest easy, Qin Lao. You need only wait. This task poses little danger and offers substantial rewards. Perhaps even significant benefits for you, Zhao Gui said with a smile, his words dripping with flattery. Since becoming the liaison for Qin Cheng, he had reaped considerable rewards, drawing ever closer to the third-tier realm. Such gains had undoubtedly incited envy among his peers. Zhao Gui was acutely aware that his rapid progress was due to his association with Qin Cheng, and he had no desire to jeopardize their relationship unless absolutely necessary. Qin Cheng smiled faintly, but as he watched Zhao Gui depart, the smile vanished from his face. His eyes flickered with thought. Qi Xianyong's intention to eliminate him, a remnant of Xiao Qingxue, raised questions about Zhao Gui's awareness of the situation. However, he soon dismissed such trivialities. After all, he was preparing to leave, and the future of the Qi-Shao alliance was no longer his concern. In truth, his time within the Qi-Shao alliance had been quite favorable. It had provided him refuge for a while, and he had even acquired the exceptional cultivation technique Xiantian Iqigong. Unfortunately, fate had turned against him, resulting in his unwarranted classification as a remnant of Xiao Qingxue, placing him on the list for elimination. Since the Qi-Shao alliance had shown no mercy, Qin Cheng felt no obligation to remain loyal. Although his current strength was insufficient to confront Qi Xianyong, he vowed to remember this grievance. One day, he would ensure that Qi Xianyong understood the consequences of his actions. Regrettably, he had yet to obtain the supreme techniques associated with Xiantian Iqigong. Qin Cheng sighed. If he departed now, securing the advanced techniques later would be a daunting challenge. However, when weighed against his life, no technique could compare. Upon returning to his room, Qin Cheng quietly instructed Fang Xiaoxian, who had changed her clothes, Xiaoxian, pack your belongings. We shall prepare to leave Qingshan City in the coming days. Fang Xiaoxian was taken aback. What happened? Why must we leave? Is it again because of the Wu family? It is not the Wu family, Qin Cheng replied helplessly. It is due to the new high-ranking members of the Qi-Shao alliance. I have become entangled in the power struggles of the Qi-Shao sword sect's upper echelons, and I must leave Qingshan City. Otherwise, the outcome will be dire. Fang Xiaoxian's face paled as she realized the unrest outside, and that even within the Qi-Shao alliance, there was turmoil. How could there be any place of peace in this world? However, she had now come to see herself as Qin Cheng's woman. When he made a decision, she would naturally follow him without question. She nodded. All right, I will pack my things immediately. Xiaoxian, do not worry. I have now reached the second tier of the bone refinement realm and am no longer afraid of the Wu family. Rest assured, within 6 months, I will take the head of Wu Lao San and pay my respects at old Fang's grave. Qin Cheng reassured her, sensing her lingering concern over their unresolved vendetta. You have broken through to the second tier. Fang Xiaoxian's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Cheng. She distinctly remembered teaching him the techniques of body cultivation just a few months prior. His rapid advancement was astonishing, almost prodigious. Indeed, Qin Cheng replied with a slight smile. The enchanting woman told me that I possess innate roots. With such exceptional martial talent, I am destined to become a Xiantian seed, facing no obstacles in my cultivation to the Xiantian realm. Having decided to marry Fang Xiaoxian, Qin Cheng was determined to ensure her peace of mind, demonstrating his capability to provide for their future. Xiantian Master, I never imagined you to be a martial genius as well. I should have realized sooner, Fang Xiaoxian breathed, her breath catching as she gazed at Qin Cheng with awe and admiration. A destined Xiantian cultivator, who among them was not a renowned figure, feared and revered across nations. To marry such a person, even if he were older, Fang Xiaoxian felt she would have climbed to great heights. After all, there are not many women willing to marry a Xiantian cultivator. Should anyone learn of Qin Cheng's talents, countless younger and more beautiful women would undoubtedly vie for his attention. In that moment, her previous grievances melted away, and Fang Xiaoxian felt a profound sense of security. If Qin Cheng could achieve Xiantian status, her deep-seated vendetta would surely be avenged, and her future would be secure. Meeting Qin Cheng, she mused, might indeed be her great fortune. As they prepared to leave, Qin Cheng and Fang Xiaoxian swiftly gathered their belongings, ready to depart at a moment's notice. However, given the need for discretion, they ensured their preparations were thorough to avoid detection. With Qin Cheng's current strength, he feared no pursuers when alone. Yet, with Fang Xiaoxian accompanying him, he had to be more cautious. Should she suffer any harm on the journey, he would deeply regret it. Thus, seizing the opportunity before any orders were issued, he ventured outside to survey the layout of the Qishao alliance. With keen insight, he easily identified a discreet route to evade detection while leaving the Qishao alliance. He also procured a horse at a high price, leaving it at a stable outside the city. After 2 days, Qin Cheng learned that Qi Xianyong was to host a banquet, summoning various factions within the city to discuss measures for addressing the plague. Recognizing this as an opportune moment to escape, as all factions would be preoccupied, Qin Cheng resolved to act swiftly. That very night, under the cover of darkness, he stealthily led Fang Xiaoxian along the hidden path away from the Qishao alliance and towards the outskirts of Qingshan City. Though the city gates had long been locked, to a second-tier martial artist, the towering walls posed little challenge. Qin Cheng effortlessly scaled the walls while carrying Fang Xiaoxian, never drawing the attention of any guards. Beneath the night sky, he stood at the foot of the city walls, gazing upon the city he had inhabited for much of his life, his expression tinged with complexity. He had never imagined that one day he would be forced to flee his hometown in such a disheveled manner. Let's depart, Xiaoxian. Chapter 59. The Plight of Xiao Qingxue and the Resentment of Su Eryi. On this late evening, the main hall of the Qishao Alliance was brightly lit and bustling with activity. The elite members of various clans from Qingshan City, along with prominent officials and gentlemen, congregated in this place, their smiles obsequiously surrounding Qi Xianyong. Qi Xianyong's face was aglow. He had recently gained complete control over the Qishao Alliance. Even the renowned official Fanshan, he had bowed to him. The entire process had been smooth sailing, and he was brimming with confidence. However, he was acutely aware that controlling the Qishao Alliance and the government was secondary. The true treasures within Qingshan City lay with the 3 major clans. Each of these clans boasted a lineage of cultivators, with a significantly higher chance of producing them than others. If he could win them over, his quest for immortality would become far more secure. Consequently, the primary purpose of this banquet was to court these 3 clans. The pretext of addressing the plague was merely a facade. Someone of Qi Xianyong's stature had never truly cared for the lives of the lower-class commoners. My esteemed clan heads, I propose a united front to expel those commoners, preventing them from contending for our chance at immortality. I wonder how you all feel about this? Qi Xianyong's gaze fell upon the leaders of the 3 major clans, Wu Ji is clan head, Zhou Ji is clan head, and Su Ji is clan head, Su Yuanqi. Behind these clan heads stood the upper echelons of their respective families. Su Ji is second master, Su Yuankai, and Wu Lao San were also present, though they were not particularly valued by Qi Xianyong. The three clan heads exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a palpable excitement. In the eyes of those from noble families, their lineage was exalted, and the supreme opportunity of immortality was something only they were entitled to. Yet, the cultivators themselves did not share this sentiment, resulting in numerous commoners, often unaware of the true situation, attempting to seize the opportunity whenever it arose. The most frustrating aspect for the noble families was that on several occasions, members of their clans had indeed lost their chances at immortality to these commoners. At this juncture, Qi Xianyong proposed that before the arrival of the immortal, they should join forces to eliminate the commoners, thus preventing any theft of the opportunity. This suggestion struck a chord with the noble families. Qi Zhenchuan, your proposal intrigues me. Su Yuanqi, the clan head of Su Jia, was the first to speak, though his eyes reflected some concern. But what does your esteemed sex, Xiao Zhenchuan, imply? It was evident that the three clan heads were apprehensive about Xiao Qingxue, the foremost disciple of the Qi Xiao sword sect. They feared that aligning with Qi Xianyong might provoke her ire. It is only natural for you to be concerned about my senior sister, Qi Xianyong remarked with a smirk, casting a casual glance at the three. However, I have but one question. Is the innate talent of the Qi Xiao sword sect surnamed Xiao or Qi? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three clan heads gleamed with understanding. As heads of their respective noble families, they were all cunning and astute individuals. With just this one statement, they grasped the implication. The innate stronghold of the Qi Xiao sword sect, well known throughout the Qin dynasty, was indeed of the Qi surname. The dilemma arose here. If they were the innate strongholds of the Qi Xiao sword sect, would they allocate the chance for immortality to their own descendants, or to a remarkably gifted outsider? As clan heads, they would hardly hesitate in this matter. It was no wonder that Xiao Qingxue had been silent for so long. Her very life might now be in jeopardy. Su Yuanqi's eyes flickered with malice as he speculated about Xiao Qingxue's fate. Not long ago, the death of Su Xingjie had dealt a significant blow to him. In his grief and anger, he had already blamed Xiao Qingxue for all. After all, had it not been for her establishment of the Qin Shan City branch, his own son would not have perished during a mission for the Qi Xiao alliance. Now, learning that Xiao Qingxue might be facing dire consequences, Su Yuanqi couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Thus, without hesitation, he voiced his agreement to align with Qi Xianyong. In that case, my Su family shall comply. The heads of the Zhou and Wu families also displayed smiles. As with the potential demise of Xiao Qingxue, they had nothing left to fear. Then allow me to toast to our collaboration. Qi Xianyong exclaimed with a beaming smile, raising his cup and drinking heartily. However, at that moment, a youth clad in gray rushed in, his expression anxious as he leaned close to Qi Xianyong's ear and whispered something. What? He has escaped? Qi Xianyong's brow furrowed, his gaze turning icy as he regarded the youth. You couldn't even keep an old fool in check. Useless. And how did that old man learn my plans? Could it be that someone among you leaked information? The upper echelons of the three families exchanged bewildered glances at this scene, but naturally, they refrained from commenting on the internal affairs of the Qi Xiao alliance. Senior brother Qi, please forgive us. We truly do not know how Qin Cheng learned of the news. However, he has fled with an ordinary girl. He shouldn't have gone far. We should pursue him immediately, and we will catch him soon enough, the gray-clad youth said cautiously. Initially, the members of the three families were indifferent to this news. But upon hearing the name Qin Cheng, the expressions of those from the Su family and Wu Lao Sen shifted. Pursue him immediately. Once we catch him, kill him without hesitation. Qi Xianyong's face darkened. Though he had never regarded Qin Cheng as a significant threat, the audacity to escape was a slap in the face to someone as proud as Qi Xianyong. He felt compelled to deal with this matter severely. Otherwise, it would heed him in the future. Hearing this, Wu Lao Sen could no longer remain calm. Whether Qin Cheng lived or died was of no concern to him. But the girl Fang Xiao Xian by his side was someone he desired. Just as he was about to speak, Su Yuan Kai, the second son of the Su family, Suddenly interjected, Qi Zhenchuan, is the Qin Cheng you speak of the traitorous wretch who turned his back on my Su family? Oh, I recall seeing information on this individual. He indeed has some ties to the Su family. Qi Xianyong raised an eyebrow, remembering the details he had previously read regarding Qin Cheng's connection to the Su family. Upon hearing Su Yuan Kai's words, he couldn't help but sneer. As you said, this old fool is indeed a treacherous ingrate. He joined the Qi Shao alliance only a few days ago, reaping numerous benefits, only to betray us. How ridiculous that Xiao Qingxue, that blind fool, would recruit such a person. Tell me, Yuan Kai, do you have an interest in this individual? Su Yuan Kai's eyes turned cold as he replied, Qi Zhenchuan. This ingrate has brought nothing but disgrace upon my Su family since his betrayal, reducing us to a laughingstock. I truly wish to personally execute this menace, making it clear to the world what befalls those who betray the Su family. In truth, Su Yuan Kai's real motive for pursuing Qin Cheng was not merely for retribution. He had begun to suspect that Su Li, that wretched girl, had somehow become a warrior due to her connection with this very person. Ever since Su Li ascended to warrior status, she had discreetly eliminated those who had previously troubled Qin Cheng, including his own steward. Su Li had caused him considerable trouble within the household, but she had garnered the favor of the ancestral figure. Not even Su Yuan Kai could contend with the current Su Li, much less Su Yuanxi, her own father, having suffered such a significant loss. Su Yuan Kai naturally harbored intense hatred for her, and his animosity toward Qin Cheng, who was suspected to have aided Su Li in becoming a warrior, was equally profound. Now that he had encountered such a favorable opportunity, he promptly volunteered to pursue this individual personally. Oh, since Brother Su wishes to personally take care of this matter, how could I possibly refuse such a trivial request? Qi Xinxiong, without a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. After all, he was merely an old fool. Leaving the matter to Su Yuan Kai would even earn the Su family a favor. Why not? Chapter 60. The Dilapidated Temple. The escort team, brother, I shall take my leave. Su Yuan Kai's eyes sparkled with eagerness for revenge. Lately, he had endured quite a bit from Su Li, and he was desperate to unleash his pent-up frustrations. Su Yuanxi, expressionless, nodded slightly. He held no fondness for Qin Cheng either. This peasant had made a spectacle of the Su family since joining the Qi Shao alliance, to the amusement of many in Qingshan City. Eliminating this peasant would indeed benefit the Su family. Su Yuan Kai then called out to the young man in the gray robe and turned to leave. However, as he stepped outside, a figure blocked his path. Brother Yuan Kai. The newcomer greeted with a cheerful smile. Could you assist me with a small task? What is it, Brother Wu? Su Yuan Kai inquired, his demeanor softening significantly upon seeing Wu Lao-san. Although Wu Lao-san was related to Su Xingjie, and they were formerly adversaries, with Su Xiangjie's demise, their enmity had dissipated. Su Yuan Kai had no qualms about allowing Wu Lao-san to owe him a favor, especially since Wu Lao-san possessed a precious qi cultivation pill, coveted by Su Yuan Kai. There's a woman named Fang Xiaoxian beside Qin Cheng. Wu Lao-san's eyes glimmered. I have long had my eye on her. After you deal with that old fool, might you bring her to my residence? I shall reward you generously. I thought it was something significant. Rest assured, Brother Wu, you shall receive good news from me shortly. Su Yuan Kai scoffed, unisitatingli. The infamous reputation of Wu Lao-san as a glutton was well known throughout Qingshan City, and Su Yuan Kai had no doubt about his intentions. Believing Wu Lao-san was merely interested in an ordinary girl, trading a commoner for a favor seemed exceedingly advantageous, and thus, Su Yuan Kai readily acquiesced. Then I shall await your good news, Brother Yuan Kai, Wu Lao-san beamed. Yet, the moment Su Yuan Kai disappeared from view, the smile vanished from Wu Lao-san's face, his eyes glinting with scheming thoughts. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of my forbidden technique, I cannot leave Qingshan City. It would be much safer to personally capture that woman. However, I trust Su Yuan Kai will not take an interest in an ordinary girl, so I can rest easy. The priority remains to resolve my forbidden technique. At the small station, Qin Cheng exchanged his token for the horse he had purchased and then mounted while holding Fang Xiaoxian, setting off along the official road under the cover of night. With Qin Su Tong at his side, he navigated the darkness effortlessly, unperturbed by the shadows around him. Xiaoxian. About 20 miles ahead, there lies a dilapidated temple. We shall rest there. Qin Cheng informed the girl behind him. He could manage without sleep, but as an ordinary person, Fang Xiaoxian needed rest. Thus, he planned to find a place to pause once they were far from Qinshan City. Heishui City, he declared without hesitation. Heishui City was the nearest county town to Qinshan City. However, compared to the small settlement of Qinshan, Heishui City was significantly larger in both population and scale. It was a true metropolis. Situated on a vital thoroughfare within Yongzhou, Heishui City served as a passage for over 10 towns in southern Yongzhou heading to the prefectural city, making it exceedingly prosperous. There, concealing one's identity or seeking resources for martial cultivation would be far simpler than in Qingshan. I have heard my grandfather speak of visiting there in his youth. He said the prosperity of Heishui City was nearly on par with that of the prefectural city. Fang Xiaoxian replied, her eyes sparkling with longing and anticipation at the mention of the bustling city. Qingshan City had only brought her sorrow and misfortune. She yearned to begin anew. I have not been to the prefectural city, but I can attest that Heishui City is indeed a flourishing place. Qin Cheng remarked with a smile. He had accompanied the Su family to Heishui City before, but compared to the grand cities he had encountered in his past life, Heishui was merely average. Yet within the Qin dynasty, Heishui City certainly qualified as a grand city. As they traveled, engrossed in conversation, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, they arrived at the dilapidated temple that Qin Cheng had chosen for their lodging. However, upon arrival, he spotted flickering lights within the temple and numerous horse-drawn carriages stationed outside, as well as sentinels keeping watch. People? Qin Cheng halted his horse, furrowing his brow. Encountering such a situation left him somewhat helpless. The temple's proximity to the official road made it a common stop for passing caravans. What do you want? A sharp voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. Moments later, several tall figures holding torches emerged, warily eyeing the approaching Qin Cheng. Gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance. I am merely an old man traveling with my young wife, seeking to rest for the night in this temple. Qin Cheng offered, bowing slightly to clarify his intentions. Upon hearing this, the assailants discerned that Qin Cheng was simply an elderly man accompanied by a noticeably young girl, though they could not ascertain her appearance. The tone of the yellow-robed youth turned unfriendly as he impatiently gestured to drive them away. Silence. A middle-aged man with a profound aura interjected, swiftly interrupting the yellow-robed youth. This is unclaimed territory. If you wish to rest, you are welcome to do so. I apologize for the intrusion, Qin Cheng replied with a slight bow, proceeding with Fang Xiaoxian toward the dilapidated temple. Boss, why not chase this old man away? The yellow-robed youth grumbled as soon as Qin Cheng had departed. Our mission is of utmost importance. We cannot allow unknown individuals to approach. Fool, are your eyes blind? Did you not see the sword on that old man? The middle-aged man cast a cold glance at the yellow-robed youth. An old man, traveling late at night with a defenseless girl. Do you think he is an ordinary person? Realizing he had almost caused trouble, the yellow-robed youth's expression shifted. Indeed, who would dare travel at such an hour with a woman unless they possess some ability? His demeanor grew cautious, yet he voiced his concern. Could he be a martial artist? If so, that poses an even greater risk. Who knows if he is targeting our caravan? Given the significance of their mission, they needed to exercise utmost caution. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave. He too was uncertain if the old man was after their caravan, but their situation was precarious, and they could not afford to create unnecessary enmity with strangers. Chapter 61. The Mastery of Yulong's Step. Pursuers arrived. Qin Cheng tethered his horse outside and led Fang Xiaoxian into the temple. Inside, a group of young escort guards encircled a fire pit, resting. Upon noticing Qin Cheng's arrival, they exchanged glances filled with suspicion. However, the middle-aged man soon appeared at the entrance, signaling to them discreetly. Yet, Qin Cheng observed that several of the escort guards remained on high alert, wary of him. He paid them no mind. In the world outside, danger lurked at every corner, and it was only prudent to be cautious. Among them, the middle-aged man possessed the strength of a third-rate martial artist, while the others were of mediocre ability, even inferior to the martial recruits of the Huangtian sect and the elite of Fan Shanha. In Qin Cheng's eyes, a glimmer sparkled as he swiftly discerned the strength of those present. To ordinary individuals, These people could be regarded as formidable, yet to Qin Cheng, they appeared pitifully weak, hardly warranting his attention. Xiao Xian, rest well. I shall take care of the lookout, he instructed, confident that a night without sleep posed little issue for him. Fang Xiao Xian nodded in agreement. Having resolved not to sleep, Qin Cheng was determined not to squander his time. With 5 minutes of comprehension time remaining from his previous insights, he seized the opportunity to delve into mastering the Yulong Bu technique. He had exchanged for this technique alongside the Xiantian I Chi Gong at the Sanjing Pavilion, yet had not practiced it. Initially, he had intended to find time to refine this agile technique, but the unexpected calamity forced him to flee. Since his life was at stake, it was imperative to swiftly cultivate the Yulong Bu, thus making good use of the remaining comprehension time. In an instant, Qin Cheng's mind surged with energy, and with each passing second, he gained profound insights into the Yulong Bu, equating 1 minute of his focus to months or even years of practice for others. The 5 minutes elapsed swiftly, and a smile graced his face. He had completely integrated the Yulong Bu to a remarkable level of mastery. Skill Yulong Bu. Mastery 15000200000. Such was the potency of comprehension time. Even with just 5 minutes left, it saved Qin Cheng countless hours of arduous training. For other martial artists, even those of exceptional talent, achieving mastery of the Yulong Bu would typically require years of dedication. The Yulong Bu serves 2 primary purposes. First, it enables one to engage in combat with a footwork as swift and elusive as a swimming dragon, making it difficult for opponents to grasp. Second, it allows for an explosive burst of speed, covering distances of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Whether in pursuit of an enemy or fleeing from danger, it proves remarkably effortless. Qin Cheng's eyes gleamed. Mastering such a lightness technique brought him immense advantages. With this newfound accomplishment, his spirits soared, and he felt an irresistible urge to demonstrate the Yulong Bu immediately. However, upon reflection, he decided against it, considering the multitude of onlookers present. In an exceptionally light-hearted mood, Qin Cheng recalled the great opportunity mentioned in the context of seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune. Now that he had escaped from Qingshan City, he pondered why this significant chance had yet to materialize. Was it necessary to venture even farther for it to appear? Nevertheless, Qin Cheng had no apprehensions about the opportunity fading. After all, the system could not possibly deceive him. Thus, he remained patient, attentively observing the surroundings. Time gradually slipped away. Within the temple, the group of individuals from the caravan and Qin Cheng found themselves on opposite sides of the dilapidated structure. Evidently, both sides were unwilling to provoke conflict, choosing instead to ignore one another as if they were strangers. Suddenly, Qin Cheng's eyes flew open. People experts, he thought, as a chorus of fierce barks from hunting dogs erupted outside, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping horses. Who goes there? I am Zhang Yichen, head of the Hu Wei escort agency, here to protect the shipment. I kindly ask you to show some respect to our agency. A robust voice called out from among the middle-aged men. Simultaneously, the group of escort guards resting within the temple awoke, their eyes sharpening with vigilance. Several guards immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed outside, while the others remained alert, safeguarding the cargo. The Hu Wei escort agency from Heishui City? Your head, Zhu Jiwen, has shared drinks with me, Su Yuan Kai. This matter does not concern your agency. I am here to locate 2 fugitives, an old man and a woman. It would be wise for you not to meddle, Su Yuan Kai declared, perched atop his horse, casting a disdainful glance at the guards. Aside from Zhang Yichen, these guards were mere ordinary individuals, and he found them hardly worthy of his consideration. Were it not for the head of the agency possessing some skill, Su Yuan Kai would not have wasted his breath on them. What? You are Su Yuan Kai from Qingshan City. Zhang Yichen's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. Su Yuan Kai was a second-tier expert, on par with the head of the agency, a figure he could not afford to provoke. Realizing the inquiry concerned an old man and a woman, Zhang Yichen quickly moved aside. Su Yi, this matter bears no relation to us. Please, proceed as you wish. As an old hand in the game, he was not one to meddle unnecessarily, especially not for strangers, risking offense against a second-tier expert. The other guards shared his sentiment, hastily clearing a path. I had warned you that those two were trouble. They should have been driven away. The young man in yellow robe scoffed, his face betraying his displeasure. Being surrounded at such an hour by a second-tier martial artist and several third-tier ones had nearly frightened him to death. But fortunately, they were not targeting him. Su Yuankai, inside the temple, upon hearing the voice, Qin Cheng instantly recognized the identity of the visitors. He was somewhat taken aback. He had long been prepared for the possibility of being pursued, anticipating that those hunting him might be from the Qishao alliance or perhaps individuals sent by Wu Laosan, or even the first-tier expert Qi Xianyong personally leading the chase. Yet, he never imagined that the pursuers would be from the Su family, a name he had long since dismissed. Could it be that the incident involving his killing of Su Xingjie had come to light? Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Su family to pursue him. Qin Cheng, you old dog, how long do you plan to hide? Just as Qin Cheng furrowed his brow, Su Yuankai's icy voice echoed from outside. Accompanying the voice, 4 figures strode into view. At the forefront was Su Yuankai, flanked by 3 formidable Su family martial artists, all exuding a powerful aura, their gazes fixed on Qin Cheng with lethal intent. Chapter 62. The Blade's Intent. The shocked Su Yuankai and the guard Qin Lao, Fang Xiao Xian had also awakened, and upon realizing they were being sought, her expression turned anxious as she clutched tightly to Qin Cheng's garment. Do not fear. I am here, Qin Cheng reassured her, maintaining his composure. If the visitors were first-tier experts like Qi Xianyong, he would feel some trepidation, but Su Yuankai? Su Eryi, I have long since redeemed myself, and have no ties to the Su family. Why do you pursue me? Qin Cheng slowly rose, grasping his blade, his expression one of puzzlement as he regarded Su Yuankai and his entourage. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the guards in the distance, each regarding him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, clearly blaming him for the trouble he had brought upon them. Qin Cheng held no ill will towards their actions. After all, in this world, how often do people intervene in others' affairs? Most of the time, human hearts are indifferent, and it is only natural to avoid meddling in the business of others. Even Qin Cheng would not recklessly risk his life for strangers. The fervor of a blue star individual had been tempered by the harsh realities of life, leading him to learn the ways of self-preservation and detachment. You dog, still pretending to be innocent? Su Yuankai glared menacingly at Qin Cheng. Did you assist that wretched Su Li in her martial training? Her ability to become a martial artist is unrelated to me. Qin Cheng frowned, surprised that his assistance to Su Li had been discovered. However, he would never admit to it. The present circumstances were different from before, and even if others knew, the Su family lacked the capacity to retaliate against him now. Old dog, still playing coy? That wretched girl has eliminated all those who bore grudges against her since her departure and continues to trouble me relentlessly. Su Yuankai spat, his teeth clenched. If it were not for your insignificant kindness towards her, would she treat you so favorably? The audacious servant has dared to provoke me. Yet I find myself unable to retaliate against her. However, dealing with you, the true instigator, will be a mere trifle. Old dog, it is your ignorance of your own limitations that has led you to meddle in matters beyond your grasp. Today, if I do not peel your skin from your bones, I shall no longer bear my family name. As these words left his lips, Su Yuankai gestured to those beside him, commanding coldly, "Seize this old fool." 3 warriors, their forms shifting with agility, immediately formed a triangular formation, effectively blocking all escape routes for Qin Cheng. Their gazes were icy, exuding a ferocious aura akin to wild beasts. A hint of the famed combined attack techniques of Fan Shanhe wafted in the air, perhaps even surpassing them, revealing the Su family's profound heritage. Qin Cheng, astonished, recognized that these 3 warriors, though seemingly of lesser rank, had significantly heightened their threat level through this remarkable synergy, posing a danger even to second-tier warriors. It dawned upon him that despite spending decades within the Su family, he remained utterly ignorant of their true depth. After all, as an ordinary person in his past, how could he comprehend the affairs of such formidable beings? Was this the famed 3 talents combined attack of the Su family in Qingshan City? Not far off, a young man in a yellow robe gazed at the unfolding scene with astonishment. The Su family's combined techniques were renowned within the martial world, and he had heard whispers that even the combined techniques of some top-tier sects could hardly rival those of the Su family. Initially, he had thought such claims were mere boasting, yet witnessing it firsthand revealed the truth behind the accolades. The old man, surprisingly composed in such dire circumstances, drew Zhang Yichen's attention as he observed Qin Cheng's calm demeanor, feeling an unexpected sense of admiration. Even he, in the face of such peril, would succumb to despair, yet this elder's mental fortitude was extraordinary. Alas, no matter how formidable one's resolve, he was undoubtedly facing death. With the Su family's combined techniques and a second-tier powerhouse looming nearby, an old man encumbered by a burden was certain to perish. What does courage matter when death is inevitable? The young man in the yellow robe sneered, harboring deep disdain for Qin Cheng. Wishing fervently for his swift demise, so Su Yuankai and his entourage could depart. After all, a second-tier powerhouse posed a substantial threat merely by existing. With such a presence, the young man found it impossible to feel at ease. At that moment, as the members of the Tiger looked on with detached interest, the three warriors surrounding Qin Cheng launched their terrifying killing strikes. Almost simultaneously, they advanced from different directions with the force of a thunderclap, targeting Qin Cheng's vulnerabilities and sealing all avenues of retreat. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Tiger felt a tremor of foreboding, already envisioning Qin Cheng's grim fate. Su Yuankai, too, smirked, eager to torment Qin Cheng without delay. However, just then, there was no need for such theatrics. Qin Cheng, cornered from all angles by the three warriors, let out a deep sigh. Accompanied by his exhalation, a dazzling gleam of cold light erupted, resembling a shooting star across the night sky, brilliant and ethereal. The searing blade light compelled all present to shut their eyes in pain, including Su Yuankai, a master of the bone forging realm. As the onlookers instinctively reopened their eyes, disbelief washed over their faces. The three Su family warriors, who had once surged forth with thunderous intent, now stood frozen mid-strike, their movements stilled as if time had halted. In the next instant, crimson lines appeared across their necks. With a thud, the three warriors collapsed, their bodies severed. Qin Cheng stood, a golden blade in hand, expressionless as he shielded Fang Shaoxian, his deep-set gaze fixed upon Su Yuankai. Just moments ago, Su Yuankai had been brazen and condescending, viewing Qin Cheng as a mere mortal doomed to die. Yet now, his complexion had turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A second-tier realm, the pinnacle of blade intent. Su Yuankai swallowed hard, his eyes wide with terror, staring incredulously at Qin Cheng. How is this possible? Upon hearing Su Yuankai's exclamation, Zhang Yichen and the other warriors of the Tiger were equally astounded, gazing at Qin Cheng in disbelief. This elder was, in fact, a second-tier bone forging realm powerhouse, possessing a mastery of blade intent that even first-tier experts found challenging to achieve. At that moment, Zhang Yichen was filled with regret. Had he known this old man was such a prodigy, he would not have distanced himself so hastily. Now, he had squandered a golden opportunity to forge a connection with a true genius. He glanced at Su Yuankai with suspicion. Did this man truly not realize he was pursuing such a terrifying talent? Before Su Yuankai arrived, he had, of course, been oblivious to the sheer terror of Qin Cheng's strength. A second-tier realm, with an apparent mastery of blade intent, was a force that could threaten even first-tier experts. He, a mere second-tier bone forging practitioner, was no match for Qin Cheng. Cold sweat dripped from Su Yuankai's brow, and he was filled with regret. Had he known Qin Cheng was this formidable, he would never have dared to pursue him personally. His gaze fixated on Qin Cheng, he suddenly forced a laugh. Qin Cheng. Dear sir, I was merely jesting. I had no intention of pursuing you. After all, I have watched you grow since childhood, our bond over the years. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, Su Yuankai wasted no time in seeking mercy. In this moment, preserving his life took precedence over any semblance of dignity. Just as Su Yuankai calculated his next move, attempting to sweet-talk his way out, he noticed that Qin Cheng's expression remained unchanged. Swallowing hard, he pleaded with his eyes. Is reconciliation possible? Qin Cheng regarded Su Yuankai's abrupt shift in demeanor with a slight smirk. What do you think? With those words, Qin Cheng's gaze sharpened. He swung his blade, unleashing a fierce arc of cold light that sliced through the air with the force of thunder, aiming directly for Su Yuankai's neck. Yet Su Yuankai, being a second-tier powerhouse, had anticipated such a move. He pivoted swiftly, launching himself like an arrow, covering several meters in an instant, racing toward the horses. Indeed, Su Yuankai chose stealthily. Faced with an opponent who wielded blade intent at full maturity and was of equal rank, he understood he stood no chance against Qin Cheng. Flight was his only viable option. Qin Cheng, are you truly intent on exterminating me? Do not forget, I'm the second heir of the Su family. You may not know this, but our ancestral patriarch is a first-tier powerhouse. Should you harm me, my family will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Su Yuankai shouted angrily, fleeing toward the horses. He found it utterly inconceivable that a man he had previously deemed beneath notice, a lowly servant, dared to rise against him. His master, Su Yuankai's escape was swift and decisive. Had this been earlier, with such a rapid response, Qin Cheng might have struggled to catch him. However, now, observing Su Yuankai's retreating figure, Qin Cheng activated the Yulong Bu, and in an instant his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, closing the distance between them with astonishing speed. Qin Cheng's internal energy surged violently. The overwhelming blade intent enveloped Su Yuankai, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. With a single stroke, a nearly corporeal beam of white light extended several feet long, aimed to cleave through his adversary. Before it could even fall, the ground was carved with a straight chasm beneath the terrifying glint of the blade. One could only imagine the explosive force and sheer terror behind that strike. In that moment, Qin Cheng resolved to deliver a fatal blow. What if the Su family had first-rate experts stationed? They were here to kill him. There was no point in further discourse. He would fight back with everything he had, sensing the deadly intent looming behind him. Su Yuankai, too, recognized that there was no choice but to fight desperately. Instantly, the fear etched upon his face morphed into a ferocious snarl. His entire being seemed to swell, growing half a meter taller, transforming him into a giant. The giant spirit fist. In a heartbeat, he turned, his form expanding, unleashing his punch in one fluid motion. The force of his fist shattered the surrounding air, imbued with a destructive, unstoppable might. However, Qin Cheng's blade was swifter and even more ferocious. Before Su Yuankai's giant spirit fist could strike him, the blade flashed, enveloping Su Yuankai from above downwards. With a swift slice, Su Yuankai's body was cleaved in two, the remnants of his corpse flung in opposite directions, soaring 3 to 4 meters away. The hunting dogs accompanying Su Yuankai, witnessing this scene, cowered on the ground, whimpering, not daring to bark. Yet Qin Cheng paid no heed to Su Yuankai's lifeless body or the trembling dogs. After dispatching his foe, he sheathed his blade and turned towards the temple. Xiao Xian was still inside, and in Qin Cheng's eyes, the value of Su Yuankai's life paled in comparison to even a single hair of Xiao Xian. Little did he know, however, that he was about to receive an unexpected reward. Having embarked on the arduous path of a male deity, you are no longer the timid subordinate of yesteryears. Confronted with the oppression of your former superior Su Yuankai, you summoned the courage to fiercely crush this disdainful superior. Avenging the grievances of past injustices, you were prepared for the trials ahead. As a male deity, you would never again endure any indignities. Achievement unlocked. The mandatory course of slapping the superior in the face. Reward received. Instantaneous point 1. Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight. It was yet another instantaneous point reward, one of his favorites, capable of elevating a layer of martial art to perfection. He couldn't help but muse that Su Yuankai was truly a good man, providing him warmth in the dead of night. Had he known of this benevolence, he would have been gentler in his approach. Alas, the man was now a mere memory, and regret was futile. Not wishing to hastily allocate his points, he was approached by Feng Xiao Xian, who sighed in relief and hurried to his side. Zhang Yichen and the other bodyguards of the Hu-Wei escort agency swallowed hard, their faces ashen, gazing at Qin Cheng in sheer terror. The once mighty second-rate expert had been dispatched by this elder with such ease. Feeling the overwhelming aura of Qin Cheng, the bodyguards were consumed by regret. Had they known, they would not have displayed such indifference. Would this formidable figure hold their previous behavior against them? Just then, an ominous presence was sensed. Qin Cheng furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy as he commanded, "Come out." Zhang Yiqin and the other bodyguards exchanged nervous glances. What? Besides the earlier second-rate expert, was there another lurking in the shadows? "You have keen eyes." A figure draped in black emerged from the darkness, warily regarding Qin Cheng. "I am a silver-ranked assassin from the Qinlong Pavilion, sent for these individuals. I apologize for the disturbance. Please do not take offense." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiqin, the young man in yellow robes, and the other bodyguards were struck with panic, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had previously resented Qin Cheng for drawing trouble upon them. But now, faced with the imminent threat, they realized the gravity of their situation. Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow at the mention of the Qinlong Pavilion. He was well aware of its notorious reputation as a fearsome assassin organization, known for eliminating first-rate warriors and instilling fear among countless martial artists. He could sense that this assassin was a second-rate warrior, ordinary enough, with a threat level far less than that of Su Yuankai. It was no wonder that upon encountering Qin Cheng, the assassin dared not act recklessly. The Qinlong Pavilion's fearsome reputation had its limits, particularly when faced with someone stronger. Noticing that the assassin had come for the group of bodyguards, a playful glint appeared in Qin Cheng's eyes. He recalled how these bodyguards had swiftly distanced themselves from him earlier. Thus, their plight held no relevance to him. "This group is of no concern to me," Qin Cheng stated coolly, not even glancing at the bodyguards as he took Feng Xiaoxian's hand and moved away. Zhang Yiqin and the others were immediately engulfed in despair. Although there was only one assassin, he was a silver-ranked killer, a formidable threat capable of annihilating them all. Their only hope for survival lay in Qin Cheng, this unfathomable expert. Yet now, he had openly declared his disinterest, leaving them in a dire predicament. Regret surged within the bodyguards. Had they shown more warmth earlier, they would not be facing such a dire situation now. "Senior, I am the son of Zhu Jiwen from the Huwei Escort Agency. I implore you to lend us your aid. Our agency will offer generous rewards." Realizing the gravity of their situation, the young man in yellow pleaded desperately, as if he had never previously dismissed Qin Cheng as a troublemaker. Upon hearing this, the assassin's gaze sharpened, wary of Qin Cheng's potential intervention. If Qin Cheng acted, the assassin would have no choice but to flee. However, as the young man pleaded for help, Qin Cheng merely ignored him, as if the matter did not concern him. Seeing Qin Cheng's choice, the assassin sighed in relief and turned his cold gaze back to the bodyguards. The young man in yellow was engulfed in despair, casting a resentful glance at Qin Cheng. To think this man would turn a blind eye to their plight, abandoning them in their time of need. "Wait, how much are they paying you to hunt us down? I can offer you double." The yellow-robed youth shouted in panic at the assassin. He was the young master of the Huwei Escort Agency, with a bright future ahead. He could not afford to die here. "Young master, stop talking. He is here for that item." Zhang Yiqin interjected, his face grim as he understood the assassin's intentions. Realizing their only option was to act, he gritted his teeth and shouted towards Qin Cheng, "Senior, we possess a natural opportunity." Seeking death, the assassin's expression shifted, and in an instant, a sharp sword appeared in his hand as he lunged towards the bodyguards. Within moments, 5 or 6 bodyguards fell to the ground, slain by the assassin. Not everyone could confront a second-rate warrior like Qin Cheng. Against the assassin, these bodyguards, with only one martial artist among them, were as defenseless as chicks. "Let us fight. Senior, please save us. Run quick, escape." In an instant, the remaining bodyguards displayed a range of reactions. Some fought valiantly, while others frantically rushed towards Qin Cheng, desperately seeking his assistance. Meanwhile, some were paralyzed by fear, fleeing in a mad dash. Within moments, the once chaotic temple transformed into a hellish nightmare, with death looming ever closer. Yet, on Qin Cheng's end, he sat expressionless, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. Feng Xiaoxian, listening to the anguished screams nearby, couldn't help but furrow her brow, feeling a pang of compassion. However, she refrained from asking Qin Cheng for help. These individuals, who exhibited such apathy towards the dying, were not worthy of her kindness. After all, just not long ago, she would not have been so benevolent in the face of betrayal. Moreover, the assassins belonged to the Qinglong Pavilion, and she did not wish for Qin Cheng to incur enmity with such a nefarious organization in his quest to save others. At that moment, Qin Cheng was indifferent to the fate of the bodyguards. His thoughts focused solely on the system. He allocated his points to the Xiantian Yikigong without hesitation, recognizing that this was the most challenging skill to cultivate. His external cultivation was merely a step away from perfection. It would be a waste to invest his points there. Internal cultivation represented Qin Cheng's greatest advantage, and enhancing it further was the path to true strength. Suddenly, he felt a surge of internal power swelling within him, propelling his abilities to an extraordinary level, reaching the pinnacle of the second tier. Compared to before, he felt exponentially stronger, capable of contending with first-tier warriors. Previously, he had a sense of sword intent that made him feel he could face a first-tier opponent. But now he was confident enough to engage them directly without falling behind, even turning the tide against them. Regrettably, he lacked a first-tier technique for Xiantian Yikigong. Otherwise, he could find a secluded place to meditate and break through to that realm. His sudden surge in strength elevated his spirits, but he soon found himself troubled. Though he was on the verge of reaching first-tier status, he was not truly there yet. To ascend to the first tier, he needed access to the corresponding internal cultivation techniques. Having left the Qishao Alliance, obtaining the first-tier knowledge of Xiantian Yikigong would not be an easy task. With uncertainty clouding his mind on how to proceed, he dismissed such thoughts. Qin Cheng was not one of those impetuous youths who, upon gaining a modicum of strength, recklessly engaged in life-and-death battles. With a system at his disposal, his future was limitless. There was no need to risk it all against others. His pursuit was to dominate his foes with superior cultivation rather than engage in frantic battles of equal strength. He preferred a cautious approach, having long since outgrown youthful recklessness. As the slaughter drew near its conclusion, the bodyguards were nearly all extinguished, with only Zhang Yichen left desperately resisting. The young man in the yellow robe, amid Zhang Yichen's struggle, fearfully rushed to kneel before Qin Cheng, repeatedly bowing his head in a plea for salvation. Yet, Qin Cheng did not even glance at him. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the black-clad assassin had beheaded Zhang Yichen, slowly advancing towards the yellow-robed youth. Hearing Zhang Yichen's horrified cries and witnessing Qin Cheng's indifference, the yellow-robed youth seemed to realize his impending doom, his gaze turning venomous. "You heartless swine. You see death and do nothing." Annoyed, Qin Cheng furrowed his brow. He had remained silent while these individuals let others perish. Yet now, when he mirrored their actions, this fellow dared to insult him. With a swift motion, he struck, the resounding slap sending the yellow-robed youth flying, landing at the feet of the black-clad assassin. The assassin paused, observing the youth's now swollen face, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He respectfully clasped his hands towards Qin Cheng, expressing gratitude. Then, with a single stroke, he dispatched the yellow-robed youth entirely. Afterward, the black-clad assassin approached a pile of goods, rummaging through them. His eyes brightened as he retrieved an iron box from within, seemingly having found what he sought. Qin Cheng maintained his icy demeanor, initially believing the assassin would depart after acquiring the item. That would be ideal, as he wished to avoid entanglements with an organization like the Qinglong Pavilion. To his surprise, the assassin approached him instead. "My friend, have you heard of the Xiantian opportunity? Are you not intrigued?" Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow. "A mere trick to entice me into saving you. I am not so foolish." He did not believe a word of the yellow-robed youth's claims about the Xiantian opportunity. It was absurd to think that a group of mere second-tier bodyguards would possess such a treasure. The opportunity for such fortunes was not easily obtained. Although the system had hinted at great fortune awaiting him, he had realized that the auspicious signs indicated such opportunities would only materialize once he was settled. Clearly, now was not the time for the kind of fortune mentioned. "Ah, my friend, you are indeed wise," the black-clad assassin chuckled, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of hesitation. "Do you have something to say?" Qin Cheng frowned, wondering why the assassin lingered after killing and taking the item. Did he intend to eliminate witnesses? That thought was laughable. It was quite impossible. "My friend, I see you're being pursued by the Su family. and you have your family with you. You must be in a precarious situation and need a new place to stay. The assassin observed Qin Cheng intently, clearly wanting to communicate something important. I will not join the Qinglong Pavilion, Qin Cheng asserted, his distaste for the notorious assassin group evident. My friend misunderstands me. I am not inviting you to join the Qinglong Pavilion. Rather, I seek your protection for a family with whom I have some connections, the assassin quickly clarified, noticing Qin Cheng's growing impatience. This family possesses genuine Xiantian opportunities. Are you also attempting to fool me with tales of Xiantian opportunities? Qin Cheng's expression darkened as he grew weary of the repeated attempts to deceive him. I swear upon my life, this matter is absolutely true, the assassin, sensing Qin Cheng's cold demeanor, recalled the earlier terrifying swordplay and felt a pang of fear. Even if you do not believe in the Xiantian opportunity, this family has first-tier techniques, wealth, and an abundance of martial resources. If you doubt my words, you may inquire in Heishui City and discover the truth. First-tier techniques and abundant resources? Qin Cheng pondered the assassin's earnestness. If he were to go to Heishui City to continue his cultivation, acquiring first-tier techniques and ample martial resources would indeed be beneficial. If what the assassin claimed were true, it could be worth considering. However, his trust in this black-clad figure was tenuous at best, and he regarded him coolly, allowing him to continue speaking. My friend, this opportunity is exceedingly rare. In the past, first-tier techniques related to Xiantian opportunities were closely guarded by families, never to be shared. Yet, due to recent calamities, that family is in dire need of protection, making this an opportune moment for you to acquire such techniques. I am only recommending this opportunity because I recognize your formidable strength. They initially sought my assistance. But as a killer, I lack the time and capability to protect their clan. However, for you, this is a chance that should not be missed. The figure clad in black continually explained with an air of sincerity, gazing at Qin Cheng, his heart filled with trepidation. In truth, he had not deceived Qin Cheng. It was the latter's formidable prowess that inspired him to extend an invitation. A typical second-rate warrior would be incapable of resolving the troubles posed by that influential family. Yet the terrifying strength of Qin Cheng presented a substantial opportunity to alleviate their crisis. The only challenge lay in persuading the elderly gentleman. You refer to that family, Qin Cheng remarked, his expression impassive as he scrutinized the man in black, faintly sensing his earnestness. Perhaps, he mused, it was worth contemplating. Heishui Cheng's Qi family. The black-clad man hurriedly clarified. Qi family? Qin Cheng furrowed his brow, having never heard of them. My friend, if you venture to Heishui Cheng and inquire, you shall soon learn. Observing Qin Cheng's interest, the man in black swiftly produced a letter from his bosom and carefully placed it before Qin Cheng. Should you harbor any inclination, this letter will grant you entry to the Qi family. Of course, if you are disinclined, consider this conversation never took place. The man inhaled deeply, feeling he had said enough. If Qin Cheng was unwilling, there was nothing more he could do. Fearing further discourse might provoke Qin Cheng's displeasure. He clasped his hands in farewell, turned, and departed without hesitation. Sir, do you intend to visit the Qi family? Fang Xiaoxian inquired cautiously. We shall discuss it upon our arrival at Heishui Cheng, Qin Cheng replied, genuinely intrigued. If the Qi family were as the man in black described, it could indeed be a promising destination. First-rate techniques and abundant resources in such an environment were not easily found. However, trust in the man in black remained elusive. Yet an instinctual feeling stirred within him, suggesting that the fortuitous opportunity alluded to was indeed connected to the man's words. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed to Heishui Cheng. Chapter 66. Wedding Night. System Reward on the plain. A colossal edifice loomed over the earth. The thoroughfares were bustling with travelers, including families and merchant caravans. A diverse array of individuals. At the grand entrance, Qin Cheng and Fang Xiaoxian stood in a lengthy queue. At this moment, both had altered their appearances. Fang Xiaoxian had disguised herself as a man, while Qin Cheng had transformed his visage and stature. One must admit, Shen Mingyue's remarkable disguise technique was truly extraordinary. Even the most discerning I would struggle to detect any changes. With this guise, I doubt the Qishao alliance and the Su family will locate me, Qin Cheng mused, feeling a swell of pride. This transformation was, of course, to evade the pursuit of bounty hunters. Have you heard? There's a plague in Qingshan City, claiming numerous lives. But there has been no battle in Qingshan City. How could a plague spread there? Who knows? There are countless refugees fleeing the war, and it is possible that infected individuals brought the plague to Qingshan City. The inspections at Heishuicheng are far more stringent than in the past. Even a slight cough disallows entry. The surrounding people engaged in animated discussion, while Qin Cheng's expression grew somber. Upon leaving Qingshan City, he had sensed the pervasive gloom, with families mourning their dead. Though he felt sympathy, he could do little for those common folk. When faced with a plague, all he could do was distance himself. He silently hoped the plague would not reach Heishuicheng. As time passed, it was soon Qin Cheng's turn to enter the city. "Open your bundle. I must inspect it," a greedy guard commanded, eyeing Qin Cheng's bulging backpack with ill intent. Qin Cheng frowned, recognizing the guard's opportunistic demeanor, having observed his previous attempts to extort others. Wishing to avoid conflict at the city gate, he reached into his pocket for a few silver coins. "No need for that, sir. You may proceed." A middle-aged soldier with a square jaw interjected, rushing over and casting a fierce glare at the guard. He then spoke to Qin Cheng with a somewhat stiff tone. Qin Cheng replied, casting a discerning glance at the soldier, appreciating his perceptiveness. Preferring to avoid trouble, he was well aware of the complexities such individuals could present. Thus, he and Fang Xiaoxian proceeded into the city. "Captain, you let him go?" The young soldier who attempted extortion complained. "Fool, pay attention. Do you not smell the bloodlust emanating from him?" The middle-aged soldier reprimanded the young guard, his face pale with apprehension. He possessed a keen sense of smell, capable of detecting the blood aura surrounding the elderly man, a sign that he had recently taken lives, many lives at that. Upon hearing the soldier's words, the young guard turned ashen, swallowing hard and casting a grateful gaze at the middle-aged soldier, realizing he had narrowly avoided a grave mistake. Once inside Heishuicheng, Qin Cheng sought a reliable informant, spending handsomely to rent a courtyard in a district known as Hongyun Lane. Heishuicheng, akin to Qingshan City, was divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city housed the affluent, while the outer city was a chaotic mix, predominantly comprising commoners, yet also concealing hidden talents. Given Heishuicheng's vast scale, with a population nearing 1 million, it had become a significant metropolis. Even in the tumultuous outer city, one could never be certain of the prowess lurking within. After settling in, Qin Cheng's first order of business was to fulfill his promise to Fang Xiaoxian, to marry her. That night, in a brightly lit hall, Qin Cheng, dressed in wedding attire, beamed at Fang Xiaoxian, gently assisting her to her feet. Moments ago, they had paid their respects before the spirit tablet of old Fang. In their fugitive state, devoid of family or friends, their marriage ceremony was necessarily simple. Nonetheless, it was an essential union. In these times, the cohabitation of a man and a woman could raise eyebrows. At that moment, Fang Xiaoxian, clad in a resplendent red gown, her delicate features adorned with subtle makeup, bore a blush of shyness, her enchanting eyes glimmering with trepidation and hope. With her head bowed, she softly uttered, "Husband, I hope you will cherish me, Xiaoxian." The term husband stirred something profound within Qin Cheng. Simultaneously, his mind was flooded with thoughts of the system's message. The path of a true man is not solely filled with romance and poetry. It must also embrace the mundane realities of life. A true man must bravely shoulder responsibilities, allowing his wife to safely bear offspring. Achievement unlocked. Many wives and concubines won. Reward obtained. Rejuvenation by 10 years. The effects will manifest gradually over time. Rejuvenation. Qin Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart surging with elation. He had anticipated some system reward upon marriage, yet this was beyond his wildest dreams, a truly delightful surprise. To be rejuvenated by a decade meant not only a youthful appearance, but also enhanced health and a significant boost to his cultivation potential. What a splendid gift from a system! Qin Cheng exclaimed inwardly, his spirits lifted. The gradual nature of the transformation also eased his mind. A sudden 10-year regression might frighten Fang Xiaoxian, leading her to mistake him for a specter. Those acquainted with Qin Cheng would inevitably sense that he harbored a profound secret, and from that point onward, his days of tranquility would be forever altered. Husband, why do you seem so unexpectedly joyful? In an overwhelming surge of joy, Qin Cheng's transformation did not escape Feng Xiaoxian's notice. Her delicate face flushed with a hint of crimson, as she mistakenly believed that Qin Cheng's happiness stemmed from their recent marriage. Of course, it is because I have married a wonderful wife, Qin Cheng chuckled softly, deliberately refraining from revealing the true reason behind his elation. The matters concerning the system were far too significant to disclose, even to those closest to him. Such secrets must remain undisclosed. As he beheld Feng Xiaoxian's shy yet exquisite visage, Qin Cheng's heart fluttered even more. Xiaoxian, the day is drawing to a close. Now that Xiaoxian had become his wife, Qin Cheng was no longer the indifferent observer of life. He could no longer contain himself and gently embraced Feng Xiaoxian. She, aware of what was to come, lowered her head, her ears turning crimson, showing no intent to refuse. Chapter 67. The Miraculous Effects of Dual Cultivation, Qi Jia Xiangjun. The dual cultivation effect of the pure yang spirit seed proved to be extraordinarily remarkable. Upon awakening the following day, Qin Cheng was pleasantly surprised to find that the 5-animal play, which he had anticipated would take another fortnight to perfect, had achieved completion in a single night. The pure yang spirit seed, when harmonizing with a woman, facilitated dual cultivation. However, the results far exceeded Qin Cheng's expectations. One night of dual cultivation equaled the benefits of several days of arduous training. This was indeed a monumental surprise. He had heard of a certain orthodox dual cultivation technique circulating in the martial world, and it seemed imperative for him to acquire such a method. Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled with ambition. If such significant gains could be derived from mere physical intimacy, how much more could be achieved through dedicated practice of an authentic dual cultivation technique? Naturally, it had to be a legitimate method beneficial to both partners. The enchanting Shun Mingyue possessed a similar technique, yet hers was one-sided, only favoring one party, which held no interest for Qin Cheng. As he felt the surge of his own power, he glanced at the exhausted Feng Xiaoxian lying beside him. The pure yang spirit body was immensely beneficial to him, and Feng Xiaoxian ought to have experienced substantial gains as well. However, as she was currently in slumber, he deemed it inappropriate to awaken her for inquiries. There was no rush. He could wait until she awoke to discuss it. Having settled in Blackwater City and formally wed Feng Xiaoxian under the heavens, Qin Cheng now had to contemplate the responsibilities of providing for his family. After all, both he and Feng Xiaoxian needed to cultivate and required ample resources. Since Feng Xiaoxian was not able to venture out, their cultivation would rely entirely on Qin Cheng. At this moment, Qin Cheng recalled the words of the assassin from earlier and felt a stirring of interest. Ordinary factions could not provide the resources he required. But if the assassin spoke the truth, the Qi family might indeed be a promising option. After some contemplation, he resolved to gather information first. He had no desire to become entangled with the troublesome Qi-Xian alliance. Hence he needed to thoroughly investigate the Qi family. In the subsequent days, Qin Cheng, using a disguise, covertly roamed various locales in Blackwater City to gather intelligence on the Qi family. To his relief, the assassin had not deceived him. The Qi family held a modest reputation in Blackwater City, having been a prominent family for many years, once a powerful force with skilled practitioners. However, in recent years, the Qi family had gradually fallen into decline, and recently, their strongest member, a second-rate martial artist, had gone missing. Consequently, numerous factions within the city began to eye the Qi family. Among the most aggressive was the Hu Wei escort agency. Amusingly, it seemed that the assassin had a personal vendetta against them. Qin Cheng found the situation rather amusing. He realized that the second-rate assassin had sought out a group of inconsequential escort guards, not merely out of obligation, but perhaps to provoke the Hu Wei escort agency. Given his apparent connections to the Qi family, the Qi family was indeed a promising avenue. Although they faced some challenges, they posed no significant threat to him. After careful consideration, Qin Cheng was genuinely intrigued. Despite the troubles surrounding the Qi family, his current strength placed him above first-rate experts, rendering minor nuisances like the Hu Wei escort agency inconsequential. As for seeking a faction devoid of troubles, Such a notion was naive. Which faction would willingly share profound techniques with outsiders? Qin Cheng preferred discretion over cowardice, fully aware that to attain his desires, he must embrace a modicum of risk. The risks associated with the Qi family fell well within his threshold of tolerance. Resolute in his decision, Qin Cheng communicated his intentions to Fang Shaoxian before taking the envelope given to him by the assassin and heading toward the Qi residence. At the Qi mansion, a tall and elegant woman with a cold demeanor and exquisite beauty sat in the main hall, dressed in a flowing red gown, her expression troubled. Before her stood an indignant maid, her face contorted with frustration. "Miss, recently, those guest elders are seeking to terminate their contracts and leave our Qi family. What shall we do?" The tall woman pursed her lips, her expression darkening. "My father has simply not received news for the time being. These guest elders are causing a ruckus, likely colluding with Zhu Jiwen to oppress me, Qi Xiangjuan, this solitary figure. If they wish to leave, let them go. Retaining them would not guarantee any benefits for us. They must compensate us for their breach of contract." The maid gritted her teeth. "But they have received a substantial offering from our Qi family and signed contracts. Now they wish to leave. They must pay triple the compensation for breach of contract." "Huh. Ideally, they should compensate us for breach of contract. But given our circumstances, who will enforce that?" Qi Xiangjuan remained remarkably calm, fully aware that the compensation was unlikely to be retrieved. Did they think that those offerings were from benevolent benefactors? With a weary wave of her hand, she said, "Let them go. Those who wish to leave can leave. Our Qi family will not falter due to a few third-rate martial artists." However, the maid's gaze reflected dissatisfaction. Just then, a group of imposing men barged in unceremoniously. A few servants attempting to obstruct them were rendered motionless by a mere glance from the elder leading the group. "Song Qing, what do you mean by this?" The beautiful maid glared at the intruders in anger, incredulous that these guest elders would storm into the main hall without so much as a word. "Apologies, Miss Qi," Song Qing replied with a faint smile, not sparing a glance at the maid, instead fixing her gaze upon Qi Xiangjuan. "We have decided to leave the Qi family. We are here merely to inform you of our departure." The surrounding martial artists stood silently behind Song Qing, their intentions unmistakable. "You," the maid trembled with rage, unable to comprehend the audacity of these individuals. They were bound by contracts yet dared to leave without hesitation. Utterly outrageous. "Xiao Yi, let be," Qi Xiangjuan sighed, disinterested in further dialogue. She understood that any words of persuasion would be futile. It would be better to let them depart and consider the Qi family's resources as being fed to dogs. However, to Qi Xiangjuan's and the maid's astonishment, Song Qing exchanged glances with the martial artist behind her, a playful smile appearing on her face. "Miss Qi, since you have agreed to our departure, we should settle the remaining compensation, shouldn't we?" "What do you mean?" The maid, Xiao Yi, was taken aback. "It is quite simple. Over the years, we have contributed significantly to the Qi family, and now that we are departing, it seems only reasonable for each of us to receive a compensation of 1,000 taels of silver." Song Qing chuckled lightly, maintaining his composure as he spoke. Qi Xiangjuan and her maid Xiaoyi were instantly incensed, their faces flushed with disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable that such shameless individuals existed in this world. Chapter 68. The Brazen Guest Qing and the New System Objective. Qi Xiangjuan and Xiaoyi were both infuriated. They had no intention of paying the breach of contract fee any longer. The audacity of these individuals to demand compensation in such a brazen manner was beyond comprehension. "Song Fonda, do not overstep your bounds," Xiaoyi shouted angrily, an aura of coldness emanating from her. This maid was, in fact, a martial artist of considerable strength. Otherwise, how could she confront these guests without reservation? "Xiaoyi, what do you mean by overstepping bounds?" Song Qing scoffed, showing no concern for the threatening demeanor of the furious maid. "We have aided the Qi family for so many years. Is it unreasonable to request compensation? Miss Qi, your family is quite prosperous. Surely you can afford such a sum. In summary, you must provide the money today. Failure to do so will have serious repercussions." As he spoke, Song Qing and his entourage of martial artists all smirked, their intentions clear as they openly threatened the Qi family. Xiaoyi's anger reached a boiling point, yet she dared not act rashly in the face of such formidable opponents. After all, these were seasoned martial artists who had achieved their prowess through genuine effort. Although Xiaoyi was a martial artist herself, she had trained in isolation using the resources of the Qi family and had never engaged in actual combat. If a conflict arose, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Enough, Xiaoyi. Go fetch the silver, sighed Qi Xiangjuan. She realized these individuals were deliberately exacerbating the situation. If they did not pay, they might indeed resort to malicious actions. Reluctantly, she decided to comply, suppressing her anger. As soon as Qi Xiangjuan showed signs of submission, a triumphant smile spread across the faces of Song Kaching and his companions. Xiaoyi seethed with resentment towards these scoundrels, but with the young mistress's order, she had no choice but to suppress her fury and head towards the accounts room to retrieve the money. At that moment, a servant rushed in. "Miss, the relative you mentioned has arrived." The servant held a letter, his face alight with excitement. Upon hearing this, Song Kaching and the others furrowed their brows. Qi Xiangjuan's relative? They had been in the Qi family for a while, but had never heard of any such relative. However, upon hearing the news, Qi Xiangjuan's expression brightened. "My uncle has come. Quickly invite him in." "No, I shall go to greet him myself." Without a second thought, she took the letter and prepared to go meet her guest, wishing to display her respect. "Wait, Miss Qi, are you perhaps trying to find an excuse to leave?" Song Kaching stepped in front of Qi Xiangjuan, his gaze unfriendly. He suspected there was no guest at all, and that Qi Xiangjuan was merely seeking an opportunity to escape. "Song Fonda, do not presume that everyone is like you." Qi Xiangjuan was infuriated by his rudeness. She shot him a disdainful glance and instructed Xiaoyi, "Go to the accounts room and retrieve the silver to pay these people." She was unwilling to waste further words on such lowly individuals and desired for them to leave. While she could have called upon her uncle for assistance against them, it would be impolite to burden him with matters so soon after his arrival. Once everything was settled, she could address them later. With that thought, Qi Xiangjuan disregarded Song Kaching and proceeded towards the entrance. At the doorway, Qin Cheng stood calmly, observing the unfolding situation with interest. Upon his arrival, he had noticed several pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows across the street, keeping watch. As he halted at the Qi family gate, those gazes immediately shifted to him. However, Qin Cheng paid no mind. He was well prepared for such scrutiny. At that moment, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Turning his gaze, he saw a tall, graceful beauty clad in red, her face alight with surprise as she hurried towards him. Yet, when her eyes landed on Qin Cheng, she momentarily froze, exclaiming, "You are not my uncle?" Her smile became somewhat strained as she anxiously inquired, "May I ask, sir, why do you possess a letter from my family's relative?" Qin Cheng was momentarily taken aback. The encounter with the fallen young lady always occurs unintentionally. However, when her supporter goes missing and the outside world oppresses her while those around her betray her, this young lady realizes that her talents are not as exceptional as she once believed. Unlocking new target, Qi Xiangjuan, it seemed there was no need for further contemplation. Originally, he had intended to conduct a thorough assessment before deciding whether to join the Qi family. However, he had not anticipated that the head of the Qi family would also be a character eligible for system binding. What more was there to deliberate? "This young lady, I am here at the behest of your uncle," Qin Cheng replied calmly. "Your uncle is currently occupied with important matters and has entrusted me to assist your family." "To help us?" Qi Xiangjuan was taken aback. She had assumed Qin Cheng was merely a messenger. She had not expected him to be someone entrusted by her uncle. Could this elder possibly be a formidable figure? However, in the next instant, Qin Cheng subtly released a hint of his internal energy. A second-tier internal energy level. Qi Xiangjuan's eyes brightened, and the tension on her face dissipated. Though she still harbored some doubts about Qin Cheng's capabilities, given the Qi family's troubles, a mere ordinary martial artist would not suffice. Only a second-tier martial artist could tackle such issues. Now, sensing the formidable internal energy emanating from Qin Cheng, she felt reassured. Yet, just as Qin Cheng wished to evaluate the Qi family, Qi Xiangjuan could not simply accept him without scrutiny. After all, he was an outsider, and the words of outsiders must be taken seriously. Coincidentally, the Qi family had a troublesome matter that required the assistance of this elder. As she thought of the treacherous guests, a cold glint flickered in Qi Xiangjuan's eyes. After all, she had once been seen as the hope of her father to revitalize the family, and she was not a weak woman to be bullied. Chapter 69, The Guest Assessment. May I inquire your esteemed surname, elder? With her mind made up, Qi Xiangjuan gazed at Qin Cheng, her lips parting slightly. I am Ningyi, Qin Cheng casually replied, having just concocted this name. Since he intended to conceal his identity, he could not divulge his true name. Ah, so you're Elder Ning, Qi Xiangjuan spoke with respect. Nodding gently, however, she swiftly changed the subject. Elder Ning, as my uncle has introduced you, I naturally trust you. However, the situation we face at the Qi family is quite serious, as your uncle likely informed you. I wonder if you're mentally prepared for such a challenge. Rest assured, Miss Qi, as long as the Qi family can afford the price, no matter how great the trouble, it will not concern me. Qin Cheng emphasized the word price, indicating that he was not there to assist for free. Upon hearing Qin Cheng mention the price, a proud smile appeared on Qi Xiangjuan's face. Elder Ning, please do not worry. As long as you are willing to join the Qi family, our treatment of you will undoubtedly be satisfactory. Agreed. In a fleeting moment, Qin Cheng discerned the essence of Qi Xiangjuan's demeanor. She indeed exuded an air of extravagance, perhaps indicating he had arrived at the right place. Mr. Ning, since you wish to apply as a guest scholar in my household, may I propose a modest assessment? I trust it will not offend you, Qi Xiangjuan stated, her satisfaction with the elderly man growing as she spoke without unnecessary preamble. What sort of assessment? Please, speak freely, Miss Ning, Qin Cheng responded, understanding that without demonstrating a fraction of his prowess, it would be implausible for them to believe in his capabilities. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qi Xiangjuan's beautiful eyes as she invited, please follow me, Mr. Ning. Let us converse as we walk. Within the Qi estate, Song Fangda and his companions, having received their silver notes, were jovially making their exit. They were astonished that Chief Zhao had not deceived them. The Qi family was indeed a fa of strength, and appeared that the young lady would not dare to refuse their demand for money. As they strolled through the estate, they spoke openly of their collusion with outsiders, disregarding the presence of the Qi family servants. Upon hearing about the intentions for more money, a few other martial artists were stirred by temptation. These shameless rogues have indeed allied with Zhao Jiwen of the Huwei escort. It is no wonder they chose to betray the Qi family at this critical moment. In a corner, the young girl Xiao Yi clenched her fists, her face etched with anger. She had suspected something was amiss with these individuals and was taken aback by their blatant disregard for discretion. Clearly, they believed the weakened Qi family could do nothing against them, emboldening their audacity. If you dare to ask for more money, I will not hesitate to confront you. Xiao Yi's fury escalated, her patience wearing thin. Just then, Song Fangda shook his head, cautioning, have you not seen how furious Liu Yi was earlier? If we provoke the Qi family any further, it may lead to disastrous consequences for us. Although the Qi family had diminished, they still possessed a certain foundation. Greed would only lead to ruin. Hearing this, the others paused, reconsidering their intentions to extort further. Indeed, while the Qi family was in a precarious position, they still held the strength to retaliate against their trio of martial artists. They were not the Huwei escort, bold enough to confront the Qi family openly. Just then, Song Fangda and his companions, along with Xiao Yi, noticed Qi Xiangjuan approaching, accompanied by an old man. Why is an old man? Liu Yi pondered it, disappointment clouding her expression. She had heard tales of the lady's formidable uncle, and had he arrived, the Qi family's troubles would have been swiftly resolved. Now, confronted with this elderly figure, she wondered how the Qi family would fare. Song Fangda and his group exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the significance of Qi Xiangjuan's companion. Could this be the newly appointed guest scholar of the Qi family? One martial artist smirked, his amusement evident. The others joined in mockery, fully aware that the Qi family could not attract any true experts, especially with various factions in Heishui City eyeing the Qi family's vulnerability. No self-respecting martial artist would dare to join the fray at this time. With a dismissive scoff, Song Fangda eyed Qin Cheng, committing his visage to memory before signaling a tall martial artist beside him. The towering figure's eyes gleamed with intent as he strode purposefully toward Qin Cheng. The onlooking martial artists understood his intention and wore expressions of anticipation. Having already offended the Qi family, they had no qualms about escalating the situation further, perhaps imparting a lesson before departing. As Qin Cheng observed the tall martial artist approaching him, he raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping the other's intentions. Qi Xiangyuan, too, recognized the situation, her countenance darkening with anger at the audacity of these individuals, who, having received their payment, still sought to trouble the Qi family. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. "Miss Qi, how shall we deal with these ruffians?" Qin Cheng inquired softly, feigning ignorance of their approach. "Initially, I intended simply to recover the funds they owe, but now..." Qi Xiangyuan's lips pressed together, a cold glint in her eyes. "I request that you teach them a lesson." "Understood." Qin Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Song Fangde and his companions drew closer, the distance between them and Qin Cheng diminishing rapidly. Qi Xiangyuan and Lu Yi felt their breaths quicken, sensing the tension permeating the air. At that instant, the tall martial artist and Qin Cheng stood face to face, mere steps apart. The former halted, his expression turning menacing as he pointed an accusing finger at Qin Cheng. Barking, "Old man, are you blind? Dare you obstruct my path?" Hearing this, Qin Cheng merely glanced at the tall martial artist, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers, all wearing expressions of derision. A smile briefly graced his lips before vanishing, an ominous aura suddenly enveloping him. In an instant, the previously smug expressions of Song Fangde and his companions froze, replaced by fear as cold sweat trickled down their faces. The tall martial artist's complexion turned ashen, his movements stiffening as he stammered, "Pardon me, esteemed senior." Yet before he could finish his plea, Qin Cheng's hand shot forth, striking directly toward his face. In a state of sheer terror, the tall martial artist attempted to evade, only to realize that, despite the apparent slowness of Qin Cheng's movement, his own body was inexplicably immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the hand approached. With a resounding slap, the martial artist's robust frame was sent hurtling away like a mere paper kite, accompanied by a shower of teeth and blood cascading from his mouth. But the spectacle did not end there. Astonishingly, the teeth, propelled like bullets, found their marks on several other martial artists nearby. "Ah, my leg! Have mercy!" In an instant, multiple martial artists writhed on the ground, their bodies punctured, blood gushing forth as they screamed in agony. Qi Xiangyuan, who had initially intended to test Qin Cheng, now stood aghast, her eyes wide with disbelief. To the untrained eye, it appears as mere spectacle, yet to the discerning, it reveals mastery of profound depth and an unfathomable control over power. In that moment, her heart surged with hope, with such an adept joining the Qi family. Perhaps their current plight could indeed be resolved. Perhaps her esteemed uncle had truly introduced a formidable figure to assist them. The Qi family was not beyond salvation. Shi Ngjn gazed at Qin with eyes that sparkled like precious gems, as if beholding a treasure that was irresistibly alluring. "Miss Ch, how did you find my assessment?" Qin replied with a faint smile, seemingly dismissing the extraordinary display of skill he had just exhibited. In truth, what appeared miraculous to Shi Ngjn was merely commonplace to Qin. He was a master at the pinnacle of second-tier internal martial arts, practicing the supreme technique known as Shi Ntying, and easily dealt with a few third-tier martial artists. Shi Ngj's radiant smile illuminated her delicate features, and her previously frosty demeanor melted away, akin to an ice mountain thawing, revealing an unparalleled beauty. At that moment, as the male protagonist, you had merely to make a slight effort to impress the distressed noblewoman, leaving an indelible mark on her heart. This noblewoman, seeking a worthy husband to restore her family's fortunes, immediately placed someone as exceptional as you on her list of potential suitors. Truly, for the sake of pursuing beauty, you would not hesitate to become a son-in-law, and given this noblewoman's plight, such an arrangement would allow you to avoid the scrutiny of her elders while gaining both wealth and companionship. Indeed, a sagacious choice. Upon receiving the achievement of feasting on soft rice, a testament to your prowess, The system's notification resonated in Qin mind. In an instant, he felt a surge of power within his body. As a fully realized third-tier martial artist with innate talent, his physical strength already surpassed that of most third-tier fighters, reaching an astonishing capacity of over 10,000 pounds. With the newfound talent of innate divine strength, his might tripled, soaring to nearly 30,000 pounds. Elated, Qin recognized that such strength would surpass that of most second-tier external martial artists. His external martial arts, though still at the third-tier completion stage, now allowed him, without utilizing internal energy, to defeat the majority of second-tier opponents with sheer physical prowess. This reward was indeed remarkable. However, upon reading the system's details, Qin found himself at a loss for words. What was this nonsense about becoming a son-in-law? He understood that the system was playing tricks again. Perhaps and genuinely considered the idea of recruiting a son-in-law, but he knew he would never be a candidate for such a role. He was acutely aware that as long as he did not engage with the path of immortality and rejuvenate himself, he could never attract the attention of women through charm alone. After all, with age as a barrier, no young woman would look favorably upon an elderly man. Nevertheless, despite his good spirits from the system's rewards, Qin did not forget that he was still undergoing an assessment. Miss CH, shall we teach these individuals a lesson? He glanced at the group on the ground, writhing in agony, before turning his gaze back to Qin. Should she wish to deal with them, he would not mind applying a firmer hand. As he aimed to become a guest elder of the CH family, it was only fitting to address their adversaries decisively. Spare us, esteemed elder, spare us. Upon hearing Qin's words, Sngd and his entourage turned pale, gritting their teeth against the pain as they crawled towards him, prostrating themselves in desperation. Miss CH, please forgive us. We are willing to return the money, or, no, we shall continue as guest elders of the CH family. We will not leave. The other martial artists echoed their pleas, their voices filled with fear at the display of power Qin had just exhibited, leaving them utterly cowed. Continuing as guest elders is out of the question. Qin had no intention of further tormenting these shameless individuals and dismissed them with a cold smile, insisting they repay the debt in accordance with the contract. Thank you, Miss Sngd, and the others exhaled in relief, each promising to repay the money with fervor. Seeing this unfold, Qin frowned. Initially, he had perceived Qin as a strong-willed woman, possessing a fortitude rivaling that of any man. Yet, it seemed she was still somewhat lenient. These people had been so brazen, and Qin only demanded monetary compensation. Had it been Qin, he would have considered it a kindness to let them leave with a single leg intact. However, he ultimately chose not to voice his thoughts. Recognizing he was merely an outsider and that these individuals bore no personal grievance against him, save for the tall martial artist who had spoken disrespectfully, he hoped they would learn their lesson. Qin regarded Qin's handling of these third-tier martial artists with indifference, for they were of little consequence. Shall I take these individuals away? Qin instructed, casting a glance towards the rear corner. At once a lively and beautiful young maid named Ly emerged, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Qin. Clearly, his decisive actions had left a profound impression on her. Qin smiled gently, acknowledging her goodwill. He had noticed the maid peeking at him and didn't he mind. Unfortunately, while she was also a martial artist, she had not triggered the system like Qin had. It was evident that the system did not bind to any attractive woman. Thus, he paid her little mind, treating her with normalcy. With Ly's assistance, Qin proceeded to discuss official matters with Qin in the main hall. After giving instructions to the servants, she turned to him with a serious expression. Elder Ning, our CH family offers a monthly stipend of 700 taels of silver to second-tier martial artists, along with martial resources equivalent to 300 taels. As for the martial arts manuals in our collection, access is contingent upon your contributions to the Ning family. Qin's eyes widened in surprise. Even with prior mental preparation, he was taken aback. This amounted to an annual income of 12,000 taels of silver. The average family, with 8 members, would struggle their entire lives to amass such wealth. Yet this was merely the annual compensation for a second-tier martial artist. The treatment for second-tier practitioners was astonishingly generous. Back in the CH-11O alliance, he had only earned 100 taels a month. Now, this was a tenfold increase. However, despite his astonishment, Qin Cheng did not immediately agree. After all, he had not come to the CH family for monetary gain. Miss CH. A certain brother mentioned that the CH family can impart first-tier martial arts to outsiders. Is this true? He fixed his gaze on her, skeptical about the claims of innate opportunities, yet he still believed in the existence of first-tier martial arts. This is indeed true. CH regarded him intently and nodded. She understood that during such times, those willing to assist the CH family were likely motivated by the prospect of that martial art. Without further ado, she elaborated, Elder Inning, to be candid. This martial art is more than just a first-tier technique. It is linked to a form of innate martial art. At this revelation, CH's expression darkened. For this was the very reason the CH family faced such significant troubles. Innate martial art? Qin furrowed his brow. He found it difficult to believe that a martial art associated with innate abilities could be safeguarded by the CH family, given their limited resources. Ning Lao, have you heard of the Bei Xian Shanren? Qi Jun spoke calmly. Indeed, I have heard of him, the innate master from 2 centuries ago, whose disciple is none other than the founding emperor of our current dynasty. Qin Cheng's eyes narrowed. The name of Bei Xian Shanren echoed in his mind. A remarkable figure who emerged from obscurity as an innate master. 200 years ago, he clashed with the De Li dynasty, single-handedly vanquishing its innate experts. This led to the downfall of the De Li dynasty in its twilight, and subsequently, the disciple he trained, the Qian Taizu, led a righteous army that overthrew the previous dynasty, establishing the present De Qian dynasty. Qin Cheng cast a skeptical glance at Qi Xiangjun, wondering if she intended to imply that her family's martial arts were somehow linked to Bei Xian Shanren. Was she taking him for a fool? Qi Xiangjun seemed to sense Qin Cheng's thoughts and smiled, reassuringly saying, Ning Lao, you misunderstand. I never claimed that our family's martial arts were passed down by Bei Xian Shanren. That was more like it. Qin Cheng nodded, intent on listening further. However, this martial art does indeed bear some relation to Bei Xian Shanren. You may not be aware, but in his later years, Bei Xian Shanren left behind a stone stele at his residence, inscribed with a message that anyone who could comprehend its contents would gain his legacy. Over the past 2 centuries, countless martial artists aware of this secret have attempted to obtain Bei Xian Shanren's inheritance. Yet thus far, no one has succeeded in acquiring the martial arts he left behind. As she divulged this secret, Qi Xiangjun shifted her tone. However, although no one has obtained Bei Xian Shanren's legacy, many have derived top-tier martial arts from that stele. Our family's technique, the De Li Nyo Mo Quan, is a superior method of body forging that was comprehended from that stele. At this point, a glimmer of pride shone in Qi Xiangjun's eyes as she continued. Once mastered, this technique renders one impervious to blades and weapons with immense strength. Our ancestors, relying solely on their physical prowess, once shattered the walls of He Shui Cheng. In the same realm, our strength surpasses that of other martial artists by several times. Qin Cheng's heart raced. If what Qi Xiangjun said were true, then this martial art would be perfectly suited for him. He had just acquired the innate talent of Tian Sheng Shunli. This external technique that enhances strength was undoubtedly the most fitting for his abilities. The auspicious opportunity mentioned indeed resided with the Qi family. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the opportunity hinted at by the system encompassed not only the De Li Nyo Mo Quan, but also the stele left behind by Bei Xian Shanren. Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled. While the De Li Nyo Mo Quan was indeed suitable for him, he had not overlooked the stele that Qi Xiangjun had mentioned. Within that stele lay the legacy of an innate master. Over the past 2 centuries, no one had managed to secure Bei Xian Shanren's inheritance, which spoke volumes about the difficulty of obtaining it. Qin Cheng certainly did not believe that among those who attempted to gain the inheritance, there were no top-tier geniuses. Countless prodigies must have tried to comprehend the steel over the past 2 centuries. They simply failed. However, just because those prodigies could not secure the inheritance did not imply that Qin Cheng could not. It was not that he considered himself superior to the geniuses who had failed over the past 2 centuries. Rather, he possessed a unique advantage: the Tao comprehension time. If I have the Tao comprehension time at my disposal, I would undoubtedly have a greater chance than anyone else. Qin Cheng's eyes gleamed. The Tao comprehension time could elevate his understanding to that of an unparalleled genius in an instant. Surely, the legacy left by a martial artist like Beixian Shanrun would not be beyond the grasp of Qin Cheng in a state of comprehension. In the future, if he were to receive rewards of Tao comprehension time, he would certainly seize the opportunity to attempt deciphering the steel left by Beixian Shanrun. His eyes sparkled with determination. Qi Xiangjun's inadvertent revelation of secrets brought Qin Cheng the greatest surprise. That was an innate martial art. Such an opportunity, if missed, would leave him at a loss for where to acquire an innate technique. Chapter 72. The Rumors of Dual Cultivation and the Hu Wei Biao Ju's Blessing. Amidst the excitement, Qin Cheng felt a tinge of confusion. The troubles of the Qi family likely stemmed from others coveting the de Linyo Mo Quan. However, why was she elaborating so much? With references to Bei Xian Shanrun and innate opportunities, it felt unnecessarily convoluted. Nevertheless, Qin Cheng did not display any impatience. He had realized that Qi Xiangjun had her reasons for sharing this information. Indeed, it was within my expectations that our family's powerful martial arts would attract attention. However, Qi Xiangjun sighed, then gritted her teeth. I do not know who has malicious intent, but someone has been spreading a vile rumor, claiming that our de Linyo Mo Gong is actually the innate martial art practiced by that Beixian Shanrun. Furthermore, to master this technique, one must obtain the essence of the Qi family's women. Qin Cheng's lips twitched as he finally understood why Qi Xiangjun had mentioned Beixian Shanrun. He was somewhat speechless and couldn't help but remark, such an outrageous rumor. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not believe it. While it is true that some martial arts require dual cultivation with women to be mastered, to directly specify a particular family's women is utterly absurd. Martial arts are not that mystical. They are not akin to cultivation techniques. One must admit, the individual spreading the rumor had truly reached the depths of depravity. Upon hearing Qin Cheng's words, Qi Xiangjun's gaze softened towards him, yet she smiled bitterly, as you say, Ning Lao. But the number of fools in this world exceeds my imagination. I do not know why, but after this rumor spread, several factions have come to believe it, and some have gone so far as to attempt to force me into marriage, claiming it is for the sake of martial arts, when in reality, they covet my family's wealth. Qi Xiangyun's Niao. Qin Cheng nodded, agreeing with her assessment of their motives. The notion that one needed to obtain the essence of a Qi family woman to master an innate martial art was utterly ludicrous. Martial arts were not so esoteric. Once Qi Xiangjun finished speaking, Qin Cheng no longer beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Miss Qi, I believe I have understood your concerns. Please, tell me directly how I can acquire the de Linyo Mo Gong. He had no intention of concerning himself with the Qi family's troubles. He would take it all in stride. Ning Lao, straightforward and eloquent, was admired by Qi Xiangjun. She ceased her hesitations, her expression becoming icy as she stated plainly, "That group has been attempting to coerce me, and the most egregious among them is the Hu Wei Biao Ju. Recently, my family's business was sabotaged, and I had no choice but to engage in a wager with the Hu Wei Biao Ju, where both parties would stake a top-tier martial art and a condition as the wager." As she spoke, Qi Xiangjun's expression darkened, and she looked at Qin Cheng with hope. This wager entails our Qi family and the Hu Wei Biao Ju each dispatching a master for a decisive battle. Ning Lao, if you are willing to help our Qi family win this battle, not only will the de Linyo Mo Gong be passed on to you, but prior to the duel, all the martial resources and legacies accumulated by my family over centuries will be made available to you. After speaking, Qi Xiangjun fixed her gaze on Qin Cheng, outwardly composed, yet inwardly anxious. If Qin Cheng were to decline, she truly had no idea where to find a second-tier expert in such a short time. Qin Cheng had become her last hope. Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow. A battle against the Hu Wei Biao Ju would yield not only a top-tier martial art, but also access to the Qi family's century-old legacies. This deal was indeed quite favorable. He discerned that had Qi Xiangjun not been forced into a corner, she would not have offered such generous conditions. This proposition was certainly worth considering. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Cheng nodded and said earnestly, "It's a deal." In an instant, Qi Xiangjun exhaled a sigh of relief, her delicate face adorned with a vibrant smile. "Old Ning, since that is the case, I shall now take you to the treasure trove of the Qi family. Aside from the dumbfounded fist, all other martial arts techniques will be open to you. As for the dumbfounded fist, I assure you, should you emerge victorious in that battle, I will hand it over to you immediately. Furthermore, the first-rate martial arts from the Hu Wei Biaoju will also belong to you." Qi Xiangjun had indeed been pushed to a dead end. Otherwise, how could the 100-year legacy of the Qi family's martial arts be so readily offered to an outsider? Even if those techniques held far less value than the dumbfounded fist, they were still coveted treasures in the martial world. "It's a deal," Qin Cheng replied, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He had initially thought acquiring the dumbfounded fist was a significant gain, but now, to learn that Qi Xiangjun was also willing to bestow upon him the first-rate martial arts from the Hu Wei Biaoju was truly fortuitous. However, everything hinged upon winning the upcoming battle, which was only natural, for such esteemed techniques could not be given away so easily. Meanwhile, as Qin Cheng settled into the Qi residence, Song Fangde and his companions, despite their injuries, hurriedly made their way to the Hu Wei Biaoju. Inside the Hu Wei Biaoju, the head of the escort agency was met with a desperate plea. "Master Zhu, you must avenge us. That old fool has beaten us to this extent, and he dares to disregard your dignity by aiding the Qi family. This is a direct affront to you." Upon entering, Song Fangde fell to his knees before a stern-faced, middle-aged man of imposing presence, and his entourage fervently recounted the events involving the Qi family. The middle-aged man listened expressionlessly to their laments and pleas, seemingly unmoved. His fingers deftly spun several steel balls, the pace of his movements quickening. Noticing the cold indifference of the man before them, Song Fangde and his companions felt a stir of dissatisfaction. Had it not been for his words, they would never have abandoned the generous offerings from the Qi family. "Master Zhu, that old fool's skills are truly remarkable. He could pose a genuine threat to you. You must take this seriously," Song Fangde insisted with a forced smile. At this moment, Zhu Jiwen ceased his spinning of the steel balls, his apathetic gaze locking on his Song Fangde. He abruptly spoke, "Is it truly impressive to defeat you with a single move?" Song Fangde and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Before they could respond, a series of loud thumps echoed through the room. Suddenly, Zhu Jiwen propelled several steel balls from his hand. The bodies of Song Fangde and his companions stiffened as each one suffered a fatal wound directly to their foreheads, the steel balls having struck with precise accuracy, resulting in their immediate demise. "It seems not so remarkable," Zhu Jiwen remarked casually as he toyed with the steel balls, casually lifting a cup of hot tea while not sparing a single glance at the lifeless forms of Song Fangde and his companions. In the blink of an eye, the few martial artists had all been slain. The servants in the hall displayed no emotion, executing their duties with an eerie calm. "Remove them," Zhu Jiwen commanded, and immediately, the servants approached, some dragging the corpses away, while others began to clean the floor, their roles distinctly defined and executed without delay. At that moment, a distinguished young man emerged from the shadows, a playful smirk on his face. "Brother, it seems there are indeed those who are unafraid of death, daring to meddle in our affairs at the Beijing men. What audacity! Do they not see that even the prestigious families in the inner city dare not involve themselves in this matter?" Zhu Jiwen remained impassive, dismissing the young man's words. "That woman, Qi Xiangjun, has some luck. Even now, she finds allies. How shall we deal with her? Should we eliminate her directly?" the young man inquired, speaking as if disposing of second-rate martial artists were as simple as slaying a chicken. His disdain for the influential families of Heishan City was evident, as he appeared to regard them with utter contempt. "Not necessary. Since Qi Xiangjun remains persistent, it serves us well." Zhu Jiwen had already ascended to the first-rate level. "Huh, brother, you truly have the leisure to entertain a woman," the young man scoffed, but then his expression shifted. "However, do not forget about the other woman. That is a matter our master expressly commanded. I have not forgotten. Rest assured, junior brother, I have already dispatched orders for all our people to hunt down the traitor of the Qishao sword sect. Should that traitor dare to show herself, we will be the first to discover her. The young man sighed in relief. That woman is a top-tier expert. Had she not been severely injured by the master of the Qishao sword sect, we may not have been able to handle her, even if we found her. But now, it is a grand gift that has come to us. If we can capture her, the day of celestial fortune may grant you, brother, the opportunity to enter the realm of cultivation. Zhu Jiwen's eyes sparkled with fervor. Fear not, whether it be Qi Xiangjuan or Xiao Qingxue. Neither of these women will escape my grasp. In the treasure room of the Qi residence, Qin Cheng was blissfully unaware of the formidable adversary he would soon face. One who had already reached the first-rate realm and possessed a highly mysterious background. At this moment, however, his heart raced with excitement as he surveyed the shelves of the secret chamber. Before him lay an extensive collection of martial arts manuals, meticulously categorized. External skills, internal skills, martial techniques, lightness skills, poison techniques, all levels from third-rate to second-rate, were represented. The Qi family's library appeared even more abundant than the Zongjing Pavilion of the Qishao Alliance. More importantly, all these techniques were freely accessible to Qin Cheng. He could peruse them at will. Yet, he soon realized that such access might not even be necessary. The Qi family's collection could perfectly meet his needs. Given sufficient time to comprehend, he could rely on these techniques to derive the second layer of the Wuqin Shi. First, I must take notes. Qin Cheng inhaled deeply. Without the time to comprehend, he dared not recklessly practice the martial arts. Creating martial arts techniques was no simple task. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Qin Cheng was not willing to gamble with his own well-being. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through. Qin Cheng turned to see Qi Xiangjuan approaching, accompanied by several attendants, each bearing various precious medicinal materials, beast blood, and exotic meat. Old Ning, all these items are invaluable resources for second-rate martial artists. Prior to your battle with the Hu Wei Biaoju, our Qi family will continuously provide you with these. As long as you can make use of them, we will supply as much as you require. Qi Xiangjuan's tone was astonishingly bold, leaving Qin Cheng utterly astonished. The abundance of resources she offered was indeed extravagant. Even a fraction of what she presented would be worth a fortune in the outside world. The total value was staggering, and yet all of it was at Qin Cheng's disposal. To be honest, he had never imagined he would experience such opulence. He believed that even the heads of the three prominent families in Qinshan City could not indulge in such extravagance. At this moment, Qin Cheng realized that the families of Heishui City were ultimately far superior to those of Qinshan City. Just the Qi family could afford such luxury. What about those top-tier families in the inner city? Very well, then, I shall graciously accept. Qin Cheng took a deep breath. Since they were willing to offer resources, he would not decline. It was just the right time, as he was preparing to advance to the second tier in external cultivation and begin his bone forging. The arrival of these resources was indeed timely. I possess the innate talent of a prodigious appetite. With so many precious medicinal materials, my strength will undoubtedly soar. A glimmer shone in Qin Cheng's eyes. Long ago, he had acquired a talent known as Tian Sheng Hao Wei from the system. This talent significantly enhanced his digestive capacity, allowing him to absorb the nutrients from elixirs and medicinal materials to the fullest, leaving no waste and preventing any drug resistance. The efficacy of this talent cannot be understated. Yet Qin Cheng had not managed to harness its value until now, simply due to his impoverished circumstances, which had deprived him of the opportunity to utilize it. But now, the chance had arrived, and he would certainly not refuse. In truth, Qin Cheng was unaware that Qi Xiangjuan felt immense pain in presenting such invaluable resources. However, she had been driven to a desperate situation and had no choice but to gamble everything. After all, if Qin Cheng were to lose, these priceless resources would simply fall into Zhu Jiwen's hands. Why not invest them entirely into cultivating Qin Cheng? Zhu Jiwen, do you think I am unaware of the great connection between your actions and my father's disappearance? You dare to wish to marry me? Dream on. A deep resentment flickered in Qi Xiangjuan's eyes. Clearly, this woman, who appeared to be forthright with Qin Cheng, concealed many secrets and pieces of information within her heart and had not fully disclosed them to him. Chapter 74. The Breakthrough of the Couple, the Day of the Challenge. Second tier. In the secret chamber, a brilliant light shimmered in Qin Cheng's eyes. At this moment, he was imbued with an overwhelming aura, resembling an unparalleled tiger. Qin Cheng's external cultivation had officially ascended to the second tier of bone forging. Advancing to the second tier in external cultivation was even simpler for him than he had anticipated. After all, he had already perfected the 5-animal play and possessed a top-tier innate qi. For Qin Cheng, breaking through was merely a matter of time. With the precious resources provided by Qi Xiangjuan, he successfully advanced to the second tier in less than half an hour through the cultivation of the Tiger Soul bone forging technique. At this moment, Qin Cheng felt his strength surge dramatically, filled with a terrifying power, as if he could effortlessly unleash a force of tens of thousands of pounds. A first-tier martial artist possesses the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, although I have only just entered the bone forging realm. My physical strength is already remarkably close to that level. A gleam of excitement shone in Qin Cheng's eyes. His foundation was exceedingly profound, with innate bone quality, the talent of divine strength, and the cultivation of the superior techniques of the Wuxing sect. Not to mention, he had a spiritual seed within him. The combination of these foundations rendered his strength beyond measure by his current realm, with both internal and external breakthroughs to the second tier. Even if I were to face a first-tier expert directly, I could likely defeat the majority with ease. For a moment, Qin Cheng was overwhelmed with confidence and felt a strong urge to seek out a first-tier expert for a duel. However, he quickly calmed himself. This fleeting surge of excitement was merely a momentary impulse. After regaining composure, he reminded himself that he was now a married man. Engaging in a battle beyond his level was something he had never contemplated before, and he certainly could not take such a risk now. Every first-tier expert is a dragon among men, and none should be underestimated. Who knows what hidden trump cards they might possess? Unless absolutely necessary, Qin Cheng would never fight against the odds. Qin Cheng initially thought that his breakthrough was a delightful surprise. "Sir, I have become a martial artist." Fang Xiaoxian's delicate face radiated with joy as she eagerly announced her own advancement the moment Qin Cheng entered. What a coincidence! Qin Cheng was equally delighted. This truly exemplified the notion of good things coming in pairs. They were indeed a couple, achieving breakthroughs on the same day. "Sir, don't laugh at me when I say this." Fang Xiaoxian's fair complexion suddenly flushed with embarrassment as she continued. "I feel that after our intimacy, my strength has improved rapidly. I wonder if it's just my imagination." Fang Xiaoxian was not the type to be shy or reserved. She had once been a spirited and outgoing girl, but due to deep-seated hatred, she had gradually become more introverted. However, after marrying Qin Cheng, her personality began to restore, her boldness returning, even allowing her to speak such intimate matters openly. After all, they were now husband and wife, and certain secrets could be shared. Moreover, Fang Xiaoxian was not one to gossip, so Qin Cheng was not concerned about her revealing anything. That said, he would never divulge the secret of the system to anyone. But other secrets did not require such caution. "Sir, is there truly such a miraculous talent in this world?" Fang Xiaoxian's eyes widened in disbelief at Qin Cheng's words, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she found it difficult to meet his gaze. Having experienced it firsthand, she could confirm that her strength had indeed skyrocketed, clearly validating Qin Cheng's seemingly incredible assertion. "This is rather inappropriate." Fang Xiaoxian blushed, unable to suppress her feelings. Suddenly, she thought about Qin Cheng's unique talent. If he were to take multiple wives, would his progress not accelerate even further? With this thought, Fang Xiaoxian felt a pang of jealousy. After all, Qin Cheng was her husband, and she did not wish for any other women to be around him. What if it is inappropriate? The improvement in strength is tangible. Observing Fang Xiaoxian's changing demeanor, Qin Cheng, with his keen insight, immediately realized that she was feeling jealous. He chuckled and embraced her closely. "Xiaoxian, don't you wish to quickly advance to the first tier? Do you know the secret that old Fang left for you?" "Wait," Fang Xiaoxian exclaimed, her ears turning crimson. "Sir, it is still broad daylight. What is there to fear? No one will come. Having consumed a significant amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the Qi family, his internal fire was surging. It was the perfect opportunity for release. Although it seemed bashful to speak of, once she truly experienced the power of the spiritual seed, Fang Xiaoxian could not help but suppress her shyness and began to indulge in playful antics with Qin Cheng. She never forgot the harrowing scene of her grandfather's tragic death before her eyes. The desire for revenge was deeply etched in her heart, and coupled with the secret of the Fang family, which required her to reach the first-tier realm to inherit, she swiftly began to cooperate with Qin Cheng, fully committing to their dual cultivation. Thus, during the day, Qin Cheng absorbed resources at the Qi family, and at night he engaged in dual cultivation with his wife, their strength rapidly escalating day by day until the end of the month arrived. The day the challenge with the Qi family and the Tiger Guard Escort Bureau had come. Elder Ning, are you prepared? On this morning, Qi Xiangjuan donned a purple long gown, exuding an indescribable charm. However, the young woman's expression was clearly fraught with anxiety, as she found it increasingly difficult to breathe. As the moment approached, she could not maintain the calm demeanor she had exhibited in the past days. Do not worry, Miss Qi, even if Zhu Jiwen is formidable, he is no match for me. Qin Cheng replied with a slight smile. In truth, over the past few days, as he grew more familiar with Qi Xiangjuan, he had discerned that although she appeared to be a strong woman, proud and exceptionally intelligent, she was, in fact, quite fragile inside. It was evident that she had been well protected by her father, but now, faced with the family's dire situation, she was forced to masquerade her composure. In terms of resilience, she is even inferior to Fang Xiaoxian, let alone Su Li. Given that the young girl is filled with trepidation, it is only natural for Qin Cheng to instill confidence in her. Moreover, Qin Cheng is indeed brimming with assurance. The resources he has depleted over the past few days have not been squandered in vain. His Hu Padui Gugong has now reached a consummate level, and his formidable strength has multiplied several times compared to when he first broke through. With his current prowess, he dares to challenge first-rate experts based solely on his external skills, as his strength has long surpassed that of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, achieving a level that can genuinely contend with the elite. Such power leaves Qin Cheng unconcerned when facing a second-rate martial artist. Chapter 75. A Shattering Revelation. Zhu Jiwen. I'm already a first-rate. Heishui Temple stands as the most prosperous Buddhist temple in Heishui City. This temple occupies an extensive area, situated in the most bustling part of the outer city. In this precious locale, the reception square alone is comparable in size to 3 or 4 football fields. One can only imagine the immense wealth of this temple. At this moment, the square is teeming with people, creating a lively atmosphere. However, those who have gathered here are not there to worship Buddha. Rather, a significant event is about to unfold today. This event is the dual challenge between the Qi family and the Hui Escort Agency. Both the Qi family and the Hui Escort Agency are affluent, possessing vast fortunes. It is astonishing that these two forces have wagered such a significant stake, each putting forth their entire fortunes in unrivaled martial arts. What would be their reasoning? I am uncertain of the Qi family's motives, but it is quite normal for the Hui Escort Agency to place such a hefty bet. The head of the Qi family has been missing for several months, likely deceased, and now the Qi family is reduced to just a few members. How could they possibly contend with Zhu Zongbiatu? In my opinion, Zhu Zongbiatu is poised to gain both wealth and reputation from this encounter. Alas, the Qi family, having been a prestigious lineage for centuries, once basked in unparalleled glory, yet appears they are now on the brink of extinction. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes does not signify true heroism. The crowd buzzes with chatter, many enjoying the spectacle and discussing without restraint. Nevertheless, even these onlookers can discern that the duel poses an exceedingly unfavorable situation for the Qi family, with almost no chance of victory. Many sympathize with the Qi family while expressing disdain for the Hui Escort Agency's actions. However, more remain indifferent, whether the Qi family rises or falls. It bears no relevance to their mundane lives. They merely gather wherever there is excitement. At the forefront of the square, a group of distinguished individuals, elegantly attired and radiating affluence, sits calmly upon a high platform. These individuals hail from the inner city's aristocratic families and are the true rulers of Heishui City. Yet, even they engage in hushed discussions, indicating their shared anticipation of the Qi family's impending demise and the rise of the newcomer, Zhu Jiwen. The aristocrats share similar sentiments with the common folk, doubting the Qi family's prospects of winning the duel. Will we merely observe as he uses our Heishui City's families as stepping stones? One aristocrat expresses dissatisfaction, seemingly feeling sympathy for the Qi family's tragic fate. In truth, this individual is merely using the opportunity to voice their discontent towards Zhu Jiwen. He has powerful backing. If you have the capability, try to confront him. However, another aristocrat scoffs at this notion. Upon hearing this, those who were previously displeased immediately fell silent, knowing that while they appear to stand atop the world, they are but mere ants easily crushed before Zhu Jiwen's supporters. As the atmosphere grows increasingly lively, a voice of excitement suddenly pierces through the crowd. They have arrived. The Hui escort agency and the Qi family are here. Instantly, a wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd, with countless gazes directed towards the road behind. Two groups approach, one from the north and the other from the south. The individuals arriving from the north belong to the Hui escort agency, a group of expressionless and powerful escorts, meticulously guarding a middle-aged man of imposing demeanor. They resemble a well-trained military unit. The mere sight of these escorts silences the previously boisterous square. As the crowd gazes in awe at the Hui escort agency, they know that each escort accompanying Zhu Jiwen is a third-rate martial artist, and there are at least 30 to 40 of them. The sheer terror emanating from this group, standing together, instills a deep-seated fear within the onlookers. Their military-like training amplifies their intimidating presence exponentially. Even those aristocrats on the high platform change color upon witnessing this display, revealing their deep apprehension. They understand that while these escorts may be third-rate, their level of training means that when united in combat, even the aristocrats of the inner city would struggle to withstand their assault. Coupled with Zhu Jiwen, a seasoned second-rate expert, even first-rate martial artists would be hard-pressed to contend with him. In stark contrast to Zhu Jiwen's formidable presence, the Qi family appears pitifully outmatched. Leading them are two exceptionally beautiful women, Qi Xiangjuan and her maid, L.E. Accompanying them is Qin Cheng, an unremarkable old man, although a few guards follow behind. Not one of them is a martial artist. While they exhibit some semblance of training, their presence pales in comparison to the elite military-like formation of the Hui escort agency, resembling nothing more than a disorganized rabble. As they sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the Hui escort agency, the guards turn pale, their expressions betraying their terror. One timid guard even collapses, succumbing to the pressure. The square erupts in laughter, the crowd viewing the Qi family as a source of amusement. Such a family dares to challenge the Hui escort agency? What audacity! Remove him from sight, Qi Xiangjuan commands, her expression darkening. Though she refrains from blaming her subordinates for the embarrassment, the terrifying aura from their opponents is palpable. Even she feels an overwhelming pressure. Li's complexion also turns pale, let alone her guards, who are not even martial artists. Fortunately, Qi Xiangjuan glances at Qin Cheng, whose expression remains unchanged, providing her with a sense of solace. As long as Elder Ning does not show fear, all will be well. At this moment, Zhu Jiwen steps forward from the escorts, his gaze cold and indifferent as he addresses Qi Xiangjuan. I shall give you one final chance. Submit to me in marriage, offering the Linyo Mo Quan as your dowry. I can forego your family's wealth, and should you bear a son, he can inherit the Qi family name. Should you choose to fight, do not blame me for the consequences. Such favorable terms will soon vanish. Zhu Jiwen, cease your delusions. Even if it costs me my life, I will never marry a person like you. Qi Xiangjuan retorts, her teeth clenched in anger. She finds his hypocrisy intolerable. Is there truly any difference between these two choices? She glares at Zhu Jiwen, her spirit unyielding. After all, the outcome remains uncertain. You must be relying on this old fellow, hoping that he can find a second-tier expert to help your Qi family stand out in such a time of crisis. Indeed, it seems your Qi family possesses some luck. However, Zhu Jiwen sneered dismissively at Qin Cheng, glancing at him once before losing interest. as if this second-tier expert was no more significant than a stray dog on the roadside. As he spoke, a proud expression suddenly appeared on his face. I am now a first-tier warrior. At this proclamation, the entire square fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief. Even the noble families on the high platform were left with their mouths agape in incredulity. As for Qi Xiangjuan, who had previously worn a face of resentment, her complexion now turned as pale as death. Chapter 76. The Despair of Qi Xiangjuan, a first-tier warrior. How could this be possible? Zhu Zongbiao has actually become a first-tier warrior. Does this not mean that in Heishui City, there will be another top-tier family? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Even the common folk, who had little knowledge of martial prowess, understood that any faction that produced a first-tier expert could instantly ascend to the pinnacle of power in Heishui City. Previously, although the Tiger Might Escort had a considerable reputation and commanded respect within Heishui City, no one had ever regarded it as a top-tier force. But now everything had changed. For Zhu Jiwen had attained the status of a first-tier warrior. The mere possibility of Zhu Jiwen advancing to such heights was incomprehensible. Compared to the shock of the common folk, many from the noble families were instantly shaken, their expressions darkening. They had never deemed Zhu Jiwen worthy of their attention. Their apprehension had been directed solely at the power behind him. Yet now, Zhu Jiwen had personally become a first-tier expert. This signified that Heishui City would gain a new contender capable of competing with them for resources. No noble family relished the idea of a sudden emergence of a rival faction vying for their interests. If one were to identify the most anxious individual at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Qi Xiangjuan. Her face was ashen, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She had previously held confidence in Qin Cheng, believing he could stand against Zhu Jiwen. Thus, she had spared no expense in investing the resources accumulated by the Qi family into Qin Cheng. In her mind, having expended such resources, there was no way Qin Cheng could possibly be defeated by Zhu Jiwen. Even if he could not defeat him, at the very least, a tie would suffice. However, at this moment, upon learning that Zhu Jiwen had become a first-tier warrior, all her confidence crumbled instantaneously. After all, the disparity between second-tier and first-tier was more pronounced than that between man and dog. This was common knowledge. A second-tier warrior, no matter how many resources were utilized, could never triumph over a first-tier expert on an open battlefield. Nonsense. You claim to be a first-tier warrior just because you say so. Qi Xiangjuan's voice quivered as she fixed her gaze on Zhu Jiwen, desperately trying to convince herself that he was merely deceiving himself. He could not simply declare himself a first-tier warrior. But in the next instant, Qi Xiangjuan fell utterly silent. She witnessed Zhu Jiwen extend his left hand, opening his palm before her eyes. In that moment, something miraculous occurred. Everyone gasped in astonishment as they beheld the skin of Zhu Jiwen's palm suddenly transform into a golden bronze hue. Xianjin Tru Qi was impossible. Qi Xiangjuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zhu Jiwen, her complexion turning ghostly pale. No wonder you are a descendant of the Qian mountain people. A playful smile adorned Zhu Jiwen's face. Indeed, your Qi family is aware of the legacy of the Qian mountain people. Xianjin Tru Qi is an inner skill created by them, and only first-tier warriors are qualified to cultivate this technique. Qi Xiangjuan, now you should understand my origins. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you obediently cooperate with me and embark on a prosperous path, or will you choose to bring about your own demise? Having said this, he turned and strode towards the already prepared battleground on the high platform, ready to await Qi Xiangjuan's final answer. Qi Xiangjuan's complexion shifted from white to green, suddenly recalling an absurd rumor, leading her to remember a family secret passed down through generations. In that moment, she finally realized the gravity of the situation. The Qi family was finished. Despair filled Qi Xiangjuan's beautiful eyes as she wore a smile more grotesque than tears. Her expression one of utter resignation. Gazing at Zhu Jiwen's retreating figure, her eyes flickered with a blend of profound hatred and determination. Suddenly, she turned to Qin Cheng beside her and spoke slowly. Ninglao, you should leave. Since Zhu Jiwen is a first-tier warrior, this gamble has lost all meaning. She did not intend to let Qin Cheng take the stage. That would merely be a death sentence. Why should I leave? Unexpectedly, the ever-silent Qin Cheng suddenly spoke. Upon seeing his indifferent expression, Qi Xiangjuan's eyes displayed a glimmer of gratitude. In truth, when Zhu Jiwen had openly declared his strength, she had prepared herself for Qin Cheng to refuse the battle. She would never blame him for it. After all, anyone could see that a battle between a second-tier and a first-tier warrior was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Who would have thought that this Ning Lao, whom she had known for less than a month, would not abandon her even when he was aware of Zhu Jiwen's first-tier status? Compared to those treacherous guests who betrayed the Qi family, Qin Cheng was indeed a rarity. However, the more steadfast Qin Cheng was, the more resolute Qi Xiangjuan felt about not letting him face death. With a sigh, she said, "Ning Lao, I appreciate your good intentions, but this duel has already lost its significance. There is no need for you to sacrifice your life in vain. Yes, Ning Lao, you should leave. There is no need for you to stay and face death." Beside her, He also bore a face of despair. Seeing Qin Cheng's unwavering loyalty to the Qi family at this moment, and she too urged him to depart. As for her, she had resolved to accompany her master through thick and thin. Who says this is a death sentence? Qin Cheng cast a calm glance at the master and servant pair. Yet he maintained his indifferent demeanor. Upon learning that Zhu Jiwen was a first-tier expert, Qin Cheng indeed felt some surprise and astonishment. Yet, that was all there was to it. A first-tier warrior? When he had achieved the second level of his innate Qi technique, he had already felt no fear. Moreover, during this past month, his external skills had surged, and his overall strength had increased exponentially compared to when he first arrived in Heishui City. Even if he were a first-tier warrior, what of it? Regrettably, it seemed that starting today, I could no longer remain low-key. Casting his gaze towards the high platform where Zhu Jiwen stood, Qin Cheng felt a twinge of regret. With second-tier strength, engaging in battle against a first-tier warrior would undoubtedly make waves, regardless of the outcome. The result of this confrontation would surely echo throughout the Great Qian martial world, drawing countless eyes to him. At that point, no matter how low-key Qin Cheng tried to be, he would inevitably attract attention. Undoubtedly, this did not align with his original plans. However, in this world, perfection is but a fleeting illusion. Though Qin Cheng did not consider himself a virtuous man, he adhered to the principle of reciprocating kindness. Having expended so many resources from a Qi family, abandoning Qi Xiangjuan now would be a betrayal of humanity. Qin Cheng was not the kind of person to shy away from challenges. Furthermore, he had now acquired the right to be audacious. I, Ningyi, am not one to break my promises. Since I have pledged to assist you in battling Zhu Jiwen, even if he were a celestial being, I shall stand by my word. Qin Cheng spoke with an air of calm assurance, disregarding Qi Xiangjuan's persistent pleas for him to leave, and boldly made his way towards the high platform. Witnessing Qin Cheng's audacity to approach the stage despite knowing Zhu Jiwen's first-tier status, the crowd was left in a state of astonishment. Ninglao, Qi Xiangjuan, and Le, the master and servant, felt their eyes redden, and for a moment, they were choked with emotion. In this world, there truly existed individuals unafraid of death. Zhu Jiwen gazed at the approaching Qin Cheng, a flicker of surprise crossing his stern visage, soon replaced by a look of intrigue. For the first time, he began to regard this elder, whom he had previously dismissed, with a newfound respect. Chapter 77. The Hidden Identity of Xiao Qingxue. The Battle Erupts. Witnessing Qin Cheng boldly stride onto the platform despite knowing that Zhu Jiwen was a first-rate master, the crowd in the square could not help but express their astonishment. Even the members of noble families were taken aback. What kind of spell had the Qi family cast on this old man, daring him to enter the arena under such circumstances? Could it be that he was affiliated with the Qi family? Did they owe him some great debt of gratitude? It seemed foolish. A second-rate fighter could find a place anywhere, so why risk his life here? Whispers filled the air, with some expressing confusion, others admiration, and many speculating that the old man might have lost his wits, voluntarily courting death, as they pondered his connection to the Qi family. Qin Cheng walked towards the stage with an impassive expression. The murmurs around him were impossible to ignore, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If these people were to discover that he had little to no ties to the Qi family, they would surely think him mad for willingly putting his life on the line for them. The Qi family had not shown him any kindness. His willingness to sacrifice himself for them was nonsensical. The crux of the matter lay here. If it were truly a dead end, Qin Cheng would not risk his life for the Qi family. The issue was whether this truly was a dead end, and Qin Cheng did not believe it to be so. At that moment, he was unexpectedly bumped into. The one who collided with Qin Cheng was a scholarly young man, who, flustered, hurriedly offered an explanation before swiftly departing. Qin Cheng's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Xiao Qingxue, how could she be here? Internally, Qin Cheng was taken aback. The young scholar appeared to be an unremarkable young man, and anyone who saw him would not doubt his identity. Yet, Qin Cheng possessed keen insight and instantly discerned the truth. This scholar was none other than the true disciple of the Qishao sword sect, Xiao Qingxue, in disguise. Though he had only encountered her twice, her unparalleled beauty was unforgettable, enabling him to recognize her immediately. Clearly, Xiao Qingxue had intentionally bumped into him, using the opportunity to slip something into his possession. As he felt the paper within his grasp, it seemed she had stealthily inserted it during the collision. Qin Cheng discreetly pulled it out and glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. It was a talisman. Instantly, a multitude of questions arose within him. How could this esteemed lady, the master sister of the Qishao sword sect and leader of countless martial artists in the Qishao alliance, be present in Heishui City while deliberately concealing her identity? It appeared that something had occurred with a true disciple of the Qishao sword sect. Qin Cheng's eyes glimmered as he recalled the sudden coup in Qingshan City led by Qi Xianyong. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Qingxue had not revealed herself, which had puzzled him, leading him to believe she was unaware of the events there. However, it seemed that something had transpired involving her, explaining her prolonged absence. Regardless, with the impending battle, Qin Cheng had no time to dwell on her affairs. He tucked the talisman away and ascended the high platform with a stoic demeanor. Old man, knowing my strength, you still dare to step onto the stage. Commendable courage, Zhu Jiwen observed with a playful glint in his eyes. What benefits did Qi Xiangjun bestow upon you that you were willing to risk your life for the Qi family? The Qi family has indeed granted me considerable advantages. Qin Cheng replied coolly. It is only natural that I repay them with my loyalty. Aren't you afraid of me? Zhu Jiwen raised an eyebrow, not surprised that Qin Cheng had benefited from the Qi family. After all, who would fight without gain? Yet, he sensed that this old man seemed utterly unperturbed by him, which unsettled him. He was a first-rate master. Even the heads of noble families in the inner city tread carefully in his presence. Why did this old man feel so audacious? Why should I fear you? Qin Cheng scoffed, a laugh escaping him. Was so great about being a first-rate master. Hearing Qin Cheng's nonchalant words, Zhu Jiwen smiled, but his gaze turned icy. Once I shatter every bone in your body, you will understand that the chasm between first-rate and second-rate is greater than that between man and dog. You think you can break every bone in my body merely with your words? Qin Cheng chuckled, unfazed. Sharp-tongued, I'll tear your mouth apart first. Zhu Jiwen's anger flared. With a swift motion, he transformed into a blur. His massive hand reached out, and a terrifying surge of vitality nearly materialized into a claw the size of a grinding wheel, descending upon Qin Cheng. Beneath this colossal claw, Qin Cheng's frail form appeared as insignificant as an ant. The spectators below widened their eyes in shock, utterly captivated by the scene. In the audience, Qi Xiangjun turned pale, gasping in disbelief, unable to bear witnessing how Qin Cheng could survive an attack from a first-rate master. At that moment, regret flooded her heart. Had she known Qin Cheng's unwavering commitment, she would have directly handed over the powerful bull demon fist to him. In an instant, nearly everyone believed that the outcome of this battle was already decided. A first-rate master unleashing his full power, utilizing the terrifying ability of materialized vitality. No matter how formidable a second-rate martial artist was, they could not hope to withstand such an onslaught. Yet, Qin Cheng remained unconvinced. Faced with Zhu Jiwen's lethal strike, Qin Cheng did not resort to drawing his blade as he had in the past. He had seldom engaged with masters. Although he knew himself to be strong, he lacked certainty about the extent of his power. However, now, witnessing Zhu Jiwen's fearsome attack, which struck terror in the eyes of onlookers, Qin Cheng sensed that the prowess of a first-rate master was not as overwhelming as it seemed. materialized vitality was indeed formidable. But I possess innate divine strength, and fear you not. A flash of brilliance ignited in Qin Cheng's eyes. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of internal energy and vitality. Kill! With a thunderous roar, a ferocious aura erupted from Qin Cheng. In that moment, the crowd seemed to hear the deafening roar of a mighty tiger. Subsequently, they felt the terrifying energy emanating from Qin Cheng, distorting the very air around him, overpowering Zhu Jiwen, the first-rate master, and shattering his claw shadow. Simultaneously, Qin Cheng sprang into action, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, charging directly toward Zhu Jiwen, the first-rate master. The crowd erupted in a frenzy at the sight of Qin Cheng's ferocity. Chapter 78. The Terror of Qin Cheng, a Breakthrough in Battle. Oh no! Zhu Jiwen's expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that the seemingly ordinary old man would unleash such ferocity upon eruption. The terrifying aura inducing a profound sense of danger even within him, a first-rate master. Xianjin, true energy. In an instant, Zhu Jiwen's pride as a first-rate master dissipated. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he dared not conceal his divine strength any longer. With a furious roar, his skin transformed to a golden hue. His body surged, gathering all his vitality into his fists, launching a fierce assault toward Qin Cheng. Boom! Two terrifying figures collided in an instant, engaging in a frenzied battle. Zhu Jiwen was a first-rate master, while Qin Cheng's prowess was comparable to that of a first-rate warrior. Their confrontation was akin to two elite fighters clashing simultaneously. The ferocity of first-rate masters is unimaginable. Each one, to an ordinary individual, embodies a calamity capable of causing catastrophic destruction with every movement. At the moment of their clash, the spectators could discern nothing, only witnessing fleeting shadows darting across the various corners of the elevated platform. Each collision resonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that pulverized the ground beneath them, akin to a steamroller wreaking havoc. In the blink of an eye, the once pristine battlefield transformed into a desolate ruin. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with terror. They had only heard tales of the might of first-rate warriors, but could scarcely fathom the true extent of their horror. To these ordinary people, the situation was nothing short of celestial. Yet, many were struck with disbelief. An old man, merely a second-rate warrior, was somehow able to contend with a first-rate master. Who was this extraordinary figure? How could this be possible? On the platform, members of noble families widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the phenomenon of a second-rate warrior matching a first-rate one, a notion utterly foreign to them. Who was this old man, this prodigy? Just when they thought they had a handle on the situation, another first-rate figure emerged. One Zhu Jiwen was already a headache. They never anticipated another would arise so suddenly. Fortunately, only one of them could survive this deadly struggle. Ning Lao was unexpectedly formidable. Perhaps the most astonished were Qi Xiangjuan and her maid, Li. Witnessing Qin Cheng unleash such fearsome power, Qi Xiangjuan's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart brimming with boundless excitement. She had prepared to consume poison, waiting for the outcome to unfold, ready to take her own life rather than submit to Zhu Jiwen. The surprise came with such suddenness. Wonderful, lady, our Qi family is saved. Li, the little maid, blushed with delight, excitedly shaking Qi Xiangjuan's arm. However, Qi Xiangjuan cautioned, let us not leap to conclusions before the result is determined. She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, anxiety creeping into her heart. Though Qin Cheng's sudden surge of first-rate strength was remarkable, he was still fundamentally a second-rate warrior, and Qi Xiangjuan remained deeply concerned about the outcome. Below, various thoughts swirled among the spectators. Yet on the platform, the dynamics of the battle began to shift. What manner of creature are you, old man? You are merely a second-rate warrior, yet your vitality exceeds even that of my refined body. Zhu Jiwen's expression darkened to the utmost as he roared in disbelief. As a first-rate warrior, he had long achieved immense strength, believing that his terrifying might alone would easily crush Qin Cheng. To his shock, upon engaging in combat, he discovered that Qin Cheng's strength was far more formidable, nearly double his own. At that moment, Zhu Jiwen sensed an ominous turn. He was at a disadvantage against a second-rate warrior. How could this be? Qin Cheng, indifferent to Zhu Jiwen's outburst, finally unleashed his full power for the first time today. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within him. The experience of feeling one's own strength so intensely was intoxicating. Previously, he had questioned the mindset of martial enthusiasts who sought fame by challenging those far superior to them. Now, he understood that many were not driven by vanity, but rather by the sheer thrill of combat, even at the risk of their lives. It was a sentiment he could now appreciate. So, I have grown this powerful. However, Qin Cheng was no longer a youth. He quickly regained his composure. Observing Zhu Jiwen, who was now clearly at a disadvantage, Qin Cheng confirmed that he had surpassed many first-rate warriors. He felt confident that he could take on two opponents simultaneously, without even drawing his weapon. Initially intending to reserve his Shuo Guang blade technique as a trump card, he now deemed it unnecessary against someone as trivial as Zhu Jiwen. With this realization, Qin Cheng gradually lost interest in overwhelming Zhu Jiwen. Having accomplished his goal of testing his strength, he decided it was time to conclude the battle. Zhu Jiwen, prepare to meet your demise. Qin Cheng's gaze hardened. At that moment, he ceased holding back. A terrifying surge of vitality emanated from his being. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Zhu Jiwen, he was elated to discover that his Hu Paduan Gu Gong had naturally reached perfection amidst the chaotic battle. It turned out that the experience gained from engaging in combat far surpassed solitary training. His previous inclination to remain low-key and avoid conflict had prevented him from recognizing this truth. Now, with all his strength unleashed, his experience surged, propelling his external skills to perfection. In that instant, both his internal and external powers reached their zenith, an explosion of strength coursing through him. What a joyous occasion! Let us commemorate this day with the head of Zhu Jiwen. Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled with determination. Earlier, he had estimated that it would take about 50 moves to defeat Zhu Jiwen. Now, however, a single strike would suffice. With his thought, he held nothing back, channeling his entire strength. The terrifying force erupted, overwhelming the spectators with a sensation of impending suffocation. With a roar, Qin Cheng unleashed a punch. In that moment, everyone present seemed to hear the roar of a fierce tiger. They faintly perceived Qin Cheng's blood vitality coalescing into a magnificent, ferocious tiger, roaring as it lunged toward Zhu Jiwen. Your blood vitality has materialized? No, it cannot be. Zhu Jiwen's face twisted in horror as he beheld the bloodthirsty tiger. Under Qin Cheng's relentless pressure, he was already struggling to maintain his ground. Now that Qin Cheng had broken through, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. I curse my fate. As a first-rate warrior with a master of innate prowess, my future was limitless. How could I be so unfortunate as to encounter such a monster? In that moment, Zhu Jiwen was consumed by regret. Given his status, his future was destined to soar. He needed only to do nothing and wait for the day of ascension to seize his fortune alongside his master. Yet, due to a moment of greed, he had provoked a formidable opponent like Qin Cheng. What a stroke of misfortune! Zhu Jiwen could not comprehend his fate, nor would he have the chance to ponder it further. With Qin Cheng's full force unleashed, the overwhelming blood vitality tiger surged forward, crashing into him in an instant. The sound of shattering bones echoed as his luxurious garments were drenched in crimson, blood gushing from his orifices. He was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through the imposing doors of the Heishui temple, shattering them to pieces. Silence fell over the arena. In the square, an instantaneous silence enveloped the atmosphere, a profound stillness taking hold. All eyes were transfixed in disbelief upon the figure of Qin Cheng upon the high platform. The defeat of Zhu Jiwen was unfathomable. How could a second-tier warrior vanquish a first-tier one? Such an aberration defied all common sense within the martial world. No, it was evident that this guest of the Qi family had somehow transcended to the first tier in the heat of battle. Mouths agape. A multitude struggled to grasp the reality before them. How could a second-tier warrior face down and defeat a first-tier martial artist? This contradicted the very principles of the Jianghu. Yet, soon enough, some martial artists began to voice their thoughts, suggesting that Qin Cheng must have achieved a breakthrough to the first tier to have triumphed over Zhu Jiwen. A collective sigh of relief spread through the crowd. Indeed, it was inconceivable for a second-tier warrior to best a first-tier one. Only those of equal rank could contend. In that moment, many regarded Qin Cheng as merely fortunate, believing that he had survived against the odds by achieving a last-minute breakthrough. However, not all present were so naive. The guest from the Qi family had not truly ascended to the first tier. He was merely a perfected second-tier warrior, his vigorous blood essence appearing almost corporeal. This phenomenon, while remarkable, was simply an overflow of his vitality, akin to the exceptional talents found among the innate sections. Those among the noble families, well-versed in the ways of the world, recognized that Qin Cheng had not truly advanced to the first tier. Nevertheless, the ability of a second-tier warrior to unleash their blood essence and defeat a first-tier master was already an astonishing feat in the entire Qian dynasty. Few prodigies could reach such heights. Consequently, the knowledgeable members of the noble families regarded Qin Cheng with a newfound wariness, their eyes filled with trepidation. Although he had not truly become a first-tier warrior, he could now be treated as one, and not merely as a novice. In the audience, Lu Yi gasped in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she nearly lost her composure, excitedly embracing Qi Xiangjuan and screaming in jubilation. Elder Ning had triumphed over Zhu Jiwen. Qi Xiangjuan stared blankly at Qin Cheng atop the platform, her mind a whirlwind, as if caught in a dream. The unexpected outcome overwhelmed her senses, filling her with joy far beyond her capacity to comprehend. For a moment, she stood frozen, unable to react, until Lu Yi's shrill cries jolted her back to reality. Suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. How wonderful! Elder Ning had won. Qi Xiangjuan covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Until this moment, despair had weighed heavily upon her heart, which she had concealed to avoid being underestimated or coveted by others. Now, she no longer needed to endure in silence. With Elder Ning as a guest of the Qi family, who would dare to belittle them again? As Qin Cheng stood upon the platform, he took a moment to calm the tumultuous energy within him. The exertion of his full strength to defeat Zhu Jiwen had taken a toll, necessitating a brief recovery. However, a sudden notification sent his already heightened spirit into a further frenzy. Permanent comprehension time. Qin Cheng felt an overwhelming joy. He had always believed that comprehension time was the system's most valuable reward. While innate roots and pure yang spiritual seeds could enhance his potential, none could compare to the benefits of comprehension time. This reward would allow Qin Cheng to become a true genius, effortlessly grasping profound knowledge and even devising extraordinary martial arts akin to the second tier of the five-animal play, which could extend one's lifespan. Such a reward could hardly be overrated. Qin Cheng surmised that his heroic act in rescuing Qi Xiangjuan had merited this reward. He had anticipated receiving 2 or 3 hours of comprehension time. Instead, he had received a permanent grant, which could accumulate for future use, elevating its value even further. His display of strength was not in vain, and a smile graced his lips. Yet at that moment, a voice pierced through the air. "Senior brother." A furious roar echoed from afar, filled with disbelief. "You dare to kill my senior brother? I will ensure your entire family pays for this." Accompanied by this vengeful cry, all present were gripped by terror as a terrifying streak of light surged toward Qin Cheng from hundreds of meters away. What? Qin Cheng's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, a searing sensation emanated from his sleeve as if something within was ablaze. As he gazed upon the approaching streak of light, the momentarily elated Qin Cheng was drenched in a cold sweat. His keen perception revealed that the incomprehensibly swift light harbored a devastating force capable of annihilating all. Even with his current strength, sufficient to slay a first-tier warrior, he felt minuscule before this onslaught. If he were to be touched by it, death was inevitable. He needed to flee. In an instant, all thrill vanished from his heart, and the usually composed Qin Cheng felt panic set in. For the first time, he sensed the peril of impending doom. He understood that failure to evade this lethal light would result in his demise. Yet, as he sought to escape, he realized it was impossible. The light was too swift, far exceeding the speed of any first-tier warrior, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. It was over. Qin Cheng's eyes widened in despair as he could only watch helplessly as the light approached, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Just then, a wave of scorching energy surged from his sleeve, as if something had ignited within. In the next moment, an orange-yellow radiance enveloped him entirely. Qin Cheng beheld a thick layer of orange-yellow light forming around him. The streak of light had reached him, crashing violently against the protective barrier. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted, instantly reducing the high platform to rubble, scattering debris in every direction and causing chaos among the surrounding civilians, leading to countless injuries and fatalities. Demon Arts, run! The monster is coming. My leg is broken. Save me. The crowd descended into panic, cries of horror and despair filling the air. Even the noble families were thrown into disarray. Celestial Arts, flee quickly. This is beyond the capability of us warriors to withstand. The disciples of Zhu Jiwen's sect have come, and members of the aristocratic families are frantically retreating in disarray. They are knowledgeable and understand that the approaching force is not a mere monster, but rather those wielding the talismans of cultivators. Ninglao, amidst the chaotic crowd, Qi Xiangjuan and L.E. are left astonished. They never anticipated that at the most exhilarating moment of their lives, a sudden upheaval would occur. Qin Cheng has been struck by such a terrifying killing move. In an instant, both young women's faces turned ashen, their gazes fixed intently in Qin Cheng's direction. At that moment, a scholar appeared before them, seemingly out of nowhere. "Do not panic. He will be fine," he said calmly, though his exquisite eyes, which bore no resemblance to those of a typical man, sparkled with intensity as he gazed into the swirling dust. Truly, he possesses innate roots. This Qin Cheng is even more extraordinary than I had anticipated. However, he has acted rather recklessly this time. Fortunately, I happened to escape here, or else a prodigy like him would have been lost. The scholar murmured to himself, a hint of relief crossing his features. "Who are you? How do you know Qin Lao will be unharmed?" Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the scholar, Qi Xiangjuan's beautiful eyes filled with caution, sensing a latent danger from him. Yet, upon hearing his words, her apprehension dissipated instantly, replaced by an overwhelming urgency. Regardless of how slim the hope may be, she could not bear the thought of Qin Cheng coming to harm. Otherwise, even if she protected the Qi family, she would have no face to present to Ning Lao, who had treated her with such sincerity. "Just watch," the scholar replied, providing no further explanation. Hearing this, both Qi Xiangjuan and L.E. hurriedly turned their attention back to the ruins. "You old fool! How dare you harm my senior brother?" A young man, full of vigor and indignation, strode over, clutching a charred yellow talisman in his hand. At that moment, he felt as if he were about to spew blood. He had thought that today's competition would pose no trouble for Zhu Jiwen, which is why he had not bothered to attend in person. From a distant tavern on the street, he had merely summoned 2 courtesans to enjoy himself, occasionally glancing towards the battleground. Little did he expect that this negligence would result in his senior brother's death. Though the death of his senior brother was unfortunate, it was the orders of their master that required execution by his brother. Now, without his senior brother, finding Xiao Qingxue would be impossible, and their master would surely be furious. Gritting his teeth, the young man regretted that he should not have hastily used the talisman to kill Qin Cheng. Instead, he should have slowly tortured the old fool to alleviate his hatred. Just then, the dust began to settle. A figure slowly emerged from a haze. Upon seeing this intact silhouette, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "Impossible! How are you still alive?" That was a celestial talisman. Even innate masters dare not confront such a divine artifact directly. This old fool, even if he managed to kill Zhu Jiwen, should only be a first-rate warrior. How could he possibly withstand it? "You are disappointed to see me alive, aren't you?" Qin Cheng's gaze was icy as he regarded the young man. Moments earlier, he had nearly believed he was doomed. Regret filled his mind. He realized he should have maintained a low profile, with the system at his disposal. Even if he kept a low profile, he had a bright future ahead. Why had he chosen to act so ostentatiously? Now he had found himself in a dire predicament. Yet, He had not anticipated that the talisman previously given to him by Xiao Qingxue was a celestial talisman, which had saved his life. Qin Cheng's thoughts deepened. Truth be told, he had been invited by Xiao Qingxue to join the Qi-Xiao alliance and had only met her twice. Now he was inexplicably embroiled in her troubles, forced to flee from Qingshan City, which had left him with considerable resentment towards this noble woman. After all, he felt that he had been dragged into this mess because of her. However, now that she had saved his life, he felt he had no right to harbor any grievances against her. At this moment, one thought consumed him. Regardless of the opponent's background or status, the vendetta must be settled without fail. You possess a celestial talisman as well. The young man's expression twisted with malice as he suddenly realized the implication. Only celestial artifacts could counter celestial talismans. Otherwise, with the old fool's strength, he should not have survived. Young pup, do you think you alone possess celestial artifacts? You are far too eager to approach me. Qin Cheng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Now, he would see who could save the young man. This is bad. The young man's expression changed drastically, panic setting in. His strength was merely second-rate, and he was no match for Qin Cheng, who could slay Zhu Jiwen. He hastily reached for his waist. Qin Cheng's eyelids twitched violently. Did that scoundrel also possess a celestial talisman? However, he did not panic this time. Instead, he swiftly grasped the hilt of his dagger. Even if you still have talismans, do you not know that in close quarters, one can easily defeat another? At such proximity, even if the young man had talismans, he could not possibly use them before Qin Cheng. Shuaguang Dao intent. Qin Cheng's body trembled violently. Since comprehending the Shuaguang Dao intent, he had never before unleashed its power against an adversary. A terrifying surge of vitality erupted from within Qin Cheng. Though he viewed the young man as a doomed soul, he dared not let his guard down, for the opponent might still possess celestial artifacts. Thus, in an instant, he unleashed all his strength, allowing the Dao intent to erupt forth. What followed astonished even Qin Cheng himself. He discovered that the Dao intent had fused with his vitality. In a flash, a brilliant blade light erupted from the sword, its power soaring dramatically, extending outwards in an instant to a distance of over 100 meters. Under the blade's radiance, everything was annihilated. The young man, under the terrifying strike, evaporated instantly, with not even a chance to utter a word. Simultaneously, the ground itself was torn apart. Before the blade light, a significant portion of the grand and ornate Heishan temple was reduced to ruins. How could this be? Gazing at the ruins beneath the swirling dust, even Qin Cheng, who had unleashed the strike, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a full-force attack would cause such devastating destruction, obliterating half of Heishan Temple. The fusion of Dao intent and vitality yielded such terrifying power. Then, Qin Cheng realized why this attack was so formidable. It was because, for the first time, he had correctly utilized the Dao intent's power, which required a fusion with vitality to be unleashed. Once combined, its might could increase exponentially. No wonder the Dao intent is a supreme mystery that only innate masters can wield. If it is this fearsome in the hands of a second-rate warrior like myself, how terrifying would it be in the hands of an innate master? Qin Cheng took a deep breath, feeling a profound shock. He had previously heard that innate masters could sever mountains and rivers with a single strike, but had thought it was mere exaggeration. Now, he understood that innate masters undoubtedly possessed such power. Perhaps, had I reacted promptly and utilized the Dao intent earlier, even without the talisman given to me by Xiao Qingxue, I could have faced that talisman without fear. Having personally experienced the might of the Dao intent, Qin Cheng suddenly felt that the celestial talisman previously wielded by the young man was not as terrifying as he had imagined. But soon, he regained his composure, realizing he had allowed himself to become too carried away. Perhaps he could indeed wield the power of intent to counter the youth's talismans. But that would require him to react in time. Just moments ago, that terrifying speed left Qin Cheng with no opportunity to draw his sword. He continually reminded himself that had it not been for Xiao Qingxue today, he might have faced dire consequences. While Qin Cheng was lost in thought on the stage, the spectators below, including Qi Xiangjuan and her entourage, were left utterly astounded. Half of the Heishan temple lay in ruins, and Qin Cheng's strength was indeed formidable. Even the legendary Innate strongmen would likely pale in comparison. It was genuinely frightening. The scholar, too, wore an expression of shock, disbelief filling his eyes. The power of intent. How could this be possible? What? You say that Elder Ning just displayed the power of intent? At this, Qi Xiangjuan's countenance shifted dramatically, her gaze fixated on the scholar. Lu Yi also stared intently at the scholar, seemingly lost in thought, casting a glance at Qi Xiangjuan. Indeed, it was the power of intent. The scholar's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, realizing that Qin Cheng's talent surpassed his expectations, which was truly splendid. The power of intent, Qi Xiangjuan murmured, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Cheng in a daze. Her delicate hands unconsciously clenched her clothing tightly. How could he possess such strength, comparable to those of the highest caliber, even to the innate realm? In the distance, the members of the noble families, who had not fled far, watched in disbelief as Qin Cheng not only survived but also caused such terrifying destruction. Swallowing hard, their eyes filled with horror. The power of intent. The well-informed elder gazed intently at Qin Cheng, marveling at his prodigious talent, at merely the second tier of cultivation. He could counter the first tier and manifest the power of intent. This old man is extraordinary. Did you not see? He bears talismans of the immortal realm, which enabled him to withstand the talismans of the Bei Xuanmen's associate. This man must have received the legacy of an immortal cultivator. Otherwise, how could there exist such a prodigy among mortals? Upon hearing this, many noble family members' expressions changed, greed flickering in their eyes. Indeed, they had witnessed Qin Cheng's use of talismans for self-preservation, and seeing him as such a prodigy led them to surmise that he must have received the inheritance of an immortal cultivator. This old man has just emerged from a fierce battle. He must be exhausted. What if a first-tier strongman from our family intervened? Perhaps we could reap the benefits. Immediately, some began to breathe heavily, murderous intent glinting in their eyes. Upon hearing this, several noble family members exchanged glances. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. One noble hurriedly excused himself, then swiftly employed lightness skills, racing towards the inner city. Despicable. The other noble family members cursed under their breath, then hastily made their own way home. Such a divine opportunity must not be squandered. Unbeknownst to Qin Cheng, his display of terrifying strength and the timely talismans provided by Xiao Qingxue had led others to mistakenly believe he had acquired the legacy of an immortal cultivator. Yet, being as prudent as he was, he quickly sensed that his current situation might be perilous. Revealing such formidable strength would undoubtedly incite fear among the noble families of Heishui City, and their response remained uncertain. Moreover, the origins of Zhu Juwen and the youth were remarkably significant, undoubtedly tied to great powers. It was clear he would attract retribution. Fortunately, his external cultivation had reached completion. He was on the cusp of breaking through to the first tier. Qin Cheng took a deep breath, resolved to seize the opportunity to break through as soon as he acquired the method. This high-profile display could lead to significant repercussions. He must not act so impulsively next time. However, having already acted, he would not dwell on regret, for that would merely squander his life in vain. Chapter 82. Reunion with Xiao Qingxue. Secrets of the Immortal Path. I shall not fail my mission. Elder Ning, your immense kindness shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Qi Xiangjuan inhaled deeply, bowing deeply to Qin Cheng. There is no need for such formalities, my lady. We merely engaged in a standard transaction, and you owe me nothing, Qin Cheng replied, shaking his head. Despite the peril he faced for Qi Xiangjuan, he felt she owed him no debt. Their exchange was transparent. Qi Xiangjuan had provided him with countless resources, generously granting him access to the accumulated inheritance of the Qi family and a first-tier technique. Transactions and favors must remain distinct. Very well, Qin Cheng nodded, turning his gaze toward the smiling scholar beside him, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Brother Xiao, I must extend my gratitude for saving my life. Observing the interaction between Qin Cheng and the scholar, Qi Xiangjuan's expression was one of realization. The scholar's tone had indeed suggested familiarity with Qin Cheng, prompting her to listen intently to their conversation. Qin Cheng undoubtedly harbored secrets. Although she suspected as much, Xiao Qingxue did not pursue any thoughts of greed. She was not one to covet the possessions of others. You too have suffered due to my involvement, which has led you to this place. I am the one indebted to you. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Let us consider ourselves even. Xiao Qingxue smiled, shaking her head. Qin Cheng paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. In truth, he understood that while they might consider it even, he still owed Xiao Qingxue a debt of gratitude. After all, she had introduced him to the Qi-Xiao alliance, from which he had gained considerable benefits. Though she had caused him trouble, she had also saved his life. Since you are a guest of Elder Ning, why not accompany us to the Qi residence? Just then, as the two finished their conversation, Qi Xiangjuan seized the opportunity to invite Xiao Qingxue, sparing Qin Cheng the need to speak. I would be honored. Xiao Qingxue replied with a gentle smile, accepting the invitation without hesitation. Upon returning to the Qi family, Qi Xiangjuan led Lu Yi to retrieve the great strength bull demon fist, leaving Qin Cheng and Xiao Qingxue in the hall to wait. Perfectly. Qin Cheng had many questions to pose to Xiao Qingxue. What truly transpired with you, Xiao Xinju? He still felt utterly bewildered. Qin Lao, I shall recount everything in detail. Xiao Qingxue's expression grew complex as she sighed softly, unveiling, Qin Lao, are you aware of the concept of immortal fate? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Cheng's eyes. The matter of immortal fate had long been a subject of his intrigue. Although the enchantress had revealed some secrets, he did not fully trust Shen Mingwei, fearing she might deceive him intentionally. What Xiao Qingxue revealed would undoubtedly carry more weight than the enchantress's words. Thus, Qin Cheng decisively replied, I have heard that in 5 years, immortal cultivators will descend upon Qingshan City to select those with potential from among mortals for the immortal realm. Xiao Qingxue was once again taken aback. The secret of immortal fate was not commonly known, and she was astonished that not long ago, Qin Cheng had merely been a servant of the Su family, yet had swiftly grown to a level where he could access the highest secrets of the Qian dynasty. This world is indeed marvelous, she thought. I met an interesting person who disclosed these secrets to me. Qin Cheng smiled slightly, refraining from revealing the enchantress's identity. Xiao Qingxue chose not to pry into the identity of that person, instead speaking softly. Human hearts are inscrutable. I never anticipated that the allure of immortal fate would be so potent for mortals, compelling my mentor, who is like a father to me, to personally pursue the one he raised since childhood. What? Qin Cheng exclaimed in shock. Your mentor is pursuing you? Xiao Qingxue's mentor was none other than the innate master of the Qi-Xiao sword sect. For an innate master to pursue her personally. It was remarkable that Xiao Qingxue had survived thus far. No wonder she had not returned to Qingshan City, but had instead concealed her identity here. Please forgive me for my laughter, Qin Lao. Xiao Qingxue let out a bitter laugh, realizing only later that her master had long regarded the Qi-Xiao sword sect as his own family's sect. After 5 years, the opportunities for immortality could naturally only be claimed by members of the Qi family. Since I had become a hindrance, what did it matter that I was still a disciple? In the face of such opportunities, even the bond of apprentice and master could be severed, let alone that of father and son. Qin Cheng cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Qingxue, fully aware at that moment of the reasons behind her being pursued. This woman's innate talent was undoubtedly among the finest in the entire Deqian dynasty. If Xiao Qingxue lived to see 5 years hence, the Qi family would truly have no hope of seizing the chance for immortality from her. Thus, it was understandable why that innate powerhouse sought to eliminate her. Indeed, I once believed my master to be a great hero. Who could have imagined his true nature to be so hypocritical and cruel? Xiao Qingxue's gaze was filled with complexity. After all, being betrayed by the one she regarded as a father was heart-wrenching. If he had simply told me that the opportunity for immortality would be given to his kin, I, Xiao Qingxue, would have said not a word and would have wholeheartedly assisted his descendants in obtaining it, even if it meant living as a mortal for the rest of my days. Who could have anticipated that he not only wished to kill me, but also sought to strip me of my spiritual seed and claim the opportunity for himself? Xiao Qingxue pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes still shimmering with disbelief. To strip away your spiritual seed? Is it even possible to do so? Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng's expression shifted slightly. After all, he possessed a pure yang spiritual seed, a top-tier spiritual seed. Yes, Xiao Qingxue nodded gravely. I once received the legacy of a cultivator and learned that in the realm of cultivation, there are indeed many demonic cultivators who specifically seek out talented mortals to strip them of their spiritual seeds to enhance their own qualifications. I never expected my master to possess such a technique. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng's expression stiffened, his lips dry. The cultivation world is indeed perilous. He resolved firmly that, regardless of the circumstances, he must never reveal his pure yang spiritual seed to anyone. Chapter 83. Cultivation requires rank. The four great families' ancestors visit. The notion that spiritual seeds can be stripped away left Qin Cheng utterly dumbfounded. He had thought that on the day of the celestial descent 5 years from now, he could rely on his pure yang spiritual seed to gain the favor of cultivators. However, now learning from Xiao Qingxue that those lofty cultivators would deliberately strip away the spiritual seeds of mortals to enhance their own qualifications, his first reaction was to ensure that his pure yang spiritual seed remained concealed to avoid becoming a target. Determined, he resolved that from now on, everything must be approached with caution. He would take no risks where his safety was concerned. If there were any threats to his well-being, he would avoid them at all costs. Given the risk of his pure yang spiritual seed attracting attention from cultivators, he knew he must find a way to hide it. It seemed he would need to seek methods to conceal his pure yang spiritual seed. Qin Cheng's expression grew grim. He had some confidence in hiding his special traits from mortals, but how could he possibly deceive cultivators? It appeared he would have to rely on the system, wondering if he might have the fortune to receive such rewards from it. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, he maintained an impassive facade and inquired, "What are your plans regarding the matter, Xiao Zhenchuan?" He was primarily concerned that since Xiao Qingxue had turned against the Qishao sword sect, would she still pursue the opportunity for immortality 5 years hence? Naturally, I seek to attain immortality. In this world, who could refuse such a chance? As for my master and the Qishao sword sect, Xiao Qingxue's expression became complex. After all, there was a debt of gratitude, and I cannot be ungrateful. From now on, I shall consider myself a stranger to the Qishao sword sect. Clearly, Xiao Qingxue harbored no desire for revenge. Although Qin Cheng did not agree with her perspective, he could understand her sentiments and remained silent, his thoughts more preoccupied with why he was being pursued. "Xiao Zhenchuan, what does this have to do with me?" Xiao Qingxue paused for a moment before slowly responding. "This brings us to the method of obtaining the opportunity for immortality. Our Qishao sword sect has produced cultivators in the past and thus knows how to acquire it. The method of obtaining the opportunity for immortality." Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng's eyes lit up. He had heard numerous rumors about the opportunity for immortality, yet he had never learned how to obtain it. Such information was a closely guarded secret in any faction, and he was eager to uncover it. Fortunately, Xiao Qingxue showed no intention of withholding. The so-called acquisition of immortality opportunities actually refers to obtaining rank. Xiao Qingxue's expression grew serious as she divulged a secret. For a mortal to cultivate, one must not only possess a spiritual seed, but also require rank. Both are indispensable. Rank? Qin Cheng was taken aback. What is this? Isn't cultivation about refining qi, establishing a foundation, and forming a golden core? What does rank have to do with it? Indeed, rank, Xiao Qingxue nodded, her expression intricate. It is said that in ancient times, cultivators could achieve immortality simply by having the right qualifications. However, due to the selfishness of ancient cultivators who exploited the heavens and earth without offering anything in return, they ultimately left behind a ravaged world after ascending. The heavenly Tao grew furious and unleashed calamities, causing countless cultivators to go astray, nearly obliterating the civilization of cultivation. Since then, the ancient methods of cultivation have become obsolete, and future generations have had to innovate them. The new methods of cultivation no longer exploit the heavens and earth, but aim for mutual benefit. Only then will the heavenly Tao refrain from sending calamities. The most significant difference between the new and ancient cultivation methods is the concept of rank, which must be recognized by the heavenly Tao. Only by contributing to the heavenly Tao can one be granted rank, thus qualifying for cultivation. Such a thing exists? Qin Cheng was astounded by this revelation. The cultivation system he had known was not non-existent, but likely had once existed, only to be destroyed. Today, as cultivators not only require qualifications, but must also gain the recognition of heaven and earth to obtain rank. This is exceedingly difficult. Qin Cheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qingxue, asking the most critical question. So, how is the so-called innate seed related to rank? As I mentioned earlier, rank is granted based on one's merits to the heavens and earth, and the heavenly Tao bestows it upon you. Xiao Qingxue gazed deeply into Qin Cheng's eyes, explaining that in the Qian dynasty, nurturing an innate powerhouse is one of the easiest ways to gain merit from the heavens and earth. Nurturing an innate powerhouse can yield merit from the heavens and earth? Qin Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What is the rationale behind this? In the Qian dynasty, martial arts is, in fact, the mainstream recognized by the heavens and earth. At this moment, Xiao Qingxue spoke with profound insight. Nurturing the strongest among martial artists will naturally earn you the heaven's favor. Qin Lao, you may believe that cultivators are exalted and omnipotent, yet you fail to recognize that innate powerhouses are not necessarily inferior to cultivators. Subsequently, Xiao Qingxue revealed another shocking secret. Our innate masters here, when they enter the realm of cultivation, can attain a considerable status. Such a thing exists? Qin Cheng was astonished. He had assumed that innate powerhouses would immediately be relegated to the bottom rungs in the cultivation world, as depicted in the novels he had read in his previous life. However, upon reflection, such a possibility did indeed exist. When he previously utilized the power of intent, he had an inkling that the destructive potential of martial artists was formidable beyond measure. It is worth noting that Qin Cheng was not yet innate. If he were, how powerful could he become? Well then, this means I want to have to start all over again. In a moment, Qin Cheng exhaled deeply. After all, he was already in his 70s. If he were to start afresh in 5 years, the prospect of cultivating immortality seemed utterly bleak. Why had he been ensnared in this predicament? Whether true or not, Xiao Qingxue shook her head. Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow, on the verge of inquiring further, when suddenly, he sensed several terrifying auras approaching from outside. Boom! The ancestors of the Song, Luo, Bai, and Chun clans had come to pay a visit, and they requested to see Brother Ning. For authoritative and aged voices resounded like thunder, echoing throughout the entire Qi residence. Chapter 84. Practicing the mighty bull demon fist on the spot, the shameless elders of the 4 great clans. How terrifying! What has transpired? Help! My heart won't stop racing. For overwhelming auras suddenly enveloped the Qi residence. In an instant, the servants of the Qi family turned pale, their legs weakening as they collapsed to the ground. Under the pressure of these 4 formidable presences, they felt as if an ancient beast had locked its gaze upon them, rendering them incapable of standing. In the main hall, Qin Cheng's expression darkened. Each of these 4 auras belonged to first-rate martial artists, and each was no weaker than Zhu Jiwen, perhaps even stronger. The Zhangluo Bai and Chun clans were all top-tier families within the inner city of Heishui. Xiao Qingxue furrowed her brows and immediately looked at Qin Cheng, fearing they were coming for him. He had already suspected as much. Qin Cheng scoffed, having anticipated that some would attempt to take advantage of the situation today. To his astonishment, they had indeed dispatched 4 top-tier experts. Such decisiveness from these families was akin to that of hyenas sensing blood. Ning. At that moment, Qi Xiangjuan rushed in, holding a manual, her face pale. They are here for you. You must leave quickly. She thrust the manual into Qin Cheng's hands, speaking urgently. With the 4 first-rate martial artists from the great clans arriving, Qin Cheng could hardly hope to withstand them. Qi Xiangjuan naturally wished to protect him, urging him to flee. Leave? Why should I? Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow, having no intention of retreating. Others might think he was overly exhausted, but they had no idea of the terrifying depth of his foundation. With 2 spirit seeds within him, innate roots, and having cultivated the primordial Qi technique, a fundamental internal skill, his previous battle against Zhu Jiwen had barely exhausted him. Elder Qin, The ancestors of these four great clans are seasoned first-rate martial artists, far more powerful than Zhu Jiwen. You must not take risks, Qi Xiangjuan implored earnestly. Knowing that Qin Cheng had already taken tremendous risks for her, and she absolutely did not want him to fall into the hands of the four great clans. I will not flee. Qin Cheng shook his head, fully aware that if he left, Qi Xiangjuan would surely fall into their clutches. He believed the four clans would use her to threaten him. Those from noble families were the most shameless and would resort to any means necessary. Moreover, he did not need to retreat. Together, we can repel them, Xiao Qingxue suggested calmly, showing no signs of panic. Upon hearing the scholar's words, Qi Xiangjuan was momentarily stunned, then filled with excitement. This scholar was also a first-rate powerhouse? Given his calm demeanor, he might be even more formidable than he appeared. No need for that. You are a guest. How could I let you fight? Qin Cheng shook his head, directly rejecting Xiao Qingxue's offer. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiangjuan was left speechless. Why refuse the scholar's proactive assistance? Why? Although you are strong, there are four of them. Xiao Qingxue frowned, recognizing that Qin Cheng had already regained his full strength and was brimming with confidence. However, she believed he was underestimating the situation with their numerical advantage. He alone might not be able to contend with them. I did not underestimate them, Qin Cheng replied calmly. Then, in front of both of them, he opened the Mighty Bull Demon Fist Manual. Time of Enlightenment. With a thought, he activated his enlightenment time for the month. In an instant, his mind accelerated, allowing him to read 10 lines at once and memorize everything. He began to learn the Mighty Bull Demon Fist on the spot. Elder Ning, this is... Qi Xiangjuan was left in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. He was practicing the Mighty Bull Demon Fist on the spot. Xiao Qingxue's eyes sparkled with a hint of shock. Would he have enough time to do this? Qi Xiangjuan found it utterly inconceivable. Had it been anyone else, she would have thought them deranged for attempting such a feat in this situation. Who could possibly begin cultivating a technique from scratch without dedicating at least 10 days to half a month to start? With the four experts so close, what good would it do to practice now? Even finishing reading the technique was a challenge, let alone comprehending and mastering it. Yet this was Qin Cheng. Despite this, Qi Xiangjuan still found it absurd. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingxue's gaze deepened. It seems that Qin Cheng's aptitude surpasses my expectations. Very well, let me witness the extent of your prodigious talent. If you are indeed as formidable as you appear, my plans might very well come to fruition. With this thought, Xiao Qingxue decided to cease her attempts to persuade Qin Cheng, opting instead to observe his forthcoming actions. At this moment, Qin Cheng had finished reading and tossed the manual to Qi Xiangjuan before closing his eyes. Boom! Just then, the main entrance of the Qi residence was abruptly blasted open. Four elderly figures, exuding authority, slowly entered through the grand doors. They immediately spotted the three individuals in the main hall. As representatives of the four great clans, we have come personally to visit. A mere guest of the Qi family dares to act presumptuously. An elder with a hawk-like nose cast a displeased gaze at the closed-eyed Qin Cheng, his expression growing more discontented. Oh, Elder Song, let's not speak so harshly. After all, we are here to seek his assistance today. We must remain courteous. Another elder, amiable in demeanor, glanced at a grinning elder beside him and said, Luo Laozu, would you not agree? Elder Chun, spare us the charade of goodwill. We have come here with malicious intent. No need to put on a fade of kindness. The elder of the Luo clan scoffed, greedily eyeing Qin Cheng from a distance and unabashedly revealing their intentions. Qi family guest, hand over your cultivation legacy. Do not think we are unaware of your fortune as a cultivator. Such opportunities are only fit for those of noble blood like us. A mere commoner like you has no right to enjoy such fortune. Surrender it, or we will leave the Qi family in ruins, and you shall not leave here alive. The elder of the Bai clan, his expression cold and unyielding, showed no intention of wasting words. You, as elders of the four great clans, how can you be so shameless as to take advantage of others in their time of need? Qi Xiangjuan was infuriated. As a member of a noble family, she had always believed that the elders of the inner city clans should possess some degree of virtue to earn the respect of the major families. Yet, she found them all to be utterly shameless, no different from the despicable Zhu Jiwen. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Bai clan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. How dare a mere ant insult us? You shall pay with your life. With that, he pointed a finger. Buzz. A terrifying aura of blood instantly coalesced into a crimson beam, slicing through the air like thunder, and shot directly towards Qi Xiangjuan. Not good. Qi Xiangjuan's beautiful eyes filled with terror. The moment the elder of the Bai clan made his move, she felt as though she had been locked onto by a ferocious beast, her body freezing in place, unable to move. One could only stare in disbelief as the astonishing crimson light surged towards him, poised to strike. Chapter 85. Ascend to the elite, terrifying power. At that very moment, Qin Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, he appeared before Qi Xiangjuan. A torrent of fervent blood energy radiated from within him. Instantly, that crimson light dissipated into nothingness. What skill is it to bully a frail woman? Qin Cheng cast a detached glance at the White family's elder. Ah, it seems you possess some ability to withstand my splitting heart finger. No wonder you were able to slay Zhu Jiwen. The elder of the White family sneered. But this woman has offended me and must die. As for you, if you are willing to surrender the immortal heritage, kill her, and serve as a hound for our 4 great families, I might spare your life. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Comply, and we shall grant you a chance to live. Beside him, the elder of the Tsang family also smiled coldly, stating that having killed Zhu Jiwen and his brethren, how much power could you possibly have left? Should our 4 elite martial artists act, it would be simpler to crush you than to squash an ant. If you possess even a modicum of intelligence, you would do well to heed our words. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Hee. Elite martial artists do hold some value. Joining our 4 great families, when the immortal destiny descends in 5 years, we could collaborate, and you might still have a chance at that destiny. Meanwhile, the elder of the Chun family jovially interjected, seemingly on friendly terms with the other 2. But then his tone shifted, stating that it was all mere words without proof. If you wish to join us, you must consume this pill. Only then can we trust you. As he spoke, he revealed a blood-red pill in his palm. Indeed, should you ingest this pill, we shall offer you an opportunity for cooperation, and upon the day of the immortal's descent in 5 years, your freedom shall be restored. At this juncture, the elder of the Luo family's eyes flickered with intent as he too began to persuade. Witnessing the shameless demeanor of these 4 great families, it was as if they had already sealed his fate. Qin Cheng chuckled, yet his gaze held no trace of mirth. A group of oblivious fools. Do you truly think you have me cornered? With that declaration, the aura within Qin Cheng surged violently. Crack! The terrifying power of blood energy erupted from him, creating a formidable wave that sent surrounding furniture and chairs flying into the air. As the 4 elders felt this overwhelming force, their expressions changed dramatically. This is bad. This old fool is breaking through. The elder of the Chun family's countenance shifted, unable to fathom that Qin Cheng would choose this moment to ascend to the elite. He had just battled Zhu Jiwen, clearly at a deficit in energy. How could he possibly break through now without courting death? He must not be allowed to succeed. The elder of the Luo family shouted, although the likelihood of a breakthrough at such a time seemed slim. However, should Qin Cheng succeed, matters would take a dire turn. After all, before his breakthrough, he could already fight above his class. If allowed to ascend, the 4 of them might not be able to contend with him. With a swift step, the elder of the Luo family transformed into a shadow, suddenly appearing before Qin Cheng. Heavenly Seal technique. He struck out, unleashing a boundless torrent of blood energy that materialized into a colossal hand, crashing down upon Qin Cheng's head. Splitting heart finger. The elder of the White family also acted without hesitation, directly unleashing his lethal move. Meanwhile, the elders of the Chun and Tsang families did not falter either, with one executing a terrifying sword technique while the other unleashed a fearsome punch, creating a dreadful shadow of force. In an instant, all 4 elders executed their ultimate techniques, believing that their combined might would repel even the strongest of innate warriors. Qin Cheng, a mere second tier, attempting a breakthrough in such a vulnerable moment, was undoubtedly destined for death, with no chance of survival. Yet, a group of worthless fools, do you think you can halt my ascension? Boom! Qin Cheng let out a cold roar, and in an instant his aura surged tenfold. The blood energy radiated from him like a tempest spreading outward. The expressions of the four elders shifted wildly, disbelief etched in their eyes. In such a brief moment, Qin Cheng had actually broken through. How could this be possible? What left them even more incredulous was that the blood energy he released was vast and formidable, in stark contrast to their own, which paled in comparison. Boom! Without even lifting a finger, the mere aura emanating from him obliterated the four elders' lethal attacks, sending forth a terrifying wave that struck them like a sledgehammer, causing them to spew blood and be flung away like cannonballs. Impossible! How can you be so powerful? The elder of the Chun family clutched his chest, eyes wide in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Qin Cheng exuded an aura reminiscent of an innate warrior. How could this be? A monster! You truly possess the immortal heritage. The elder of the Tsang family's face turned pale, trembling as he fixed his gaze on Qin Cheng. Previously, he had harbored doubts, but now he was utterly convinced that Qin Cheng had indeed acquired the immortal inheritance. Otherwise, how could he be so extraordinary? The mere release of his blood energy could severely wound the four elite martial artists. Ninglao, you are indeed formidable, Qi Xiangjuan exclaimed with delight. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and admiration as she gazed at Qin Cheng. Having witnessed Qin Cheng's defeat of Zhu Jiwen, she had already been left in shock. But she never anticipated that he would surpass her expectations so dramatically. Xiao Qingshue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she stared at Qin Cheng, clearly taken aback by his extraordinary prowess. In such a short time, he had not only learned the great strength bull demon fist, but had also managed to break through effortlessly. Such an extraordinary individual, Xiao Qingxue suspected, would be exceedingly rare even among cultivators. At this moment, Qin Cheng too was astonished by his own might. The great strength bull demon fist, renowned for its power, granted one the strength of 100 horses upon mastery. With his innate divine strength, it meant that his physical power alone now equated to that of 300 fierce steeds. Such strength was indeed terrifying. A single punch could shatter city walls. One person could rival 100,000 troops. This was the essence of overwhelming might. Such fearsome power was almost inhuman. Indeed, it was fitting for me. Qin Cheng's heart surged with exhilaration, realizing why Xiao Qingxue claimed that formidable martial artists were not to be underestimated by cultivators. His strength bore a semblance of divine prowess, capable of deceiving even the heavens in the realm of Blue Star. As he felt the power within him, Qin Cheng did not forget that enemies still lurked nearby. He cast a cold smile at the four elders sprawled on the ground, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. Since these individuals had determined to kill him, they had chosen their paths to death. Chapter 86, Total Annihilation. Innate Threats. Qi Family Guest Elder, what do you intend to do? Sensing the murderous intent in Qin Cheng's eyes, the elder of the Chun family paled. Do you dare to kill us? You dare. You intend to kill me. Yet you question my courage? How absurd. Qin Cheng scoffed, already aware that the people of noble families often exhibited such double standards. They could kill, yet others could not touch them. How ludicrous. Do you not know the master of Zhu Jiwen and his brothers is an innate warrior? As the four elders felt the weight of Qin Cheng's murderous intent, their faces turned ashen. Even the previously arrogant elder of the White family now paled in fear. An innate warrior? Qin Cheng furrowed his brow, having already surmised that Zhu Jiwen's fellow disciples possessed an extraordinary background. He even speculated that they might have innate masters backing them. Upon hearing the words of the four esteemed ancestors, a weight settled heavily in his heart. During his second-tier days, he could defeat innate warriors. Now, having broken through to the first tier, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Indeed, Zhu Jiwen's master was an innate grandmaster, a figure who had inherited the teachings of the Bei Xianshan people and was exceptionally protective of his own. Seeing Qin Cheng appear to fear the innate, the elder of the Luo family quickly flickered his gaze and urged, "You have killed 2 of his disciples. He will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Therefore, you must not harm us. If you spare us, the 4 great families will ally with you to confront that innate grandmaster." The elder of the Tsang family echoed the sentiment. The four ancestors spoke in unison as if they were genuinely intent on collaborating with Qin Cheng against the innate grandmaster. It was absurd. Did they think him a fool to trust these families? Qin Cheng scoffed at the notion of them assisting him against the innate master. He suspected that when the innate master arrived, these individuals would likely join forces to attack him instead. He believed it was better to eliminate the enemy. Disinterested in further discourse with these old men, Qin Cheng reached for the hilt of his knife. Witnessing his movement, the four ancestors' expressions drastically changed, their eyes wide with fear. No! In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Suddenly, the head of each of the four ancestors flew into the air. At this sight, Qi Xiangjuan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, leaving her unable to calm herself. These four corpses belonged to the ancestors of the four great families. To the Qi family, the four families within the inner city were indeed formidable forces. Even an ordinary descendant from any of them was someone Qi Xiangjuan would not dare offend. Who could have anticipated that the highest-ranking individuals of these families would perish before her eyes? She understood that from this moment forward, Heishui City would undergo a transformation. Once this incident spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the city, terrifying countless factions into submission. In contrast to Qi Xiangjuan's astonishment, Xiao Qingxue maintained a much calmer demeanor. Her gaze fixed on Qin Cheng, she spoke with a hint of gravity. Qin Cheng, what they said is true. Zhu Jiwen's master is indeed an innate master, known in the martial world as the Lord of Beixian. My master, who never revealed his true identity, once expressed his trepidation towards the Lord of Beixian, indicating that this person might have indeed inherited the teachings of the Beixian Shan people. It matters not now. The deed is done. I cannot possibly resurrect them. Qin Cheng chuckled softly, fully aware that he had provoked an unprecedented formidable enemy. However, having already committed the act, he felt no remorse. Moreover, Zhu Jiwen's disciples had wished to kill him. He could not allow them to succeed. Qin Cheng, do not underestimate the innate masters. Xiao Qingxue warned upon noticing Qin Cheng's demeanor. She believed he had grown arrogant, thinking he could disregard the innate masters after slaying a few first-tier warriors. She cautioned him, I know you have comprehended the power of intent, but it is in the hands of an innate grandmaster that the true might of this power is realized. The move you used to kill Zhu Jiwen pales in comparison to the intent of an innate master. What? The disparity is so vast? Qin Cheng's pupils constricted as he realized that the power he had wielded, which had once terrified him, was less than 1% of the true might of the innate master's intent. Xiao Qingxue spoke with utmost seriousness, fearful that Qin Cheng might underestimate the innate masters, which could lead to his demise. Hearing her words, Qin Cheng's expression turned grave, understanding that the terror of innate masters vastly exceeded his imagination. He needed to proceed with utmost caution. Nevertheless, he replied, I comprehend your meaning. However, I do not harbor any underestimation of the innate masters. Qin Cheng truly did not possess any contemptuous thoughts. Having faced adversity at the hands of Zhu Jiwen, he dared not belittle anyone, especially not a legendary innate master. That is more like it. Xiao Qingxue sighed in relief, her gaze flickering. What do you plan to do about the Lord of Beixian's vengeance? What can I do? It seems I can only continue to flee. Qin Cheng replied with a bitter smile. After realizing the terror of the innate masters, he felt compelled to consider retreat. Despite his rapid progress in strength and his possession of a system, it was impossible for him to break through to the innate tier in such a short time. With a family to protect, he dare not take risks and could only continue to escape. Alas, I did not expect to seek a peaceful haven only to be forced to flee again. Am I destined to live a life of escape? Qin Cheng felt a sense of helplessness, pondering when he would no longer have to fear his enemies and could settle down in one place to cultivate in peace. Just as Qin Cheng entertained thoughts of fleeing, unexpectedly, Qi Xiangjuan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly turned to him. Ning Lao. Qi Xiangjuan's expression was somewhat bashful, her gaze evasive as though she found it difficult to look Qin Cheng in the eye. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath, summoning her courage to say, I have a way to help you ascend to the innate tier in the shortest time possible. Qin Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Qingxue was equally astonished. Ascending to the innate tier was an arduous endeavor, one that even Xiao Qingxue found difficult to achieve in a short span. How could Qi Xiangjuan, merely a third-tier warrior, possibly possess such a method? At that moment, a blush crept onto Qi Xiangjuan's fair face, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Ning Lao, do you remember the rumor I mentioned to you earlier?" Qin Cheng paused, his heart racing as he suddenly recalled. Previously, Qi Xiangjuan had disdainfully shared a rumor propagated by Zhu Jiwen, claiming that dual cultivation with a Qi family woman could elevate the great strength bull demon fist to innate-level techniques. Could it be? Qin Cheng turned to Qi Xiangjuan, only to find her lowering her flushed cheeks, her ears completely crimson. Yet, she continued, "Actually, that is not a rumor." Chapter 87. A remarkable figure. Beixian Shan Ren Qin Cheng was momentarily stunned. Gazing at Qi Xiangjuan's stunningly blushing face, his heart began to race. Not a rumor? What does Qi Xiangjuan mean by this? He wondered. Could it be? As the possibility dawned on him, Qin Cheng felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Ning Lao. Qi Xiangjuan inhaled deeply, her face a deep crimson, unable to meet Qin Cheng's gaze. "I apologize. I had previously deceived you on purpose. My Qi family is, in fact, descended from the Beixian Shan people." Initially, Qi Xiangjuan had been reluctant to disclose this secret. However, witnessing Qin Cheng's sacrifices for her and his willingness to confront an innate master directly, she could no longer hold back. Our ancestor, the Beixian Shanren, was once passionate about seeking immortality and enlightenment, yet he lacked the aptitude for cultivation. As she spoke, the tale unfolded. The Beixian Shanren's martial talent was astonishing. By the age of 20, he had become an innate master and the strongest in the world. Such an extraordinary individual naturally harbored aspirations of seeking immortality. The Beixian Shanren was no exception. He resolutely participated in the quest for celestial opportunities. However, ironically, despite his remarkable martial talent, he possessed no spiritual roots, rendering him incapable of cultivating. Thus, he could only watch as those less capable than him seized celestial opportunities and departed the Qian dynasty, while he remained in the shallow waters of the Li dynasty, now known as the Qian dynasty. It is easy to imagine the profound sorrow and indignation felt by the individual from Baixuanshan, who, at merely 20 years of age, ascended to the pinnacle of power in his world, fully aware of the vastness of the universe, yet trapped in a shallow pond, unable to break free. This individual, unwilling to accept the notion that the absence of a spiritual seed precluded the possibility of cultivating immortality, scoured the remnants of the Dali dynasty's cultivation legacy. Given his unparalleled strength as the foremost figure of his era, it is evident that no force within the once mighty Dali dynasty could deter him. Not only did he challenge the imperial court, but he also forcibly seized the internal cultivation techniques of the Wuxing sect, which had once dominated half the realm during its zenith. Furthermore, countless other sects' cultivation traditions fell into his hands. Ultimately, the fall of the Dali dynasty and the rise of the Daqian dynasty were also influenced by his relentless pursuit of cultivation legacies. After acquiring the techniques, this extraordinary individual from Baixuanshan entered a state of seclusion. Logically, it would seem implausible for a mere mortal to create a cultivation technique. The Baixuanshan person, despite his prodigious talent, remained human. Yet astonishingly, he devised a method that enabled mortals to generate spiritual seeds. This involved utilizing their unique martial bloodline to engage in a secret dual cultivation with others possessing exceptional martial aptitude, thereby allowing both individuals to give rise to spiritual seeds. He believed that both martial aptitude and spiritual seeds were, in essence, the quintessence of a human body, possessing a remarkable similarity that could be transformed through special means. Ironically, despite his extraordinary abilities in creating such an incredible technique, when he finally succeeded, he found that only a few years of life remained. Even if he could cultivate, it would be too late. Ultimately, in his unwillingness, he closed his eyes, leaving the secrets of this technique concealed for his descendants. Having offended too many factions in his quest for cultivation techniques, he could not dare to reveal himself to his own kin. Thus, He inscribed the method and its mysteries onto a stone tablet, setting up a guide for future generations to discover. The ancestor of the Qi family, who comprehended profound techniques from the stone tablet left by the Baixuanshan individual, learned of his lineage and discovered that the great strength bull demon fist was indeed that secret technique. If a person with a unique martial aptitude engaged in dual cultivation with a member of the Qi family who had awakened their bloodline, the true essence of the great strength bull demon fist would manifest, and both parties' martial aptitude could be transformed into spiritual seeds. After hearing Qi Xiangjuan's words, Qin Cheng was left speechless. The existence of a technique capable of generating spiritual seeds was astounding. Is this real? Xiao Qingxue expressed her disbelief. The idea of transforming martial aptitude into spiritual seeds was utterly remarkable and extraordinary, yet it bore some semblance of truth. The Baixuanshan individual was indeed an unparalleled prodigy to have achieved this. Qin Cheng possessed innate roots that aligned with what she described as unique martial aptitude. Are you implying that you have awakened your Qi family's special aptitude? She looked at Qi Xiangjuan with curiosity. Though Qin Cheng had long recognized his innate roots, he could not discern any special aptitude within Qi Xiangjuan. There exists a unique martial physique in our Qi family's bloodline known as the Yin Luo body. It is a pure Yin constitution that excels in practicing Yin-based techniques, yielding remarkable results, Qi Xiangjuan explained awkwardly. However, my talent is rather lacking, and my level of awakening is not high, which is why I have only reached the third-tier realm thus far. No wonder, given your age, that reaching the third-tier realm is quite commendable. Xiao Qingxue nodded in agreement, her tone conveying approval. Qin Cheng, however, found himself at a loss for words. How could she claim that someone else's strength was commendable without considering her own talents? Truth be told, Xiao Qingxue was the most extraordinary genius Qin Cheng had ever encountered. Despite appearing to be of similar age to Xiao Xian, she had already become the foremost figure of the Qi Xiao sword sect, a testament to her astonishing aptitude. Nonetheless, Xiao Qingxue's assessment held some merit. Achieving the third-tier realm at Qi Xiangjuan's age was indeed impressive. After all, Su Xingjie, nearing 30, had yet to reach the third-tier level and had only managed to ascend through the use of medicinal pills, indicating that third-tier warriors were not so commonplace. At this moment, Qin Cheng was not inclined to engage in petty banter. Instead, he fixed a serious gaze upon Qi Xiangjuan and inquired, "Miss Qi, could you kindly clarify what you mean by this?" Despite his incredulity, he sensed that Qi Xiangjuan might indeed be serious. However, it seemed overly audacious. Qi Xiangjuan took a deep breath, her cheeks flushed, and mustered the courage to speak. "Elder Ning, I should address you as Elder Qin. Elder Qin, you have granted me a second chance at life. Without your intervention, I fear my family would have perished. Given such a profound debt of gratitude, and considering that you and my Qi family now face a dire threat, I wish to marry you, Elder Qin, and together cultivate my Qi family's secret techniques, enabling you to swiftly attain the status of an innate master." Chapter 88, Meringi Qixiangjun. The moment those words were uttered, an intense silence enveloped the hall. Qin Cheng opened his mouth. Although he had long suspected this, hearing it spoken aloud caused his heart to race uncontrollably. It was all too sudden. This exquisite beauty, whose appearance, physique, and demeanor were nothing short of exceptional, had just proposed marriage to him and suggested dual cultivation. Had he not already known her character, he might have doubted whether he was being deceived. Yet, in an instant, Qin Cheng realized that Qi Xiangjuan's choice was not unexpected. The innate strongman behind Zhu Jiwen represented an unavoidable adversary for both Qin Cheng and Qi Xiangjuan. Although Qin Cheng had slain Zhu Jiwen, which seemed irrelevant to Qi Xiangjuan, she was acutely aware that Zhu Jiwen's master had likely obtained the legacy of her ancestor, Baixuanshan. Thus, even if Zhu Jiwen's master spared Qin Cheng, he would not hesitate to pursue her. After all, her bloodline was an irresistible temptation for those with exceptional martial talents but lacking spiritual seeds. The prospect of transforming martial geniuses without spiritual seeds into those possessing them would drive any martial prodigy to madness, compelling them to seize her and force her into dual cultivation. For this reason, Qi Xiangjuan could not afford to hesitate any longer and boldly proposed marriage to Qin Cheng. By engaging in dual cultivation with him, not only could it facilitate Qin Cheng's rise to innate mastery, but would also allow her to generate a spiritual seed, fulfilling the aspirations of her Qi family's ancestors and providing a pathway to immortality. Rationally, marrying Qin Cheng was the optimal choice, even from an emotional standpoint. Given all that Qin Cheng had done for her, Qi Xiangjuan would not feel a sense of indebtedness. This was her reasoning, and she approached the matter with unwavering determination. However, Qin Cheng found himself in an awkward predicament. It was not that he was indifferent to the allure of this beautiful woman. Rather, he had concealed many matters from Qi Xiangjuan. "Miss Qi," Qin Cheng said, meeting her gaze, "I must confess there is something I have not disclosed to you. I am already married, and my wife resides in this city of Heishui." It was not that Qin Cheng adhered to any one-spouse tradition from his previous life. After all, having arrived in this world with a male god system in tow, he had long since contemplated marrying multiple wives in the future. However, he certainly did not wish to be a scoundrel while concealing matters from the woman, for that would be an act of deceit. "Rest assured, Qin Lao, I have long been mentally prepared." To Qin Cheng's astonishment, Qi Xiangjuan showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, she appeared fully expectant. Qin Cheng paused for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it was he who had misjudged the situation. Anyone unfamiliar with him would assume that a man of Qin Cheng's age would already be surrounded by children and a wife. Since Miss Qi did not mind, the old man was naturally delighted to take such a beauty as his own. Thus, Qin Cheng no longer hesitated and spoke up. This matter still required a word with Fang Xiaoxian, but Qin Cheng was confident that she would not object. After all, in recent days, Fang Xiaoxian had encouraged Qin Cheng to marry multiple women. This was due to the presence of the pure yang spirit within him. She alone could not withstand his remarkable prowess. Previously, she had mustered the courage to voice her thoughts in a moment of urgency, but now that everything was settled, she realized how audacious her actions had been. As a woman, to actively propose marriage to a man would surely invite scorn for her lack of propriety. Nevertheless, Qi Xiangjuan had no regrets. Being a child of the martial world, she was unafraid of public opinion. "Congratulations, Qin Lao, on acquiring such a lovely wife," Xiao Qingxue remarked with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Qin Cheng was at a loss for words, offering only a smile. "Thank you, Xiao Zhenchuan. You must certainly partake in the wedding feast." "Indeed," replied Xiao Qingxue, smiling in agreement. At this juncture, he understood that they could only adapt to the circumstances. The threat from innate masters loomed near, and neither Qin Cheng nor Qi Xiangjuan dared to delay. That very evening, a simple wedding feast was held within the Qi family. "Sister, I hope you will look after me in the future," said Fang Xiaoxian, adorned in resplendent attire. Her demeanor somewhat flustered as she gazed ahead at the bashful Qi Xiangjuan, who was serving tea and toasting. Upon witnessing the latter's exquisite beauty and grace, Fang Xiaoxian found herself momentarily entranced. The thought that such a celestial-like woman would serve alongside her in attending to Qin Cheng seemed utterly surreal to her. Yet, recalling Qin Cheng's extraordinary talents displayed in recent days, Fang Xiaoxian felt a sense of understanding wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and spoke as kindly as she could. "There is no need for such formalities, younger sister. From now on, we shall be sisters. May we work together to serve our husband well." Just as Qin Cheng had anticipated, Fang Xiaoxian was unperturbed by his multiple marriages. After all, this was a feudal era where a man having several wives was quite normal, especially considering Qin Cheng's pure yang physique, which Fang Xiaoxian had struggled to cope with alone. Wishing for assistance, however, upon seeing Qi Xiangjuan's stunning beauty and noble presence, she felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that this sister might be difficult to get along with. After all, she was merely the daughter of a common physician, while Qi Xiangjuan was a lady of high birth. Their disparity was significant. "You speak rightly," replied Qi Xiangjuan, displaying no hint of impropriety in her every action, demonstrating respect for Fang Xiaoxian, the legitimate wife. This reassured Fang Xiaoxian. She then cast a curious glance at Qin Cheng. She never would have imagined that just 6 months prior, he had been an old bachelor, And now he had not only become her husband, but had also acquired a wife as beautiful as a fairy. With a thought of Qin Cheng's abilities, Fang Xiaoxian suddenly felt a premonition that this evening's events would not be the last of their kind, and that such occurrences would likely continue. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng sensed Fang Xiaoxian's gaze upon him, yet at that moment, he could only feign ignorance, feeling somewhat guilty. This hastily arranged wedding was evidently rushed to an extreme, resembling more of a family gathering than a proper ceremony, with only Xiao Qingxue in attendance aside from the serving Lu Yi. However, given the urgency of the situation, no formal wedding could be conducted. He wondered what rewards awaited him that night. Qin Cheng felt a heavy burden in his heart, yet anticipation flickered in his eyes. The pressure from innate experts was formidable. He had no idea when they might arrive. Both he and Qi Xiangjuan dared not delay. That night, as they engaged in dual cultivation, he hoped that the essence of the great strength bull demon fist would manifest. Thus, he could only rely on the system to provide some reward for marrying Qi Xiangjuan. The rewards for marrying would surely be significant, and Qin Cheng hoped it would bring him a surprise to alleviate the impending crisis. Chapter 89, Marriage Reward, Alchemist Talent. My husband, please cherish your humble wife. On their wedding night, Qi Xiangjuan's face flushed crimson, filled with bashfulness and trepidation at the thought of what was to come. Unable to face Jiang Han, she could only murmur softly. Qin Cheng gazed at Qi Xiangjuan's alluring appearance, his heart racing. With such a stunning beauty by his side, he could hardly think of the innate enemies or system rewards. Fixing his fervent gaze upon Qi Xiangjuan, he assured her, Xiangjuan, you can rest assured. I, Qin Cheng, vow to care for you for a lifetime. As the words left his lips, he waved his hand, extinguishing the candlelight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying yet another beauty. The proof of a male deity is the fluttering of colorful flags at home, while the red flags remain unfurled outside. A higher realm is bringing a junior wife into the home to bear children for you. Achievement unlocked. First time marrying a junior wife. Reward received. Intermediate alchemist talent. This alchemist refers to the alchemist among the 4 arts of cultivation. The following morning, Qin Cheng rose from the bed, his face lighting up with joy as he beheld his reward. Alchemist talent, and it was the talent of an alchemist among cultivators, not that of a mortal. Indeed, he had received something remarkable. Qin Cheng was elated, knowing he had truly obtained a valuable gift. Once again, the reward was related to cultivation. Though uncertain of the value of alchemist talent to a cultivator, Qin Cheng reasoned that the system would not bestow anything of lesser quality as a marital reward. He had a sense that alchemist talent, even among cultivators, was quite rare, making his reward extremely precious. However, at present, alchemist talent held little practical value for him. Fortunately, despite some disappointment, Qin Cheng was thrilled to discover that after a night of dual cultivation with Qi Xiangjuan, the great strength bull demon fist had undergone a qualitative transformation, his strength significantly surging beyond previous levels. This was undoubtedly an innate level technique. Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight. Only an innate level technique could be so astonishing. His power had reached an unbelievable height, equating to the strength of 500 fierce horses. Now, if he were to encounter Zhu Juwen or the 4 great ancestors of the inner city again, a single punch could turn them to pulp without needing a second strike. With such formidable might, it was evident that the great strength bull demon fist had transcended to an innate level. It could not merely remain a first-rate technique. Once perfected, he could rely on the intent of the Shuo Guang blade to directly break through to the innate realm. However, to refine this technique to perfection would require a full month, even with his talent, tirelessly absorbing heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Qin Cheng's expression grew serious. Let alone whether his enemies would grant him a month. Even the continuous use of heavenly materials and earthly treasures for a month was beyond his means. After all, the resources suitable for him beyond the first-rate level were exceedingly rare. The Qi family had nearly exhausted their resources, sustaining him at a second-rate level. It was utterly impossible for them to provide the resources needed for a first-rate level. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He recalled the 4 great families. A glimmer of hope ignited in Qin Cheng's eyes as he realized how he could have forgotten about the 4 great families. The 4 illustrious families are the pinnacle of the inner city, each a paragon of wealth that could rival nations, with any single family being at least tenfold or even 100-fold richer than the Qi family. Absent any personal vendetta, Qin Cheng would have hesitated to take action. However, the patriarchs of these four families have directly confronted him, leaving him with no psychological burden. He remains unaware of when his adversaries might strike. Thus, he cannot afford to hesitate even a moment. Very well, let us boldly seize the initiative. Resolute in his decision, Qin Cheng promptly shared his intentions with Xiao Qingxue. Now bereft of the support of the Qi Shao sword sect, she undoubtedly lacked resources, and Qin Cheng naturally intended to include her in his plans, furthering their bond. I harbor no objections to targeting the four great families. Yet, Xiao Qingxue expressed some reservations. The inner city of Heishui is not solely comprised of these four families. There are 10 prominent families in total, interlinked through marriages and complex relationships. While they may harbor some internal conflicts, they often unify against external threats. Should we proceed to confront the four families now, the others might very well obstruct our efforts and stand against us. And so what if they do? With our strength, even the foremost warriors from the 10 families would not stand a chance against us. Qin Cheng retorted dismissively. His power had surged immensely and within the elite ranks. He feared no one. The essence of his being, equating to the strength of 500 fierce steeds, was no mere jest. To speak frankly, Qin Cheng was confident that even alone, he could vanquish all the elite warriors of the 10 families. Elder Qin, do not underestimate the world, Xiao Qingxue observed, noting Qin Cheng's hubris with a smile. He was unaware that Heishui City harbored formidable individuals. The current city lord, the head of the foremost family, the Yin family, is Yin Chang'e. His strength is unfathomable, possibly surpassing both of us. What? The lord of Heishui City is stronger than us? Qin Cheng's eyelids flickered. He had not realized such a powerful figure lurked in Heishui. Indeed, Yin Chang'e achieved perfection in the elite realm a decade ago and has since been in seclusion, contemplating the essence of power. Xiao Qingxue's expression turned grave. My master once stated that Yin Chang'e is the closest warrior to the innate realm. Before the celestial descent, he will surely ascend to the innate realm. What? He attained perfection a decade ago and is near the innate realm? Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng furrowed his brow. If what Xiao Qingxue said is true, then Yin Chang'e certainly warrants caution. However, as long as his opponent has not broken through to the innate realm, Qin Cheng did not feel overly concerned. Typical elite warriors possess only the strength of a few oxen. Qin Cheng's sheer physical prowess equated to that of 500 fierce steeds, outweighing that of several elite warriors combined. Even if Yin Chang'e were indeed superior, he could not be exponentially stronger than the rest. Xiao Qingxue sensed Qin Cheng's arrogance, but she remained unaware of the frightening depth of his current capabilities. The innate divine strength is no laughing matter. Regardless, the four great families must be dealt with, or I cannot elevate my strength swiftly. Qin Cheng insisted on his viewpoint. However, since you, Xiao Qingxue, are wary of the Yin family, let us also share some benefits with them. I do not believe the four top families' wealth will not entice the Yin family. Were these families? Qin Cheng mused. He understood all too well that they would not remain indifferent to profit. Provided the Yin family agrees, it can indeed be feasible. Xiao Qingxue nodded. She too yearned for the resources of the four great families. As Qin Cheng surmised, she was now destitute and in need of substantial resources. In the heart of the inner city of Heishui, there stood a magnificent and expansive mansion. Within a grand hall, several formidable warriors with extraordinary auras congregated. Each gazed with reverence upon a middle-aged man with white eyebrows, exuding a cold demeanor. Patriarch, that outsider Ning, ye has successively slain brother Zhu Jiwen and the elite patriarchs of the four great families. A true prodigy. A middle-aged man knelt respectfully on the ground. Ning, ye has invited our Yin family to partake in the division of the wealth from the four families. Do you believe we should accept this invitation? Furthermore, the patriarchs of the four families have already knelt outside, having lost their elders and now lack any elite warriors. They seek your assistance in dealing with that outsider, offering to surrender half their wealth. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the white-browed patriarch did not respond. Yet the other high-ranking members of the Yin family Cheng's eyes glinted with fervor. Regardless of which option they chose, both promised immense benefits for the Yin family, leaving them somewhat conflicted. However, they recognized they lacked the authority to choose. Everything rested upon the Patriarch's desires. Patriarch, I propose we ally with Ningyi. This individual, even at the second-tier realm, could slay elite warriors, a true anomaly. Many assumed he was weakened after his battle with Zhu Jiwen. Yet who would have thought he could still slay the elite warriors of the four great families? Such a prodigy should not be turned into an enemy. Forging an alliance would benefit our Yin family greatly. Ning Cheng's prodigious feats had already reverberated throughout Heishui City, instilling shock and awe among the warriors of the inner-city families, who now regarded him with utmost trepidation. At that moment, no warrior dared to underestimate Ning Cheng. I do not concur. Yet another high-ranking member firmly opposed, reminding them not to forget that Ningyi has already forged an irreconcilable enmity with a master of the innate realm. Should we ally with Ningyi? Are we to assist him in opposing a master of the innate realm? With these words, those who had previously supported Ningyi fell silent. Indeed, Ningyi had established a bitter rivalry with a master of the innate realm. Allying with him could yield no benefits, only detriments. At that moment, the white-browed patriarch, Yin Chang'e, revealed a faint smile. It seems you all possess some intellect. It is Ningyi who is somewhat deluded. He stands on the brink of death. What gives him the right to negotiate with our Yin family? If he were wise, he would understand that at such a juncture, he should surrender all the wealth of the four great families to us for our protection. To have killed a few elite initial warriors, does he truly think himself worthy of negotiation? Yin Chang'e's tone dripped with disdain, fully aware of Ning Cheng's accomplishments, yet appearing to dismiss him entirely. Once Yin Chang'e spoke, no high-ranking member dared to oppose him. Within the Yin family, his word was law, unchallenged by any. Let them offer 80% of their assets. Yin Chang'e declared in an irrefutable tone, for otherwise, the four great families need not continue to exist. 80%? At this proclamation, the breaths of several high-ranking members quickened. The 80% of the four great families' wealth would represent an unfathomable fortune for the Yin family, capable of producing countless warriors. What? The Yin family not only rejected me, but also demanded I leave Heishui City within 3 days? Upon receiving the Yin family's response, Qin Cheng's expression darkened. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Very well. I had shown some deference, considering the Yin family is the foremost power in Heishui City. Yet I did not expect their arrogance. How delightful. I apologize, Elder Qin, it was my misjudgment." Xiao Qingxue expressed her contrition, astonished to learn of the Yin family's audacity. While they were indeed formidable, Qin Cheng's prowess was by no means lacking. What justified the Yin family's audacity? It is not your fault. Rather, you have underestimated the foolishness of the aristocratic families, believing them to be rational individuals. In truth, they are more greedy and shameless than anyone else. Qin Cheng shook his head, for he understood the ugliness of those aristocrats far better than Xiao Qingxue. He was certain that Yin Chang'e likely thought that Qin Cheng had made an enemy of the innate strong, fearing further conflict with the Yin family. This fellow fails to realize that Qin Cheng is on the brink of death. At such a moment, he could hardly concern himself with offending the Yin family. Xiao Zhenchuan, since the Yin family has shown us no respect, it seems unnecessary to seek their opinion any longer. What do you think? Qin Cheng looked towards Xiao Qingxue. The Yin family's refusal to ally with them was, in fact, good news for Qin Cheng, as it meant fewer individuals dividing resources. Very well, in that case, let's proceed directly. Even if Yin Chang'e is formidable, as long as he has not attained innate strength, he cannot possibly withstand the combined might of us two. Xiao Qingxue was not one to hesitate. Since the Yin family had refused to cooperate, she had no intention of concerning herself with them any longer and readily agreed to ally with Qin Cheng. Xiao Zhenchuan, there is no need for you to take action. Simply protect my family here. Once I acquire the resources from the four great families, I shall directly share half with you. Qin Cheng had never intended to collaborate with Xiao Qingxue against the four great families. In his view, he alone was capable of dealing with all four. The reason for inviting Xiao Qingxue was to ensure the safety of Qi Xiangjuan and Feng Xiaoxian. After all, should he not be present? What if someone took the opportunity to target them? No, I must go as well. As for your family, do not worry. Xiao Qingxue promptly produced a gray talisman, known as the Innate talisman, which could conceal the entire Qi residence. Without the comprehension of the intent realm, no martial artist could possibly approach the Qi residence. Qin Cheng was taken aback. Such a precious item, and Xiao Qingxue casually produced it. Just how many celestial talismans does this woman possess? She truly seems like a wealthy individual. To be honest, Qin Cheng felt a twinge of envy, having experienced the power of talismans himself and yearning for celestial talismans. Unfortunately, despite being a top-tier martial artist now, he had not yet had the opportunity to engage with celestial legacies. As for requesting them from Xiao Qingxue, his pride did not allow for such audacity. Seemingly perceiving Qin Cheng's longing, a glimmer of amusement crossed Xiao Qingxue's eyes. Qin Lao, you appear to have an interest in cultivators. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng's heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 91, Open and Honest. The most difficult to bear the favor of a beauty Qin Cheng took a deep breath. Could it be that Xiao Qingxue intended to reveal matters concerning celestial legacies to him? Undoubtedly, he was greatly intrigued. However, he was not the type to covet others' possessions. And thus, unless Xiao Qingxue initiated the conversation, he would never dare to inquire. Now that Xiao Qingxue had broached the subject, Qin Cheng solemnly replied, "If I were to claim disinterest, I believe Xiao Zhenchuan would think me deceitful." Indeed, throughout history, who could resist the allure of seeking immortality and the path to celestial enlightenment? The oath of heaven is not something us mortals casually utter. We may swear and curse, claiming that those who break their vows will be struck by thunder. Yet everyone knows that violating such promises incurs no retribution. However, the oath of heaven is different. Once broken, immediate consequences follow, and even the most powerful among cultivators would never dare to defy such an oath. Hearing these words, Qin Cheng furrowed his brow. He did not feel disappointment from Xiao Qingxue's statement, for he understood that if she genuinely could not disclose information about celestial legacies, she would not have mentioned it at all. Thus, she must have further insights to share. Indeed, perceiving that Qin Cheng did not display overt disappointment, Xiao Qingxue's gaze toward him grew more appreciative. Truly, he was a person of late-blooming greatness, exhibiting a composure far superior to that of younger prodigies. Xiao Qingxue smiled slightly. However, while I cannot reveal the legacy I possess, it does not mean I am unable to assist you in obtaining another legacy. Qin Cheng, once your situation stabilizes, I will present you with an opportunity to acquire a celestial legacy. I hope that at the celestial descent ceremony in 5 years, you will collaborate with me to seize celestial fortune and venture into the realm of cultivation. Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he could not help but marvel at how Xiao Qingxue was indeed a benefactor in his life. She had previously offered him the chance to join the Qi-Xiao alliance, providing him aid. Now, she was willing to help him access celestial legacies. Such kindness was truly immense. Xiao Zhenchuan, such grace cannot go unthanked. Qin Cheng took a deep breath, cupping his hands toward Xiao Qingxue. I assure you, in the future, should you require anything, I, Qin Cheng, will be at your beck and call. Xiao Qingxue chuckled softly. Qin Lao, there is no need for excessive gratitude. The reason I am willing to offer you this opportunity is also due to your potential, which impacts my own ability to obtain celestial fortune. Kindness is kindness, and I am well aware of its nature. Qin Cheng understood perfectly well that if he were not of value to Xiao Qingxue, she would not bestow such favors upon him. Nevertheless, the fact remained that she had been kind to him first. In his heart, Qin Cheng silently resolved that this favor would one day be repaid tenfold. After such open and honest discourse, the relationship between Qin Cheng and Xiao Qingxue evidently progressed significantly, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Together they ventured toward the inner city, preparing to confront the 3 great families. Along the way, Qin Cheng began to inquire with Xiao Qingxue about matters concerning celestial paths. If there was one thing Qin Cheng now feared, it was celestial talismans. The power of the celestial talisman, once displayed by Zhu Jiwen's senior brother, remained vividly etched in his memory. He was genuinely concerned about how to guard against such things should he encounter them again. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qingshue's answer was beyond Qin Cheng's expectations. What? The materialization of vital energy can defend against celestial talismans? Qin Cheng was astonished. Such a phenomenon existed. However, without first-hand experimentation, a sense of unease lingered within him. Yet he believed that Xiao Qingxue would not deceive him. This he was certain of. At the Bai residence, the upper echelons of the four great families had gathered in one place. The ground was filled with individuals kneeling respectfully, all facing the dignified Yin Chang'e seated in front of them. City Lord Yin, you clearly ordered that old fool to leave Heishui City. Yet he not only refused to listen, but also brought along a pretty boy to confront you. Does he not regard you at all? The head of the Bai family crawled to Yin Chang'e's feet, a visage of resentment upon his face. Qin Cheng and Xiao Qingxue approached the inner city openly, and naturally, they had already been noticed by the families within. Thus, the four great families convened at the Bai residence, with Yin Chang'e arriving ahead of time. The leaders of the four great families harbored an intense hatred for Qin Cheng, for their ancestor had been slain by him, causing their clan to lose its top-tier powerhouse, while their wealth was swiftly devoured by Yin Chang'e. Yet they dared not express any dissatisfaction in Yin Chang'e's presence, hoping that when Qin Cheng arrived, Yin Chang'e would eliminate him and avenge their families. Heaven has its paths, yet he chooses not to walk them. Hell has no gates, yet he ventures in uninvited. Yin Chang'e sighed deeply, his gaze sweeping over the leaders of the four great families. He then let out a cold laugh. I know you are unwilling to relinquish your family's wealth so easily, hoping that I will engage in a conflict with that old fool, resulting in our mutual destruction. Am I right? Dare not. The leaders of the four great families exclaimed in unison, their faces pale as they hastily denied such intentions. However, their expressions betrayed their true thoughts, as they indeed harbored such desires. Yet they were acutely aware that regardless of how monstrous Qin Cheng was, he could not possibly bring about the same fate for himself as Yin Chang'e. Yin Chang'e was known as the foremost among those below innate strength, among first-rate martial artists. None could rival him. Humph. Yin Chang'e let out a cold laugh. Very well. Soon I shall personally rid you of that ignorant, muddy-legged fool, ensuring that you are utterly disheartened. In doing so, I will have avenged the grievances of the four esteemed families. At that moment, should anyone dare to voice discontent, they must not blame me, Yin Chang'e, for being ungracious. Boom! As the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from outside. In an instant, the gates of the Bai family estate and the walls flanking the main entrance collapsed with a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Chapter 92. Qin Cheng's Fist. Incredible throngs have arrived. The high-ranking members of the four great families were taken aback, sensing an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in their hearts. However, upon recalling the formidable individuals behind them, the trepidation that had gripped them dissipated, replaced instead by an abyss of resentment and anticipation in their eyes. The old dog, oblivious to the impending doom, today marks your demise. With the presence of the Lord of Yin City, this old hound is undoubtedly doomed. Once he meets his demise, I shall reduce his remains to a pulpy mass to feed the dogs. The high-ranking members of the four prestigious families gritted their teeth in fury, their fortunes consumed by Yin Chang'e. Their animosity towards Qin Cheng ran deep, and they were eager to witness his downfall. At this moment, Yin Chang'e rose to his feet, his gaze icy as he surveyed the swirling dust and fog. His eyes, filled with a chilling intensity, fixed upon his target. Old fool, he declared, not only have you disregarded my commands, but you also dare to interrupt my words. Very well, you have chosen your own demise. Today, no one shall save you. Were you to dare to refer to yourself as this seat before me? The figure of Qin Cheng slowly emerged from the mist of dust. Glancing at Yin Chang'e and the esteemed members of the four great families ahead, he could not help but let out a contemptuous sneer, showing no regard whatsoever. What audacity! Yin Chang'e's countenance darkened, and the murderous intent in his eyes became almost palpable, exuding an aura of boundless terror that surged forth from his being, unrestrained. In an instant, the senior members of the four great families turned pale, collapsing to their knees as they succumbed to the oppressive force. Their legs weakened, each struggling to breathe. Surrounding them, the feeble guards and servants rolled their eyes in panic, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Countless small creatures scurried out from the underbrush, frantically scrambling in all directions, while birds shrieked from every corner of the Bai family estate, fleeing in disarray. Xiao Qingshue's pupils dilated in deep apprehension, recognizing the sheer terror emanating from his presence, akin to an impending natural disaster. Yin Chang's strength was evidently not far from the innate level. Qin Cheng, exercise utmost caution. Yin Chang'e is surely but a hair's breadth away from achieving the innate realm. Her tone was exceedingly grave as she cautioned Qin Cheng, aware of the gravity. Qin Cheng's expression mirrored hers as he sensed the terrifying power of Yin Chang'e. The sheer force emanating from him was so potent that it felt as if an earthquake were about to erupt, sending nearby small creatures into a frenzied retreat. In this moment, Qin Cheng could not deny that he had previously underestimated Yin Chang'e. This individual was likely the most formidable opponent he had encountered since embarking on his martial arts journey. To possess such strength without having yet transcended to the innate realm, what might he become upon achieving that breakthrough? In Qin Cheng's eyes, a flicker of urgency emerged within his heart. Although Yin Chang'e was not an innate being, the esteemed master of Zhuji Wen was indeed a congenital grandmaster. Who are you? Yin Chang'e had initially intended to act swiftly to crush Qin Cheng with a single grasp. However, upon noticing the figure beside Qin Cheng, who had disguised himself as a scholar, his expression shifted. A sense of trepidation washed over him. He sensed an aura of danger emanating from the scholar. Simultaneously, the gaze of the individual stirred a faint recollection within him, as though he had encountered this presence before. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Yin Chang'e's mind. You are Xiao Qingxue. Yin Chang'e's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Xiao Qingxue, his expression transforming into one of avarice. Ha ha! Little did I expect that today would bring double the joy. Xiao Qingxue, your master has placed a bounty upon your head throughout the realm. Whoever manages to capture you shall be granted a coveted spot for a spirit seed. At this moment, Yin Chang'e was almost overwhelmed with joy. Although he possessed extraordinary talent in martial arts, he was unfortunately devoid of a spiritual seed. For someone of his caliber, the foremost among the innate, the inability to cultivate immortality was a profound source of bitterness. Now, the Qishao sword sect was offering a spiritual seed quota for Xiao Qingxue, which represented a singular opportunity for cultivation that Yin Chang'e could not afford to miss. In that instant, the question of whether to kill Qin Cheng became inconsequential. All that mattered was capturing Xiao Qingxue, and he would not hesitate to forsake even the 4 great families for this chance. Xiao Qingxue, we practitioners of martial arts do not subscribe to notions of heavenly fate. Yin Chang'e let out a long howl, unleashing an immense and boundless aura from his being. In an instant, it seemed as if the sky darkened, as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. Within a radius of 10 miles, all living beings trembled, sensing an impending cataclysm. Xiao Qingshue's expression grew gravely serious, realizing that Yin Chang'e was about to strike. Since fate had brought them together, she resolved to face it. Extinction, divine king fist. Come forth and suppress. Only the sound of Yin Chang'e's resounding roar echoed as he unleashed a formidable punch. Boom! A shadow of an overwhelming fist descended like a cataclysmic meteor, roaring down upon Qin Cheng and Xiao Qingxue. The mere emanation of its formidable energy reduced the entire Bai residence to ruins. Countless disciples, guards, and servants of the Bai family perished in an instant, caught unawares, their lives extinguished in various corners of the estate. Even the high-ranking members of the 4 great families, seasoned martial artists, were left reeling, their ears bleeding, collapsing under the sheer force. The opportunity for celestial fortune lay within grasp. In this moment, Yin Chang'e felt no reservations, regardless of who stood beside him. Even if his own son fell victim to his unleashed energy, he would not spare a glance, as long as he could seize the celestial fortune. Achieving immortality and boundless potential, sons could be born anew, and the loss of one mattered little. Xiao Qingxue, too, sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. The foremost individual beneath the heavens wielded techniques that were unfathomably terrifying, perilously close to transcendence. She dared not hold back her strength, preparing to confront the impending doom with all her might. Yet at that moment, the elder had already declared, "Xiao Jinchuan, your task is merely to suppress for me." Once the indifferent voice suddenly resonated, the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. An overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth from the side of Qin Cheng. She gazed in astonishment as Qin Cheng stepped forward. In an instant, the ground around him fractured, an intricate network of fissures sprawling outward like a spider's web. Within the Bai residence, countless originally elegant and towering structures collapsed in an instant. With a chilling howl, Qin Cheng extended his arms, and a terrifying force erupted forth, akin to a nuclear explosion. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding air within 100 feet was violently compressed to the point of detonation. Kill. The sheer force equivalent to 500 wild stallions is terrifying beyond measure. At the moment of its eruption, a violent torrent surged forth, as two lethal strikes collided simultaneously. With a thunderous roar, it seemed as though the very void was distorted. The residual waves of light utterly obliterated the Bai residence, reducing it to countless ruins. The high-ranking members of the four prominent families, in the face of this dreadful aftershock, resembled a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, utterly incapable of exerting control. One by one, they were helplessly flung apart, their frantic screams and pleas for rescue echoing amidst the chaos. What manner of power is this? Yin Chang's expression shifted dramatically. The earlier disdain completely vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of apprehension and disbelief in her eyes. Xiao Qingxue also gazed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Such power, such formidable strength, could it truly be the innate divine might spoken of in ancient legends? Chapter 93. The remarkable efficacy of the Can Su Eye. Yin Chang's demise. Amidst the shock, the horrifying backlash of force surged forth. Yin Chang's complexion changed dramatically as he hastily mobilized his entire energy to resist this power. Yet his body still could not withstand it, staggering back 5 or 6 steps before managing to steady himself. In contrast, Qin Cheng stood firmly in place, seemingly unaffected. Observing this scene, Yin Chang's expression darkened. He realized that he had fallen into a disadvantage in this initial confrontation. Indeed, others claimed you to be a prodigy, old man, and I was reluctant to believe it. But at this moment, I must concede that you are truly extraordinary. Yin Chang's gaze towards Qin Cheng grew solemn. Previously, he had not regarded Qin Cheng as a rival. After all, a mere old man who had just broken through to the first tier could not possibly be his match, regardless of how high his talent might be. However, having suffered a setback at Qin Cheng's hands, he now recognized that this individual was indeed an abnormal prodigy. It is inconceivable for someone who has just broken through to the first tier to possess such formidable strength. Acknowledging the danger posed by Qin Cheng, an overwhelming killing intent surged in Yin Chang's eyes. Since he had already incurred animosity with such a prodigy, if he did not take this opportunity to eliminate his foe, future troubles would surely be his burden. Old fool, do not think that just because you gained a momentary advantage, you are my equal. I have merely refrained from utilizing my true strength until now. But from this moment forth, I shall unleash my full power. With that, Yin Cheng took a deep breath, and suddenly his eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. An astonishing scene unfolded. Qin Cheng and Xiao Qingxue witnessed Yin Chang's once mighty physique transform into a frail form, as if all the flesh and blood in his body had been devoured, leaving him a mere skeleton. This time, Yin Cheng did not emanate the terrifying aura he had previously displayed. Yet, Qin Cheng and Xiao Qingxue felt that Yin Cheng was now tenfold more dangerous than before. This is bad. Yin Cheng is about to unleash his strongest self-created move, the Miadaoqi Sha Fist. Xiao Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in alarm as she immediately warned Jiang Han. Be careful. This move will gather all his energy into a single punch. Its power will be unimaginably terrifying. Even innate experts would not dare to take it head-on. Since he created this move, no one has ever survived under his Mie Dao Qi Sha fist. Hurry and evade. As she spoke, Xiao Qingxue cast a talisman that landed on Qin Cheng. Instantly, he felt light as a feather, capable of fleeing several miles away in an instant. Yet, Qin Cheng had no intention of escaping. Indeed, at this moment, he too sensed the overwhelming sensation of death as Yin Chang'e prepared to execute this lethal technique. He understood that Yin Chang'e's move was terrifying beyond measure, draining all his energy and concentrating it into a single strike, the power of which was unimaginable. Even Qin Cheng, should he endure a blow, would undoubtedly perish. However, rather than fear, a glimmer of delight appeared in Qin Cheng's eyes as he laughed heartily. Yin Chang'e, you are courting your own demise. I intended to kill you, which would have posed some trouble. Yet here you are, employing a move that harms both yourself and your opponent. In Xiao Qingxue's eyes, Yin Chang'e's attack was perilously potent. Yet, in Qin Cheng's perspective, Yin Chang'e at this moment was willingly seeking his own death. Let us not forget that Qin Cheng possessed the Qin Cheng, which enabled him to discern his opponent's weaknesses. As Yin Chang'e unleashed the Mie Dao Qi Sha fist, Qin Cheng immediately recognized its flaw. While this move indeed wielded immense power, it required a brief moment to convert all his energy. Should this process be interrupted, not only would Yin Chang'e fail to release his attack, but it would also rebound upon him, inflicting immeasurable harm. The process of Yin Chang'e converting his energy was fleeting for other martial artists, nearly imperceptible. Yet, before someone of Qin Cheng's caliber, it felt excessively prolonged. Thus, without hesitation, Qin Cheng grasped the handle of his blade, his eyes gleaming with resolve. The intent of the Shuo Guang blade erupted violently, striking down towards Yin Chang'e with merciless force. He did not blend his energy, but instead relied solely on the blade's intent to crush Yin Chang'e. For using his energy also required time, while merely releasing the power of intent could be executed in an instant. Boom! Yin Chang'e's body trembled. In that moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The process of converting his energy violently interrupted. The intent. Yin Chang'e's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how the Qin Cheng before him, having just reached the first tier, could manifest the power of intent that he had struggled for a decade to comprehend. Yet, he soon had no time for astonishment, for the backlash was upon him. In an instant, Yin Chang'e's energy surged uncontrollably within him. The body that had shriveled to a mere shell now rapidly expanded, transforming into a grotesque mass in mere moments. As his body swelled, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he screamed in agony, crying out, "No, impossible! How could you discern the weakness of my Mie Dao Qi Sha fist? What a ridiculous notion! What? The Mie Dao Qi Sha fist has a weakness?" Xiao Qingxue's eyes widened in shock. Earlier, she had been perplexed as to why Qin Cheng had chosen not to escape upon receiving her talisman. Suddenly, the unexpected occurred. Yin Chang'e's attack was interrupted, and he suffered backlash. The abruptness of the change left her stunned, and only upon hearing Yin Chang'e's words did she realize that Qin Cheng had discerned his weakness. What an extraordinary old man. Yin Chang'e, if you had not unleashed this move, I might not have been able to contend with you. The outcome is sealed. Qin Cheng concealed his presence and observed with amusement the struggling, wailing mass before him. It is truly your fault for attempting to exert lethal intent against me and employing such a flawed technique. Initially, Qin Cheng had prepared for a fierce battle, but he was unexpectedly gifted with such an opportunity. Now he had not even exerted his full strength, and his enemy was collapsing under the weight of his own folly. Regardless, today you have met your defeat. Since you sought to kill me, I shall not grant you mercy. From this day forth, the Yin family shall be erased from Heishui City. Qin Cheng's gaze sharpened, brimming with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade. "No, spare me." Yin Chang'e screamed in terror, but before his voice could fade, he was cleaved in two by the blade's light, dead beyond revival. Chapter 94. The ancestors at their lowest point. Xiao Qingxue's heart stirred silence. The ruins of the Bai residence lay in utter stillness. At this moment, the silence was chilling. Standing amidst the ruins, Xiao Qingxue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Yin Chang'e is dead? The foremost expert beneath the innate level was slain by Qin Cheng in such a manner. Gazing at Qin Cheng, Xiao Qingxue felt as though reality had slipped away. Just a short while ago, Qin Cheng was merely a servant of the Su family, an elderly man on the verge of death. Yet in the blink of an eye, this old man had experienced a remarkable transformation, soaring to greatness. Not only becoming a martial artist in a short span, but also personally slaying the foremost expert beneath the innate level. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Xiao Qingxue would have doubted whether this was merely a dream. Such extraordinary individuals exist in the world. Qin Cheng, unaware of Xiao Qingxue's thoughts, breathed a heavy sigh of relief after dispatching Yin Chang'e. Regardless, with Yin Chang'e eliminated, no one in Heishui City could obstruct him any longer. Nowadays, he not only has the opportunity to acquire the wealth of the four great clans, but also the fortune of the Yin family. It is simply overwhelming joy. The Yin family is the foremost clan in Heishui City, and their wealth rivals that of the four great clans combined. At this point, Qin Cheng has truly struck it rich. With such abundant resources, given enough time, he could easily ascend to the innate realm. The caveat, of course, is having sufficient time. After all, his enemies would not grant him the luxury of peaceful development. Qin Cheng must seize every moment and waste not a single second. With this thought, a glint flashed in Qin Cheng's eyes as he coldly inquired, "How long do you intend to linger? Do you wish for me to invite you to watch the spectacle? Please spare us, senior. We were merely passing through." Several distinguished elders, their faces pale with trepidation, hastily emerged. These martial artists emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura, all being first-rate practitioners. Yet, at this moment, they regarded Qin Cheng with the same fear one might reserve for a specter, trembling uncontrollably, scarcely daring to breathe. Xiao Qingxue was not surprised. She had noticed these individuals long ago. With a faint smile, she remarked, "You are the ancestors of several other first-rate clans in Heishui City. I presume you seek to take advantage of us? Xiao Fairy, how could we dare to take advantage of you?" A portly elder anxiously waved his hands in denial. "Senior and Fairy Xiao, please do not misunderstand. We have come to assist. Yin Chang'e is excessively domineering, and we have long harbored deep resentment against him. We initially intended to join forces with you against Yin Chang'e, yet we are astonished by your unparalleled prowess in so effortlessly vanquishing him. Indeed, who is Yin Chang'e to claim the title of the foremost beneath the innate realm? It is you who rightfully holds that distinction." The several first-rate martial artists, heads of elite families, now resembled mere sycophants, profusely flattering Qin Cheng with eyes brimming with admiration, akin to fervent fans. However, both Qin Cheng and Xiao Qingxue remained unimpressed. They did not believe a single word spoken by these individuals. Both understood that had it not been for Qin Cheng's previous display of overwhelming strength, these people would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to act as opportunists, becoming even more avaricious and malicious than wolves. Yet now, Qin Cheng's might had instilled fear in them, rendering them as docile as sheep, forsaking their pride to display abject humility before him. Qin Cheng regarded these individuals, but chose not to act on his suspicions. He believed in judging by actions rather than thoughts. Since they had not attacked him, it was inappropriate to call for violence. After all, Qin Cheng was not a demon. With this in mind, Qin Cheng's demeanor shifted to one of chilling intensity. Since you have gathered here, it indicates your ill intentions." The ancestors of the clans were immediately struck with terror, hardly daring to breathe as they hastily knelt on the ground, wailing, "Please spare us, senior. We harbor no ill will. Senior, I am a good person. Senior, I am willing to offer all my family as possessions if you spare my family as lives." A twitch graced the corner of Qin Cheng's mouth. What manner of people are these, who claim to be the elders of noble families? In their usual lives, they wield immense power, dictating the fates of countless commoners. Yet now they quaver like frightened peasants, devoid of any courage. However, Qin Cheng had no intention of taking lives. His earlier fa ade of menace was merely to intimidate. While death could be avoided, they were not free from their transgressions. Qin Cheng continued, "Since the four great clans and the Yin family have declared themselves my enemies, their existence is no longer necessary." He spoke with an air of indifference. I require you to gather the assets of these 5 great clans as swiftly as possible and deliver them to me. No matter how formidable Qin Cheng might be, he was but one man. To single-handedly seize the fortunes of 5 great clans would take an eternity. Thus, it was far more efficient to delegate this task to the local families, who were intimately aware of the hiding places of their rivals' wealth. Of course, Qin Cheng was aware that these individuals might not act faithfully, hence his earlier show of intimidation. You best not entertain any treacherous thoughts or pilfer from me. Otherwise, should I discover it, a cold laugh escaped Qin Cheng's lips. The remaining words were unspoken. Yet the ancestors of the other clans trembled at the implication and hastily swore oaths. We would never dare. Rest assured, senior. Should anyone dare to take even a copper coin, I shall personally deal with them. We pledge to fulfill your commands with utmost diligence. Observing Qin Cheng deftly managing these clan elders, a smile graced Xiao Qingshue's beautiful eyes. Previously, Qin Cheng had merely been a servant. One would expect him to harbor reverence towards the clan members. Yet she found it intriguing that he exhibited not a trace of deference. As she interacted more with Qin Cheng, Xiao Qingxue increasingly recognized his uniqueness. This man consistently brought surprises into her life. At that moment, while issuing commands to the clan elders, a notification suddenly echoed in Qin Cheng's mind. You have showcased your remarkable abilities, capturing the attention of a noble young lady. The interest of the mysterious noble girl in you has intensified, and a fondness for the opposite sex has quietly taken root within the heart of this inherently noble maiden. Press on. While you are indeed a paragon, in the eyes of this noble girl, your standing is scarcely better than that of a beggar. Should you win her heart, you could spare yourself countless years of effort. Achievement unlocked. The miraculous path of a paragon. Part 1. Rewards received. Cultivation method. Evergreen dance scroll. Rewards received. Acceleration point X1. Acceleration point. Qin Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with elation. This reward arrived at the most opportune time. Despite having just subdued the Yin family and poised to plunder the wealth of the 5 great clans, he still felt utterly unprepared for the impending confrontation with the Innate Grandmaster. His heart was laden with trepidation, as he possessed no information about Zhu Jiwen's master, unaware of when they might arrive. Should they appear the next day, even with the system at his disposal, he would have no time for cultivation and would face certain death. However, with the acceleration point now in hand, Qin Cheng felt a surge of confidence. If he could apply the acceleration point to the great strength bull demon fist, would he not become an innate powerhouse directly? With this thought, Qin Cheng could hardly contain his eagerness to allocate the points. Yet, he swiftly stifled his impetuousness. After all, Xiao Qingxue was still beside him. To use the points in her presence would be to insult her intelligence. Even though Xiao Qingxue was the target designated by the system, Qin Cheng could not afford to expose the system's secrets. He would wait until after plundering the wealth of the 5 great clans. Even after living for so many years, Qin Cheng had not anticipated that the families in Heishui City would indeed boast wealth rivaling that of nations. Within the city lord's mansion, Qin Cheng stood before the countless treasures piled high in the Yin family treasury, utterly astonished. Divine weapons, heavenly materials, gold, silver, jewels, and exquisite paintings. These items, which were considered immensely precious in the outside world, appeared as mere refuse within the Yin family's treasury. Qin Cheng witnessed a priceless 100-year-old snow lotus, said to possess the power to revive the dead, wilting away in the Yin family's treasury. This is truly extravagant. Qin Cheng felt his heart bleed as he observed the century-old snow lotus, which could elevate an ordinary person with no martial arts training into a warrior within a day. Yet, within the Yin family's treasury, it was treated like refuse, carelessly tossed aside. Fortunately, in addition to this century-old snow lotus, there were numerous other treasures of even greater value. He had struck gold. This was a definitive windfall. Qin Cheng's spirits soared, for with such wealth, he would not lack resources in the future. Even after living for over 70 years, he was dazzled by the abundance of treasures before him. The aristocratic families of Heishui City were already among the wealthiest in the realm, ranking as one of the most affluent families within the Qian dynasty, second only to a few families in the capital. Xiao Qingxue, however, did not share Qin Cheng's excitement. Faced with a mountain of treasures, her delicate features remained unperturbed, as if she were accustomed to such sights. After all, she had once been the foremost disciple of the Qishao sword sect and had witnessed countless grand spectacles. With innate power residing within the Qishao sword sect, it was clear that no amount of wealth from 20 yin families could compare to its might. Haha, I am indeed lacking in experience. I must have amused Miss Xiao, Qin Cheng thought with a smile, reveling in the unprecedented taste of immense wealth. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. One must rely on seizing opportunities to achieve great fortune. Just as Qin Cheng was about to enjoy a closer inspection of the treasures in the treasury, his Kangsu tong flickered, revealing a hidden secret, a concealed door. A hidden door here? Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled. It was so well concealed that even his Kangsu tong nearly missed it. Without a doubt, behind this door lay the Yin family's most precious possessions. He quickly approached and soon found the switch to the hidden door, pushing it open. With a crack, the ground suddenly split, revealing a staircase leading underground, right before Qin Cheng and Xiao Qingshue's eyes. Good eyesight, Xiao Qingxue remarked, surprised to glance at Qin Cheng, who had discovered the hidden door that even she had overlooked. Qin Cheng chuckled, saying nothing, and led the way inside. The staircase was short, leading to a modest secret chamber. Within, there was not much, just a wooden rack crafted from rare mahogany. Upon it rested 3 items: a book, a cauldron the size of a human head, and a letter, the contents of which were unknown. Qin Cheng was taken aback. For a place of such significance to the Yin family, was this all there was? Curiosity piqued. He stepped forward to examine the book. In an instant, his entire being froze as he widened his eyes in ecstatic disbelief. Could it be? The book bore the inscription Chongqing Dan Shu in seemingly unremarkable calligraphy. Yet, Qin Cheng sensed an ineffable aura of profound mystery emanating from those characters. Even with his comprehension of the Shuo Guang Dao intent, which had elevated his state of mind beyond that of countless others, he felt dwarfed in the presence of these words, as if his spiritual realm were insignificant, almost minuscule. The essence of such art could only be grasped by those of innate power. Logically, one would not expect any existence within the Qian dynasty to surpass Qin Cheng in this regard. Even innate powers would not possess such heights. In that moment, Qin Cheng deduced the nature of what he held. A cultivation method. Only the writing of a cultivator could evoke such an elusive aura. Unable to contain his excitement, he eagerly flipped open the book. Scanning the text with rapidity, he discovered that it was indeed a manual for alchemy practitioners. Ha ha! Fortune favors the prepared. Truly, heaven has assisted me. At that moment, he picked up the nearby letter and opened it, astonished to find that Yin Chang'e had addressed the origins of these items as if speaking to a younger member of the family. It turned out that this Dan Shu was a treasure Yin Chang'e had stumbled upon during a youthful adventure within a celestial cave from which he obtained the book. The cauldron and the items within the wooden box were also treasures from that cave. Such profound opportunities led to extraordinary experiences and the inheritance of immortals. Under normal circumstances, Yin Chang'e should have embarked on a path of cultivation and soar to greatness. However, he despaired upon discovering that he lacked a spiritual root, rendering him incapable of cultivating. It was easy to imagine the fury and despair he felt upon realizing his fate, likely leaving him utterly distraught. Qin Cheng couldn't help but smirk at the tale of Yin Chang'e's youth, which seemed to fit the archetype of a protagonist, only to be thwarted by the absence of a spiritual root. It seems, Yin Chang'e, you do not possess the fate of a protagonist, but rather the destiny of a benefactor to one, Qin Cheng teased, reveling in the irony. As Qin Cheng indulged in his self-proclaimed protagonist role, Xiao Qingxue stifled a laugh, pondering how there could be a protagonist in their 70s. Noticing the Dan Shu in Qin Cheng's hands, she couldn't help but caution him. Elder Qin, alchemy requires innate talent. I advise you to temper your excitement. Xiao Qingxue understood well that even for cultivators, the talent for alchemy was exceedingly rare. Most cultivators dared not pursue alchemy due to its inherent difficulties. She was uncertain whether Qin Cheng possessed a spiritual root, and regarding the even more elusive talent for alchemy, she was not optimistic. Fearing Qin Cheng might suffer a blow akin to Yin Chang's, she kindly offered her warning. Knowing that Yin Chang'a had faced such a setback in his youth, an age where one could endure greater hardships. However, Qin Cheng, being advanced in years, might not withstand the impact. Haha, thank you for your reminder, Miss Xiao. Qin Cheng replied with a beaming smile. How fortuitous. The reward I received for my night with Qi Xiangjuan was the talent for alchemy. Truly, fortune is on my side, unstoppable. Qin Cheng joyfully perused the Dan Shu, but soon realized that while he recognized the characters, he could not comprehend their combinations. At that moment, he felt somewhat foolish, realizing that the text was filled with terminology specific to cultivators that he could not understand. Even with the talent for alchemy, being unable to decipher the content was of little use. Seeing the expression on Qin Cheng's face, Xiao Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. Her intelligence allowed her to easily discern his predicament. She then proactively offered, Elder Qin, feel free to ask me about anything you don't understand. Indeed, if he could not comprehend it, he could consult Xiao Qingxue, who had genuinely received the inheritance of cultivation, making her the true protagonist compared to Yin Chang'a. Qin Cheng's face lit up with a smile, and he replied without hesitation, Then I shall trouble you, Miss Xiao. Meanwhile, as Qin Cheng reveled in his discoveries, the members of the aristocratic families assisting him were stifling their frustrations, feeling deeply aggrieved. Were they to merely watch as this outsider claimed the treasures of the 5 great families for himself? Exhausted from a day of labor, the young members of the families gathered together for a brief respite when one of them, gritting his teeth, suddenly spoke up. Even the family elders, gazing upon the wealth of the 5 great families, could not suppress their envy, let alone the other young members. In their eyes, these treasures should rightfully belong to them. Yet they were now being claimed by an outsider, a mere commoner, which left them all feeling as though their hearts were being wrenched in agony. As soon as the young man's words escaped his lips, the other members of the aristocratic families fell silent, the atmosphere turning exceedingly strange. Silence. Do you wish to court death and bring disgrace upon your family? A venerable man with an imposing presence glared fiercely at the youth. The young man, flustered, immediately fell silent, but defiance lingered in his eyes. The other young scions also exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction. It was evident that the youth had articulated the sentiments of the majority. I dare say, it remains uncertain into whose hands these treasures will ultimately fall. At that moment, a middle-aged man chuckled, his smile laced with amusement. His words ignited a spark of interest among the others. What do you mean? They inquired. Do not forget, that outsider has slain the disciples of Zhu Jiwen. Their master, the Crane Taoist, inherited the teachings of the Beixian Mountain and is a formidable innate master who fiercely protects his own. Do you think the Crane Taoist will allow the outsider to go unpunished for the murder of his 2 disciples? Indeed, instantly, the eyes of the surrounding crowd blazed with fervor. Although Qin Cheng was undeniably powerful, he could not possibly surpass an innate master. Let him revel in his arrogance for a few days. As for that audacious outsider, he may not even be able to find his remains when the time comes. Kill. On the vast plains, 2 dark armies were engaged in a frenzied clash. One was the army of the Great Qian dynasty, while the other was a rebel force. At this moment, the 2 armies were locked in a fierce struggle, blood flowing like rivers, the intensity reaching its zenith. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as the sky darkened ominously. Both sides on the battlefield were taken aback to see a colossal black-feathered creature soaring above them. From its lofty perch in the sky, it initially appeared as nothing more than a mere, yet it descended with astonishing speed. Soon, the soldiers witnessed a gigantic avian figure, its wings stretching wide, sweeping low over the battlefield. Wherever it passed, an immense tempest erupted. In an instant, countless soldiers were sent sprawling, some being lifted dozens of meters into the air, only to plummet back down like raindrops, crushed into a pulp. A monster! Run! The monster is devouring people. The soldiers, who had been fiercely battling moments ago, were now filled with terror, their morale shattering as they cried out for their families and fled in panic. The battlefield descended into chaos, with everyone frantically attempting to escape, driven to the brink of despair. The creature that caused this calamity had merely passed through the battlefield and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Upon the creature's back sat an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage. His gaze indifferent as he surveyed the distant figure of a high-ranking general clad in armor from the Imperial Army. You're the Crane Taoist. The general's complexion paled, his shock evident as he beheld the Taoist. The lower-ranking soldiers, lacking knowledge, mistook the creature for a demon. However, this general, being part of the Imperial elite, instantly recognized the Taoist's identity and understood that the creature was not a demon but a rare beast, emblematic of the Crane Taoist. Whenever the Crane Taoist made an appearance, he would ride this extraordinary creature, and over time, those in positions of power associated its presence with the Taoist's arrival. I pay my respects to the Crane Taoist. Recognizing the presence of an innate master, the general inhaled deeply, refraining from any semblance of arrogance. Even the emperor would not dare to act inappropriately in the presence of an innate master. And what was he? A mere general, in comparison? However, he was puzzled as to why the Crane Taoist would seek him out, as they bore no grievances against one another. I ask you, in which direction lies the city of Heishui in Yongzhou? The Crane Taoist spoke coldly, not even glancing at the general. The general's body trembled, disbelief flickering in his eyes. The Crane Taoist had pulled him from the battlefield, resulting in such devastating losses. At that moment, the general felt a surge of indignation, but he quickly suppressed it and obediently pointed toward the northwest. Reporting to you, esteemed elder, the city of Heishui in Yongzhou lies in that direction. Very well. You may go. Upon receiving the answer, the Crane Taoist nodded and closed his eyes. The general, relieved to be granted his freedom, suddenly found himself in a quandary. He was suspended at an altitude of thousands of meters, unsure of how to descend. He awkwardly inquired, "Elder, might I ask how I should leave?" Before he could finish, he felt an overwhelming force sweep over him, and his body was uncontrollably hurled from the back of the creature. With a scream, the general fell from the sky, plummeting toward the earth. You insisted on leaving, did you not? You compel me to expel you. Chapter 97. The Arrival of Two Innate Masters. Casually discarding the general from the heights, the Crane Taoist coldly fixed his gaze on the northwest, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. I, the Crane Taoist, have merely been in seclusion for a few days, yet there are those who dare to provoke me by killing my disciples. I shall see which fool dares to challenge the Qian sect. If I do not eradicate your entire lineage, I shall not be worthy of the name Crane Taoist. The Crane Taoist rode the creature, moving swiftly. Within a few days, he traversed thousands of miles, drawing ever closer to the city of Heishui. Just as he entered the borders of Yongzhou, the Crane Taoist, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them,